Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 3SV. Chapter 60. Ka-Er's famous death scene. The huge contrast between him in front of people and behind their backs. Seeing Luffy was pressed down by the glutinous rice mountain. Katakuri said in a deep voice. I'm sorry to end it this way. I'm a little angry. I spent too much time dealing with you, causing my snack time to have passed 40 minutes today. Don't worry, you will be completely free in a short time. As he said this, Katakuri turned and left. He no longer cared about Luffy who was pressed under the glutinous rice mountain. He called out to his exclusive pastry chef. Suddenly, several pastry chefs came running over with a small cart. On the cart were piles of desserts and drinks like a small mountain. Katakuri quickly built a house in front of him with glutinous rice. Sugar is the source of power. I'm going to start taking in energy. Quote, no one is allowed to enter. Katakuri gave the order to the pastry chefs in a solemn voice. Then he took the snacks and went directly into the house made of glutinous rice. The pastry chefs stood outside the house obediently. They whispered to each other. No one has ever seen Lord Katakuri eating. This lord is really vigilant. He is most likely to relax when eating. Even the afternoon tea time that should be spent with others to relax, has become a time for me to replenish my nutrition and concentrate on myself. He is worthy of being a warrior who supports the Big Mom pirates and has a bounty of over 1 billion. The pastry chefs did not hide their admiration for Katakuri. In their opinion, Katakuri always eats snacks alone in the room, which is also a kind of strict practice for himself. And just as these pastry chefs were talking in a low voice, on the top of the glutinous rice mountain not far away, Luffy suddenly roared and got out of it, and his body size was several times bigger than when he was pressed by the glutinous rice mountain before. Seeing this, several pastry chefs were immediately terrified. Hey, Straw Hat Boy, how did he escape from that huge glutinous rice mountain? Luffy stood on the top of the glutinous rice mountain and responded with a loud voice. Stuff like glutinous rice, just eat it. He looked very angry and continued to complain. What the hell is going on? When fighting with the pirates here, can't win without eating something. The picture was frozen on Luffy's angry expression and his fat body that had grown several times bigger. Then, a dense army of bullet comments floated by. Ha ha ha, Luffy really made me laugh to death. Excuse me, how did you get out of this mountain of sticky rice? Can't you just eat all the sticky rice? Ha ha ha. Originally, I thought Luffy might be suffocated to death by the sticky rice, but I didn't expect that the fact was that he was almost choked to death by the sticky rice, dog head. Luffy's complaints are really funny. If you fight against the people of the Big Mom pirates, you can't win without eating something, haha. Thinking back to when Luffy was fighting Cracker not long ago, he cried while eating cookies. This is the first time I've seen Luffy cry because of eating. After eating the endless supply of cookie soldiers, Luffy now has to eat this pile of mochi. He can't stop eating. Luffy. I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. But to be honest, this should be an advantage for Luffy. After all, as long as Luffy has enough food to replenish, he can quickly recover his physical strength. Closing square bracket. Yeah, eating is like restoring health and mana for Luffy, which is a huge advantage. Luffy. You think this is your home court? Wrong. This is actually my home court. Dog head. By the way, don't you think it's a bit strange? Katakuri is a man who can even interrupt casting. Luffy can't even open Gear 4 in front of him, but he didn't choose to finish Luffy with one blow, but just pressed Luffy under the sticky rice mountain. Yeah, this is actually very strange. Since Katakuri knows how to interrupt casting, how could he not understand the importance of finishing off and rooting out the grass? So I reasonably suspect that Katakuri is deliberately letting Luffy go, and even sent Luffy so much sticky rice to replenish his stamina. Indeed, I think the analysis above makes sense. Otherwise, no matter how anxious Katakuri is to eat snacks, he can't even have time to give Luffy the final blow. Closing square bracket. That's right, Katakuri is really letting Luffy win. Katakuri. Good disciple, are you tired? Come and have some snacks, let's take a break, and then continue the class, dog head. Opening square bracket dash 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 closing square bracket. Tony Chopper. Huh, I was scared to death. I almost thought Luffy was going to be suffocated to death under that sticky rice mountain. Usopp. He actually ate all the sticky rice on him and got out from under that sticky rice mountain. He is indeed worthy of being Luffy. Roronoa Zoro. Charlotte Katakuri's strength is really terrifying. If he hadn't held back just now and had dealt Luffy a fatal blow. DC. Vinsmoke Sanji. Fortunately, that guy was in a hurry to eat snacks, otherwise Luffy would be in real danger. Closing square bracket. Kaido. Are you in a hurry to have snacks? Why do I feel that Linlin's son is deliberately letting him win? Shiki. Yeah, is it really that urgent to have snacks? It's still plenty of time to deal with the Straw Hat Boy first and then have snacks. In my opinion, Linlin's son is definitely letting him win. Haha. Edward Newgate. Gulala. No wonder the video says that the kid from Linlin's family is also the background of the Straw Hat Boy. This letting him win is really familiar. Charlotte Linlin. No, I don't think Katakuri is letting him win. Because having snacks is indeed a very important thing. Katakuri has already delayed the snack time by 40 minutes to deal with the Straw Hat Boy. If it were me, I would definitely not wait for a second. Rox D. Zebek. PFF'd. I can only say that you are really worthy of you, Linlin. John. Ha ha ha. From this point of view, Katakuri is definitely Linlin's biological child is definitely his. Silver Axe. I'm afraid only Linlin's brain circuit would think that Katakuri's behavior in the video is normal, right? Akoku. If Katakuri is the same as Linlin, then in a sense, his behavior in the video may not be a slack, but he really can't wait for snacks. Charlotte Bree. Like my mother, I also believe that Katakuri brother is definitely not deliberately slack, because snacks are an extremely important thing. Charlotte Owen. Yes, Katakuri brother has delayed snack time for a full 40 minutes to deal with the Straw Hat Boy. If he delays any longer, he will go crazy. Charlotte Cracker. I also think that at this time, snacks are more important than completely solving the Straw Hat Boy. There is nothing wrong with Katakuri brother's behavior. Gal D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. You Charlotte family are really a bunch of weirdos. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After Luffy crawled out of the glutinous rice Yamanaka, he quickly locked Katakuri's position through observation haki. He knew that the other party was hiding in the house made of glutinous rice at the moment. Luffy quickly digested the food in his body. His huge and fat body instantly returned to its original state. Then, he used the elephant gun move without hesitation. The huge fist immediately blasted towards the house built of glutinous rice. The pastry chefs wanted to stop it, but they were completely powerless. Bang! Boom! In an instant, the house was blasted to pieces and collapsed. And Katakuri, who was in the house at the moment, also revealed his figure. In the ruins of the house, Katakuri changed his previous cold hockey image. He was lying on the ground without any scruples. He held a cup of black tea in one hand. He held a donut in the other hand and put it into his mouth. The mouth that had been hidden under the heavy scarf now grew bigger, revealing 2 rows of sharp and terrifying fangs in his mouth. Katakuri closed his eyes tightly, with an expression of great comfort and enjoyment on his face. Ah! Donuts! Delicious donuts! Donuts to eat while lying down. Taboo, immorality, and donuts. Supreme happiness is right now. Delicious donuts. While eating, Katakuri also sighed with happiness a few times. Obviously, compared to the image of the cold hockey in front of people on weekdays. At this moment, this man who was lying on the ground eating donuts without scruples and didn't care about his image, is Katakuri's true face, a true face unknown to others. At this moment, the narration sounded Katakuri's sister Brulee's previous words to a passage Luffy said. He has never laid down in his life. A man looking down at the ground. Always noble, calm, and powerful. An absolutely perfect man. This is our brother Katakuri. At this moment, Brulee's previous descriptions, it formed an extremely sharp contrast with the man eating donuts on the ground. He noticed the movement around him. Katakuri slowly opened his eyes. When he saw being after Luffy destroyed the house, even Katakuri was stunned for a moment. He had never been exposed in front of anyone before. Now he was exposed in public. The picture was frozen. The army of barges passed by. Here it comes. Katakuri's famous social death scene. It's really embarrassing to be seen by others in this state. It's over. After seeing this, I can't help but feel embarrassed for others again. I'm the same. After watching this, my toes have already dug out a 3-bedroom apartment for Katakuri. Luffy is really ignorant. Your teacher Katakuri gave you a break and sent you snacks, but you actually destroyed his house. On behalf of the majority of netizens, I condemn Luffy. Is it easy for Katakuri to be a teacher? He finally wanted to have a snack and take a break, but he was. Luffy just exposed his biggest secret. It's really hard for Katakuri-sensei. Luffy is so ignorant, but he still helps Luffy with special training observation haki. Katakuri-sensei is really, I'm crying. Opening square bracket dash 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 closing square bracket. Charlotte Flamp. Is this person in the video really Katakuri-sensei? Charlotte Blowaway. Is it fake? How could Katakuri-sensei lie on the ground and eat donuts without caring about his image? It must be fake. Charlotte Angel. Our Katakuri-sensei is the most perfect man in the world, noble, strong, and calm. How could he look like this in the video? Charlotte Castard. What's wrong with the mouth of Katakuri-sensei in the video? Both sides of his mouth are cracked, and there are fangs everywhere. He looks like a monster. So scary, so ugly. Charlotte Mozart. How could such an ugly guy be the perfect Katakuri brother in our minds? When the video was played to this point, many children of the Charlotte family suddenly jumped out to question and speak out on the screen. In the minds of most of them, Charlotte Katakuri is a perfect brother. They can't accept that the perfect brother in their minds has such a contrasting side. Katakuri was a little angry at this moment. He didn't expect that this video would expose the side of him that he had hidden for decades in front of everyone. Because of that mouth, when Katakuri was a child, he was often ridiculed and excluded by his friends. In order to cover the crack that he regarded as a shortcoming. Since then, Katakuri has been wrapped in that thick scarf regardless of spring, summer, autumn and winter, completely covering his mouth. He has painstakingly created a perfect image for so many years. But it was destroyed today. How could he not be angry? It's all the fault of the Straw Hat Boy. If he hadn't broken the sticky house, even this video wouldn't have revealed my true face. In anger, Katanen couldn't help thinking. He directed his anger at Luffy. And it was at this time. In the movie chat group, Luffy suddenly spoke. Monkey D. Luffy. What, is this the true face of the sticky boy under his scarf? His mouth is so cool, I really don't understand why he always wears a scarf to cover such a cool mouth. Frankie. Yeah, this look is so cool, so manly. Roronoa Zoro. Maybe it's because this look is so cool, and he wants to be low-key, so he covers his mouth with a scarf. Vinsmoke Sanji. Damn, I didn't expect that there are men more handsome than me in this world, I really can't accept it. Charlotte Brûlée. That's right. I think Straw Hat Crew is right. Katakuri brother, your real look is indeed quite manly, even cooler than when you were wearing a scarf. Charlotte Perospero. Haha, Katakuri, you look so nostalgic, this is what I remember you looked like when you were a child, but it's a pity that you have been wearing a scarf since then, and I can't see it even if I want to. Charlotte Cracker. Brother Katakuri, no matter what you look like, you are the coolest in my heart, and the most perfect man in the world. Charlotte Katakuri. You guys. Looking at the people in the movie chat group who suddenly spoke for him. Katakuri only felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Especially, he never thought that. The first person who took the initiative to stand up and speak for him. It turned out to be his enemy, the Straw Hat Boy. It was Luffy's words that opened the scene first. This led everyone to speak for him. At this moment, the anger in Katakuri's heart had subsided unconsciously. He no longer felt that it was embarrassing for his true face to be exposed in front of everyone. He gladly accepted it all. Straw Hat Boy Luffy. What a special man. At this moment, Katakuri gradually began to understand why this video said that he was the background and teacher of the Straw Hat Boy. In the distant future, perhaps it is possible. Chapter 61. This is what real teaching island. Rayleigh, the mediocre teacher, Kaji, the famous teacher. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The sticky rice house was smashed. His true appearance was exposed to everyone. Katakuri's expression suddenly became extremely cold and angry. You all saw it. The scene of me eating. He shouted angrily. He immediately killed all the pastry chefs without hesitation. Then he turned around. He rushed towards Luffy again. You are still alive. I was wrong not to see you die with my own eyes. I really can't bear it anymore. Katakuri seemed to be explaining why he didn't give Luffy a fatal blow before. Then, he punched out fiercely. The momentum was fierce. Luffy punched forward. Two fists covered with black armament haki collided in midair. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. Luffy suddenly stepped back a few steps. It hurts, it hurts. He shook his palm in pain. The palm that had fought Katakuri before was swollen. This was incredible for Luffy, who was a rubber man and used armament haki. Katakuri looked at Luffy coldly and said, among armament haki, quote, there are also strong and weak ones. Several comments passed by. Take notes. Teacher Ka is teaching again. Luffy, didn't you understand? Teacher Ka is talking about this. Katakuri's meaning is obviously that Luffy's armament haki is not strong enough and needs more practice. Closing square bracket. Katakuri not only teaches Luffy for free, but also provides him with a sparring service for free. Where can you find such a good teacher? Teacher Katakuri, yards. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The video continues to play. The guy who saw my true face. No one can be left alive. Katakuri's voice sounded very angry. He attacked Luffy again, and this time, Luffy actually managed to dodge Katakuri's attack. Not only that, while dodging, he also took the opportunity to counterattack. He successfully kicked Katakuri in the chin. Didn't dodge, kicked. The attack hit Katakuri, which made Luffy himself feel a little incredible. He quickly distanced himself from Katakuri, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. I seem to be beginning to understand a little bit. Your ability. After that, Luffy quickly turned on the fourth gear, entering the Elastic Man mode. His figure jumped high and floated in the air. You are indeed very strong, but not invincible. As soon as the voice fell, Luffy suddenly launched the Ape King Spear. Facing this attack, Katakuri did not dodge. Instead, he chose to cross his arms to block in front of him. Boom! With one blow, the huge force of the Ape King Spear blasted Katakuri's figure back dozens of meters away. Even he couldn't help spitting out a small mouthful of blood. Katakuri's body hit a thick pillar behind him. The pillar broke and collapsed immediately. But Katakuri's figure still did not stop. He continued to fly backwards. One hit was successful. Luffy became more and more certain of his guess. I thought you were invincible. Armament haki is supposed to be an ability that can grab entities, and it can work even on Logia, but it penetrated your body. It turns out that I was wrong. My attack can still hit you. While speaking, Luffy flashed and rushed in front of Katakuri again. He aimed at the opponent's face and punched him again. This punch also landed firmly on Katakuri's face. He blasted the opponent a long distance again. Luffy continued, no matter how strong your armament haki is, as long as I use the fourth gear, I will never lose. It's not your sticky rice ability that's powerful. It's your observation haki, right? Rhino Howitzer. Luffy roared and attacked again. The two legs compressed by the spring kicked out suddenly. It hit Katakuri like a powerful cannon. Katakuri's body was blasted far away again. Just when he was about to fall on his back, Katakuri suddenly twisted his body. He forced himself to stand up again. At this time, Luffy's attack came again. Rubber, Ape King Crow Cannon. Countless fists wrapped in black armament haki fell from a high place. They bombarded Katakuri like a storm. But this time, Katakuri was not hit again. He stood firmly in place. Sticky Raya's body kept deforming and twisting. Perfectly avoided all of Luffy's punches. It's really amazing that you can see through this so quickly. Katakuri suddenly praised Luffy. That's right. I just used the deformation to avoid your attack more efficiently. Using observation haki can predict the future. Katakuri calmly avoided all of Luffy's attacks. While continuing slowly, I was a little too excited just now, so you had the opportunity to take advantage of me. After all, if I am not calm enough, there is no way to activate the haki of observation. 174. How many years have I not been hit by anyone? I understand the reason why my brother Cracker lost to you. Quote. After saying this, Katakuri no longer just passively avoided Luffy's attack. Unparalleled donut. The surrounding ground was instantly assimilated into glutinous rice. The glutinous rice quickly gathered towards Luffy's arms. Luffy's hands were handcuffed like a pair of handcuffs. Then, powerful Mochi. 2 huge fists made of glutinous rice slammed into Luffy's abdomen mercilessly. It instantly blasted him hundreds of meters away. It didn't stop until it hit the wall in the distance. Katakuri looked at Luffy with cold eyes and said in a deep voice. I won't let you take advantage of me again. Quote dash dot 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 quote. We're back to the starting point again. The screen freezes. A large army of bullet comments floats by. Huh, what a hardy battle. This battle is back and forth, so exciting. No, this battle seems to be back and forth, but in fact it is still Katakuri's one-sided crushing of Luffy. Closing square bracket. If Katakuri hadn't deliberately let Luffy go in the previous wave, Luffy would not have been able to hit him. Closing square bracket. Yeah, I feel that Katakuri was just letting Luffy go in the previous wave so that Luffy would understand why his current attacks didn't work on him. Closing square bracket. Indeed, if Katakuri hadn't let Luffy go in this wave, Luffy would definitely not have been able to see so quickly that Katakuri didn't rely on the ability of the Mochi fruit, but on the observation haki that predicts the future. Closing square bracket. In order to make Luffy understand this as soon as possible, Katakuri even let himself be hit so many times by Luffy. It was really selfless. Not only that, which good person would explain his abilities in detail to the enemy during the battle? I'm afraid it's only Katakuri. Indeed, Katakuri actually explained his abilities to Luffy while fighting, and explained it so clearly. Isn't this equivalent to telling him all his cards? You don't understand this, right? This is the good intention of Katakuri as a teacher. The so-called teaching by example, this is exactly the case. Teacher Katakuri is really serious and responsible. Rayleigh, come here and take a good look at how this teacher is. Dog head. Opening square bracket dot 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 closing square bracket. Silver Rayleigh. So that's how the son of Linlin's family teaches Luffy. I learned it. Galdi Roger. Haha, Rayleigh, you are not angry when you were chased and teased by those barrages. Silver Rayleigh. Hee hee, what's there to be angry about? If Luffy improves faster under Linlin's son than under me, then it means that my teaching level is indeed not good, I admit it, haha. Copper Jabba. You old guy is quite open-minded, but judging from the current battle between the two in the video, the Straw Hat Boy does not seem to have made any obvious progress. Closing square bracket. Shanks. That's true. Judging from the current situation, it is not enough to prove that Katakuri's teaching level is higher than Mr. Rayleigh. It's more of a joke in the comments. Closing square bracket. Edward Newgate. Gulala. In fact, strictly speaking, the actions of Linlin's son in the video are not really teaching, they are just fighting. Closing square bracket. Kaido. Although Linlin's son is more or less suspected of letting the game go, it seems that all his actions can be explained. For the time being, there is no way to prove that he is really teaching the Straw Hat Boy. Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri, you have to be more serious and deal with the Straw Hat Boy as soon as possible. Don't embarrass our Charlotte family. Charlotte Cracker. That's right. This video actually said that I lost to the Straw Hat Boy. How abominable. Brother Katakuri, you must defeat him for me. Charlotte Katakuri. It's useless for you to tell me these things. Even I can't interfere with or change the future. Now I can only be a spectator. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play one. The battle between Luffy and Katakuri continues. After Katakuri regained his composure, the observation haki that predicts the future comes into play again. Even if Luffy is in the 4th gear, the speed of the attack is far greater than before. But it still can't hit Katakuri. For a moment, the situation on the field reversed again. Luffy gradually fell into a disadvantage again. Not only that, as time goes by little, the haki in Luffy's body is also being consumed rapidly. His Gear 4 will soon be over. Once Gear 4 is released, he will then fall into a 10-minute haki depletion period. He will no longer be able to use the haki in his body. Righto. Luffy, who is now fully engaged in the battle, does not seem to realize this. He is still attacking Katakuri relentlessly. I don't believe you won't show any flaws. As long as you show any flaws, I will definitely defeat you. Luffy said this firmly while attacking. Hearing this, Katakuri suddenly said, "RDE, you are about to collapse." Quote. As soon as these words came out, Luffy was stunned for a moment. It was not until then that he realized this belatedly. He hurriedly stopped his body that was originally rushing towards Katakuri. Yes, the time for the fourth gear is almost up. Okay, then stop for now. After saying this, he immediately turned around and flew away without hesitation. Want to distance myself from Katakuri as much as possible. Thanks for reminding me. I won't be able to use Haki for 10 minutes later. Without Haki, it's even more impossible for me to defeat you. You have to get as far away as possible first, Luffy said as he flew away. And Katakuri stood quietly in place, watching Luffy gradually disappear in the background. There seemed to be some silence for a while. The barrage passed by. Ha ha ha. These two really made me laugh to death. How could this be a life and death battle? Katakuri is really a good person. He even reminded Luffy that the fourth gear time is almost up. He even used the observation Haki that foresaw the future, otherwise how did he know that Luffy was about to deflate? Katakuri. My stupid apprentice, if you don't stop and run away quickly, I won't even be able to let you go later. If the opponent is not the teacher Katakuri, who would be so remiss? Luffy ran away directly, adding, indeed, if Ming saw this scene, he would probably be furious, ha 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 ha. Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. The video continued to play. Soon, Luffy retreated from the fourth gear form. He ran away without looking back. He wanted to stay as far away from Katakuri as possible, to buy time for himself to recover Haki. Katakuri controlled the ground assimilated by glutinous rice to chase Luffy from behind. But he almost caught up with the opponent every time. He was always narrowly avoided by Luffy again and again. After running away for a while, Luffy suddenly found Charlotte Brûlée who was hiding in the corner. So he immediately grabbed her. He used the opponent's mirror fruit ability to escape from this mirror world. But Katakuri was still locked in it. He could no longer continue to chase Luffy. Seeing Luffy successfully escaped, Katakuri stood there and sighed helplessly. But he didn't do much. The barrage passed by. Look, Katakuri is letting him go again. Luffy is in a weak period after the end of Gear 4, and Katakuri can't catch up with him. Even at his peak, Luffy's speed is not as fast as Katakuri. At this moment, he is in a weak state. If Katakuri really wants to catch up with him, it will be easy. Closing square bracket. And Katakuri's observation Haki can also predict the future. I don't believe he didn't predict the scene of Luffy taking Brûlée and escaping from the mirror world. Closing square bracket. But he still didn't choose to stop it, which shows that he was deliberately letting Luffy escape. Closing square bracket. Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. The video continues. After escaping from the mirror world, Luffy used Brûlée's ability to flee around the small islands of the Toto Land Kingdom. He finally stopped when he hid in an empty room with no one to catch her breath and rest. Brûlée was tied tightly behind Luffy with a rope, and said helplessly, "What do you want to do? If you want to escape, just go to Coco Island." Luffy was surprised. Huh. How did you know? This was the escape route he had discussed with Nami and others before. Nami and others will go to Coco Island to meet Luffy. Brûlée replied, "I overheard your conversation before." Luffy suddenly realized what he said, and he stopped caring about Brûlée, but began to talk to himself. Haki will be depleted if we fight a protracted war. Quote, that guy's observation Haki will definitely weaken. But if you want to defeat that guy with just this, it will definitely not work. Can I see it too? Quote. Luffy kept talking to himself. His tone and expression gradually became firm. I want to surpass that guy. I want to beat that guy who uses all his strength. That man with a billion bounty. Chapter 62. Laugh at the jokes, not the people. Ka is a real man. After making such a decision in his heart, once the 10-minute Haki depletion period was over, Luffy returned to the mirror world with Brûlée. Soon, He came to Katakuri again. He looked at the other party with a serious and firm look. Katakuri stood there with his arms folded. Looking at Luffy who had returned, he said, "We just met again, don't look so fierce. Answer me a question. It doesn't matter if you ran away just now, after all, the opponent is me, and no one will laugh at you. But why did you come back? Compared to the shame of being regarded as a deserter, would you rather choose death? Zeit, you finally know the huge gap in strength between us. So you came to beg me to let you join your mother's army." Facing Katakuri's question, Luffy took a deep breath and adjusted his state. Then he swung his fist suddenly and attacked Katakuri. He said loudly and firmly, quote, "I'll beat you." Katakuri easily avoided Luffy's attack and said indifferently, "That option doesn't exist." The two of them started a fierce battle again. The picture freezes. In that situation just now, Luffy could have chosen to run away directly, but in the end he chose to come back and continue fighting with Katakuri. Closing square bracket. This is Luffy's resolution. If he has to run away when facing the cadres under the four emperors, how can he become the Pirate King? Okay, I admit that Luffy is still quite courageous. Haha, look at what you said. If Luffy just ran away during the free advanced version of observation hockey teaching and sparring class, wouldn't he be stupid? Ha ha ha. Indeed, if Luffy just ran away, he would miss the next teaching and sparring with Katakuri. Thank goodness. So I think Luffy's running back has nothing to do with courage or anything. The main reason is that he simply wants to come back to continue the class, dog head. Luffy. Run away. No, I still have to go back to class. Dog head. Luffy. Coach, I want to learn observation hockey that predicts the future. Dog head. Katakuri. No problem, but this time, before you have completely mastered the observation hockey that predicts the future, hockey, we are not allowed to leave. Get out of class again, dog head. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Cracker. That Straw Hat Kid, he had a chance to escape just now, but he dared to come back. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Charlotte Owen. That's right. Does he really think he can beat Katakuri brother? Charlotte Daifuku. In my opinion, the behavior of Straw Hat Kid running back to challenge Katakuri brother is simply seeking death. Charlotte Smoothie. However, his fearless spirit is quite admirable, but even so, he will never be able to beat Katakuri brother. Galdi Roger. Does Straw Hat Kid want to use the battle with Katakuri and the pressure of facing a strong enemy to help himself quickly improve observation hockey? Edward Newgate. Gulala, what a courageous kid, but I don't know if he can really quickly master the observation hockey that can foresee the future. Shanks. Haha, I believe Luffy can definitely do it. Monkey D. Luffy. That's right, I also believe that I can definitely do it. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After another fierce battle, Luffy's injuries became more and more serious. He was beaten black and blue. His physical strength and breath were greatly reduced. However, even with so many injuries, Luffy was still able to stand up again and again. He continued to fight Katakuri without flinching. Quote. Your eyes are still alive. After knocking Luffy out again, Katakuri said to himself in some confusion. It's really incomprehensible. It's shameful enough to fall down. Katakuri couldn't understand why Luffy was so persistent and tenacious. There was a huge gap in strength between him and himself. There was no hope of winning at all. But Luffy can still get up from the ground again and again. His eyes were extremely firm from beginning to end, and never wavered. It was as if the opponent had always been convinced that he could defeat this enemy. With this puzzlement, Katakuri continued to attack Luffy. Luffy tried to dodge with observation hockey again and again, but each time ended in failure. After being knocked to the ground for who knows how many times, Luffy stood up staggeringly. He let out a roar of unwillingness. Seeing this, Katakuri said in a deep voice, "You are too anxious. The more you want to stand up, the more I don't want you to stand. If you want to throw a sitting punch, I will hit your left shoulder. If you want to throw a right punch, I will hit your right shoulder. In the end, you can't do anything. Song can only worry about it. BDAF. I'm just feeling very unhappy. Hehe, this is what happens when your actions are seen through." facing the ridicule from Katakuri. Luffy didn't pay attention, but he stood there and took a deep breath. Calm himself down. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, Katakuri suddenly punched Luffy, and Luffy, who closed his eyes tightly, seemed to have expected it. He also punched back. Bang! The two huge fists collided fiercely in the air. Katakuri dodged and kicked Luffy away. His face showed a look of shock and surprise. This guy is really, although the probability is very low, he did see the same future as me just now. The previous wave of collision. Let Katakuri find out. Luffy seems to have gradually begun to use observation haki to predict the future occasionally. This speed of progress is really amazing. Even Katakuri finds it incredible. Of course, with only this half-baked prediction of the future, Katakuri doesn't think Luffy has a chance to beat him. He looked at Luffy, who had fallen to the ground for who knows how many times, and said, "Don't stand up again. Your plan is all exposed. Meet at Cocoa Island at 1 o'clock, right? Your companions will be completely defeated by our people before they reach Cocoa Island. And what awaits you on Cocoa Island will only be my brothers and rows of fleets. So even if you can escape from here, the ending will be the same." Quote. Hearing Katakuri's words, Luffy panted and responded with difficulty. "But, I will definitely appear from the mirror." Luffy stood up from the ground again with his seriously injured body. He continued with an extremely firm tone. "I will beat you up. Then I must appear from the mirror. Because those guys, they all trust me." While speaking, Luffy rushed forward again, fought with Katakuri. However, at this moment, he can be said to be at the end of his strength. Facing Katakuri, whose condition has not declined much, there is no chance of winning at all. After a moment, Luffy was knocked to the ground again without any suspense. "Don't stand up again, how can you win?" Katakuri said to Luffy. However, he was more and more shocked. Because he found that, in the battles again and again, Luffy's observation haki was getting closer and closer to him. If this continues, maybe the opponent will surpass him. Thinking like this, Katakuri slowly raised the trident, Earth Dragon, in his hand. He was ready to give Luffy the final blow. Luffy panted and slowly got up from the ground. However, as he got up, a small hidden arrow suddenly flew out from a corner. It accurately pierced Luffy's right leg. Luffy noticed it and turned his head to look at his right leg. But Katakuri's attack was right in front of him. He didn't have any extra energy to care about the hidden arrow piercing his leg. Mochi stab. The trident in Katakuri's hand stabbed straight at Luffy with great speed. Luffy dodged and tried to dodge. However, the right leg that was pierced by the hidden arrow seemed to have suddenly lost consciousness and could not exert any strength no matter what. This made it impossible for him to dodge at all, and his body staggered and moved slowly. The next moment, the trident in Katakuri's hand stabbed directly and fiercely on Luffy's left abdomen. It completely pierced his entire left abdomen at once. Blood spurted out immediately. Luffy also let out a scream of extreme pain. Then he fell heavily to the ground. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. In addition, it can be said that it hit the vital point. Luffy's breath began to weaken rapidly. He lay on the ground and covered his injured abdomen with his hands. Blood continued to flow out from between his fingers uncontrollably, and he couldn't even stop it. It took a long time for him to get up again. The scene freezes here. The army of bullet comments floats by again. FK. There is a conspiracy. It was Charlotte Flamp, the swordsman. He actually attacked by surprise, no martial ethics. Damn, Luffy and Katakuri are fighting, and this swordsman is actually doing something beside them. He is so fierce. FK. I am so angry. Where is my sword? Someone, bring my sword. I am going to chop Flamp, the swordsman. Luffy was really injured this time. His entire left abdomen was directly penetrated. There is one of the most important organs of a man there, the kidney. Luffy, the harem king, was stabbed in the kidney. How can he tolerate this? I can't tolerate it. I absolutely can't tolerate it. If this scene is seen by the Empress, Charlotte Flamp, the swordsman, will be waiting for the Empress's big perfume femur. Opening square bracket ... Closing square bracket. Charlotte Flampy. So I was the one who shot the arrow in the video. I didn't expect that I could help Katakuri. He will definitely praise me as a good sister for this, right? Hee hee. Charlotte Katakuri. Frampy, who told you to meddle in other people's business? Charlotte Flampy. Charlotte Katakuri. This is a fight between me and the Straw Hat Boy. No one else needs to intervene. You are insulting both me and the Straw Hat Boy by doing this. Gall D. Roger. Haha. Well said. In a duel between men, if someone intervenes, it is an insult to the two people who are dueling. Edward Newgate. Lin, it seems that you have to discipline your children. Even among pirates, the behavior of your daughter named Frampy is quite despicable. Charlotte Lin. Flamp, did you hear me? Don't do unnecessary things in the future. Even in the world of pirates, we still need to be kind and righteous. Charlotte Flamp. I was wrong, I'm sorry, Mom. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Katakuri looked at Luffy, who fell to the ground. He seemed to be a little disappointed and annoyed and said, "What's wrong with you? You slipped." He stepped forward and kicked Luffy away. Then he pursued the victory. He thrust the trident at Luffy again. Luffy dodged with difficulty, but his movements were obviously much slower than before. The previous wave of injuries. His condition was greatly affected. Facing Katakuri's fierce attack, it became increasingly difficult to resist. He was about to lose. Katakuri continued to attack and continued. A moment of carelessness is enough to determine the outcome. Why did you suddenly relax? Looking at Luffy, who could only passively take the beating, Katakuri was extremely confused. What's wrong with you, Straw Hat Boy? I just thought you were still capable at the beginning. You let me down. Just as Katakuri was confused in his heart, Luffy on the opposite side once again trembled and climbed up from the ground. And at this moment, another small hidden arrow flew silently from a distance. It stabbed Luffy accurately, but this time, Luffy seemed to have noticed it in advance. He dodged it with a flick of his body. However, in his current state, this flicker also caused him to lose balance again and fall to the ground. Katakuri walked slowly towards Luffy. Suddenly, a loud laughter came from a corner not far behind him. Katakuri turned his head and looked. Then he saw his sister Charlotte Flamp hiding there and laughing. There were also a group of Big Mom Pirates men around Flamp. From the conversation of these people, Katakuri quickly understood what was going on. He immediately turned around and walked towards the location where Yeben and others were. I see. It was all your trick, Flamp. You used your best silent blowgun to stop that guy's action. In the tense battle, the guy's spirit suddenly broke for a moment. Quote, although I felt something was wrong, I still took advantage of this flaw and stabbed him in the abdomen, giving him a fatal blow. Such a victory or defeat. Do you think I want it? Katakuri walked towards Flampy in silence, thinking so in his heart. And Flampy saw Katakuri walking towards her. She thought that this most admired brother was going to praise her for her actions. She couldn't wait to greet him happily. Righto. Just when she opened her arms and came to Katakuri, Katakuri said in an extremely cold voice, "What's so funny about you?" His expression was extremely serious and angry. The next moment, I saw Katakuri suddenly turn the trident in his hand around. He stabbed his left abdomen without hesitation. Just like the blow he had pierced Luffy's abdomen before. This time his abdomen was also pierced mercilessly by the trident in his hand. In an instant, blood splattered. Even Flampy's face, not far ahead, was splashed with a lot of blood. Then, Katakuri slowly raised his hand and took off the scarf from his neck, exposing his big mouth full of fangs. He roared at his sister in anger. A duel between men. We don't need such superficial assistance. Chapter 63. Do you see that, son? That's my protagonist Halo. In the picture, Katakuri completely took off his disguise in front of everyone. He threw away the scarf that always covered his mouth. The gaping mouth full of fangs looked very scary. Flamp, who was waiting for her brother's praise, suddenly disappeared from her smile. She was caught off guard by this sudden scene. She immediately screamed and retreated to the back. She kept shouting, "Don't come over. Don't touch me, monster." Katakuri looked at Flamp, who ran away, and continued, "If you want to laugh at that idiot, laugh at me too." The picture freezes here. Dense comments continued to pour out from the screen. FK. Katakuri is a real man. Katakuri's move directly brought out his personality charm. So handsome Katakuri. I admit that you are even more handsome than me who just took a shower. This is a real man, he doesn't even bother to do any dirty tricks in a duel. Although I have been joking about Katakuri-sensei letting Luffy off before, but, laugh or not, Katakuri is a real man. I have to say that Katakuri is really cruel to himself. He stabbed himself in the waist without even blinking. Now, Luffy and Katakuri can be regarded as friends who have stabbed each other in the waist together, dog head. Not only that, Katakuri's move of taking off his scarf is also quite handsome. This scarf has been worn on his neck for decades as a disguise, but at this moment he pulled it off without hesitation. Katakuri actually said that if you want to laugh if Luffy says that, even I will laugh at him. Is this the doting of a teacher on his students? I am crying. If this is not love, dog head. Luffy and Katakuri are a pair, I will support them first. Dog head. Hey, don't support all the pairs. Supporting all will only hurt you. Nonsense. Supporting all will only make my nutrition more balanced, dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Gall D. Roger. Hiss. Awesome. Linlin's son is really a man. Seeing this, I can't help but admire him a little. Edward Newgate. Gulala, I didn't expect Linlin to give birth to such an excellent son. Linlin, you are really lucky. Kaido. That kid from Linlin's family is right. A duel between men doesn't need any superficial help. Shanks. Haha, Katakuri, I admire you very much. Would you like to consider coming to my ship and being our partner? Charlotte Linlin. Red hair. You dare to dig my son in front of me, I think you are tired of living. Shanks. Haha, just kidding, don't take it so seriously, BIGMOM. Monkey D. Luffy. It seems that the sticky rice man is quite loyal. I like him very much. If possible, I really don't want to become his enemy in the future, he. Charlotte Katakuri. Straw Hat Boy, I admire you too, but if you are destined to be an enemy of your mother in the future, I will still fight you. Charlotte Flamp. In the video, I was actually bullied by Katakuri brother, woo. Charlotte Blue. Flamp, you were wrong in the first place. How could you interfere in the duel between Katakuri and Straw Hat Boy in such a dirty way? Charlotte Cracker. That's right. Flamp, if you interfered with me, I wouldn't be as gentle as Katakuri and just scold you. Charlotte Owen. Flamp, I originally thought you were the most sensible one among all the sisters, but your behavior in the video is really annoying. Charlotte Flamp. Rox D. Zebek. Come to think of it, the speed of Straw Hat Boy's observation hockey improvement in the video does seem to be a bit amazing. John. Yes, I also noticed that from the beginning when he couldn't predict the future to now when he can predict the future more and more frequently, his observation hockey is indeed improving and progressing at an unimaginable speed. Silver Axe. In just one battle, he was able to achieve this level. The talent of the Straw Hat Boy is really scary. Akoku. No wonder those comments said that Rayleigh's teaching level was not good. He taught for a year or two and only taught the basic usage of observation hockey. However, Linlin's son taught the Straw Hat Boy for a short time and let him master the observation hockey that predicts the future. Shiki. Ha. In comparison, Rayleigh, you are really just a mediocre teacher. Silver Rayleigh. Ha, it seems to be true. I am not as good as him. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Facing Katakuri's accusation, looking at the other party's ugly and scary mouth. Flamp felt that the image of the perfect brother in her mind in the past collapsed instantly. She began to spit and laugh at Katakuri crazily. She even spit on his face. Katakuri ignored it, he just turned around silently. He came back to Luffy. He looked at Luffy and apologized with a serious look. Sorry, I was too stupid to notice the needle. Luffy stood up with difficulty and said nonchalantly, there is no such thing as meanness in the victory or defeat of pirates. If you want to blame someone, blame myself for not dodging. The two looked at each other. Suddenly, they spoke in tacit understanding. The crowd is very noisy. It doesn't matter, they will soon lose their balance anyway. The voice fell. Two powerful conquerors' hockey burst out from Luffy and Katakuri at the same time. The two conquerors' hockey swept around in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a large area around them was completely covered. And the next moment, not far away, Flamp and her group of subordinates were laughing at Luffy and Katakuri. All of them foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. The originally noisy mirror world immediately became quiet. Except for Luffy and Katakuri, there was no third person standing on the field. No one could disturb the duel between Luffy and Katakuri. Katakuri looked at Luffy and said seriously, "Number 83, I don't think you are weaker than me." Luffy responded with a firm look. "Really? I'm so happy. Thank you. I want to win." The picture freezes. The barrage of comments floated by again. FK. This scene of two people driving conquerors together is so cool. Brothers, let's get excited. Maybe this is the mutual respect between men. Katakuri even threw away his weapon. Is he going to fight Luffy next? Fist to fist is the romance of real men. Katakuri said that he no longer thinks Luffy is weaker than him. Does this mean that Luffy will be able to graduate soon? That's right, Luffy has been recognized by Katakuri, his teacher. The next battle is actually a graduation exam in a sense. Doghead. As long as Luffy can perform well in the next graduation exam, he can successfully graduate from Katakuri, the old capital. Doghead. The video continues to play. The battle between Luffy and Katakuri started again. Now both of them are seriously injured. The condition is no longer as good as in their prime. But they did not retreat or hold back at all. Try your best. He devoted himself to this duel. Although Luffy's observation haki improved rapidly during this battle. But compared with Katakuri, who has been famous for a long time. Obviously, there is still a big gap. In the next battle, Luffy is still at a disadvantage. Facing Katakuri's swift and powerful attacks, he can only rely on the observation haki that can foresee the future to barely predict and dodge a small part of them. For the rest, he can only block them with his moves or resist them with his body. Occasionally, Luffy can find opportunities to give Katakuri some counterattacks. Inflict some not so serious injuries on the opponent. In this fierce battle back and forth, the injuries of both Luffy and Katakuri are getting worse. But obviously Luffy's injuries are more serious. His condition and physical strength are also declining more rapidly. But in this process, Luffy's observation haki has also improved again. He predicts the future more and more frequently. He is more and more adept at predicting and avoiding Katakuri's attacks. After a fierce battle, Luffy seems to be exhausted. He fell directly to the ground, breathing heavily. Katakuri stood not far away from him. He was also panting slightly. He looked at the fallen Luffy and asked loudly, "What's wrong, Straw Hat Boy? Is it over? Are you done?" Katakuri's tone no longer had the coldness and arrogance at the beginning. This inquiry sounded like he was not angry, but a little regretful. It seemed that he was still reluctant to finish the battle. He didn't want to end the battle in this way. He was looking forward to Luffy standing up again. And facing Katakuri's inquiry, Luffy, who was lying on the ground, responded while panting. Quote. 7. But he didn't even have time to finish a complete sentence. Katakuri had already known what the other party was going to say next through the observation haki that could foresee the future. Katakuri suddenly smiled and said, "I accept your challenge." At the same time as he said this, Luffy was also struggling to stand up from the ground again. He whispered, "Let this battle end. If you..." Luffy's words haven't been finished yet. Katakuri interrupted him again and said one step ahead. "I have already promised you." Hearing this, Luffy smiled. "This is the last one." He slowly raised one arm. He bit it with his mouth and blew suddenly. The next moment, Luffy entered the fourth gear again. But it was different from the previous fourth gear Elastic Man. This time, his figure in the fourth gear form is lighter and thinner. He is not as fat and bloated as the previous fourth gear Elastic Man. Quote. Snake Man. The picture freezes. The army of bullet comments appeared again. It's started. The final showdown. Luffy. Katakuri-sensei, this is my last wave. Doghead. Puff. What the hell is the last wave? The upstairs walked into the wrong set. It should be the last gear 4. Doghead. The last gear 4. Leopard-headed Lucci said that this sentence seemed familiar. When he was in Eni's lobby, Luffy was shouting something about the last gear 2, and then he defeated Lucci with a wave of jet guns, dog head. It can be seen that Katakuri really regarded Luffy as a sympathetic opponent. He was so reluctant to end the fight. Fortunately, our King Luffy has the male protagonist halo and the blood lock plug-in, otherwise he would have fallen down long ago, and how could he stand up again and again like in the video? Katakuri. Do you see that sea? Yes, I released it. Dog head. Oh, dash. Luffy. Do you see the blazing sun in the sky? That's right, that's my protagonist halo, dog head. Ha ha ha, you guys are really too much. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Soon, Luffy in the 4th gear Snake Man form and Katakuri started the final battle. Different from the original 4th gear Elastic Man form, Luffy's Snake Man form is not only faster, but also more flexible. Even the fists he swung out can suddenly change direction in the air. The attack path is even more puzzling. Faced with such a strange attack method, even Katakuri finds it difficult to predict and dodge. He began to be hit by Luffy's attacks frequently. Of course, Luffy himself is not doing well. Katakuri's attacks can also cause him considerable damage. After a fight, the injuries on both of them are getting worse and their conditions are declining sharply. Whether it is Luffy or Katakuri, both of them seem to be at the end of their strength. Under such circumstances, they also made the same decision. That is, to rely on the next last blow, and the victory or defeat will be decided by one move. This will free you, Straw Hat Boy, this is the last blow. Cut the Mochi. Katakuri shouted while swinging the Mochi fist with sharp spikes at Luffy with all his strength. Luffy was not to be outdone, and he also punched hard with full momentum. The rubber fist covered with armament hockey continued to extend forward in the air. Then it kept changing direction quickly like a flexible big snake. It was dazzling. Rubber King Cobra. In the roars of Luffy and Katakuri, the fists of the two crossed in the air, and they all hit each other's bodies with a clear goal. Bang! The two fists fell on Luffy and Katakuri almost at the same time. There was a neat muffled sound. The last full-strength attack of both hit the other. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Luffy and Katakuri both stood there in a daze. It was not until half a while later. Luffy fell first. His body, which had released the 4th gear, fell backwards. He fell into the deep pit blasted out by the previous battle. And just after Luffy fell, Katakuri's tall body also fell forward. He fell heavily to the ground and fell unconscious. For a while, this mirror world fell into a dead silence. All the sounds disappeared. Luffy and Katakuri both fainted due to exhaustion. Time passed by minute. I don't know how long it took. At the edge of the pit where Luffy fell before, a hand stretched out from inside and grabbed the ground tightly. Then Luffy climbed out of the pit with difficulty. Just when he thought he had won, a shadow suddenly fell over his head and covered him. Luffy looked up. Then he saw Katakuri had stood up again without knowing when. Chapter 64 The Evil Generation. Wrong. It's the Hungry Generation. Looking at Katakuri who had stood up again in front of him without knowing when, Luffy's expression froze. He climbed up from the ground with difficulty. His body was a little unstable and swayed from side to side. Just when Luffy was about to continue fighting, Katakuri in front of him suddenly asked, 113. Defeat Bogmom. Without any thought, Luffy answered without hesitation, of course, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Hearing this, Katakuri sighed softly at first. Then a smile of relief appeared on his face. He whispered to Luffy, you really are. You have seen a very distant future. After saying this, Katakuri's tall body suddenly fell backwards. With a bang, he fell directly to the ground behind him. This man who once regarded landing on his back as a shame. But at this moment, in front of Luffy, the enemy, he fell to the ground without any scruples. Luffy looked at Katakuri, who seemed to have fallen unconscious. His expression was slightly startled. After a while, he reached out to the straw hat behind him. On top of that straw hat, there was also a black top hat. That was the disguise he had made to break into the tea party of the ant. At this moment, Luffy slowly took the black top hat off his straw hat. Then he walked to the unconscious Katakuri. He bent down and gently covered the black top hat on the other's mouth. Completely covered Katakuri's gaping mouth full of fangs. After doing all this, Luffy dragged his seriously injured body, staggered towards the distance and left this mirror world. The 730 scene was frozen here. A dense army of bullet comments passed by again. It's over. This battle is finally over. Congratulations to Luffy for successfully mastering the advanced version of observation haki and successfully completing his apprenticeship. Dog head. Katakuri. I declare, get out of class dismissed. Dog head. Luffy. Goodbye, teacher. Dog head. It took only one battle for Luffy to learn observation haki, which can foresee the future. That old man surnamed Lei, come and take a look. This is what we call real teaching, this is what we call efficiency. Dog head. Look at Rayleigh, who has only taught Luffy the basics of observation haki after teaching for a year and a half. What is this? Head. Rayleigh, you mediocre teacher, come and get beaten. Dog head. By the way, Luffy's last move really touched me. He actually covered Katakuri's mouth with his hat. Closing square bracket. Indeed, I have to say that Luffy sometimes has a really high EQ. This is the mutual respect between Luffy and Katakuri. They have already acknowledged each other in this battle, and both sides appreciate each other. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri actually lost to that straw hat guy. Charlotte Cracker. Brother Katakuri, actually lost too. Charlotte Brûlée. How could this happen? How could Brother Katakuri lose to Straw Hat? Monkey D. Luffy. What? Did I win? Although I believe I will definitely win, this battle is indeed quite difficult. He. Skullachiman app. Charlotte Katakuri, whose bounty is over 1 billion Baileys, actually lost to Straw Hat. Why do I always feel that he is letting me win? Barouge. To be honest, I think so too. The injuries accumulated by Straw Hat Boy in this battle are undoubtedly more serious than Katakuri's, but he can get up again and continue to fight. Basil Hawkins. On the other hand, Katakuri completely lost the ability to fight again after just falling down once. This is really a bit unreasonable. X Drake. Indeed, according to what you said, Katakuri is indeed suspected of letting the opponent win. Capone Beige. After all, this video says that Katakuri is the background and teacher of Straw Hat Boy. Isn't it normal to let the opponent win? Eustace Kid. No, I think Katakuri didn't let the opponent win, but fell down because he really couldn't fight. Hira. Although the injury suffered by Straw Hat Boy is indeed much more serious than Katakuri, don't forget. Straw Hat Boy is not an ordinary Paramesha demon fruit power. Trafalgar Law. The original name of Straw Hat's rubber fruit is Zone Human Fruit Mythical Beast Nika form, so strictly speaking, Straw Hat should be a Zone Mythical Beast fruit user. Jewelry Bonnie. One of the biggest features of the Zone Fruit Power user is that they can take beatings and have strong vitality. So it seems reasonable that he can last longer than Katakuri. Gecko Moria. Well, after hearing what you said, it seems to be quite reasonable. Kaido. How can a Paramesha demon fruit power win over a Zone Fruit Power user in terms of beatings? Tisk. Gall D. Roger. Haha, I have to say that the progress of the Straw Hat Boy is really amazing. He actually mastered the observation haki that foresees the future so easily. Edward Newgate. Gulala, is this the effect of having a good teacher? Rayleigh, what do you think of this scene? Silver Rayleigh. Haha, what else can I think? I can only say that I am old and not as skilled as others. I can't compare with these young people. Copper Jabba. Haha, after all, the future belongs to these young people, and we old guys should have been eliminated long ago. Shanks. Luffy learned the advanced version of observation haki from Katakuri, so who taught Luffy the advanced version of armament haki and the advanced version of Conqueror's haki mentioned in the previous comments? Sengoku. It seems that Straw Hat Boy may have more than just Rayleigh and Katakuri as teachers. Perhaps the identity of Straw Hat Boy's next new teacher will be revealed in the next video. Monkey D. Garp. Advanced version of armament haki. Then you must learn from me. My iron fist is invincible, I can definitely teach Luffy well. Monkey D. Dragon. Forget it, old man, if you can teach well, Luffy would have mastered the advanced version of armament haki when he was a child, why wait until now? Monkey D. Garp. Dragon, you little brat, have you not eaten my iron fist of love for too long, so you are itching again? Monkey D. Dragon. Inside the viewing screen. The video content about Katakuri ends here. The screen returns to black again. Then, a low voice narration sounded again. Monkey D. Luffy background 15. Teacher, Hyogoro. As the low voice narration fell, in the screen, a figure slowly emerged. It was a short old man. He wears a pair of small glasses with orange frames and dark blue lenses. He has light blue flame-shaped hair. Even his eyebrows and beard are light blue. He has an orange scarf around his neck. He has a blue vest-shaped tattoo with pink flowers on his shoulder. It turned out to be the former gangster boss of the flower capital area in Wano-kuni, Hyogoro. Hyogoro. It's me. I'm the teacher of the Straw Hat Boy. Monkey D. Luffy. Oh, another uncle I don't know. Will this uncle become my teacher in the future? I wonder what he will teach me. Kurozumi Orochi. Isn't that the former gangster boss of Flower Capital? He's called Hana no Hyogoro, but I remember he should have been arrested, right? Quinn. Yes, that old man is still serving his sentence in the prison of Rabbit Dawn. How come he became the teacher of the Straw Hat Boy? Jin. If I'm not mistaken, it should be after the Straw Hat crew broke into Wano-kuni in the future that Hyogoro and the Straw Hat Boy had an intersection, so he became his teacher. Closing square bracket. Jack. Is that so? If I go to Rabbit Dawn and kill this old man directly, will he have no chance to become the teacher of the Straw Hat Boy in the future? Hyogoro. Kaido. Jack, I didn't expect you to be so smart sometimes. Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, the scene of the previous video was in my Todo Land Kingdom, and the scene of this video seems to be in your Wano-kuni. Kaido. It seems to be so. Lousy wants to see what happened in Wano-kuni in the future. Why do those comments keep saying that Lousy was defeated by the Straw Hat Boy? Edward Newgate. Gulala. Kaido, I think this is not a rumor, but an indisputable fact. Shanks. Haha, indeed, there are many signs in the previous videos that Kaido was defeated by Luffy in the future, but you have never been willing to admit it. Gal D. Roger. Perhaps the following videos will soon make Kaido unable to deceive himself and accept reality. Kaido. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inside the viewing screen, the video officially starts playing. The time has come to the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar. That is, 2 years after the Summit War. Wano-kuni. Rabbit Donbury Prison. Prisoner mining site. All the prisoners in Wano-kuni who dared to resist the rule of the Beast's pirates and the Kurozumi snake were imprisoned here. These prisoners need to mine and carry stone materials in order to exchange for the corresponding food. Otherwise, they will either starve to death or be whipped to death by the jailers. In the picture, the thin, old and frail Hyogoro is holding a broken bowl at this moment. He came to the jailer in charge of distributing food with a pitiful look. The jailer saw that the person coming was Hyogoro. As if giving alms, he picked up a small glutinous rice dumpling and threw it into Bingwulong's bowl. Bingwulong looked at the glutinous rice dumpling in the bowl that was not even enough to fill his teeth, and said weakly, "Is that all? I've been working all day." The jailer in charge of distributing food couldn't help but sneer. Moving 5 stones in exchange for a glutinous rice dumpling, this is the rule. Rob, you are old, can't even earn your own food. Mr. Bing, it seems that you are not far from death. The jailer's words were full of ridicule and sarcasm. Suddenly, he smashed the basket of glutinous rice dumplings in his hand at Bingwulong, and said angrily, "Dare to contradict the jailer, you will be punished by beheading." Bingwulong was hit and fell to the ground. He was already weak and his breath became more and more sluggish. And at this moment, a burst of noise suddenly came from a distance. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Don't block the way! Be careful not to get crushed!" 2 roars accompanied by rumbling footsteps came quickly from far away. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. From a distance, everyone only saw 2 huge rocks that looked like hills, as if they had grown legs, running towards this side quickly. Only after a closer look did they realize. It turned out that under the 2 huge rocks, there was a figure running hard. They carried the 2 huge stones on their shoulders and moved them over. And those 2 figures, amazingly, they were the pirates of the worst generation. "Captain, Eustace Kid, DXZ, Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D. Luffy. The two of them kept running wildly while carrying huge stones that were dozens of times larger than their bodies, but they didn't look very strenuous. On their wrists, they were each handcuffed with a pair of seastone handcuffs. In a short period of time, Luffy and Kid filled boatloads of stones. The prisoners and jailers around were all stunned. They are all wearing seastone handcuffs. How can they carry so much without being in the state? If the handcuffs are taken off, how strong will those two guys be? The jailers looked at the scene in front of them and muttered to themselves in disbelief. After Luffy and Kid moved the stones, they immediately rushed to the food exchange place. They shouted to the jailer to serve them food. After a while, there was a pile of glutinous rice balls almost as tall as a person in front of them. Luffy and Kid stuffed these glutinous rice balls into their mouths frantically. They quarreled with each other. I moved one more stone than you. Idiot, I obviously surpassed you. Stop kidding, I was not surpassed by you. 4.2, you BD. You can't even count, stupid monkey. BD. The two kept quarreling, neither of them would give in, and they didn't show any weakness. And the action of eating didn't stop at all because of the quarrel. After a short moment, the two piles of glutinous rice balls almost as tall as a person were eaten by Luffy and Kid. And the figures of the two became a little swollen and fat. The picture was frozen here. Translucent bullet comments began to float across the screen. Ha ha ha, Luffy and Kid really made me laugh. Even after being arrested and imprisoned, they are still restless. Even though they are wearing seastone handcuffs, they still have such powerful strength. It's really scary. Look at the video just now. Luffy and Kid and his two were so enthusiastic when they were moving bricks, and they were also competing with each other. Neither of them wanted to fall behind the other. They were definitely the chosen workers. Indeed, capitalists really like this kind of capable and lively worker. Haha, who said it wasn't? I really want them to work for me. These two guys were so enthusiastic in moving bricks, just for that bite of food. They are really foodies, ha ha ha. Is this the legendary worst generation? I think it should be the hungry generation, dog head. Hoo ha ha. Goddamn hungry generation, no problem. Why do I feel that these two people are quite happy after being arrested? Dog head. That's right, after all, they are provided with food and accommodation here, how can they not be happy? Dog head. To be honest, if it continues like this, I'm really afraid that they will. Kaido is bankrupt, ha 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 ha. He is bankrupt, that's good. It's time to let Kaido feel the horror of the extremely hungry generation. Hehehehe. Dog head. Chapter 65. Continuous teaching. Mediocre teachers, famous teachers, and mentors. Monkey D. Luffy. What? How come I was captured again in the video? Wait. Why did I say again? Roronoa Zoro. Haven't you been captured enough times? Eustace Kid. Huh, why am I in this video, and I'm imprisoned with Straw Hat Kid? Kira. Could it be that we challenged Kaido in the future, but failed, so we were captured? Jack. He. Supernova pirates, right. I saw you guys talking so much in the chat group, but you were imprisoned in our Beast's Pirates prison the moment you turned around, ha 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 ha. Quinn. In the future, Straw Hat Kid and Eustace Kid were both imprisoned in Rabbit Donbury prison, so logically speaking, they shouldn't be able to cause any trouble in our Wano Kuni territory. Closing square bracket. Jin. We have captured the captains of both pirate groups. They are indeed no threat to us. But why did the previous video mention that it seemed that our Beast's pirates were defeated in the end? Kaido. So what Lousy said was just a rumor. Defeat. It is impossible for Lousy and his Beast's pirates to happen. Silver Rayleigh. Is the Hyogoro in the video Luffy's new teacher? He looks weak. Is it because he is too old? I wonder what new skills he will teach Luffy. Galdi Roger. Haha, Rayleigh, you seem to care about these things. It seems that you still remember the words in the previous comments. Copper Jabba. Rayleigh, old guy, said he didn't care, but he probably cursed those comments countless times in his heart, ha 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 ha. Silver Rayleigh. Jabba, although we have been friends for many years, you can't slander me like this. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Luffy and Kid had just eaten their fill. The deputy warden of Rabbit Donbury prison, Dopin, came angrily. He was very angry at the moment. Because Luffy and Kid ate too much, all the food in Rabbit Donbury's warehouse was eaten up. Dopong, who originally wanted to have a full meal, looked at the empty warehouse and was immediately furious. He planned to come here to hold the person accountable and punish the guy who ate all the food. Dopin is Smile, a hippopotamus who ate the artificial devil fruit, and his body is very large. He came angrily and stepped hard on Hyogoro, who was knocked to the ground before. After finding Luffy and Kid, the culprits who ate all the food, Dopin scolded and ridiculed the two. Then he opened his huge hippo mouth and swallowed Luffy and Kid in one gulp. But soon, Dopin was easily knocked down by the two. Luffy also rescued Hyogoro, who was pressed by Dopin's huge body. The camera turned. Time came to the next day. Luffy was mining ore at this moment. And Hyogoro knelt behind him and said with great gratitude, "Sir, wearing a straw hat. Thank you very much for saving my life yesterday. Thanks to your help, I was able to save my life, although I didn't have much time to live anyway." In response to Hyogoro's gratitude, Luffy responded nonchalantly, "It's just a matter of convenience, don't take it to heart." As he said that, he suddenly took out a handful of food exchange coupons from his pocket and handed them to Hyogoro in front of him. "Here, you can't use your strength because you didn't eat." Seeing Luffy's behavior, Hyogoro couldn't help but be a little surprised. Then he stretched out his trembling hands with tears in his eyes and took the food exchange coupons. "Thank you, I will cherish it, thank you." Hyogoro thanked him several times in a row. Then he ran away with the food exchange coupons in his hand in great excitement. The picture froze. The army of Barrage floated by. Good guy, this wave is really the opposite of the sky. As a teacher, Hyogoro actually knelt down to thank Luffy. Closing square bracket. Ha 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 ha. After all, Hyogoro was not Luffy's teacher at this time. He looked just an ordinary and even weak old man. Closing square bracket. I have to say that Luffy is really kind-hearted. Not only did he save Hyogoro's life, he also took the initiative to give him so many food coupons. Yes, Luffy actually took the initiative to give food to others. This is really rare, but it was these actions of Luffy that won Hyogoro's favor, so Hyogoro was willing to teach Luffy the advanced version of armament hockey. Indeed, this can be said to be Luffy himself who won a teacher, Doghead. Who would have thought that a skinny old man who was imprisoned and almost starved to death could actually master the advanced version of armament hockey? In a sense, Hyogoro can be regarded as a sweeping monk. Closing square bracket. Luffy really got a great deal this time, using a few food coupons to get a teacher who can teach the advanced version of armament hockey, Doghead. The video continues to play. Hyogoro used the coupons given to him by Luffy to exchange for a lot of food. However, Davego, the deputy warden of Rabbit Dawn, believed that Hyogoro's labor force was not worthy of so much food. He tortured Hyogoro severely. He wanted to find out who gave him these food coupons. However, Hyogoro remained silent. No matter how Davego beat him, he refused to give Luffy out. Seeing that Hyogoro refused to tell the truth even if he was beaten to death, Dave completely lost his patience. He planned to kill this thin old man directly. And just when he was about to kill him, Luffy rushed over from a distance. He knocked Davego to the ground with a direct blow. He saved Hyogoro from the other party. Luffy's behavior. There is no doubt that it caused a big commotion in the rabbit well. At this time, one of the three big names of Beast's pirates, Epidemic, Quinn, came to Rabbit Dawn for inspection. Luffy and Hyogoro were the source of the trouble. They were brought directly to Quinn. Quinn was obviously very familiar with Hyogoro, who was once the boss of the Flower Capital underworld. As soon as he came up, he had a reminiscing and greeting with him. And Hyogoro kept pleading for Luffy. He said that he could die, but hoped that Quinn would let Luffy go. Quinn suddenly had an idea. He was going to punish Hyogoro and Luffy, who were causing trouble, in the form of Big Sumo Hell. The so-called Big Sumo Hell. It was to put collars on Luffy and Hyogoro that would explode once they left the range. Then let them have a sumo fight with the warriors selected by the Beast's pirates in the specified range. In the final analysis, you just need to keep winning in sumo matches. Once you leave the venue or destroy the venue, you will die on the spot. You two will form a group, and if both lose, the death penalty will be executed. But if Straw Hat wants to join our pirate group midway, we can also release him. Compared to the two of you, we have the advantage of having weapons, no collars, and unlimited people to go to the field. In this case, as compensation, I will also give you some benefits. Quinn introduced the rules of the Great Sumo Hell to Luffy and Hyogoro while thinking about what kind of benefits should be given to Luffy and others. After a while, he took out a key and unlocked the seastone handcuffs on Luffy's hands. As a compensation benefit for you, I will take off your seastone handcuffs. Quote, freed from the restraints of the seastone handcuffs, Luffy was instantly overjoyed. He danced with joy and said to Quinn, "Great, you are such a good person. This is no different from letting me go directly." Quinn was stunned by Luffy's reaction. He couldn't help but remind him, "You didn't forget the explosive collar on your neck, did you? I actually changed it for you with something worse." The picture freezes here. The semi-transparent barrage floated by again. Ha ha ha. Luffy's brain circuit is really amazing. He actually said that Quinn is such a good person. Isn't Quinn a good person? Not only did he help Luffy take off the seastone handcuffs, he also specially organized a sumo match to provide conditions for Luffy to learn the advanced version of armament hockey. Doghead, too. Not only that, isn't the explosive collar he put on Luffy a tool to test Luffy's armament hockey training results? As long as Luffy can successfully learn the internal destruction of armament hockey, he can easily take off the collar. In addition, there are no seastone handcuffs anymore, so wouldn't that mean he can regain his freedom directly? Hiss. It seems that what Luffy said is right, Quinn is indeed a good man. He could have killed Luffy and Hyogoro directly, but he organized a sumo match to help Luffy improve his strength faster. He is really a good man. After all, Quinn is Frankie's father. He has to give his son a little leniency as the captain, right? Doghead. Haha, that makes sense. Considering that Quinn is actually Frankie's father, he is not good to him. Luffy's letting go seems to be much more reasonable all of a sudden. Doghead. This really proves the saying that sailing is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and social skills. The video continues to play. Soon, the Grand Sumo Hell tournament officially begins. The pirates of the Beast's pirates hold sharp weapons. They rush to the stage one by one with ferocious looks. They want to kill Luffy and Hyogoro on the spot. Righto. Luffy uses Conqueror's Haki. These small soldiers who were still shouting were knocked down in an instant. As for the remaining enemies who can still hold on under Conqueror's Haki and are stronger, they all become Luffy's training targets. He defeated all of them very easily. But there is no joy on his face, instead he looks a little distressed. Luffy recalled the scene when Rayleigh showed him armament hockey, and said to himself, not right. Rayleigh bounced the elephant without touching it. His movements seemed lighter than mine. The armament hockey he showed me at first was really high level. I wish I could use that. Listening to Luffy's mumbling, Hyogoro on the side was already stunned. He didn't expect that the boy who saved him actually mastered the Conqueror's Haki, which is known as the qualification for becoming a king. And he even knew the legendary deputy of the Pirate King, Pluton, Rayleigh. Various clues made Hyogoro realize that the boy in front of him might not be simple. And just when Hyogoro was shocked, the next wave of warriors from Beast's pirates came on the field again. Luffy used the observation Haki, which could foresee the future, to give Hyogoro action tips, allowing him to perfectly avoid the enemy's attacks wave after wave. This method undoubtedly gave Hyogoro a great shock again. Then, for convenience, Luffy directly carried Hyogoro on his back and continued to fight the enemy. Hyogoro was a little worried. No, how can this be done? Put me down quickly. I can't cause you any more trouble. However, Luffy smiled and said, "It would be better if you hit harder, so I can treat it as training." Hyogoro was shocked and asked in a low voice, "We have been caught and are now in the execution game. But you have been stopping when you were about to hit the opponent, and you have been muttering, 'No. What does this mean?" Luffy answered seriously, "I didn't mean to stop. I just wanted to beat the opponent without touching him. If you can do this, quote, maybe you can destroy Kaido's hard scales. Although I can't be sure without trying. But I have seen that method before, and it should be the same armament hockey." Hearing Luffy speak out his thoughts, Hyogoro thought, Haki should be an overseas concept, right? Brother wearing a straw hat, Wano Kuni also has power transmitted through the body and wrapped around the blade. A good sword can cut steel when it wants to, but it can't even cut a piece of paper when it is distracted. Everything depends on the swordsman's mind. Quote. Old man, I used to be known as the Haujian. I don't know if I can help you. But, you watch first. Having said this, Hyogoro suddenly jumped off Luffy's back. He rushed towards the enemy in front of him regardless of everything. Under Luffy's command, he successfully avoided the enemy's attack. Then he suddenly attacked. The palm wrapped with the black armament Haki blasted from bottom to top. Without touching the enemy's body in front of him, he actually directly sent the beast's pirate's warrior flying with one palm. After doing all this, Hyogoro turned back panting and looked at Luffy said in a deep voice. If this is what you want to do, quote, then I might be able to help. Back. Luffy was delighted when he saw this. He nodded to Hyogoro excitedly and said, oh, that's it. Teach me, teach me. The screen freezes. The army of bullet comments appeared again. The class is open. The advanced version of Armament Haki teaching class is officially open. Congratulations to Hyogoro for successfully becoming Luffy's teacher. His future wealth and glory is guaranteed, dog head. Damn, even if he is in jail, he can meet a teacher who can teach him the advanced version of Armament Haki. Luffy's luck is really amazing. This is the protagonist's halo. I want to report Luffy for cheating. Luffy. Who said I cheated? I just never turned it off. Steamed bun, you don't accept it. Dog head work. If Katakuri sees Luffy has now fully mastered the advanced version of Observation Haki, so he should be very relieved, right? Dog head. At this time, a relieved smile appeared on Mr. Katakuri's face, dog head. At this moment, the baton of teaching has been officially passed from Katakuri to Hyogoro. Closing square bracket. After learning the advanced version of Armament Haki from Hyogoro, there will be teaching of the advanced version of Conqueror's Haki waiting for Luffy. Closing square bracket. Luffy. I can't learn it all. I can't learn it all. Dog head. Seeing this, I can't help but look forward to Luffy's next teacher. That's the real heavyweight, Luffy's real mentor. Dog head. Indeed. After Hyogoro's teaching, it should be the turn of the real king of 100 gifts to appear soon, right? Dog head. Looking forward. Chapter 66 4 Emperors as sparring partners, who else would you want with such treatment? Silver Rayleigh. So what this Hyogoro is going to teach Luffy is the advanced version of Armament Haki. Gall D. Roger. I remember that the people in Wano Kuni seem to be quite good at Armament Haki, but the name of Armament Haki there is different from ours. Kazuki Odin. That's right. Wano Kuni is a country of samurai after all, and the ability of emission is quite popular in Wano Kuni. Ashura Duji. Hana Hyogoro, once a famous gangster boss in the flower capital, was known as the Gaojien. His strength was very strong in the past, so it's not surprising that he could master the advanced version of emission. Monkey D. Luffy. So this uncle is so strong, then it seems that I can learn a lot from him, he. Jin. Quinn, you idiot, it would be better to just kill Straw Hat Boy directly. Why did you have to create a big sumo hell? Isn't this just giving Straw Hat Boy experience? Quinn. Jin, you BD, don't stand here and talk nonsense. Why didn't I just kill Straw Hat Boy in the video? Isn't it because I want to recruit him and make our beast's pirates stronger? Jack. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with what Brother Quinn did, but who could have thought that Straw Hat Boy actually regarded the big sumo hell as a class to practice the advanced version of Armament Haki? Kaido. Straw Hat Boy actually delusionally thought that after learning the advanced version of Armament Haki, he could break through my defense. Haha, it's just a foolish dream. Laozi's defense is the best in the world. Zon Taomaru. Isn't this my line? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After demonstrating the use of the advanced version of Armament Haki to Luffy, Hyogoro returned to Luffy's back. Although he was indeed very strong when he was young, but now he is already old and weak. In addition, he was locked up in this prison and couldn't even get enough food. He is no longer in the state of the past. The attack just demonstrated can be said to have consumed most of Hyogoro's physical strength. He lay tightly on Luffy's back and began to patiently explain the principle of the advanced version of armament haki to him. The move you call armament haki. In Wano Kuni, it is emission, which contains the meaning of flow. Single quote. Instead of trying your best, you should make the haki that was originally useless flow and gather on your fist. Luffy listened to what Hyogoro said. He tried to imitate the opponent's previous move. However, no matter how he changed his attack method, he still couldn't do it like Hyogoro, and knock the enemy away without touching the opponent. Luffy fought for a long time. The opponents changed one after another. Until night fell, Quinn suddenly announced that the game would be suspended. Wait until tomorrow morning to continue. Then he led everyone away. Because there were explosive callers, Luffy and Hyogoro would be killed immediately if they left the competition venue. So Quinn was not worried that they would escape. Only a small group of people were left here to watch Luffy and Hyogoro. The picture froze. The comments were floating by. Ha ha ha, Quinn is such a good guy. Not only does he keep sending Luffy sparring partners, he even gives Luffy and his friends time to rest at night. How can this be a prison? This is a training camp for the advanced version of armament haki. Free food and accommodation, as well as teaching and training for the advanced version of armament haki. If Luffy leaves Wano Kuni, where else can he find such a good place? Others go to jail for real, but Luffy goes to jail for further study. Is this the value of the background king? I envy him, but Hyogoro's teaching efficiency is still not comparable to Katakuri's. He has been teaching for almost a whole day, but Luffy still hasn't successfully mastered the use of the advanced version of armament haki. Yeah, Katakuri only took an hour or two to help Luffy successfully graduate. Closing square bracket. From this, it can be seen that Katakuri, the famous teacher, has a higher teaching level. However, if compared with Rayleigh, Hyogoro's teaching level and efficiency are still very high, ha 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 ha. Indeed, Luffy's learning speed under Hyogoro was slower, but it was only 1 or 2 days, but Rayleigh taught for a whole year and a half, dog head. Again, old Rayleigh, who is misleading his students. Dog head 2, Luffy. RNM. Give me back. Dog head. The video continues to play 1. The next day, the Grand Sumo Hell tournament continued. But this time, Quinn added a new rule. He hung Kid and Kira, who were caught escaping from prison, upside down and threw them into the bucket. And said that as long as Luffy and Hyogoro were not defeated, then Kid and Kira would have to be hung upside down and soaked in water like this. In this case, if they can't get out of the water to breathe in time, Kid and Kira will soon die of choking. Hearing this new rule, Luffy was extremely angry and wanted to attack Quinn. Rado. At this moment, a figure that no one expected suddenly broke into the Rabbit Donbury prison. Appeared in front of everyone. It was Bigmom, one of the 4 emperors. The appearance of Big Mom surprised everyone present. And just when everyone was stunned and wondered if they had seen it wrong, Big Mom rushed into the Rabbit Donbury prison. He kept muttering, "Where is the Anko soup? I smell the fragrance of Anko soup." Hearing this, Quinn, who was still in shock, was immediately unhappy. Anko soup is his favorite food. Now he heard that Big Mom actually wanted to steal his Anko soup. Of course, he couldn't agree. So he immediately changed into a Brachiosaurus and rushed towards Big Mom. In front of Anko soup, even as strong as 4 emperors, Big Mom couldn't let Quinn give in and share. Quinn roared and rushed towards Big Mom. As a result, he was completely defeated by the opponent. His huge Brachiosaurus body was like a broken sack in Big Mom's hands. In just a moment, Quinn was knocked unconscious by Big Mom and flew out. And while he was flying out, the huge body also happened to knock down the person who was being hung upside down and thrown into the bucket. Kid and Kira. Big Mom also indirectly saved their lives to some extent. After knocking Quinn down, Big Mom continued to follow the previous smell to find Anko soup. Soon, she found a huge iron bucket in a corner of the venue. There was Quinn's name on the iron bucket. Obviously, it was his exclusive place to store Anko soup. Big Mom held the iron bucket and smelled the rich aroma emanating from it. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she was as happy as a child waiting to eat delicious food. However, when she opened the lid of the iron bucket with joy and expectation. But she found that, the iron bucket that was supposed to be full of anko soup. At this moment, it was empty. Big Mom's face collapsed in an instant. Became extremely gloomy and disappointed. A terrifying low pressure was gathering around her at this moment. Feeling this terrifying atmosphere, all the pirates turned around and ran without hesitation. They wanted to get as far away from this troubled place as possible. And it was in this atmosphere. Luffy suddenly put his hands on his hips and said, "You can imagine how sad she is. I also want to eat it again. That anko soup is really delicious." Hyogoro on the side tried to stop Luffy in a panic. But it was too late. Hearing this, Big Mom turned around angrily. She glared at Luffy fiercely and asked, "Is it you? You are the one who ate all my anko soup?" While asking angrily, Big Mom dropped the bucket in her hand. She punched Luffy hard with great anger. Luffy dodged quickly and waved at Big Mom. "Slow down, Big Mom. If I fall from here, I will really die." However, Big Mom ignored his shouting and punched him again. "I've already said it. Who is Big Mom calling? Who are you, the guy who ate the anko soup?" Charlotte Perospero. Wait, why does the mother in the video seem a little strange? How could she not know who the Straw Hat Boy is? Charlotte Katakuri. Not only does she not know the Straw Hat Boy, but the mother in the video doesn't even seem to know who she is. Could it be that Mom has lost her memory? Charlotte Cracker. Lost her memory. How could that be? With Mom's strength, how could she lose her memory? Quinn. Damn Big Mom. Not only did she want to steal my anko soup, but she also treated me like that, throwing me around like a sack. It's really too much. Jin. Quinn, you're really a tough guy to have a conflict with Big Mom just for ordering anko soup. Closing square bracket. Jack. Haha. Brother Quinn, that's Big Mom from the Four Emperors who was as famous as Kaido. It's normal for you to be abused. Quinn. Kaido. Linlin, why on earth did you appear in Wano Kuni in Lousy in the future? What's wrong with your appearance? Charlotte Linlin. Did I lose my memory in the video? What happened in the future? Tony Chopper. No. Luffy in the video is in danger. If he falls off the stage, he will be blown to pieces by the explosive collar on his neck in an instant. Usopp. Although Luffy had no pressure in the face of the previous opponents, and could even use them for practice, he is now facing Big Mom, one of the Four Emperors. Frankie. The situation is indeed not good. Closing square bracket. Roronoa Zoro. In order to resolve the current crisis, Luffy can either defeat Big Mom or find a way to take off the collar on his neck. Vinsmoke Sanji. Both of these options are very difficult. Brook. I remember that Mr. Rayleigh used some special method to remove the explosive collar on Cammy's neck at the auction before, right? Silver Rayleigh. Yes, that is actually the advanced application of armament hockey, which is exactly what Luffy wants to master in the video. Gall D. Roger. In other words, as long as the Straw Hat Boy can learn the advanced version of armament hockey before falling out of the competition venue, he can remove the collar on his neck and have a chance to escape danger. Monkey D. Luffy. Is that so? I see. I believe that I can do it in the future. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Under the angry and continuous attacks of Big Mom, Luffy and Hyogoro kept retreating and dodging. Soon they had retreated to the edge of the competition venue. The collars on their necks also began to emit beep beep alarm sounds. This means that if they retreat a little further, the collars on their necks will explode instantly, taking their lives. And in front of them, Big Mom was still furious and chased after them. Everyone in that poor town was very nice to me. That's why I wanted to bring back a lot of anko soup. I want everyone to eat anko soup. Why did you eat all the anko soup? Big Mom once again questioned Luffy angrily. Then she punched him hard again. This time, Luffy and Hyogoro, who had no way to retreat, were directly blown away. Their bodies flew backwards in the air. They were about to exceed the specified range of the ring. The collars on their necks suddenly issued a more rapid and harsh alarm. Luffy looked at Hyogoro with a serious and worried look. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Hyogoro's collar tightly. Damn it, I won't let you die. I will never die myself. I must take this off quickly. At this critical moment of life and death, Luffy's potential was fully stimulated. The dark armament haki continued to flow on his palms. Then Luffy suddenly squeezed hard. The collar on Hyogoro's neck was immediately destroyed from the inside. Luffy took it off directly. Luffy hurriedly followed the same method to take off the collar on his neck. Then he threw them out with force. The two collars suddenly exploded in the air, and Luffy and Hyogoro landed safely. Successfully escaped death. Luffy got up from the ground. He raised his hands excitedly and shouted, "Old man, I took off the collar. What did I just do? I'm so awesome." Hyogoro, who had just gotten up, looked at Luffy in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the other party had only spent one day yesterday. He really mastered the more advanced use of armament haki. He was able to destroy the structure of the explosive collar directly from the inside and take it off safely. At this moment, Hyogoro had a clear understanding of Luffy's amazing talent. And just as he was so shocked, Luffy on the side had already taken a step. 014512413 Feilu 181,310,240. Prepared to run away, Luffy turned around and called out to Hyogoro, "Okay, we're going to run for our lives, old man." However, after hearing this, Hyogoro still stood there, indifferent. He looked at Luffy and said seriously, "Brother with a straw hat, try to use the feeling you had just now to protect me while you still remember it." Luffy was a little surprised. "What are you talking about? Run away." However, Hyogoro remained indifferent. He had a look of fearlessness on his face. The more you are forced into a corner, the more you can exert your strength. Luffy, who had already run away, hurried back. He put Hyogoro's thin body behind him and faced the approaching ant. He was still a little worried and said, "Are you stupid? Practice at this critical moment. What if I fail? You will die." Hyogoro's expression was unshakable, and he responded in a resolute tone. "I know this kind of thing very well." Seeing Hyogoro so persistent and determined, Luffy couldn't persuade him anymore. A determined look also appeared on his face. He slowly raised his palms covered with black armament haki. He stared at the old lady in front of him who was punching him fiercely. "No fear, no retreat. Come on." 4 Emperors. Chapter 67 Kaido. I will take care of your teaching on how to master and awaken the fruit. The screen freezes on the scene where Luffy is about to fight Big Mom. Then, dense bullet comments keep floating across the screen. Hiss. Is it Big Mom's turn to be Luffy's sparring partner next? Awesome. The 4 Emperors are Luffy's sparring partners. Who else would be treated this way? Except for our background King Luffy, who else has the face to let the 4 Emperors be his sparring partners? Not even Shanks, the face fruit user. Dog head. I have to say, Big Mom's appearance is just right. Not only did she rescue Kid and kill her by accident, but she also successfully forced out Luffy's advanced version of armament haki. Closing square bracket. Yeah, Luffy had practiced for so long before but couldn't use the advanced version of armament haki once, but Big Mom was able to do it. It turns out that Big Mom, who has lost her memory, is a lucky person. In order to make Luffy remember the previous feeling and be familiar with the use of the advanced version of armament haki, Hyogoro actually bet his life. He really risked his life. This is the awareness of a teacher. In order to make Luffy, a student, learn the advanced version of armament haki faster, he is even willing to bet his life. Although Hyogoro is the weakest among Luffy's teachers, his awareness is indeed quite admirable. Although Hyogoro's strength is not as good as Rayleigh, his teaching level is much better than Rayleigh, dog head. Ha ha ha, you guys, you really don't stop when you criticize Rayleigh, right? It's really too much. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Monkey D. Luffy. I succeeded. I successfully took off the collar in the video. He. Nami. Phew, that was a close call. I was almost scared to death just now. Nico Robin. Even through the screen, it still makes people feel a little scared. Monkey D. Garp. Ha 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 ha. As expected of my grandson, he has mastered the internal destruction of armament haki so quickly. Monkey D. Dragon. As expected of my son. His talent is comparable to mine. Emporio Ivankov. Hey, Dragon, don't think I don't know that you are secretly flattering yourself again. Rox D. Zebek. To be honest, this Straw Hat Boy's talent is really terrifying. It has only been a short time, but he has actually mastered the advanced version of armament hockey. John. Although he just used this move subconsciously in a hurry, as the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as there is this first time, the subsequent training will be much easier. Silver Axe. Such an enviable talent. It would take several years or even more than 10 years for ordinary strong men to reach this level. Akoku. I wonder what the result of his next sparring with Linlin will be. Shiki. Straw Hat Boy might be able to quickly master the use of the advanced version of armament hockey in the sparring with Linlin. Edward Newgate. Gulala, if Straw Hat Boy defeats Linlin like this, it will be even more interesting. Kaido. Don't say. Judging from the silly look of Linlin after losing her memory in the video, she might really be defeated by Straw Hat Boy. Charlotte Linlin. Nonsense. With Straw Hat Boy's half-baked skills, he wants to defeat me. It's 800 years too early. Shanks. Haha, Auntie, you and Kaido are really one tougher than the other. Inside the viewing screen, video continues to play. Luffy is concentrating. He tries to make the armament hockey in his body flow and gather on his palms. Don't try too hard. Instead, wrap the hockey around your fists. Luffy keeps thinking about what Hyogoro taught him before. His face becomes very firm. Hyogoro is protected by him and has no intention of running away. He has full trust in Luffy. Come on, brother with a straw hat. I believe you can do it. Big Mom roared and punched Luffy. Luffy stretched out his palms to block, trying to use armament hockey to spread the opponent. Exido. The next moment, under Big Mom's punch, Luffy and Hyogoro were blown away without any resistance. The two figures flew backwards like two meteors. Then they smashed into the mountain wall in the distance. The picture freezes. The bullet screen floats by. Ha ha ha. Luffy and Hyogoro are flying. It was so close. Luffy almost really practiced the advanced version of armament hockey, dog head. Ha. As expected, this is an accident. The facts prove that even if you lose your memory, your mother is still your mother. Dog head 2. Mother. 5 emperors, that's it. Dog head. Mother. You still want to use me as a sparring partner. I'll let you fly directly. Dog head. Hyogoro. It seems that my trust is wrong after all. Dog head. Actually, this is also reasonable. Luffy just used the advanced version of armament hockey by chance in a hurry and took off the explosive collar, but in fact he has not really mastered this move. Closing square bracket. Indeed, he needs to practice continuously to master this move and be able to control it freely. Closing square bracket. Auntie. I am not saying sorry, but you still need to practice, dog head. Katsuki. Isn't this my line? Dog head. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. The video continues to play. Luffy pulled out Hyogoro, who was smashed into the mountain wall. Hyogoro had a big bump on his head. Lying in Luffy's arms, he looked like he was dying. He coughed and slowly said, "Brother with a straw hat, I can teach you. It is a large-scale emission wrapped around the periphery, that is, hockey. It is like wearing a layer of invisible armor, which can be used for defense and can also be transformed into a powerful force for attack." Quote, and if we go one step further, the wrapped hockey will penetrate deep into the enemy, destroying it from the inside, and become a more powerful force. The explosive collar just now was destroyed from the inside by your hockey. You've done it. You've learned to wrap hockey around the outside of your body in a large area, but you're still unconscious. Although he looked very weak. But Hyogoro still managed to explain and teach Luffy a lot of knowledge about armament hockey. After saying this, he suddenly collapsed in Luffy's arms, his eyes slowly closed. 014512413 Philo 181,310,430. It was as if he had died. Luffy hugged him and shouted anxiously, "Hey, old man, wake up. Old man, don't die." However, no matter how he called, Hyogoro in his arms did not move at all. At the same time, the angry ant came again in front of Luffy. He threw a powerful punch at Luffy. And at this moment, Hyogoro, who had been motionless, suddenly jumped out of Luffy's arms. He ran away very agilely. While running, he said to Luffy, "Brother in the straw hat, I wish you good luck. The picture freezes. A dense army of bullet comments passed by again. Puff. Hyogoro is really making me laugh to death. I just thought he was really dead, but it turns out he was just faking it. I just mourned for him for 2 seconds, what a waste of emotion. He was about to die in the last second, and the next second he was catapulted to a brisk start. It's so funny. What is a medical miracle? This is a medical miracle. So this old deng is acting Luffy. Ha 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 ha. Hyogoro. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting, dog head. Luffy. I really know how to thank you. Dog head. Luffy. Listen to me say thank you, because you have warmed the 4 seasons, dog head. Luffy. The mountains and rivers of Ba are desolate, you old deng are acting me. Dog head. However, in this situation, Hyogoro actually did not forget to teach Luffy and talked about so much theoretical knowledge, which is really not easy. Closing square bracket. In terms of being a teacher, Hyogoro is quite qualified. Closing square bracket. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. The video continues to play. Not long after, the runaway ant was knocked unconscious by Quinn's design. Quinn did not dare to delay for a moment. He immediately had someone tie up the ant with the thickest chain and seastone handcuffs. Then he immediately carried her onto the boat and sent her to Onigashima. As for Rabbit Donburi and Luffy and others who were making trouble, Quinn had no intention of caring about them at the moment. He directly handed it over to Babanuki, the warden of Rabbit Donburi, to take full charge. And then, Babanuki was easily knocked down by Luffy without any surprise. The entire Rabbit Donburi prison was also taken over by Luffy. All the prisoners in Rabbit Donburi prison were integrated by Luffy and Hyogoro and others. Let's prepare to attack Kaido together. Luffy continued to practice the advanced version of armament hockey under the guidance of Hyogoro. Before the battle against Kaido was officially launched, Luffy finally succeeded in completely mastering the internal destruction method of armament hockey. His strength has been greatly improved again. The picture freezes. A large number of bullet comments appeared. Ha ha ha. This guy Quinn is definitely a traitor. He actually left Luffy alone. Did he forget that he had taken off Luffy's seastone handcuffs before? Quinn handed the rabbit bowl to Babanuki, a weak chicken, to finish it off. What's the difference between this and letting Babanuki die? Dog head. Quinn. Babanuki, you go and deal with the Straw Hat Boys. Babanuki. Huh, me. The girl pointed at herself with a puzzled face. JPG. Babanuki. Thank you very much for your trust. Don't worry, I will definitely make things happen. Dog head. Ah, congratulations to Luffy for another successful apprenticeship. After the advanced version of observation hockey, the advanced version of armament hockey was also completely mastered by Luffy. Closing square bracket. Both teachers Katakuri and Hyogoro have completed their missions, so it should be Guy's turn to appear next. Now Luffy still has the advanced version of Conqueror's Hockey and the Awakening of Devil Fruit to master, and Guy says he has taken care of them all. Exclamation mark opening parenthesis. Dog head. Guy is Luffy's true mentor. Looking forward to the appearance of the mentor. Dog head. Luffy. Hello everyone, my name is Monkey D. Luffy, aka Straw Hat Boy, mentor Kaido. Dog head. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. Jin. Quinn, you idiot, you just left Straw Hat Boy and Rabbit Don alone. Are you really a traitor? Quinn. What the hell can I do? Didn't you see the situation in the video? That Big Mom was also in Rabbit Don. It was already very difficult for me to knock her out, right? Jack. Indeed, compared to Straw Hat Boy, Big Mom is a bigger threat. Brother Quinn just wanted to deal with the threat of Big Mom as soon as possible, so he didn't have the energy to care about Straw Hat Boy. Charlotte Linlin. You're so good, Quinn. How dare you knock me out? Okay, I'll remember you. Quinn. Exclamation mark. Damn, I'm being targeted by the 4 emperors. Jack. Brother Quinn, I'm so sorry. Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis closing square bracket. Rox D. Zebek. Good boy, the Straw Hat Boy has mastered the advanced version of armament hockey so quickly. John. Let armament hockey penetrate into the interior of an object, attack and destroy it from the inside, the damage it can exert is far greater than directly using armament hockey to attack the surface of the object. Closing square bracket. Silver axe. It took me nearly 10 years to achieve this. But the Straw Hat Kid only took a few days to achieve it. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark closing square bracket. Akoku. This is not only due to the Straw Hat Kid's own terrifying talent, but also thanks to the teaching of that Hyogoro. How come this kid can always meet good teachers everywhere? Shiki. Akoku, what you said is not quite right. Not all the teachers that the Straw Hat Kid met were good. For example, Rayleigh was a mediocre teacher. Gia ha ha. Ha ha ha. Gall D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, you worked hard to teach the Straw Hat Kid for a year and a half, but the result is not as good as Hyogoro's teaching in just a few days. Copper Jabba. Now, Rayleigh, your reputation as a mediocre teacher is confirmed. Ha ha ha. Silver Rayleigh. Oh, forget it. A mediocre teacher is a mediocre teacher, as long as Luffy just needs to learn something from others. Monkey D. Luffy. Uncle Rayleigh, you are not a mediocre teacher. If you hadn't taught me Conqueror's Hockey at the beginning, I wouldn't have made such rapid progress. Silver Rayleigh. Haha, Luffy, I'm already very satisfied and relieved to hear you say this 7-1. Shanks. Luffy is right. If Mr. Rayleigh hadn't helped Luffy lay a solid foundation in hockey, even if Luffy met other teachers later, his progress would definitely not be as rapid as in the video. Ben Beckman. So these comments saying Mr. Rayleigh is a mediocre teacher are actually just pure jokes, and they don't really think Mr. Rayleigh is a mediocre teacher. Borsellino. Now that Straw Hat has completely mastered the advanced version of armament hockey and successfully graduated from Hyogoro, I wonder who his next teacher will be. Kuzan. I saw a comment just now mentioning a teacher named Guy, saying that he taught Straw Hat the advanced version of Conqueror's Hockey and the awakening of Devil Fruit abilities. Sengoku. Who is Teacher Guy? Could it be Kaido? Suru. It seems that this is possible. Just now, a comment mentioned that Straw Hat's mentor was Kaido. Monkey D. Garp. Even Kaido has become the teacher of my grandson. Is that true? Kaido, are you kidding me? How could Lousy be the teacher of the Straw Hat Boy? Do you think Lousy is a kind-hearted guy? Closing square bracket. Dracul Mahawk. After watching the video so far, I feel that anything can happen to the Straw Hat Boy. Baroric Redfield. That's right, didn't all those things we thought were impossible actually happen to the Straw Hat Boy? Kaido. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as everyone was discussing fiercely in the movie chat group. On the movie screen, the video part belonging to Hyogoro ended. The screen returned to black again. Then, a low voiceover slowly sounded. The identity of Luffy's next teacher will be revealed soon. Chapter 68. 1 stick for emission, 2 sticks for domination, 3 sticks for awakening. This is the value of Teacher Guy. Inside the movie screen, a familiar low voice slowly sounded. The identity of Luffy's next teacher was revealed. Monkey D. Luffy's background 16. Teacher, Kaido. As the voice fell, a figure slowly emerged on the screen. This is a tall and burly man. He looks rough and full of hockey. His black hair is draped over his shoulders, wild and flamboyant. He has 2 long horns on his head that look like dragon horns. He has a long beard like a dragon's beard on his mouth. His muscles are as strong and muscular as a coiled dragon. He just stood there. He gave people a feeling of being extremely powerful, as if he could not be defeated. There is no doubt, the man in the picture is one of the 4 emperors today, the captain of the Beast's pirates, 100 Beasts, Kaido. When Kaido's image appeared on the screen, the movie chat group instantly exploded again. Kaido, what's going on? This video actually classifies Lousy as the teacher of the Straw Hat Boy. Charlotte Linlin. Sure enough, this video will fairly punish everyone who talks too hard. Edward Newgate. Gulala, I didn't expect Kaido to actually become the teacher of the Straw Hat Boy. It seems that the teacher Guy mentioned in the previous comments is Kaido. Shanks. Judging from the previous comments, they seem to have a high evaluation of Kaido's teaching level. He even seems to be the one with the highest evaluation among all Luffy's teachers. Opening square bracket. Gall D. Roger. Ha ha ha. I want to see what's going on. Rox D. Zebek. Kaido is the teacher of the Straw Hat Boy. With Kaido's violent temper, he will definitely scold the Straw Hat Boy to death, right? John. Indeed, Kaido is not as easy to talk to as Katakuri and Hyogoro. If Kaido were to teach the Straw Hat Boy, it would definitely be a hellish training, right? Silver Axe. But I think this kind of hellish training might be a better teaching effect. Akoku. Indeed, I have figured it out. The more powerful enemies and difficulties the Straw Hat Boy faces, the more amazing his progress will be. Shiki. Rayleigh's teaching method to the Straw Hat Boy was too gentle before. Perhaps this is why his teaching efficiency is low and he is nicknamed a mediocre teacher by those barrages. Ha 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 ha. Schoolachiman Apu. It's outrageous. The Straw Hat Boy's background is getting more and more heaven-defying. Now even the 100 Beasts, Kaido has become his teacher. Basil Hawkins. Among the 4 emperors today, red-haired Shanks is the leader of the Straw Hat Boy, Whitebeard is the captain of the Straw Hat Boy's brother, the strongest son under Big Mom is the teacher of the Straw Hat Boy, and now even Kaido of the Beasts himself has become the teacher of the Straw Hat Boy. Barouge. So the 4 most powerful pirates on the sea today are more or less related to the Straw Hat Boy, right? X-Drake. Not only that, naval headquarters and the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army are basically related to the Straw Hat Kid. This is a real black and white affair. Capone Beige. Just based on the Straw Hat Kid's outrageous background, I wouldn't be surprised if he became the Pirate King tomorrow. Trafalgar Law. The background of the Straw Hat leader is really terrifying. Eustace Kid. Humph. What a lucky guy. Kira. Kid, I feel like you're a little jealous. Are you envious of the Straw Hat Kid? Eustace Kid. Are you kidding? How could I envy a guy who relies on background instead of strength? Even without background, I can make a bright future on my own. Jewelry Bonnie. Bright future. Do you mean the bright future where one arm was first removed by the Red Hair Pirates, then captured and imprisoned by the Beast's pirates, and finally killed by Red Hair's ruthless move? Eustace Kid. Inside the viewing screen, when Kaido's figure appeared on the screen, dense translucent bullet comments also emerged simultaneously. Here it comes. I finally waited for Teacher Guy. If you ask who has the best teaching level in this ocean, it is undoubtedly our King of 100 Receptions, Teacher Kaido Guy. 1 stick emission, 2 sticks dominance, 3 sticks awakening, this is the gold content of our Teacher Guy. Teacher Guy only needs to make a slight move to be the pinnacle of this ocean. If you ask who is the best teacher, only Kaido, the King of 100 Teachings. I am looking forward to the content of the next video. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Gall D. Roger. Hiss. Are these bullet comments so high about Kaido's teaching level? Shanks. 1 stick emission, 2 sticks dominance, 3 sticks awakening. Is it really that exaggerated? Edward Newgate. King of 100 Teachings. The title given to Kaido by the bullet comments is really interesting, gurgle. Kaido. What the hell is the King of 100 Teachings? Lousy is obviously a beast. A beast of the mythical beast species. Charlotte Linlin. After hearing these comments, even I can't help but look forward to the content of the next video. Rox D. Zebek. Indeed, I really want to see how Kaido teaches Straw Hat Boy. When I was on my ship before, why didn't I realize that Kaido actually has a talent for teaching students? Under the curiosity and expectation of everyone. Inside the viewing screen, the video officially starts playing. See Circle Calendar 1522. Wano Kuni. After Luffy ruined Big Mom's tea party and successfully brought Sanji back. Soon he came to Wano Kuni from the kingdom of Todo Land. Meet up with Zoro and other partners who arrived here earlier. The Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates, Kinemon and others hid in the ruins of Oden Castle to discuss the plan to defeat Kaido. At the same time, Jack, who was searching for the whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew, came to the town of Jonlu not far from the ruins of Oden Castle. He met Ashura, one of the 9 red scabbards, here. The two soon clashed and started fighting. But the battle had just started not long. The sky above Kuri suddenly became overcast, with lightning and thunder, and strange phenomena. Then, an extremely huge figure appeared in the sky above Kuri. It was a huge blue dragon with a body length of hundreds of meters. The terrifying aura emanating from it made people shudder. It was Kaido in the form of a blue dragon. Kaido seemed a little drunk at the moment. He hovered in the sky, looking at Jack in the town below, and shouted, "Jack, go and bring those little devils to me now." Because Kaido's body in the form of a blue dragon was too huge. Therefore, even Luffy and others who were hiding in the ruins of Oden Castle at the moment, they could still see Kaido clearly. After seeing Kaido appear, Luffy immediately rushed out of the ruins of Oden Castle without hesitation and ran towards Kaido's location at the fastest speed. On the other side, Kaido, who was ordering Jack to bring the Straw Hat crew to him as soon as possible, suddenly received a tip-off from Hawkins. Hawkins told Kaido that the Straw Hat crew and Kinemon were hiding in the ruins of Oden Castle not far away. Hearing this, Kaido immediately controlled his huge blue dragon body and flew quickly towards the hilltop where the Oden Castle ruins were located, just passing by Luffy who rushed down from the mountain. Soon, Kaido's huge blue dragon body hovered in the sky not far from the Oden Castle ruins. He did not continue to move forward. Instead, he hovered in the sky. Then he spewed out a hot breath towards the location of the Oden Castle ruins. The hot flames hit the Oden Castle ruins, and in an instant, the ruins were razed to the ground. Below, Luffy was stunned when he saw this scene. His companions were still in the Oden Castle ruins at the moment. Kaido's hot breath came down. His companions were afraid that they would be in danger. Thinking of this, Luffy's heart immediately ignited a raging fire. The next moment, his figure jumped high. In an instant, he jumped above Kaido's head. Luffy started the third gear and swung the huge rubber fist wrapped with armament haki. He slammed down on Kaido's head without hesitation. Kaido, who was drunk, didn't seem to notice Luffy's attack. So he didn't try to dodge at all. Luffy's elephant spear hit Kaido's dragon head hard. Kaido's body fell to the ground from high in the air. The picture freezes here. The army of bullet comments began to float by. It appears, Shenlong, please fulfill my wish. Doghead, FK. Wasn't Kaido's move just now tailed beast bomb? The power is really terrifying. Doghead, hey, the two upstairs, you went to the wrong set. Hiss, Luffy is really a tiger, he just came up and attacked Kaido. Lua wanted to stop Luffy, but he couldn't stop him at all, just right. He gave Teacher Guy a third-level elephant spear right up. Luffy is really rude, Doghead. Luffy, what do you know? This is my gift to Teacher Guy. Doghead, to be honest, Luffy's punch can only serve as a gift. It is impossible to cause any harm to Kaido, at most it can only help him sober up. Kaido, the force is just right, sobering up does not hurt the brain, Doghead. Kaido, thank you for the gift from my good disciple. The master is sober now, Doghead worker. I would like to call Luffy's punch the Five Emperors Sobering Fist. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The video continues to play. After knocking Kaido to the ground with one punch, Luffy did not intend to continue fighting with Kaido. Instead, he turned to Oden. He ran towards the castle ruins. He was very worried about the safety of his companions. He wanted to check if his companions were okay. However, halfway through the run, Luffy met Speed, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground. This was a centaur woman. She was originally one of the real fighters of Beast's pirates. Asking for flowers 0. Later, he ate the glutinous rice dumplings of Ayu, the user of the dango fruit, and was successfully subdued. Hey, isn't this mommy? Why are you here? Where is Ayu? Did you send her home? Luffy looked at Speed, who was seriously injured on the ground, and asked anxiously. Speed replied with his breath dying. Halfway, I was discovered by Lord Kaido. Although I fought desperately, but I still couldn't protect the master. Hearing Speed's answer, the expression on Luffy's face suddenly became more angry. When he first landed in Wano Kuni, it was Ayu who gave him anko soup and apples to fill her stomach. For this reason, Otama was so hungry that she had to drink the polluted river water, and she fainted because of it. Recalling Otama's kindness, and thinking of the scene where Otama was seriously injured by Kaido, Luffy's anger suddenly broke out and could no longer be suppressed. Damn it, I should have sent her back in person at that time. Luffy stood up suddenly and prepared to do something. At this time, Trafalgar Law hurriedly came to Luffy's side and anxiously dissuaded him. Wait, Straw Hat Master, what do you want to do? Run away. Are you going to ruin the entire battle plan? Facing Law's dissuasion, Luffy, who was angry, could not listen at all. He said angrily, now if Kaido is beaten up, everything will be fine. Kinemon and the others and our two companions. It's still unknown whether they are alive or dead. At this point, 0-0. Luffy suddenly turned his head and yelled in the direction where Kaido had fallen before. Kaido, here. Hearing this noise, Kaido in the blue dragon form slowly stood up. He looked down at Luffy from a high position and said in a deep voice. Who are you? Luffy responded with a firm expression. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to become the Pirate King. The next moment, Kaido opened his mouth and spit out another hot breath towards Luffy. Luffy quickly dodged. Then he jumped up. The third gear started again. He swung the huge fist wrapped with armament haki. Attacked Kaido with an extremely fast attack. 1818. Machine Elephant Gun. The huge fist swung countless phantoms in the air. Punches fell on Kaido's blue dragon body one after another. Under the blessing of strong anger. The power of Luffy's attack was obviously much stronger than the first wave of attacks. Kaido's blue dragon body was hit hard and fell to the ground again. It even changed from the blue dragon form back to human form. But obviously, Luffy's attack did not leave any scars on Kaido. Kaido quickly got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. 014512413 Filu 181,320,010. And the next moment he got up. Luffy's attack came again. In the air, Luffy had switched from the third gear to the fourth gear Elastic Man form without knowing when. Ape King Crow Cannon attacked Kaido again like a storm. Kaido still did not dodge. He was knocked to the ground by Luffy's attack for the third time. Luffy's fierce attack also stunned everyone present. They did not expect it. Kaido, the Four Emperors, was actually knocked down 3 times by a little brat like Luffy. Just as everyone was stunned, Kaido took 3 waves of Luffy's fierce attacks. He climbed up from the ground again as if nothing had happened. There was not even a trace of injury on his body. He stood up slowly, holding a black mace in his hand. Kaido opened his eyes, which were a little bleary due to drunkenness, and looked at Luffy. In an instant, an extremely terrifying momentum instantly enveloped Luffy. At the same time, Kaido slowly raised his hand and swung the mace in his hand. He flashed. He rushed towards Luffy at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was behind him. Thunder 8 Trigrams. While Kaido rushed forward quickly, the mace in his hand also hit Luffy's body with an invincible force. Instantly, black hockey lightning flashed. The whole world seemed to shake at this moment. Luffy, who was hit by this blow, was forced to exit the fourth gear instantly. His figure was flying in the air like a deflated balloon, and then fell heavily to the ground. In the picture, Luffy was lying on the ground in a big letter shape. His eyes rolled back, his body was covered in blood, and he was motionless. It was obvious that he was knocked unconscious by Kaido's Thunder 8 Trigrams. Kaido slowly turned around. He looked down at Luffy who had fainted on the ground. His eyes were full of disdain. He slowly opened his mouth and asked in a deep voice. You just said, what king do you want to be? Chapter 69 Thunderous 24 Hexagrams. Teacher Guy is quitting his addiction to King Online. The picture freezes here. Then, a dense army of bullet comments emerges. Here it comes. The famous scene of Thunder 8 Trigrams is here. Luffy launched so many waves of fierce attacks in a row, and all of them hit Kaido, but he didn't even break Kaido's defense. He is worthy of being the strongest creature. I don't know whether Kaido's defense was broken, but I know Luffy must have broken it. Cha-cha-cha pillar. Luffy. People's physiques are different. I once gave Kaido a massage when I was extremely angry. Dog head. Ha 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 ha. Is the massage okay? Luffy's attacks just now can only be regarded as massages for Kaido. It has no other effect except sobering up. What kind of king do you want to be? Teacher Guy's words really made me laugh to death. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Guy is quitting his king addiction online. Dog head. Luffy. I'm honest now, please let me go. Dog head worker. Luffy really said the harshest words and got the most vicious beating. Ha 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 ha. Kaido. He started to give me a massage right away. I thought he was saying hello to me, so I thought I would return the favor, but who knew I would beat him down with one blow, dog head. Kaido. I don't know, he was shouting something like king and rushed towards me. I was so scared. I held the mace tightly and closed my eyes and swung it around. When I opened my eyes again, he had already fallen to the ground like a dead dog. Dog head. Kaido. I got up, and I killed him with one blow, what can I say? Dog head. Luffy. Actually, I didn't say I wanted to be the Pirate King, but I wanted to be the King of the Sea. Mr. Guy, you misunderstood, dog head. Pirate King Luffy. Wrong. It's Pirate King Luffy. Dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Monkey D. Luffy. What? I beat Kaido for a long time, but he was fine. But he just hit me with a stick and I fainted. What the hell? Roronoa Zoro. Is this the strength of Kaido, the strongest creature? He is so strong. Vinsmoke Sanji. That terrifying defense and attack power. It's really daunting. Eustace Kid. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the Straw Hat Kid in the video, it seems to be even worse than the scene where I was killed by red hair before. Kira. Kid, this doesn't seem to be something to be proud of, right? Trafalgar Law. Indeed, and, Eustace, from the previous video content, you should have been defeated by Kaido during this period and then imprisoned in Menden Prison. Skurachiman Apu. Ha 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 ha. Kid, as the eldest brother, please stop laughing at the second brother, the Straw Hat Kid. Rouge. Besides, the Straw Hat Kid was put in prison and was able to find a master to teach him and improve his strength, but you failed to escape from prison and were caught and almost drowned. Basil Hawkins. Although we had the same experience, the treatment you and the Straw Hat Kid received was very different. X Drake. But there is nothing we can do about it. After all, Straw Hat Boy is the background king, and you, Kid, are nothing. Capone Beige. This is the cruelty of reality. Eustace Kid. Kaido. I said Straw Hat Boy is ignorant of the world, right? You think you can defeat me with that little tickling attack? I just hit him with a stick and he will be obedient. Charlotte Linlin. Well, does Straw Hat Boy think that he has defeated Katakuri and has the ability to fight against us four emperors head-on? He is really overestimating himself. Edward Newgate. Gulala. Straw Hat Boy's defeat was really tragic. It can be said that he had no ability to fight back at all. Shanks. Haha. In fact, the ending of a new pirate facing the four emperors is basically like this, but I didn't expect Luffy to go through this step. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha, if it were any other pirate, after this defeat, what awaited them would only be an endless dark future. How could they have a chance to make a comeback like the Straw Hat Boy? Gall D. Roger. Speaking of which, the actual gap between the Straw Hat Boy and Kaido at this time was still extremely huge, and there was no hope of winning at all, but he seemed to have successfully defeated Kaido not long after. Rox D. Zebek. From not being able to break Kaido's defense to being able to defeat Kaido head-on, the growth in between is not a little bit. Sengoku. Could it be that the Straw Hat Boy could really have such a terrifying growth and improvement in strength in such a short period of time? Monkey D. Garp. After all, he is my grandson, even if he can do this, there is nothing to be surprised about. Crane. Garp, don't flatter yourself, do you think you could have such a terrifying improvement speed as the Straw Hat Boy back then? Monkey D. Garp. That's not the case, but as the saying goes, the disciple is better than the master, ha 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 ha. Borisolino. Doesn't this video say Kaido is the greatest mentor of Straw Hat Boy? It seems that Kaido personally taught Straw Hat Boy, which made his strength improve so quickly. Closing square bracket. Kuzan. The teaching from the strongest creature Kaido is enough to make countless pirates on this sea excited, right? Closing square bracket. Sakazuki. No matter Straw Hat Boy or Kaido, as long as they are pirates, none of them are good. Sooner or later, I will definitely destroy them all. Closing square bracket. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After knocking out King Luffy with a stick easily, Kaido turned around, leaning on the mace and looking down at Luffy who had fainted at his feet. I wonder if he really has an unyielding fighting spirit, or is he just bluffing? But he has been staring at me since the beginning. Kaido looked at the unconscious Luffy and murmured in a low voice. At this moment, Luffy had been deprived of his king addiction by Kaido's previous move, Thunder 8 Trigrams, and had completely lost consciousness. But he still stared at his eyes. He stared at Kaido's direction with his eyes that were no longer eyeballs. Seeing this, everyone around was a little surprised. And Kaido didn't mean to waste time on Luffy anymore. He carried the mace on his shoulder and turned to leave. At the same time, he ordered the men behind him. Put him in jail. If he can be tamed, he might be a good fighting force. Hearing this, the men of the Beast's pirates immediately took action. Prepare to put seastone handcuffs on Luffy and put him in jail. Righto. Those weak minions only approached Luffy slightly. The next moment, they fainted with foam at the mouth. Kaido, who noticed this, turned around again. He looked at Luffy deeply and whispered. You too. That kid also has conquerors. Haha. This sea doesn't need so many kings. After saying this, Kaido didn't care about Luffy anymore. Even though the other party was unconscious, he was still unconsciously releasing Conqueror's haki. Those weak subordinates couldn't get close at all. But not everyone can't resist this Conqueror's haki. Kaido didn't need to worry about imprisoning Luffy. He was seen transforming into a blue dragon again and soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. The picture froze. The barrage floated by. It started. Mr. Guy is letting Luffy go. Mr. Guy could have killed Luffy right now, but he just put him in jail. Isn't that letting Luffy go? Mr. Guy will regret it sooner or later if he doesn't finish off the enemy. You don't understand this, do you? Mr. Guy is sending Luffy to Udon for further training. Dog head. Luffy's attack just now has made Mr. Guy see his weakness, so he is preparing to prescribe the right medicine and arrange a suitable teaching course for Luffy. Dog head. Kaido. You kid can't even use the advanced version of armament haki, and you still want to break my defense. You should go down and calm down first. Dog head. Kaido. Such a simple thing is not worth my personal teaching. It just so happens that I know there is an old guy named Hyogoro in the Udon prison who is quite good. You should go and learn how to use the advanced version of armament haki from him first, dog head. Kaido. Come back to me after you have mastered the advanced version of armament haki, and I will teach you the next step. Doghead. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Mr. Guy actually has such a thorough and strict teaching plan. He is worthy of being called the King of 100 Teachings. Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. The video continues to play. The camera turns. The time came to the night of the fire festival. On the roof of Onigashima, Kaido fought the 9 red scabbards alone. He defeated them all easily. Then Big Mom came to the roof to meet Kaido. Not long after the two met, Kid, Kira, Law, Zoro and others all came to the roof of this Onigashima one after another. Luffy was the last to appear. He looked forward, as if he suddenly saw something, and his expression suddenly sank. And then, Luffy slowly walked towards the direction of Kaido and Big Mom. Kaido turned his head and glanced at Big Mom, disdainfully saying, Lin, guess what this brat said he was going to be in front of me before. Hearing this, Big Mom also laughed. This brat is just very arrogant. He also said the same arrogant words in front of me before. He also destroyed my castle and tea party. Straw Hat Boy, you should apologize to me first. Facing the ridicule of Kaido and Big Mom, the 4 emperors. Luffy seemed not to hear it. He walked straight through the middle of the two. He came behind Kaido and Big Mom. Kaido turned his head and glared at Luffy fiercely, and continued to ask. Hey, brat, what exactly are you going to be? Say it again in front of us. Luffy still turned a deaf ear. He slowly came to the seriously injured and fallen red scabbards and others. Kneeled down and helped Kinemon up. Are you okay, Kinemon? I'm sorry, we're late. Kinemon coughed heavily in Luffy's arms. Blood immediately gushed out of his mouth. He opened his eyes weakly, looked at Luffy, and said with tears in his eyes. 19. Hate. I've reached the other side. Go to see the Lord. Speaking of this, Kinemon suddenly used up his last bit of strength to grab Luffy's shoulders from behind and begged. Can you please shoulder, Wano-kuni? Hearing this, Luffy responded firmly without hesitation. Idiot. Do you even need to ask? This is my friend's country. Kinemon said heavily. Thank you very much. Just as the two were talking like this, Kaido, who had been ignored, felt quite unhappy. He stepped behind Luffy. Raise the mace. 8 fasts, in your hand high. Hey, kid, Kaido shouted angrily. He was about to smash the mace in his hand at Luffy. Until then, Luffy suddenly turned around. He first looked at Trafalgar Law not far away and said, Trafalgar Law, send them all down. Law did not respond. He just raised his hand silently. The Op Fruit ability was activated instantly. All the seriously injured red scabbards on the roof of Onigashima were teleported away. Then, Luffy suddenly jumped up, easily avoided the stick swung by Kaido. His figure was above the sky. One arm suddenly swung higher and rushed into the sky. At the same time, the third gear was activated instantly. The huge fist wrapped with the powerful armament haki fell from the sky. It hit Kaido below hard. Not only that, the fist that fell down violently rubbed against the air. A layer of blazing fire burned on the surface. Rubber, Inferno pistol. The fist wrapped in hot flames and armament haki fell down with a bang. It hit Kaido's cheek mercilessly. Kaido was knocked to the ground by this punch. A shallow scar was left on his face. Although the injury was not serious. But compared with the fact that Luffy could not break his defense no matter how he attacked not long ago, the power of this punch was obviously much stronger. Kaido slowly got up from the ground. His eyes were wide open. It seemed a little unbelievable that Luffy's punch could be so powerful. The ant on the side was also very surprised. She shouted to Kaido, Hey, Kaido, what are you doing? How could you be knocked down by such a kid? In the shock of the 4 emperors, Luffy landed steadily. He slowly raised his hand and put the straw hat on his head, pressing it lightly. The black cape behind him fluttered in the wind. He looked very haughty. Luffy looked at Kaido and Big Mom, the 2 Sea Emperors 1.7 that made countless pirates tremble with fear. There was no fear on his face. He said firmly, My name is Monkey D. Luffy, I want to surpass you. The man who will become the Pirate King. The picture freezes here. The dense army of bullet comments surged again. FK. I'm so excited. Damn. This scene made Lousy twist like a maggot in bed in the middle of the night. I was so excited that I jumped up from the bed and slapped my dog. I have to say, Luffy is so handsome in this scene, and he has a hint of the king's posture. He's back. The passion and touching moments of the past are finally back at this moment. He knocked Kaido down with one punch, and this time he really hurt Kaido. Luffy's strength has really improved a lot. This is all thanks to Hyogoro's advanced armament haki teaching to Luffy. Not only should we thank Hyogoro, but Guy himself has also contributed to Luffy's growth. Indeed, if Guy hadn't thrown Luffy into the Rabbit Donbury prison and let him meet Hyogoro there, how could Luffy's strength improve so quickly? After being hit by Teacher Guy's Thunder 8 Trigrams, Luffy finally stood up. Haha, don't worry, this is just the beginning. Teacher Guy's teaching has just officially begun. Do you think that just one Thunder 8 Trigrams is enough? There are still several waves of Thunder 8 Trigrams waiting for Luffy, Doghead. One Thunder 8 Trigrams allowed Luffy to master the internal destruction of armament haki, but there are still Conqueror's Haki Entanglement and Devil Fruit ability Awakening, so rounding up. Luffy has to be hit by at least 24 Thunder Trigrams. Doghead 2. Ha 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 ha. Thunder 24 Trigrams. Luffy's good days are still to come, Doghead. Chapter 70 Famous Scene. Low-level Pirates. 4 Emperors versus the New Generation. Tony Chopper. Oh my. Luffy, this time your fist finally hurt Kaido, so awesome. Frankie. It seems that after mastering the advanced version of armament haki, Luffy finally has the strength to fight Kaido. Brook. That scene just now is really exciting, even though I am just a skeleton and have no blood, yo-ho-ho-ho. Monkey D. Luffy. I will definitely be able to defeat Kaido in the future. After all, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Isn't it normal to be able to defeat the 4 emperors? He. Kaido. Humph. Arrogant little brat, it's just a slight scratch on my face, Lousy didn't even bleed, do you think you can defeat me with your strength? Edward Newgate. Gullalala, It is true that the Straw Hat Boy's current strength is not enough to defeat Kaido, but don't forget. Kaido, you will personally teach Straw Hat Boy to improve his strength. Gall D. Roger. Haha, I believe that after Kaido's teaching and training, Straw Hat Boy should be able to defeat Kaido, right? Shanks. You taught a student who defeated you personally. Kaido, you are really romantic, ha 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 ha. Kazuki Odin. Those who were just seriously injured by Kaido in the video, are they Kinemon and others? Kinemon. Lord Godin. It seems that in the future, we, the 9 red scabbards, have successfully gathered together again and want to avenge Kaido for you in Wano Kuni. Ashura Duji. Judging from this result, it seems that we can't do anything to Kaido alone. Denjiro. Kaido is really powerful. Even Lord Godin died in his hands. It is impossible for us to defeat Kaido with just a few people. Kawamatsu. However, judging from the video, Kinemon seems to be very familiar with the Straw Hat Boy, and even entrusted Wano Kuni's future to him. Raizo. Monkey D. Luffy. Can he really help us defeat Kaido and save Wano Kuni? Kikunosuke. There is nothing to doubt. Didn't the previous video show the scene of Wano Kuni being liberated? I believe the Straw Hat Boys can definitely defeat Kaido. Kinemon. That's right. I also believe the Straw Hat Boys can definitely defeat Kaido. Kaido. Hee, a bunch of ignorant guys. Lousy is really underestimated. Charlotte Linlin. Well, if there is only Kaido in the video, it's fine, but don't forget, in the video, I am teaming up with Kaido. You want to defeat us with just a few little brats. You are just dreaming. Rox D. Zebek. Oh, Linlin, then how do you explain the previous comments saying that you and Kaido were defeated? Charlotte Linlin. Humph, you don't need to think about it, it must be those comments. Kaido. That's right, if Linlin and the other two can still lose to those brats together, then wouldn't our 4 emperors over the years have been wasted? John. Ha 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 ha. Kaido and Linlin really won't cry until they see the coffin. Silver Axe. This is normal. After all, which strong man would be willing to accept the fact that he will be defeated by a group of brats in the future? Akoku. I think neither of them will admit that they were defeated before seeing the specific video. Shiki. Kaido, Linlin, I advise you two to learn to face reality as soon as possible, just like me, ha 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 ha. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After hearing Luffy's lofty words, Big Mom replied with disdain and anger. At this point, you, a stinky boy, dare not say that you want to be the Pirate King. Do you understand what the Pirate King is? Luffy was indifferent to Big Mom's questioning, and his expression was still firm. On the other side, Kaido slowly got up from the ground with a serious expression. Quote. You can actually hurt me. What happened after he was defeated by me in Curry? You know, there are only a few people in the world who can fight with me. But there are only a few. Kreu. What kind of person is he? Kaido looked at Luffy and thought to himself. At this moment, he seemed to see the figures of Roger, Rox, Whitebeard and Odin behind Luffy. Suddenly, Kaido smiled. Straw Hat Boy, he called out as he swung his mace, 8 trigrams, in his hand. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The next moment, the terrifying Thunderous 8 trigrams attacked Luffy again. But this time, Luffy reacted very quickly. He foresaw the future through observation haki and dodged quickly. But Kaido's attack speed was too fast. Even with the foresight of the future, Luffy still failed to completely avoid the attack. There was still an extra wound on his forehead. Kaido smiled with some relief. Not bad. It seems you won't be hit hard like that again. Just when Kaido sighed like this, Big Mom rushed towards Luffy suddenly. The Sun Homies, Prometheus, wrapped Big Mom's fist. Blast Luffy fiercely with extremely terrifying hot flames. Fire from the sky. Big Mom roared and attacked Luffy who had just stood up. In this case, Luffy had no time to use the observation haki that foresaw the future, and it was difficult to dodge. But at this moment, a figure rushed over quickly from not far away. Zoro slowly pulled out the long sword at his waist. He jumped up and rushed to Luffy. Then he slashed at the Prometheus in Big Mom's hand. Fox Fire style splitting flame slash. Under Zoro's sword, Prometheus was cut in half from the middle, and he screamed miserably. Luffy was surprised to see this. Oh, that's Kunamon's move. Zoro smiled proudly and responded. Hee, I learned it secretly. Then Zoro suddenly retracted the smile on his face and continued to Luffy in a very serious manner. Don't relax for a moment, Luffy. The opponent is 2 of the 4 emperors. It was when Zoro reminded Luffy in this way. Kaido appeared beside Luffy again without knowing when. He raised the mace, 8 fasting, in his hand high. He was ready to launch a strong attack on Luffy again. Room. Slaughterhouse. At this time, another low shout came from a distance. Luo raised his hand lightly, and the field of op fruit instantly enveloped Luffy. The next moment, Luffy's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Instead, a rock fell down. Kaido's attack missed, and Luffy appeared in front of Law not far away. Law said to Luffy with an unhappy face, Straw Hat Leader, there is something I need to tell you clearly. I was originally planning to send Kunamon and the others down. But you just, it's as if I was following your orders. Luffy said nonchalantly. So what? It doesn't matter. Kid on the side suddenly interrupted. Trafalgar Law, I thought you finally became the Straw Hat Boy's younger brother. Kid's tone was full of sarcasm and ridicule. Law was furious when he heard this, and said angrily, who is the younger brother? Kid continued to taunt. Anyway, you 2 are low-level pirates. Quote, I don't care who is whose younger brother. Just as the 3 of them were arguing with each other. Not far away, Big Mom once again controlled Prometheus. Suddenly, she blasted 3 extremely hot fireballs at Luffy, Law, and Kid. Prometheus, burn them to ashes. Fireball from the sky. 3 fireballs flew towards Luffy and his 2 companions standing side by side. Luo and Kid were preparing to fight back. But Luffy suddenly said at this time, let's do this. Whoever attacks that thing first is a low-level pirate. Luo said speechlessly. Who wants to do this with you, idiot? Kid also pointed at Luffy and criticized. You only know how to play such a boring game. That's why you can't become a big shot. Luffy said indifferently. Okay. Then you 2 are low-level pirates. As soon as these words came out, it was as if some kind of switch was touched. Kid and Luo were stunned in place, their bodies stiffened. Even their expressions became a little unnatural. In front, 3 fireballs were wrapped in terrifying heat waves and quickly approached Luffy and his companions. However, none of Luffy, Kid and Luo had any intention of avoiding. They just stood there straight, facing the approaching scorching fireballs. There was no movement in his hands. That was it. The 3 fireballs were getting closer and closer. Luffy and the other 2 were still standing there like wooden stakes, motionless. It was obvious that, as the fireballs got closer, the expressions on their faces gradually became distorted. Cold sweat flowed down everyone's forehead. Kel, bang, boom, accompanied by a loud noise. The 3 fireballs hit Luffy and the other 2's faces squarely. In the explosion of flames, the miserable screams of the 3 people came out one after another. The picture was frozen here. Translucent bullet comments floated by. Ha ha ha. Another famous scene. Luffy and the other 2 in this scene are so funny. Each of them contributed a very wonderful facial expression package. These 3 are really fierce. They actually took Big Mom's attack with their faces. No one else can do it. Ha 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 ha. Luffy is so fierce. I really didn't expect Kid and Law to be so fierce as Luffy. Closing square bracket. Especially Law, who still remembers that when Law first appeared, he was a cool male god. Sure enough, if you stay with Luffy for a long time, no matter who you are, your style will be distorted. Luffy, give me back my cool male god Law. If I tell others that these 3 people are the 3 strongest captains of the worst generation, I guess no one will believe it, right? Dog head. The 3 captains of the worst generation. I think they are more like 3 idiots. Dog head. I didn't expect that the term, low-level pirate, would have such magical power, making Luffy and the others would rather get beaten. Ha 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 ha. Hey, excuse me for being blunt, everyone here is a low-level pirate. Dog head. Nonsense. You are the low-level pirate. I am a high-level pirate who has signed up for an annual membership. Dog head. About the matter of looking forward to seeing the 3 people fighting handsomely together before the fierce battle, but after seeing the 3 people's facial expressions, I scolded myself for what I was expecting. FK. The title of the light novel above is really long. Which bookstore can I buy your book? Books are smashed without stores, understand. Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. Rorano Zoro. These guys are really hopeless. Trafalgar Law. How could I become like this in the future? It's really unbelievable. Eustace Kid. It's all because of that idiot Straw Hat Kid, he actually led Lousy astray. Monkey D. Luffy. What? How can you blame me? It was you who didn't want to admit that you were low-level pirates, so you chose not to dodge that attack. Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Is this the legendary worst generation? It really makes me laugh, each one is funnier than the other. Edward Newgate. Gulala, as expected, these little guys are more energetic. Charlotte Linlin. You didn't even dodge my attack. How much do you guys look down on me? Kaido. Hee hee, a bunch of arrogant guys, just wait and see how Linlin and I will deal with you later. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After the farce of episode 580, Luffy and others all started to get serious. And Kaido was also very interested. He asked Big Mom to step aside first, and planned to try the level of the 5 Supernova pirates in front of him alone. Zoro and Kira took the lead. They attacked Kaido with 3 Swords Style, Demon Slash, and Purgatory, Head Beheading Claw, respectively. However, they did not cause any damage to Kaido. Then, Luffy, Kid and Law also opened fire at full power. Luffy entered the 4th gear Elastic Man form. Kid summoned a pile of metal to form a magnetic demon. Law also instantly unfolded the room field of Op Fruit, covering Kaido. The 3 of them launched a fierce attack on Kaido at the same time. But it was still ineffective. After Luffy and others' attacks ended, Kaido suddenly turned into a huge blue dragon with a length of 100 meters. His figure floated up and hovered in the sky. Next to him was the big ant who stepped on the Thunder Cloud homies, Zeus, and held the Emperor's Sword, Broken Blade. The 4 emperors were in full momentum at this moment, majestic and majestic. The 2 looked down at the 5 Supernova pirates below and said, "Hee hee, it would be a pity to kill you. But there is no other way. Once you die, everything will belong to us. All the companions and treasures are ours. You should have the historical text in your hands, right? I am really looking forward to it. Whoever wins this battle will take a big step towards becoming the Pirate King." As soon as these words came out, it indicated that the battle between the 4 emperors vs the new generation had officially begun. Kaido suddenly spit out hundreds of wind blades from the mouth of the Azure Dragon, which were as sharp as a slash. They attacked Luffy and the other 5 below densely. Luffy and the others quickly dodged and resisted. At the same time, they seized the opportunity and launched a fierce attack on Kaido again without hesitation. However, even though their attack power was already very powerful, but for the strongest creature, for Kaido, it was just a minor fight. It was completely unable to cause any effective real damage, until Zoro used Yanma to slash Kaido with 1 sword-style Flying Dragon Flame. Kaido, who sensed the remaining Odin aura on Yanma, did not choose to resist for the first time and took the initiative to dodge Zoro's sword. Then Big Mom activated Tenman Daijizai Tianshin. She summoned countless lightning bolts and slashed at Luffy and others. However, Luffy, who was struck by lightning, was unharmed. Big Mom said in surprise, "Straw Hat Boy, why is lightning ineffective against you?" Luffy replied, "Because I am rubber." And at this moment, Kaido's hot breath also hit Luffy directly. But Luffy was still safe and sound. Kaido also asked in surprise, "Why is the fire useless to you?" Luffy responded as a matter of course, "I have perseverance." Chapter 71. Zoro is good at dealing with things. He really gets involved when something happens. The screen freezes. The army of bullet comments reappears. Puff. God damn, relying on perseverance. Luffy's explanation is too ridiculous, isn't it? As a rubber man, he is immune to lightning attacks, which I can understand, but you tell me, how can he rely on perseverance to be immune to fire attacks? So what attacks can Luffy be immune to? It's completely subjective, right? Haha, if this is said to someone else, it may be difficult to understand, but don't forget. Luffy is not just a rubber man. Indeed, Luffy's true identity hidden under the rubber man is the sun god Nika. Do you think the sun god would be afraid of a mere fire attack? It turns out that as early as this time, it has been hinted that Luffy is the sun god Nika. It's just that at this time, Luffy himself didn't know that he was the sun god Nika, so he said that he was immune to Kaido's heat breath attack because of perseverance, right? Good guy, Luffy has fooled himself. Kaido, you can fool the teacher, but don't fool yourself. Goblin, opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Gall D. Roger, ha ha ha. Straw Hat Boy is really interesting. Relying on perseverance. Is this an answer that a normal person can come up with? Shanks, haha, I can only say that Luffy's brain circuit is worthy of it. Portgas D. Ace, Luffy's sun god Nika fruit can actually make him immune to fire. Then he is not the god. It seems that it will be a bit difficult to teach this brat a lesson in the future. Sabo, haha, Ace, you are still thinking about teaching Luffy a lesson, aren't you afraid that Luffy will teach you a lesson in the future? Kaido, humph, even if Straw Hat Boy is immune to lightning and fire attacks, what does it matter? With his weak attack power, even if Lousy stands there and lets him hit him, he will beat Lousy to death and Lousy will only be slightly injured at most. Charlotte Linlin, well, don't look at the momentum of the attacks of those little guys in the video, but in fact, they didn't pose much threat to Kaido and me. On the contrary, Kaido and I's attacks could cause them serious injuries or even death. Edward Newgate, this is true. Although it is not easy for those little guys to achieve this, they are still far behind the real four emperors. Sengoku, the growth rate of this batch of supernovas is really amazing, but unfortunately, they are facing 2 four emperors together. Borsalino, 2 four emperors together are indeed a very scary teamwork. Kuzan, Allah, I don't know what kind of progress and turnaround the next battle will usher in. It's really exciting. Sakazuki, if you ask me, the best result is that these guys fight to the point of being defeated and all dead. This way, it will save trouble and the world will be peaceful. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After hearing Luffy's outrageous answer, even Kaido couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It seemed that he felt that Luffy's reason was really absurd. And just when he was stunned, Luffy launched a fierce attack on Kaido again. Shoot with the Ape King Spear. In an instant, dense fists like a storm kept bombarding Kaido's huge blue dragon body. After mastering the advanced version of armament hockey, each of Luffy's punches could actually cause some damage to Kaido. After such a storm-like attack, a small mouthful of blood spit out of Kaido's mouth. The huge body also fell to the ground from a high altitude. And Luffy was forced to exit the 4th gear state because of excessive hockey consumption. He fell into the hockey exhaustion period after the 4th gear again. Seeing this, Zoro hurried forward and carried Luffy on his shoulders, leading the opponent to dodge Big Mom's terrifying sword. In front, Kaido, who was a little dizzy after being hit by Luffy, slowly stood up. His huge blue dragon body began to spiral up quickly in place. After just a moment, several thick and huge tornadoes formed around it. The tornado roared and moved quickly towards Zoro and others. The terrifying power that erupted from it earth-coiling everything around it high into the sky. The wind was howling and thunderclouds were dense. The scene in front of him was like the end of the world. Under the traction of this tornado, Zoro was also accidentally swept into the sky. And Luffy, who was originally carried on his shoulders, also flew high. Then he was swallowed by Kaido with his bloody mouth opened wide. Zoro was shocked when he saw this, and all 3 swords on his waist were instantly unsheathed. Wait, our captain, you can eat it just because you say so. While shouting angrily, Zoro pointed the tips of all 3 sabers at Kaido in front of him. 3 swords style black rope tornado. As Zoro swung his sword, a tornado formed by the sharp slash slowly took shape. The tornado roared and swept towards Kaido. Zoro rushed forward quickly. The next moment, the sharp slash broke Kaido's blue dragon scales, leaving a clear wound on the opponent's sturdy body. Blood splattered everywhere. Kaido screamed in pain. Blood spit out of his mouth. Luffy, who was originally swallowed into his mouth, was also spit out. The picture froze. The army of bullet comments passed by. FK. Zoro is so cool. He cut Kaido with 1 sword and rescued Luffy. This is the gold content of the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Kaido just used a tornado, so Zoro also used a black rope tornado. Is this the legendary magic to defeat magic? Dog head. Haha. To defeat magic with magic, it turns out that my father is not lying to me. Opening square bracket comma 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 dot 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 closing square bracket. The video continues to play. Zoro cut Kaido and rescued Luffy. The ant on the side couldn't help but be stunned when she saw this scene. That kid actually cut Kaido. Kaido also felt a little unbelievable. He carefully looked at the Yama sword in Zoro's hand, and then showed a look of realization. Quote dot 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 quote. As that sword Odin's. Then countless terrifying wind blades were fired. It bombarded Luffy and others in front of it. Tornado. Facing Kaido's attack, everyone hurriedly dodged and resisted. After a round of bombardment, Kaido changed from the blue dragon form to the human beast form. This is the most balanced and comprehensive form of the Zone Fruit ability user. It has the flexibility and agility in human form. It also has various natural attack methods in the blue dragon form. I saw that Kaido in the picture was a circle larger than the normal human form. The muscles were more solid and strong. The whole body was covered with blue-black dragon scales. There was also a long dragon tail behind him. It looked very hockey. It was very powerful. Kaido carried the mace on his shoulder, came to Big Mom, and said with a smile. Hey, Lin, you were so happy, Big Mom on the side immediately understood what Kaido meant, and immediately responded with a smile. Kaido, what a coincidence, I was thinking the same thing. Obviously, Luffy and others' fierce attack did not bring much threat to the 2-4 emperors. On the contrary, it made Kaido and Big Mom feel the joy of fighting for the first time in a long time. In their eyes, Luffy and others had no chance of defeating them. They were just trying to relieve their worries and boredom. On the opposite side, Luffy and others once again launched a full-scale attack on Kaido and Big Mom. But facing these 2-4 emperors, their attacks had no effect at all. In the picture, Luffy was repelled again and flew out. It fell into the pile of rocks between Kid and Zoro. Zoro panted slightly. How can we win this? Kid said with a serious face. It seems that our attacks are completely ineffective. Luffy stood up from the pile of rocks and shouted. It must be useful. How can such a fierce attack be useless? Anyway, they are all human beings like us. As he said that, Luffy rushed forward again without caring about anything and launched an attack. Then he flew backwards as before. Once again, he fell hard into the pile of rocks just now. Zoro was a little speechless. Use your brain before you rush. Kira couldn't help but complain. To such a monster, he had to say that we are all human beings. Luffy once again rushed out from the rubble and shouted. If we are sure that we can't win, what are we doing here? That's why I asked you to use your brain to think of a way to win. Zoro's tone sounded helpless. At this time, Trafalgar Law on the side suddenly said. We must find a way to separate the two of them. Zoro nodded slightly. I agree. Quote. Kid also agreed. Those two people standing side by side, it's simply the scene in hell. Luffy suddenly laughed when he heard this. The smile was extremely confident and calm. Text. We've been there several times. We have the upper hand. The screen freezes here. The translucent barrage floated across the screen again. Ha ha ha. Luffy is really stubborn, just rushing forward, without any tactics at all. Luffy. Tactics. What is a tactic? Can it be eaten? Dog head. Even if there is a tactic, so what? Do you think Luffy will follow the originally planned tactics? Dog head. I think the smartest tactic is to exclude Luffy from the tactics, ha 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 ha. I have to say that Luffy is really confident. Facing the combination of Kaido and Big Mom, he can actually say that he has the upper hand. Luffy. 5 recruit eggs against 2-4 emperors, the advantage is mine. Dog head. To be honest, Kaido and Big Mom are really strong. When they join forces and stand side by side, people really can't see any hope of winning. Indeed, the fighting power that Kaido and Big Mom can exert together is not just a simple 1 + 1, but 11. Dog head. Ha ha ha. What the hell is 11? Then I said it was 1 to the power of 1. Dog head. Hiss. So scary. So scary. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Looking at Luffy, who is still full of fighting spirit, Kaido smiled and said in a deep voice, quote, quote, how many of these 5 people can be left? Hearing this, Kaido immediately understood what the ant meant by the move. He nodded happily in agreement. Then he stood side by side with the ant. They both raised their weapons high at the same time. They took a full-strength attack posture. Kaido smiled and said, old woman, your legs and feet should not be rusty yet. Who are you talking to? Little ghost, the ant retorted unceremoniously. The next moment, Kaido and the ant swung their weapons at the same time. A fusion of terrifying shock waves instantly burst out from the weapons of the two. It attacked Luffy and the others in front of it with an unmatched devastating force. Hakoku. Everyone's face changed immediately when they saw it. The terrifying momentum emanating from the shock wave. It made everyone feel the strong danger. Zoro's face sank, and he said to himself, how can I bear this? No, I can't dodge it. Kira's tone revealed a bit of anxiety. This move of Hakoku launched by Kaido and Big Mom together. It was derived from the combined attack skill, Hakoku, of the giant warriors. At this moment, it was performed by 2 4 Emperor's level strongmen. The power is even more powerful and terrifying. Facing such a swift attack, Luffy and the others had no time to dodge, and if they were hit by this move, there is no doubt that everyone would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. For a moment, everyone's mood became anxious and heavy, and at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward from the back. It was Zoro. He stood alone in front of the other 4. All 3 sabers were unsheathed, and they were blocked in front of his chest. The next moment, the terrifying shock wave hit Zoro's 3 blades heavily. It was just a moment. Zoro had already vomited blood and was seriously injured. But under his self-sacrificing block, the momentum of the sea also stagnated and slowed down for a moment. You guys run away, otherwise, Wang Ma, the whole army will be wiped out. Zoro endured the injuries on his body and shouted to Luffy and others behind him with gritted teeth. Even though he was seriously injured, but he still held on. He tried his best to resist the combined attack of Kaido and Big Mom. It was his step forward. That gave everyone a moment of opportunity. Luo immediately activated his Op Fruit ability, moved everyone out of the attack range of Bahai. Until then, Zoro seemed to have lost all his strength in an instant. He fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, his whole body was soaked in blood. I don't know how many bones in his body were broken. His breath was much weaker than before. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. On the other hand, Luffy and the other 4, thanks to Zoro's self-sacrifice, they are all safe at this moment. The picture freezes here. Dense translucent bullet screens floated by again. FK. Zoro is really awesome. Fighting against the Hawkeye alone, the most important thing is that he actually resisted. Although it was only a short moment, it was already amazing enough. That was the Hawkeye blasted by 2 4 Emperors, and Zoro dared to rush up and take it. He is worthy of being the most courageous man in the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro is awesome. Zoro is a real man. Fighting against the Hawkeye alone, I just want to ask who else you can do. Roar. Kid and Luo are probably thinking in their hearts at this moment, this Zoro is capable, he really goes all out when there is something going on. Zoro is so damn handsome and reliable. Much more reliable than Captain Luffy. I have to say, in this Onigashima battle, Zoro has so many highlights. He broke through Kaido's defense twice in a row, and now he blocked the Hawkeye alone. It's so awesome. But in this way, Zoro was seriously injured again. Zoro is really always injured or on the way to being injured. And they are all serious injuries that can be fatal. Dog head. Zoro. Why am I always the one who gets injured? Dog head. Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket dot. Chapter 72. Tyrant teaching begins. Teacher Guy is righteous. Rocks D. Zebek. Good guys. Kaido. Lin, you two even used the Sea Tyrant to fight these little guys. John. Sea Tyrant. This was your trump card and ultimate move back then. I don't know how many famous pirates were defeated by this move of yours. Silver Axe. The power of this sea domination is really terrifying. Even I dare not take it head on. This kid called Roronoa Zoro is really stubborn. Akoku. At this age, he can block Kaido and Linlin's sea domination alone, even if it's just for a moment, it's already quite difficult. Shiki. These little guys nowadays are really monsters. They grow much faster than we did back then. Edward Newgate. Gulala, this is the new era. Gall D. Roger. Even if we put aside the strength, in order to buy time for others to dodge, Roronoa Zoro dared to face Kaido and Linlin's sea domination alone. This courage alone is already quite admirable. Shanks. In the thriller bark before, when he had to sacrifice himself to save the lives of other partners, Roronoa Zoro didn't even blink an eye. Luffy really found a good partner. Dracula Mahawk. Roronoa Zoro, that's great. Only in this way can you hope to surpass me in the future. Vinsmoke Sanji. Damn it. Why wasn't I there in the battle on the roof of Onigashima? The limelight was stolen by the green algae-headed kid. It's really annoying. Roronoa Zoro. Hee hee, curly eyebrow, don't you see who are on the roof of Onigashima? They are all supernova pirates of our generation. You are a supernova and you want to go to the roof. Dream on. Monkey D. Luffy. Kaido and Big Mom, those two guys actually dared to hurt Zoro like this, damn, I will never forgive them. Kaido. Ugh, Straw Hat Kid, don't talk nonsense here. If Roronoa Zoro hadn't stepped forward in the video just now, you would have been killed by our Tyrant C. Charlotte Linlin. Well, just relying on these little brats, you think you can defeat me and Kaido? That's wishful thinking. Hira. Judging from the current situation in the video, we really don't have much chance of winning. Trafalgar Law. We were not at an advantage to begin with, and now Roronoa is seriously injured, the situation is getting worse. Eustace Kid. Humph, what's there to worry about? Didn't those comments say we would win? That means there will be a turnaround and a chance of winning. 250 Sengoku. Being able to hold out for so long with the cooperation of Kaido and Big Mom, the growth rate of this generation of supernova pirates is indeed far beyond the previous ones. Sakazuki. Since we know the future dangers of these supernova pirates, we should completely eliminate them before they grow up. Borsalino. I happen to be on an island with these supernova pirates now, how about I go and eliminate them all later? Kuzan. Oh lala, come on, Borsalino, the previous videos have already exposed all your water-letting scenes, so don't tell these lies here. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After the attack of the Sea Tyrant is over, Luffy rushed to Kaido again at the first time. Rubber, fire fist gun. A raging flame burned on Luffy's fist. He blasted towards Kaido fiercely. Kaido quickly dodged. He dodged the attack perfectly. And Luffy, who missed the attack, was not annoyed, but even laughed. You dodged it, right, Kaido, because it hurts. Kaido didn't say anything. He turned around and smashed Luffy with a stick. He smashed the opponent's body directly out. He chose this way as a response to Luffy. And Kaido's attack didn't end there. After blasting Luffy out, his figure suddenly flashed. In an instant, he rushed in front of Luffy again. Then he opened his mouth wide. He spewed out a stream of hot air from his mouth and attacked Luffy. Luffy hurriedly dodged. Kaido didn't give the opponent any chance to breathe. The huge dragon man jumped high. Then he fell from the sky like a mountain. The mace in his hand, 8 fasts, was also swung down heavily. The Dark Conqueror's black thunder burst out from it. The power was amazing. The third generation, inducing Naraku. This attack hit Luffy without any surprise. He was knocked to the ground. Even the ground was smashed into a huge pit. Luffy fell to the bottom of the pit. His eyes rolled back. He was motionless. It was obvious that he was knocked unconscious by Kaido's, the third generation, inducing Naraku. The screen freezes. A large number of comments float by. Dizzy. Luffy is knocked unconscious by Teacher Guy again. Teacher Guy is helping Luffy quit his king addiction online again. This scene seems familiar. I always feel like I have seen this episode BDBE ha 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 ha. As expected, with Luffy's current strength, he is still not good enough in front of Teacher Guy. Last time Luffy was knocked unconscious by Teacher Guy, and then he learned the advanced version of armament hockey. What about this time? I know. It's time to use the advanced version of Conqueror's Haki. If you pay attention, you will find that Teacher Guy's move, falling 3rd generation and inducing Naraku, just now specifically used Conqueror's Haki to entangle, obviously teaching Luffy. Indeed, Teacher Guy's small class is open again. A true mentor never says much, but only teaches students with actions. Guy teacher is righteous. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Video continues. Just as Luffy was knocked unconscious by Kaido's falling 3 worlds inducing Naraku. On the other side, Zoro, Law, Kid and Kira joined forces. Big Mom's Thundercloud homies, Zeus, was locked in a metal-sealed box made by Kid. The Sun homies, Prometheus, was chopped up by Zoro and Kira and could never heal. And Big Mom herself was blasted off the roof of Onigashima by Kid and Law. At this moment, she was falling straight towards the endless sea below. Big Mom without Zeus and Prometheus. There was no way to stop her falling figure. Seeing that she was about to fall into the sea. And for a demon fruit power, falling into the sea is undoubtedly a very terrifying thing. Zeus, Prometheus, come and save me. Big Mom's anxious call came from below. However, Zeus was still trapped in the metal box and couldn't get out. Prometheus was also being chased and hacked by Zoro, and had no time to rescue Big Mom. Kaido, who had just knocked Luffy unconscious, slowly turned around. This is so embarrassing, Lin. Quote, it will really cause me trouble. While muttering to himself, Kaido suddenly rushed towards Zoro who was chasing Prometheus. Hey, pirate hunter, let Prometheus go. Facing Kaido's sudden attack, Zoro, who was already seriously injured, had no way to avoid it. And once he was hit by Kaido's move, injured on top of injured, it is possible that he would die on the spot. In such a critical situation, Law activated the Op fruit ability without hesitation. He swapped his position with Zoro. Law appeared at Zoro's original position. The long knife in his hand stabbed into the opponent's body. Inject. Fire. Relying on the special ability of Op fruit, Law's attack directly damaged Kaido's internal organs. A ball of blood came out of Kaido's mouth. His body also paused. Trafalgar, your ability. Very annoying. Kaido roared and blasted Law away with a stick. Without Zoro's restraint, Prometheus immediately flew towards the bottom of Onigashima. He wanted to catch Big Mom before she fell into the sea. Seeing this, Zoro shouted anxiously. Hey, Terriman, that ball of fire ran to save Big Mom. Luo panted slightly and said, let it go. If someone has to sacrifice, it doesn't matter if the plan fails. Quote, at this time, Kid and Kira rushed up from the side. They ran straight to the edge of the roof of Onigashima. Our goal is to separate the two people. You don't have to fight hard, F.A. Leave Big Mom to us. Kid dragged a lot of metal behind him. He and Kira left the battlefield without looking back. Go to the bottom of the roof to stop Big Mom. Kaido did not stop them. He only needs to rescue Prometheus, and there is no need to worry about the rest. Kaido returned to the deep pit. Looking at Luffy who was unconscious on the ground, he laughed. Hee. Look at the face of the Straw Hat Boy. It was the same last time. Even if this kid fainted, he still continued to stare at me. How about I smash his eyes first? Or smash his head or heart first? Kaido muttered to himself, while raising the mace in his hand. The smile on his face looked very cruel. Seeing this, Zoro took a deep breath. As if he had made some kind of decision. He clenched his sword again with both hands. He turned his head to look at Trafalgar Law on the side, and said, Trafalgar Law, my move later. It will be my limit. Hearing this, Law said with some worry, Boss Zoro. However, Zoro did not give him a chance to dissuade him, and continued with a firm tone. If you don't fight with all your strength, it will only waste your energy. If it really doesn't work, I'm afraid you will have to die, right? The next thing, I'll leave it to you. After saying this, Zoro bit the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth again. He held the 3rd generation Ghost Chu and Enma tightly in his hands. The tip of the knife pointed directly at Kaido. Hey, Kaido. That guy is our captain. If you want to attack him, you have to take my head first. As he spoke, a ghostly aura emanated from Zoro's body. The thick ghostly aura continued to spread and twist around him. In a trance, Zoro turned into a ghost with 3 heads and 6 arms. The next moment, Zoro's figure suddenly moved. He quickly approached Kaido's position. His figure kept spinning and flashing. It was like a dancer from hell dancing. The original 3 swords also became 9 at this moment. The cold and sharp sword light continued to burst out. It seemed to be able to cut off everything in this world. Ghost Chi 9 swords Ashura draw the sword the play of the dead. Accompanied by Zoro's low shout, his figure suddenly passed by Kaido and came behind him. And on Kaido's chest, a long knife mark appeared. On the knife mark, blood spurted out in pain. Kaido screamed in pain. He looked down at the scar on his chest. His expression became extremely hideous and angry. Damn it, that brat. He turned his head and looked at Zoro behind him, and said in a deep voice. Could it be, you also have conquerors? Zoro panted and responded. Ah, what are you talking about? Why don't I know it? After using this attack, Zoro no longer had the strength to support his body and fell to the ground with a bang. He seemed a little unwilling to continue. This is a blow. I tried my best. I originally thought that maybe I could make you fall to the ground. This time, Kaido did not laugh. But he said with a serious look. Enough. This wound will leave a mark. The picture freezes here. Dense barrages of comments appeared again. FK. Another highlight moment of Zoro has appeared. This sword of Zoro should be the most damaging blow to Kaido since the Battle of Onigashima. Judging from Kaido's attitude, Zoro's sword has also successfully won his recognition and respect. The long-lost Ghost Chi 9 sword style is so cool. I declare that from now on I will be the world's #1 Zoro fan. Zoro. YYDS. Ghost Chi 9 sword style Ashura drawing swords the play of the dead. Good hockey's name. It's just a little too long. This name is really long. I almost suffocated after reading it all in one breath. Dog head. Such an awesome name. I can only say that Zoro is worthy of being the user of the naming fruit. Do you know why Zoro is so good at naming? It's all because of his ability to recognize roads. Dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Monkey D. Luffy. Sigui. Zoro's move actually left such a long scar on Kaido's chest. It's really amazing. Roronoa Zoro. It seems that in the future, I will be one step closer to becoming the world's #1 swordsman. Kaido. That kid's attack can actually have such power. Not bad. Lousy recognizes you. Roronoa Zoro. Gogurgurgur. Charlotte Linlin. I was almost blasted into the sea by these kids. What a bunch of hateful guys. Eustace Kid. Hee, it seems that we are not completely without a chance of winning. Didn't we successfully turn the game around in the video? Trafalgar Law. It's a pity that the Straw Hat leader was knocked unconscious by Kaido again. I don't know how long it will take for him to wake up. Edward Newgate. Gulala. Maybe it's not a bad thing that the Straw Hat Kid was knocked unconscious by Kaido. After all, he learned the advanced version of armament hockey after being knocked unconscious last time. Gall D. Roger. Could it be that after Straw Hat wakes up this time, he will be able to successfully learn Conqueror's hockey's entanglement? If so, the speed of his progress is indeed quite amazing. Gong. Rox D. Zebek. Although those comments did say so, no matter how hard you think about it, it is really unlikely that he can successfully master Conqueror's hockey's entanglement in such a short time. John. Conqueror's hockey's entanglement is a skill that only a very few strong people can truly master. Could it be that Straw Hat really only needs to be hit by Kaido to learn it? Silver Axe. If that's the case, then Straw Hat's talent can't just be described as exaggerated, it's simply cheating. Akoku. After hearing what you said, I can't wait to see if Straw Hat really learns Conqueror's hockey after waking up. Hockey is entangled. Shiki. Ha 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 ha, it really makes me look forward to it. Chapter 73 Kaido. Don't worry. I will help you become Joy Boy. Amidst everyone's anticipation and curiosity. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Kaido looks at Zoro, who no longer has the strength to stand up. Slowly raised the mace in his hand, and said in a deep voice. Your generation, it's really an eyesore. As he said that, he was ready to give Zoro a fatal blow. Trafalgar Law, who was not far away, saw this scene and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Zoro! Run away!" While shouting, he was ready to attack Kaido to buy time for Zoro. However, Kaido just turned his head and glanced at him, and said angrily, "You don't have to rush into the muzzle of the gun. Thunder 8 trigrams." The moment the voice fell, Kaido swung the mace in his hand, 8 trigrams. Instantly, the black thunder of Conqueror's Haki burst out, although there was no direct contact. But Zoro and Law were both hit by Kaido's move, instantly blasted away, spitting blood and falling to the ground. Kaido took back the mace and pounded it on the ground. He sighed, If you are willing to follow me, it's no problem to take over the whole world." However, the next moment, a figure suddenly came from behind Kaido. "Follow you? We can't stay with you. Who makes us like samurai so much?" Hearing this voice coming from behind, Kaido was slightly startled. His eyes suddenly widened. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Behind him, Luffy, who had been knocked unconscious, stood up again without knowing when. He continued with a serious face, "I will definitely beat you up. It's still too weak. After eating your mace just now, I finally understand. Conquerors can also be wrapped up for armament, right?" Hearing Luffy's words, Kaido raised his head and laughed. That's true, but it's only for a very small number of strong people." The laughter fell. Kaido suddenly flashed behind Luffy. He swung the mace in his hand again. "Damn kid," Kaido shouted angrily, pretending to make Luffy, who had just stood up, lie down again. However, this time, Luffy reacted very quickly. He turned around suddenly and jumped up. Then he kicked out. The unparalleled fast drag under his feet collided with Kaido's mace, 8 fasts, in the air. The Dark Conqueror's black thunder burst out. The power was far greater than before. Luffy kicked Kaido's mace away. Then he jumped to a higher place. He suddenly punched Kaido's abdomen. This punch also did not make direct contact with Kaido's body. Before touching the opponent, it had already been Kaido was hit so hard that he bent down. Kaido spurted blood from his mouth. And before he could make any move, Luffy's next wave of attacks had already arrived again. In the picture, Luffy went from bottom to top. A punch hit Kaido's chin hard. There was no direct contact either. The Dark Conqueror's black thunder suddenly appeared. Luffy's punch directly blasted Kaido away from the air. Kaido's huge body flew back several meters. Then it fell heavily to the ground. The blood flowing out of its mouth became thicker and thicker. Obviously, Luffy's wave of attacks had caused considerable damage to this strongest creature. This scene stunned Trafalgar Law and Zoro, who were lying on the ground in the distance. Luffy turned his head and looked at the two of them, and said, "Zoro, Terra, thank you for protecting me just now. You two go downstairs, leave this to me. By the way, please tell everyone." Speaking of this, Luffy suddenly fisted his palm. A confident and determined smile appeared on his face. He continued to speak loudly. "Tell them that no matter what, I will beat this guy." The picture freezes here. Dense bullet comments began to emerge from the screen. "FK, I'm so excited again. This should be accompanied by a background music. Thump thump, thump thump thump, thump 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 thump, thump 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 thump. Ha 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 ha. Stop kicking upstairs, I feel like there's a melody in my head. Awesome Luffy, you actually mastered the winding method of Conqueror's Haki so quickly. This is really incredible." You can see that Kaido in the video is obviously stunned. Closing square bracket. Kaido just said that only a few strong people can master Conqueror's Haki, but Luffy used it the next second. Isn't this a slap in Kaido's face? This just proves that Mr. Guy's teaching level is high. He only used Feng 3 and Deuce Naraku once, and Luffy successfully mastered the Haki. Indeed, Mr. Guy's teaching speed is a bit too fast. Rayleigh taught Luffy for a year and a half before teaching Luffy the advanced use of Conqueror's Haki, and it took several days for Hyogoro to teach Luffy the advanced version of Armament Haki. Even Katakuri took a whole battle to teach Luffy the advanced version of Observation Haki. Closing square bracket. However, the most difficult advanced version of Conqueror's Haki, Teacher Guy taught Luffy with just one stick. Of course, do you understand the value of Teacher Guy, the first master of navigation, and king of 100 teachings? Dog head, Teacher Guy is awesome. Opening square bracket dash 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 closing square bracket. Rocks D. Zebek. Hiss. He actually let Straw Hat Boy master the method of entanglement of Conqueror's Haki so easily. John. Monster. This terrifying growth rate is really a monster. Silver Axe. There are countless geniuses on this sea, but I have never seen a genius like Straw Hat Boy before. Akoku. I remember that Straw Hat Boy should be less than 20 years old. He has mastered the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki at such a young age. How can we old guys live? Shiki. Seeing that Straw Hat Boy will be so awesome in the future, I suddenly feel it's not a shame for Lousy to lose to him, ha 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 ha. Gal D. Roger. Not bad. With the growth rate of Straw Hat Boy, I believe he will soon be able to do what I didn't do at the beginning. Edward Newgate. Gulala. Ace, your brother really brings us surprises and shocks again and again. Portgas D. Ace. Hee hee, of course, after all, Luffy is my younger brother. Sabo. That's right, as our younger brother, it's natural for Luffy to be so outstanding, haha. Monkey D. Garp. Ha 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 ha. Luffy, well done, you are worthy of being my grandson. Monkey D. Dragon. Luffy, when I was your age, I was far inferior to you. You were really better than your teacher. As Luffy in the video successfully used the tyrant to knock down Kaido. Many strong people in the movie chat group sighed. They praised Luffy endlessly. Of course, some people are happy. Then naturally there will be people who are worried. Kaido, damn it, he actually let this brat successfully master the tyrant entanglement. And he made Lousy in the video so embarrassed. It's unforgivable. Marshall D. Teach. Conqueror's Haki's entanglement. It seems that Straw Hat Boy may become a very difficult enemy for me in the future. Schoolachiman Apu. Damn, why do I feel that Straw Hat Boy's future strength is several levels higher than ours? We are all Supernova pirates of the same class. Basil Hawkins. There's nothing I can do. He is the recognized background king in this video, and he has so many high-level teachers to teach him. Barouge. There is indeed a pathetic thick barrier between us grassroots supernovas and him. Capone Beige. Even 4 Emperors Kaido was defeated by Straw Hat Boy. It seems that we should avoid provoking this guy in the future. Eustace Kid. Humph. The Straw Hat Boy has been in the spotlight again. But I feel that I must have performed well against Big Mom in another battlefield in the video. It's a pity that this video didn't show it. Kira. That's right, Kira. I believe you will not be inferior to the Straw Hat Boy. Charlotte Linlin. Ahaha, arrogant kid, you dare to say such a thing. What, are you also a background king? Or, do you think I will teach you the same way Kaido taught the Straw Hat Boy? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Kaido, who was knocked to the ground by Luffy's tyrant, slowly got up. There was no anger on his face. Instead, he laughed very happily. Aha, it seems that you are very happy. The more desperate the situation, the more you have to laugh. The more you laugh, the more. Kaido didn't finish his last sentence. He laughed and looked at Luffy. The look and tone seemed to be full of meaning. Soon, the two fought fiercely again. Each move did not touch the other. Give the opponent a strong impact from a distance. Obviously, both have wrapped Conqueror's Haki around the attack. Boom. Bang. At this time, on the roof of Onigashima, only Luffy and Kaido were left. A series of violent noises came out. This was a one-on-one duel between the two. Even though he had mastered the means of wrapping Conqueror's Haki. But Luffy's strength was still not comparable to the long-famous 4 Emperors, 100 Beasts, Kaido. After a fierce battle, Luffy's Haki was exhausted again. And he was knocked unconscious by Kaido's stick again. At the same time, his body was blown away for a long distance. Then he fell straight to the sea below Onigashima. Watching Luffy falling into the sea, Kaido murmured softly, the outcome was never in doubt. You've only mastered a few powerful means, but you've become a little too proud, Straw Hat Boy. People just won't give up hope. No, it should be that they won't give up, right? It's really troublesome. Here, he raised his hand and covered his eyes with regret and pity. He continued to whisper, I haven't been so excited for a long time. I seem to have done something stupid. I should have chopped off your head and declared victory. Will everyone continue to believe in your victory? Kaido glanced at Luffy, who was falling to the sea below. He continued to talk to himself. I entangled conquerors when attacking. But the method is still too rough. Rubber what? Straw Hat Boy, it seems that you haven't become Joy Boy. The picture freezes here. The army of bullet comments passed by again. Oh my goodness. Luffy was knocked unconscious by Teacher Guy again. Oh my goodness. Teacher Guy let Luffy off again. You can see in the video that Teacher Guy was talking to himself, regretting that he should have chopped off Luffy's head directly, which shows that he actually knows the importance of last hitting, but he just doesn't do it. He's just playing dog head. Point 0. After all, if Luffy really died, how can Teacher Guy continue to teach later? Dog head. In order to be able to let Luffy off with a clear conscience, Teacher Guy even found a lot of excuses for himself, which is exactly the same as the previous Katakuri, ha 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 ha. Sure enough, teachers are all so well-intentioned, it's really touching. The silkworm will not stop spinning silk until it dies, and the candle will not stop shedding tears until it burns down to ashes. Salute to Luffy's teachers, except Rayleigh, dog head. Rayleigh, are you polite? Dog head, politeness. Are you Rayleigh? Dog head. This is the third time Luffy has been knocked unconscious. If it were anyone else, the grass on his grave would have been 3 feet high. Only Luffy can do crazy sit-ups under Teacher Guy, right? After all, sit-ups are Luffy's traditional skill. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the king of sit-ups. Indeed, so even if I see Luffy being knocked unconscious again and about to fall into the sea, I am not at all upset and not panicking at all. Anyway, Luffy will definitely be able to get up again and continue to practice with Teacher Guy. But I have to say that Teacher Guy is really strong. Luffy defeated the previous enemies by doing only 2 sit-ups at most. Closing square bracket. Then facing Teacher Guy, this is already the 3rd sit-up, and I don't know how many more times I will have to do later, dog head. Kaido. Good disciple, don't think about leaving get out of class if you don't defeat me today. Dog head. Kaido. If you are a rookie, practice more. I will train you until you have the strength to defeat me. Dog head. Did you notice the last sentence of Teacher Guy? He said that Luffy didn't become Joy Boy either, and his tone seemed full of regret. Closing square bracket. Haha. I think this is not a regret, but Teacher Guy is making his next teaching plan. Dog head. Teacher Guy is already preparing to help Luffy awaken the Nika fruit and become a real Joy Boy. Dog head. Kaido. My good disciple still can't become Joy Boy. Don't worry, I will help you awaken it later. Dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Monkey D. Luffy. What? I have already mastered Conqueror's entanglement, but I still can't defeat Kaido. Kaido. Naive kid, Conqueror's entanglement is just a ticket to the real top powerhouse. You don't think that you have the strength to defeat me just because you have mastered it. Monkey D. Luffy. Well, I see, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, those comments just now also said that I will stand up again. And you will continue to teach me and make me stronger, right? He. Kaido. Good guy. So you really think Lousy is your teacher? Edward Newgate. Gulala. Kaido, you have knocked Straw Hat Boy unconscious 3 times, but you never killed him. I have never seen you treat other enemies like this before. Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, you idiot, are you really giving Straw Hat Boy a break and teaching him as those comments said? Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Kaido, don't be stubborn anymore, everyone has sharp eyes. Kaido. Chapter 74 Super Saiyan Luffy. The King of Sit-Ups. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After seeing Luffy fall into the sea after fainting, Kaido immediately asked Baohuang to inform the entire Onigashima of Luffy's defeat. Then, Kaido left the roof of Onigashima with a mace in hand. He went to the castle under the roof and prepared to personally end the war. He learned the location of Momonosuke and others through Baohuang and rushed there quickly. Kinemon fought Kaido to cover Momonosuke's escape, but he was killed instantly with just one move. Then Kaido continued to chase the fleeing Momonosuke. Shinobu took Momonosuke and fled in a panic. Finally, they arrived on the roof of Onigashima. There was no way forward. And behind them was Kaido, who had caught up. For a moment, Momonosuke and Shinobu seemed to be in a desperate situation. And at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Kaido. Kaido. Hearing this voice, Kaido looked back. Then he saw a girl in a kimono, with 2 horns on her head and holding a mace, walking towards him quickly. It was Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Seeing Yamato, Guy said solemnly, "Should I call you father?" Yamato. Yamato stared at Kaido seriously, with a sharp gaze. She tightened the mace in her hand and said, "Cut off this evil relationship." After that, Yamato said no more, rushing towards Kaido without hesitation. The mace in her hand suddenly blasted out, fighting fiercely with her father. And Shinobu and Momonosuke were able to escape, successfully left the roof of Onigashima. As Kaido's daughter, Yamato grew up under the beatings of Teacher Guy. She even mastered Kaido's signature skill, Thunder 8 Trigrams. In addition, she also ate the Zone Dog fruit in the form of Kaido's treasured mythical beast species, the Great-Mouthed True God. Her strength is quite strong. Even against Kaido, she still has the strength to fight, although she has been at a disadvantage during the battle. But it is not a big problem to hold Kaido back. And Yamato's purpose is here. What she wants to do is not to defeat Kaido, but when Luffy comes back here, find a way to hold Kaido back, so that the opponent cannot go under the roof to attack others. After a fierce battle, Yamato has a lot of scars on her body. She was panting heavily. She was obviously exhausted and injured. On the other hand, Kaido, apart from a little exhaustion, actually, there was nothing else wrong. But his daughter treated him like this. She even fought with him without any intention of holding back. This made Kaido very unhappy. The picture froze. Translucent comments floated across the screen. Ha ha ha. Here comes the famous scene of loving father and filial son. It's not easy for Mr. Guy. So many people want to kill him, even his own daughter is no exception. Loving father and filial son. Wrong. It should be father saying goodbye to son and laughing. Dog head. Ha ha ha. God damn. Father saying goodbye to son and laughing. This description is so appropriate. Kaido. Yamato, my good son, you are so filial to me. Dog head. Family members are so filial. Dog head. Thank you. I am so filial. Dog head. I have to say, Yamato is really strong. He can fight Kaido for so long without losing. Indeed, Yamato is not only strong, but also good looking. More importantly, she has a pair of great principles. It's a pity, she actually worships that idiot Odin. Damn, Odin, this idiot, was disgusting when he was alive, but even after his death, he poisoned the next generation. A good one. Yamato was led astray by him and ruined. If Yamato had not been poisoned by Odin's stupid thoughts since childhood, Kaido would never have been so strict and kind to people. Closing square bracket. Yamato always says that she is Odin, and even threatens to kill Kaido, her biological father. If I were Kaido, I would have disowned this daughter long ago. But Kaido is still very patient with Yamato. At most, he just put seastone handcuffs on her and prevented her from leaving Onigashima. To be honest, Kaido is already a pretty good father. But what's the use of this? Yamato has been deeply poisoned by Odin, that idiot, and has long become an out-and-out, filial son. To be honest, if Yamato hadn't been influenced by Odin, that idiot, I might still like her, but now I really have no feelings for her at all. Opening square bracket -- closing square bracket. Kazuki Odin. Here they come again. These comments keep calling me an idiot. What did I do wrong? Yamato. What these comments say? Am I really wrong to worship Odin? Kaido. Nonsense. Yamato. You idiot, as a Lousie's son, actually helped Odin and the Straw Hat Boys to deal with me. Lousie is so disappointed in you. Edward Newgate. Gulala. Kaido, I didn't expect your child would turn his sword against you one day. You are such a failure as a father. Kaido. Humph. Whitebeard, you have no right to say that to me. If I remember correctly, Hitsuchi was also your child before, right? Edward Newgate. Charlotte Linlin. Well, you guys are really weak. Look at me, I have given birth to so many children, but none of them would stab me in the back like your children. Shanks. Oh, really? Then why don't you explain what's going on with Katakuri? Charlotte Linlin. Rox D. Zebek. Ha 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 ha, you guys are so filial, It's really funny. Sengoku. As expected, the comments before were right. None of these guys have a normal relationship. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just when Yamato and Kaido were about to continue the previous fierce battle. Suddenly, a pink dragon rushed up from below Onigashima. This pink dragon kept its eyes closed. The huge figure kept rampaging in the air. And above its head, at this moment, there stood a boy wearing a straw hat and a black cloak. It was Luffy, who had been knocked into the sea by Kaido before. Seeing this scene, Kaido paused. He didn't expect that Luffy, who had already fallen into the sea, would appear in front of him again. He didn't expect that there was another dragon similar to himself in this world. For a moment, Kaido couldn't help but fall into a brief daze. And it was during his daze. Yamato and Luffy attacked at the same time. Divine Foot White Snake Drive. Rubber Jet Snake Cannon. Two fierce attacks landed on Kaido almost at the same time. Directly blasted the opponent's huge body dozens of meters away. After taking the blows from Luffy and Yamato head-on, Kaido came to his senses. He saw his body shaking and instantly transformed into a blue dragon. The huge blue dragon hovered in the sky. It faced the pink dragon in front of it. Straw Hat Boy, how did you survive? Who is this dragon? Tell me your name. Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, roared at the pink dragon in front and Luffy on top of the dragon. Luffy responded with a firm look in his eyes. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. I will not die. And under him, the pink dragon also summoned up the courage and spoke in a trembling voice. Quote. Hashtag TB, Kazuki Momonosuke, the man who will become General Wano. Hearing this familiar name, Kaido showed a look of realization. Immediately, he spoke in an extremely cold tone. It turned out to be that kid, how surprising. The world doesn't need two dragons. The words revealed a murderous intent. The picture freezes here. The army of barges passed by again. Good. Luffy, who skipped class before, is finally back to class. Dog head. Seeing Luffy back to class, teacher guy couldn't help but smile with relief. Dog head. Kaido. Very good. Our teaching. Continue. Dog head. By the way, do you think the picture of the two dragons in the video looks weird, as if Momonosuke is Kaido's son? Closing square bracket. Indeed, judging from the video alone, Momonosuke and Kaido look exactly the same except for their color. I seriously suspect that Oden and Kaido may have had the wrong child. Don't tell me, maybe it's really possible. After all, Yamato has always claimed that she wants to be Oden. Maybe she is actually Oden's child. Oh my god, this is the Wano Kuni limited edition. Dog head. Kaido just said that the world doesn't need two dragons. With this flag out, it seems that one of him and Momonosuke must be gone today. Although I already know that it's teacher guy who's gone, to be honest. I still hope that it's Momonosuke who's gone. That's right. Why can't Momonosuke sacrifice himself in this war? It's such a pity. The world doesn't need two dragons. Luffy's father said, then what am I? Dog head. Ha ha ha. The above person is really talented. I almost forgot there's Luffy's father, the dragon, is here. Dog head. Kaido and Momonosuke are both fake dragons that ate the devil fruit, only Luffy's father is a real dragon. Dog head. Momonosuke. I am a dragon. Luffy and Yamato's father is also a dragon, so if we round it off, doesn't that mean I am Luffy and Yamato's father? Dog head. Opening square bracket ? Goodness. Can you still count it like that? Looks like there is one more reason why Momonosuke must die. Again, I don't have to be the Pirate King, but Momonosuke must die. Opening square bracket -- closing square bracket. Kazuki Momonosuke. These comments are really hostile to me, just like they are to my father. Kazuki Oden. The pink dragon that the Straw Hat Kid is stepping on in the video is actually Momonosuke. How come he looks exactly like Kaido? Vegapunk. That pink dragon. It seems that the devil I studied fruit seems to have succeeded in the future. Kaido. The kid from Oden's house can actually turn into a dragon like Lousy. Is he worthy? Rox D. Zebek. Kaido, don't rush to say such harsh words. Didn't you see the comments just now saying that maybe this kid named Kazuki Momonosuke is your true love? The real child. Ha ha ha. John. To be honest, judging from this video alone, I do think that Momonosuke is Kaido's son, and the one called Yamato is more like Oden's daughter. Silver Axe. Kaido, Oden, are you sure you two didn't get the wrong child? Akoku. But no matter which one is Kaido's real child, they all want to kill Kaido anyway, and it still can't change the fact that the father is kind and the son is filial. Kaido. In the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After Luffy returned to the roof of Onigashima, he asked Momonosuke and Yamato to leave together, to find a way to stop Onigashima from moving towards the flower capital. And he fought Kaido again, to continue the unfinished battle before. In the screen, Kaido in the form of a human beast rushed towards Luffy with a mace in his hand. The Dark Conqueror's black thunder burst out from the mace, 8 precepts, in his hand. The power is amazing. Facing this blow, Luffy is not afraid at all. He suddenly swung his fist. It collided with Kaido's mace in the air. This time, Luffy was not repelled. He fought against Kaido on equal terms, evenly matched. The black thunder of Conqueror's collision kept appearing and overflowing between the two. The terrifying power swept in all directions in an instant. Under the powerful collision power, the ground under the feet of the two people cracked inch by inch. The gravel flew, and the wind and sand rose. And above the heads of the two people, the sky that was originally blocked by thick dark clouds. At this moment, it was the sky above the collision between Luffy and Kaido as the dividing line. A huge gap appeared in the thick clouds. It was as if the whole sky was torn apart. The picture froze. The barrage passed by. FK. The sky was torn apart. Just like when Shanks fought Whitebeard. 4.9. And when Roger fought Whitebeard. God. My eyes are torn apart again. Dog head. Being able to do this means that Luffy has truly possessed the strength of a top-level warrior. If Luffy had only mastered the Conqueror's Haki entanglement before and was still very rough in using it, then now he is a complete Grandmaster. From not being able to break Kaido's defense at the beginning, to being able to barely break the defense later, to mastering the entanglement, and now being able to truly compete with Kaido, Luffy's strength improvement in this battle is really too terrifying. It's amazing. Why does Luffy's combat power increase a lot every time he is knocked unconscious and wakes up? I know this question. Because Luffy is a Saiyan. The talent of a Saiyan is that his fighting power will be greatly improved after each near-death recovery. Dog head. Good fellow. Did the guy above come off the stage? But it sounds quite reasonable. The one standing in front of you now is Super Saiyan King Luffy. Dog head. Good fellow. If Luffy can really transform into a Super Saiyan, then no matter how many Kaidos come, they will be killed in seconds. Ha 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 ha. Guy above, that's enough. Don't take it seriously, dog head. If I were to say, the reason why Luffy's strength can be improved so quickly is thanks to the teaching of Teacher Guy. With these improvements in Luffy in this battle, if Rayleigh were to teach, it would probably take more than 10 years, dog head. And Teacher Guy only took such a short time to make Luffy truly grow into a 4 Emperors level top powerhouses. Just ask if you are convinced by this teaching level. Dog head. Kaido. Rayleigh, there is only one lotus left in the lotus pond behind. Closing square bracket. Rayleigh. What does it mean? Kaido. Pick 9 lotuses, dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket ... Chapter 75. Big Mom is defeated, Kaido cries. Next is Gear 5. Gall D. Roger. Wow, the battle between Straw Hat Boy and Kaido can actually tear the sky apart. Edward Newgate. Gulala, that means he has indeed successfully ascended to the top ranks, not much different from us old guys. Shanks. Haha, Luffy really gets stronger every time he is knocked unconscious. Kaido. Damn Straw Hat Boy. Wasn't he knocked into the sea by me before? How come he revived so quickly and ran to me safe and sound? Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, you didn't finish off Straw Hat Boy so many times in a row, now you regret it, right? Borsalino. Every time he is knocked unconscious, his strength will increase. I suspect that if Straw Hat Boy is knocked unconscious again, he might be able to truly have the power to defeat Guy 2, Worker. Kuzan. Alala, I think so too. Maybe if Straw Hat Boy is knocked out once more, he can awaken the Devil Fruit ability. Monkey D. Garp. I don't know why, I actually want Kaido to knock Luffy out a few more times, ha 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 ha. Crane. Garp, you are really Straw Hat Boy's grandfather. Sengoku. But Straw Hat Boy now has the strength to compete with Kaido. If Kaido wants to knock Straw Hat Boy out like before, it may not be so easy. Monkey D. Luffy. I will never let Kaido knock me out again. This time, I will definitely defeat him completely. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. This battle between Luffy and Kaido is far more intense and fierce than any previous one. Luffy, who is fully revived and successfully masters the tyrant. His strength has reached a new level compared to before. Already has the strength comparable to that of an emperor-level warrior. In addition, Kaido has experienced so many battles. At the same time, he has been using the flame cloud to drag the entire Ghost Island towards the direction of the Flower Capital. After so long, Kaido's own physical strength has been consumed greatly. His condition has declined a lot compared to the beginning. As one rises and the other falls. Luffy and Kaido's battle was evenly matched, with back and forth. Bang! After another powerful air-to-air bombardment 13. Luffy and Kaido both flew backwards at the same time and fell to the ground. Then they both got up from the ground at the same time. Both of them showed a carefree smile on their faces. Luffy raised his hand to wipe the bloodline from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Quadruple A. It's getting more and more interesting. Kaido also looked at Luffy on the opposite side and laughed. Hee hee, I think so too, obviously. Whether it is Luffy or Kaido, they are both enjoying this hearty battle. For a top warrior, it is a blessing to meet an opponent who is on par with him. In the picture, Kaido laughed loudly and suddenly took out a wine barrel from nowhere. He drank it without hesitation. He poured the strong liquor in the barrel into his mouth like a waterfall. Luffy was very surprised and asked angrily, "Why are you still drinking?" Kaido continued to drink and responded, because it's so refreshing. Do you want some too? The Flower Capital is holding a fire festival. Onigashima was going to hold a big banquet, although you ruined it. Kaido suddenly put down the wine barrel in his hand and laughed with his head raised. He laughed so hard that tears and snot came out. He had no image at all. His expression was also extremely funny. He even burped for a long time. Luffy saw this and said angrily, "How drunk are you? If you lose to me then. Don't make excuses that you failed because you were drunk." Luffy rushed towards Kaido again. On the other side, Kaido was still laughing. He even bent over with laughter. He looked a little crazy. He continued while laughing, "Ho ho ho ho, a-hole, who would deliberately make themselves weak? I recognize you. I can't remember how long it has been. I haven't met an opponent who can fight me one-on-one." After saying this, Kaido seemed to be drunk. He swung the mace in his hand with a swaying figure. Drunk Dragon 8 Trigrams. Drunk Wheel Thunder Ink Naraku. The mace wrapped with Conqueror's Black Thunder slammed down on Luffy. The power became stronger than before. Luffy was knocked to the ground by this blow. A huge deep pit was smashed into the ground. However, Luffy, whose strength increased greatly, did not faint like before. He just covered his bleeding forehead and screamed. Then he continued to stand up and attack Kaido. Kaido was really like drunk. Sometimes he laughed, sometimes he was lost, sometimes he cried. His mood changed unpredictably. He changed every second. However, in this state, he did not become weaker because of drunkenness. Instead, his strength became stronger. His attack style also changed with the constant change of emotions. It became more treacherous and unpredictable. 014512413 Feilu 181,340,130. Even Kaido's haki became stronger because of this. Luffy looked serious. He realized that Kaido's drunkenness was a means for him to improve his strength. He was no longer careless. Continue to devote yourself to the fierce battle with Kaido. On the roof of Onigashima, there are continuous violent impacts and collisions. The momentum is extremely shocking. Even the people in the castle below the roof can occasionally detect the terrifying movement from above the roof. After the two of them fought fiercely for a long time again, Luffy and Kaido suddenly stopped. Kaido said with a serious look, "Hey, did you notice Iya being defeated by those two guys?" Kaido suddenly roared. Haki overflowed from his body. He was extremely excited. He looked very angry and shocked. And Luffy also noticed the situation below the roof. He said to himself excitedly, "The thorny guy and them are so powerful." Opposite. After the roar, Kaido suddenly fell into a brief silence. It seems that he is recalling something. In his mind, the scene of the first meeting with the ant many years ago slowly emerged. Kaido was just a 15-year-old kid at that time. The ant was also in her prime at that time. Whether it was her figure or her appearance, she was completely different from now. The first time they met, the ant said to Kaido enthusiastically, 15 years old, so young. Is this your first time teaming up with rocks? He is not a good person and is not trustworthy. Just tell me if you have anything. My name is Linlin. I am the woman who wants to be the king of the sea. The expression of the ant when she said this at the time clearly emerged in Kaido's mind. Those words seemed to keep echoing in his ears. It was not until a long time later, Kaido recovered from his memories. He murmured again in a low voice, Q92, we have really known each other for a long time, old woman. Then Kaido suddenly burst into tears again. He shouted in a nearly hysterical voice, we just agreed, we're going to fight for One Piece together. Just when Kaido was crying for Big Mom's defeat, Luffy rushed to Kaido again. The fourth gear snake form was activated instantly. The powerful fist hit Kaido fiercely with an extremely fast posture. He did not give up the great opportunity to attack because of the other party's sentimentality at the moment. He said angrily with a firm look, I don't care what kind of ambition you have. But if that happens, the people of this country will not have food to eat again, right? This is my last fourth gear. I will never stop attacking until I am exhausted. I will definitely get you out of Wano Kuni. While speaking, Luffy's fist fell on Kaido like a storm. The strongest creature was beaten to spit blood and flew out backwards. The picture freezes here. Dense bullet comments quickly floated across the screen. FK. Luffy, this kid has no martial ethics. You, teacher guy, are sad because of Big Mom's defeat, and you actually sneak attack. Dog head, teacher guy taught you so hard, and you repay teacher guy like this, right? Dog head, Kaido, seeing your strength improve so quickly, the teacher is very happy, but you actually sneak attack the teacher when the teacher is sad, the teacher is very unhappy. Dog head work. Luffy just said that it was his last fourth gear, this familiar line, ha 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 ha. It is indeed the last fourth gear, because after this wave of fourth gear, the next one is fifth gear, dog head. Luffy has used similar lines to send Lucci and Katakuri away in succession. Is it teacher guy's turn next? Dog head, I didn't expect that Big Mom's defeat would make Kaido was so sad that he even recalled the past. It seems that they are really close friends. More than that, I even suspect that they have been together before. Hiss, I think it is very possible. After all, when Big Mom was young, she was a great beauty. She is totally different from the old fat woman she is now. Besides, hasn't Big Mom always been looking for a strong race to mate with and have children? Kaido's ghost bloodline is definitely among the best in the world. There is no reason for Big Mom not to look for Kaido. Closing square bracket. Tisk tisk tisk. Kaido was only 15 years old when he first met Big Mom. A real little boy, how could Big Mom have the heart to do that? What's wrong with 15 years old? Big Mom said 15 years old is good, I like young ones like this. Dog head, you say, if that's the case, is it possible that Yamato is actually the child of Kaido and Big Mom? That's really possible. I remember when Kaido and Big Mom formed an alliance, Kaido asked the Flying Six to call Yamato and said that he wanted Yamato to meet Big Mom. Oh my goodness. So Kaido asked Yamato to meet Big Mom at that time to let her recognize her relatives. No wonder Yamato is so powerful, the child born from the union of four emperors, isn't this talent maxed out? Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Yamato, my biological mother is actually Big Mom. Is this true? Shiki. Ha ha ha, Kaido, Linlin, I've known for a long time that you two were having an affair, and it seems that this is indeed true. John. Tisk 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 tisk, I was wondering why Kaido always went to Linlin's ship for no reason, so he went to have a baby. Silver Axe. I never thought that Kaido and Linlin actually have a child. Akoku. Poor Kaido, he was deflowered by Linlin, an old hand, at such a young age. Linlin, you really are an old cow eating young grass, ha 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 ha. Edward Newgate. Gulala, Kaido, you actually cried like that because of Linlin's defeat. It seems that you are actually a very innocent guy, but Linlin is not as innocent as you. Rox D. Zebek. Good Linlin, so on Kaido's first day on the ship, you told him bad things about Lousy behind his back, saying that Lousy is not a good person and is not trustworthy. Kaido. Charlotte Linlin. What's going on? Did I really lose to Eustace Kid and Trafalgar Law? Eustace Kid. Haha, isn't this natural? Lousy is a man who will reach the top of this sea sooner or later. It's normal for him to defeat you old four emperors. Zhongba 133, Shanks. Oh, is that so? I remember that someone in the future was killed instantly by me, an old four emperor. Trafalgar Law. After all, the ant relied on me and it took 2 people from the Eustace family to defeat him. He could not do the same as the Straw Hat family when facing the 4 emperors alone. Eustace Kid. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. As Luffy launched the final 4th gear, his attack became more and more fierce and violent. We must defeat this guy completely before the 4th gear ends. Luffy thought to himself. The storm-like attacks continued to fall on Kaido. And after a brief moment of distress, Kaido soon devoted himself to the battle with Luffy again. As the strongest creature, he seemed to have endless physical strength. Although he had been hit by many waves of powerful attacks from Luffy. But he never really collapsed. He was still able to fight back and forth with Luffy. Even as time went on, Luffy's haki consumption became greater and greater. The time that his 4th gear could last was getting shorter and shorter. On the other hand, Kaido was still very persistent. It seemed that even if they fought for another 300 rounds, it would not be a problem. Gradually, Luffy fell into a disadvantage again. He was even almost deflated by Kaido's mace. He supported his body, which had reached its limit. He gritted his teeth and told himself not to exit the 4th gear so quickly. He was ready to launch another fierce attack on Kaido in front of him. Kaido was getting more and more excited. Seeing Luffy attacking him again, he once again blasted out the mace in his hand, 8 trigrams. Righto. Just when the 2 attacks were about to collide in the air, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind Luffy. It was a man in a white suit and a white mask on his face. It was one of the CPO members, Nika. Nika suddenly appeared behind Luffy. He grabbed Luffy's arm as he was about to punch. Iron Body. He used Iron Body to clamp Luffy's movements. Luffy's attack was paused, and in front, Kaido's 8 trigrams had already smashed down fiercely on Luffy's head. It happened suddenly. Even Kaido didn't have time to stop his attack. The mace, 8 trigrams, wrapped with the powerful Conqueror's haki. It directly hit Luffy, who was disturbed by Nika. Luffy, who was about to reach his limit, was hit by this terrifying blow. He vomited blood in an instant. The 4th gear form was forced to exit. The body fell heavily to the ground. Can't get up again. Even the breath became extremely weak. Like a candle in the wind. It may go out at any time. Chapter 76. The Drum of Liberation is beating. Nika form awakens. Teacher Guy's teaching is successfully completed. The screen freezes. The army of bullet comments floats by again. FK. This CPO is sneaking up on Luffy, what a shame. Luffy and Kaido were fighting well, but this old silver coin suddenly jumped out to interfere with Luffy's actions, how disgusting. Luffy was already about to reach his limit, and now he was interfered by this CPO, and was hit by Kaido's stick head on. I'm afraid he will faint again. Fainting is good, doesn't it mean that Luffy's combat power will usher in another surge later? Dog head, ha 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 ha. So according to what you said, this CPO is not only not harming Luffy, but is helping Luffy. Dog head, that makes sense. Maybe this CPO saw that Luffy was about to lose to Kaido, so he jumped out to do this, dog head. If this CPO hadn't intervened, maybe Luffy won't awaken Nika form so soon, dog head. Luffy, thank you for the assist. Dog head, speaking of which, this seems to be one of the few times that Iron Body is really useful, right? Indeed, and this time Iron Body is not used for defense, but to restrict Luffy's actions. Closing square bracket. So Iron Body is not a defensive skill, but a control skill. It turns out that the Marines and CPs used it wrong before, no wonder they kept silent when they used it, ha 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 ha. It seems that CPO is showing us the correct way to use Iron Body, dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Monkey D. Garp. Damn. Luffy. That BD from CPO actually dared to attack my grandson. It must be the order of the 5 elders. I will never let them go. Sengoku. Garp, calm down. This is just the content in the video, not reality. Don't be so excited. Pay attention to the impact of your own words and deeds. Borsalino. Guernica's interference made Straw Hat Boy take Kaido's full force attack, so miserable. Kuzan. In the video, the Straw Hat Kid was already about to collapse, and after being hit by such a stick, it feels like he is not far from death. I wonder if he can stand up again like before. Sakazuki. Humph. If you ask me, it is best for the Straw Hat Kid to die like this. Guernica did a great job. There is no need to care about whether the means are dishonorable when dealing with pirates, Song just needs to be able to destroy them all. Rox D. Zebek. Tisk, CPO. The world government's means are still as dirty as before. John. The Straw Hat Kid was hit by Kaido in that state, the situation is not optimistic. Silver Axe. But if the previous practice is followed, if the Straw Hat Kid can stand up again this time, his combat power will probably increase a lot. Closing square bracket. Akoku. Didn't the barrage say that? The CPO seemed to be attacking the Straw Hat Kid, but in fact, he helped the Straw Hat Kid awaken the Nika form in advance. Edward Newgate. Gulala. So it seems that Ace's brother should be able to awaken the true power of his rubber fruit soon. Gall D. Roger. If that's the case, then this CPO is definitely self-defeating and assisting the Straw Hat Boy. Kaido. Damn it, Lousy's battle was interfered with again. It was like this with Odin before, and it will be the same in the future duel with the Straw Hat Boy. Marshall D. Teach. Ha ha ha, isn't this good? With the intervention of that CPO member, wouldn't it be easier for you to win? Kaido. Bullshit, even without that guy's intervention, Lousy can still beat the Straw Hat Boy. But with that BD's intervention, Lousy's victory became unfair. Monkey D. Luffy. No, Kaido, you haven't defeated me yet. I will win in the end. I will definitely win. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The sudden intervention of CPO. Even Kaido didn't expect it. Looking at Luffy, who was knocked out by his stick and fell to the ground with a weak breath. Kaido's pupils trembled violently. The expression on his face was full of anger and sadness. He glared at the CPO member Guernica fiercely. The other party was standing upright at this moment. Stretched out a hand to press the hat on his head. It seems that he has no intention of fighting or resisting Kaido. It looks like he is ready to die bravely. Kaido looked at the other party and said angrily, "It seems that you also know what the end will be if you intervene in the battle." Speaking, he suddenly raised the mace, 8 fasting, in his hand. He smashed it hard at the CPO member with great anger. The CPO member did not resist at all. He knew that with his own strength, he had no chance of survival against Kaido. He just stood there straight. He let Kaido's attack fall on his head. The picture froze. The barrage passed by. To be honest, this CPO is actually quite courageous. Closing square bracket. The 5 elders told him to find a way to get rid of Luffy. He knew that he would die, but he did it without hesitation. Closing square bracket. Even after completing the task, he didn't even have the intention to escape, and actually let Kaido kill him. Closing square bracket. No, buddy, how much do you earn a month? Why are you working so hard? Dog head. Yeah, buddy, with such a small salary, why are you risking your life? Isn't it better to learn from Kizaru, dog head? Opening square bracket -- closing square bracket. The video continues to play. After killing CPO member Guernica with one blow, Kaido didn't stay on the roof of Onigashima for long. At this time, Luffy fell to the ground. He had no breath. Even Haki, who had the observation Haki, could no longer hear the voice from Luffy. So Kaido transformed into the blue dragon form. Soon he came to the Onigashima castle below. He hovered over the interior of Onigashima Castle. He looked down at the pirates and samurai who were still fighting hard, and said loudly, "Luffy the Straw Hat Boy is dead. Who else wants to fight me? Stand up." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the castle was extremely shocked and unbelievable. The venue was also in chaos. The morale of the Beast's pirates was greatly boosted. The warriors of Wano Kuni were suddenly depressed. It seemed that there was no hope anymore. And just when the venue fell into such chaos, on the roof of Onigashima, Luffy, who had no breath and movement. At this moment, his body seemed to melt and turned into flowing liquid rubber. Boom, boom, boom. A strong heartbeat sounded. The rhythm was strange. A smile suddenly appeared on Luffy's face. The Dark Conqueror's black lightning continued to burst out from his body. His breath began to rise rapidly. The injuries on his body seemed to be healed in an instant. Then, Luffy slowly stood up from the ground. He murmured to himself in confusion. What's going on? Why can I still stand up? I have already lost. Why do I feel happy? Ha ha ha. Luffy murmured to himself, and suddenly laughed for no reason. He laughed very happily. While laughing, he began to jump around on the roof of Onigashima. He jumped very high, and his body posed in some strange postures in the sky. Like some special dance posture. At this moment, Luffy's whole body turned almost white. White hair, white eyebrows, white clothes. There was also a circle of white flames like a ribbon around his head. He seemed to have become a completely different person, completely reborn. Feeling the changes in his body, Luffy continued to talk to himself. I can do everything I want to do. I feel like I can fight for a while longer. The sound of my heartbeat has become so funny. This is my highest state. That's it. Gear 5. The picture freezes here. A dense army of bullet comments began to emerge. FK. Here it comes. Gear 5 is really here. Group photo in the front row. Congratulations to Luffy for successfully awakening the Nika form. Ding. Your plugin has been issued. Please check it. Luffy finally successfully awakened the Sun God Nika form. That sneak attack CPO is absolutely indispensable. Dog head. It is also thanks to the hard work of Mr. Guy to teach that Luffy can successfully complete the awakening. Dog head. Luffy successfully awakened the Nika form, and now Mr. Guy's teaching plan is completely completed. Kaido. You are finally able to become a master, but I am so tired. Dog head. Luffy. Guy teacher has worked hard. Next. You can log off without worry. Dog head. Guy teacher's offline countdown. I am ready to pay tribute to the best teacher in the world, Guy teacher. Dog head. +1. Pay tribute to the best teacher in the world, Guy teacher. Dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Gall D. Roger. Has the true power of the Nika fruit finally awakened? Straw Hat Boy. Good job. Ha 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 ha. Shanks. Ha ha. So the cause and effect of Luffy's successful awakening is like this. It's really interesting. Edward Newgate. Although I have seen this form of Straw Hat Boy once before, I still can't help but feel a little shocked when I see it now. Gurgle. Marshall D. Teach. Chow. So this Straw Hat Boy really can become a much bigger fly every time he is knocked out. Monkey D. Garp. Ha 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 ha. In this case, I suddenly have a bold idea. If I knock Luffy out a few more times, he will become invincible. Monkey D. Dragon. Old man, why don't we give up this unreliable idea? Don't let Luffy become stupid instead of stronger. Jago Lucia Satan. Damn it. So the order we gave to the CPO has become a help to help the Straw Hat Boy awaken the Nika fruit. Azamburn v Nasujuro. The Straw Hat Boy was clearly Kaido was beaten like that, but he was still able to stand up again. The power of the Nika fruit is really strong. Shepherd 10 Pit. Such a powerful force, we must never let it reappear in the world no matter what. We must completely eliminate the Straw Hat Boy before such a future comes. Topman Vochuli. Since the attack in the video is not enough to deal a fatal blow to the Straw Hat Boy, then chop off his head and chop his body into pieces. Maka's Mosh. That's right. As long as the Straw Hat Boy is not given a chance to stand up again, he will not be able to successfully awaken the Nika fruit. Shanks. 5 Elders, you and the world government, are you really that afraid of the arrival of a new era? Rox D. Zebek. Tisk tisk tisk, it's just a Nika fruit, look how anxious you 5 elders are. It seems that the power of this Nika fruit is likely to threaten your world government's notification. John. Haha, I don't know why, when I think of these 5 elders I feel inexplicably happy when the elders are so angry. Silver Axe. Indeed, the more they are like this, the more I look forward to the Straw Hat Boy awakening the power of the Nika fruit as soon as possible. Closing square bracket. Akoku. Overthrow the rule of the world government. If there really comes such a day, it will definitely be fun, right? Ha ha ha. Shiki. Ha ha ha, the 5 elders are anxious. The more anxious they are, the happier I am. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. As Luffy successfully enters the 5th gear, awakening the true power of the Nika fruit. A powerful conqueror's haki also bursts out from his body. It instantly swept into the castle under the roof of Onigashima. In an instant, a large number of Beast's pirates' minions foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. The strong men in the castle all sensed this powerful conqueror's haki. They all looked up at the roof with some surprise. Kaido also looked up. A deep shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Who is on the roof? Although he had actually sensed Luffy's breath through observation haki. But he still found it hard to believe. The blow he had just made should have completely finished off the other party. Why did Luffy's breath appear again at this moment? And it was so strong and vigorous. It didn't look like he was seriously injured and dying at all. And just as Kaido was shocked and stunned, a big hand suddenly came down from the hole above the roof. It grabbed Kaido's huge body in the form of a blue dragon. Kaido's body in the form of a blue dragon was very huge. However, in the hand that suddenly came down, it looked like just a slightly larger yellow eel. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Looking at the big hand that grabbed him, Kaido was a little confused. The next moment, the big hand suddenly lifted up. An unimaginable strange force broke out. He dragged Kaido up without any reason. Through the huge hole in the ceiling. He dragged Kaido back to the roof of Onigashima. Then, Luffy's body suddenly became like Popeye who had eaten spinach. The muscles on his 2 arms bulged in an exaggerated way. 014512413 Filu 181,340,330. Luffy held Kaido's blue dragon tail tightly with both hands. A mischievous and weird smile appeared on his face. Then, Kaido's huge dragon body was in Luffy's hand. It was like a rope being spun wildly. Kaido felt dizzy and had stars in his eyes. His eyes were wide open. His eyeballs were about to be thrown out of his eye sockets. At this moment, the expression of this strongest creature was as funny as it could be. It was as embarrassed as it could be. After swinging Kaido around for who knows how many times, Luffy then slowly stopped. He smashed the opponent to the ground. Kaido was knocked unconscious and dizzy. Luffy looked at this scene. He lay on the ground and laughed. Kaido stood up from the ground again and shook his dizzy head. He looked at Luffy, who seemed to have completely changed. A relieved smile suddenly appeared on his face. Straw Hat Boy, you are still alive. Thank you, Dong. I'm sorry that a fool just messed up the game. That's not the way I expected to win. Kaido's tone seemed to reveal some joy. Luffy on the opposite side heard this and looked at Kaido, grinning. Don't take it to heart. Let's make a complete break. Chapter 77 Master the power of comic characters, victory is inevitable. The screen freezes. A large army of bullet comments floats across the screen. Look, Teacher Guy is smiling. Seeing that Luffy is still alive, Teacher Guy's reaction is not anger, but relief. He even said thank you to Luffy. He is really, I am crying. Teacher Guy must be very relieved at this moment. After so much hard work in teaching, Luffy, his apprentice, can finally succeed. From advanced armament haki, to advanced conqueror's haki, to the current awakening of Nika form, Teacher Guy's teaching results are really fruitful. Teacher Guy's teaching results this night have been surpassed by Rayleigh's teaching results for a whole year and a half. If it was Kaido who taught Luffy for a year and a half, I am afraid Luffy would have been invincible and successfully ascended to the top of the Pirate King by now. Dog head. Sure enough, Rayleigh is misleading his students, ha 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 ha, dog head. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Kaido's incarnation of the blue dragon hovered in the air again. Opposite him, Luffy has now assimilated the surrounding ground into rubber. He is bouncing on it like a trampoline. He is also laughing happily. Kaido looked at Luffy and said, "I thought you were dead." Luffy smiled and responded, "I thought I was dead too, ha 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 ha." Kaido carefully observed Luffy's current form and the environment around him, and said to himself, if this is caused by the properties of rubber starting to affect other things, then it should be the awakening of Paramesha, right? But it's still a bit strange. That kind of transformation should be Zone's patent, right? While wondering in his heart, Kaido suddenly rushed towards Luffy. At the same time, he opened the bloody mouth of the blue dragon. It seemed that he wanted to swallow Luffy directly. At this moment, Luffy was still playing on the trampoline happily with his eyes closed. He seemed to have no idea that Kaido had rushed to him. Just like that, Luffy was swallowed directly into Kaido's stomach without any surprise. But the next moment, Kaido suddenly felt a churning in his stomach. Luffy began to bump around in his stomach. Kaido's long blue dragon body was bumped into waves. Then, Luffy's playful voice came from Kaido's body. Quote. Balloon. As the voice fell, Kaido's stomach suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In just a blink of an eye, Kaido's stomach really turned into a round balloon. 993. And his body began to float up to the sky uncontrollably. Kaido was shocked. Damn it, what's going on? My body is not rubber. The picture froze. The barrage floated by. FK. Luffy's ability is awesome. He can actually assimilate Kaido's body into rubber, and then turn it into a balloon and float up. Pass it on. Luffy made Kaido's belly big. Dog head. Kaido. I worked so hard to teach you, and you got me pregnant. Dog head. A rebellious student got his responsible teacher pregnant. Wait, I didn't go to the wrong website, did I? Dog head. Hiss. What a ridiculous description. Although it is true, it always gives me a sense of immorality, ha 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 ha. Getting into the dragon's belly and making a scene, why does this operation always give me a sense of deja vu? Opening square bracket comma ... closing square bracket. The video continues to play, just when Kaido was surprised. Luffy's voice came out again. Oh, there are two lights. The next moment, Luffy's two hands actually came out directly from Kaido's eyes. He grabbed Kaido's nose tightly. Then Luffy exerted force suddenly. The whole person flew out of Kaido's mouth. At this time, Luffy's body was swollen like a ball. After coming out of Kaido's body, he showed a bright smile on his face again. Then he exhaled all the excess air in his body from his mouth. And he was pushed by the air and took off like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he flew above the dark clouds. His figure disappeared from everyone's sight. And when he fell from the dark clouds, the whole person seemed to be magnified dozens of times. His body was huge. He looked no different from a giant warrior. The picture froze. The barrage of comments passed again. Wow, Luffy can actually become so big. This size is no different from that of the giants, right? This way, it can be regarded as a successful compensation for the regret that Luffy could not have some in-depth exchanges with those big beauties because of his small-sized dog head. This huge size, Shirahoshi is ecstatic. Dog head. Opening square bracket comma ... closing square bracket. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Seeing Luffy suddenly grow bigger, Kaido was stunned at first. Then he bit Luffy's abdomen without hesitation. Luffy screamed in pain. He stretched out his hands to hold Kaido's head and tail respectively. He chuckled. He exerted force with both arms at the same time. He actually swung Kaido's blue dragon body like a skipping rope. Kaido reacted very quickly. He opened his mouth and blew a hot breath at Luffy. At such a close distance, Luffy had no time to dodge. He was instantly blasted hundreds of meters away by the heat. He was blasted out of the range of Onigashima. He fell uncontrollably towards the sea below. His whole body was also burned black. However, the next moment, Luffy, who was originally falling straight towards the sea below, suddenly turned around in the air. I won't let him go, Luffy said to himself angrily. Then his legs and arms began to swing wildly. White flames were stepped on under his feet. He actually walked directly in the air. He rushed back to the distant Onigashima at a very fast speed. And on the path he passed, A long white flame trail was left in the air. Rubber rubber. Luffy rushed back to the roof of Onigashima. He was ready to attack Kaido with great momentum. And Kaido seemed to have been prepared. He jumped high above Luffy's head. The mace, 8 precepts, in his hand was also raised high. He smashed it hard at Luffy below. The third world. Inducing Naraku. This powerful move that had knocked Luffy unconscious with one strike before. It once again landed heavily on Luffy's head. But this time, Luffy didn't seem to suffer any substantial damage. It was just that his head was smashed through the ground of the roof of Onigashima. His huge head also went directly into the Onigashima castle under the roof. It hurts so much, Luffy screamed. His eyeballs and tongue almost flew out of his head. This sudden scene also brought a great shock to the people below the roof. Everyone was stunned, looking at Luffy's head that suddenly fell from the roof. Everyone looked like they saw a ghost. The picture froze. Translucent bullet comments floated by. Ha ha ha. Kaido probably never dreamed that his blue dragon form would be used as a skipping rope one day, right? Luffy's action of running back to Onigashima from the air really made me laugh. Newton's coffin lid couldn't hold it down. And his expression when his head was smashed under the roof was really abstract. It was simply a peerless good facial expression. Damn, Luffy's fighting style after opening the 5th gear is really lousy. Can't stop laughing. Bringing joy and smiles to people in this way. Is this the true meaning of Joy Boy? Dog head. I have to say that Luffy's ability is really pervert, and he turned a passionate show into a funny show. Dog head. Don't you think does Luffy's painting style and fighting method after awakening Nika form look very similar to Tom and Jerry? More than similar, it's just like they were carved from the same mold. Nika form. Wrong. It's actually Tom and Jerry form. Dog head. As the saying goes, never compete with the characters in comedy comics in terms of combat power, and Luffy now has the power of comedy comic characters, so victory is inevitable. Dog head. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Luffy struggled to retract his head and neck. He seemed to be somewhat powerless and sat on the ground. The white color on his body began to fade rapidly. His breath also began to become weak at a very fast speed. BDFB Kaido, who saw this scene, slowly said. It's just like the one in the painting story. It's a very interesting performance, but it seems to have reached its limit after all this time. You can't beat me. Luffy responded very unhappily. Stop talking nonsense. Who are you talking about? Just as he said this, he aged rapidly at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had become a gloomy and listless old man. Kaido couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this, and complained. Who are you? After saying this, Kaido seemed to be exhausted and squatted down. He began to breathe heavily. Luffy lowered his head and said weakly. Yes, I was almost dead just now. This move consumes a lot of energy. Hearing Luffy muttering to himself, Kaido said coldly, just go and die without worry. Quote, your battle should be remembered for eternity, right? Luffy weakly lay on the ground and responded. I don't care about those false names. If you really die, there will only be a pile of bones. He. As he said that, Luffy suddenly laughed again. It can't end like this. Luffy's body suddenly burst out with endless power from nowhere, supporting him to stand up again. And the previous pure white color also covered his whole body again at a very fast speed. Luffy, who was like a candle in the wind in the last second. At this moment, he was resurrected with full blood again. Re-entered the 5th gear Nika form. Kaido seemed to see that Luffy's moves were at the cost of burning his life, and laughed. You will die. Luffy responded nonchalantly. I've said it so many times, you still think. Am I afraid of death? Come on. Heartbeat. With Luffy's voice fell. A heartbeat with a strange rhythm, like the sound of a drum, came from Luffy's body. Strong and powerful. Luffy laughed excitedly. Here it comes. That's the sound. He laughed and rushed towards Kaido again. Kaido also stood up and fought back without hesitation. He flashed behind Luffy. He aimed the mace in his hand at the back of Luffy's head and blasted it suddenly. Facing this powerful blow, although Luffy had already noticed it, but he did not choose to dodge. Bang! The mace fell heavily and hit the back of Luffy's head squarely. Instantly, Luffy's entire head was flattened. The spikes on the mace even pushed a lot of Luffy's face out. That picture, it can be said to be as abstract as it can be. Pain, pain, pain. Luffy ran away quickly with a deformed head. Then the whole person suddenly spun wildly. As if he had turned into a windmill, he rushed towards Kaido from a distance. The white fist kept waving and spinning in the air. The attack was extremely fast and strange. Kaido kept waving his mace to resist. He was extremely surprised. What's wrong with this kid? His whole body turned white. Single quote. His body was wrapped with armament haki and conqueror's haki at the same time. He can change the properties of other things at will. Single quote. Such a casual and free fighting method. I have never seen it. He thought so in his heart. Kaido suddenly roared. No one in this world can defeat me. However, he had just finished speaking. Luffy's fist hit his head directly. Kaido's head was immediately assimilated into rubber. Luffy's fist stretched backwards. His whole face was deformed because of this. He was hit by such a strange blow. Kaido also fell backwards uncontrollably. His body fell heavily to the ground. Luffy retracted his fist, looked at Kaido, and laughed. Ha ha ha, it's so funny, Kaido. As the battle continued, everyone in the movie chat group was also severely shocked again and again. Monkey D. Luffy. Ha ha ha, my fifth gear form is so interesting. This way of fighting is really fun. Roronoa Zoro. This way of fighting is just like a child playing house. Vinsmoke Sanji. It's hard to imagine that such a battle would happen between two 4 Emperors level strongmen. Usopp. Luffy's form is so cool. He can even turn into a giant, so enviable. Tony Chopper. Luffy's form seems to be called the human fruit mythical beast Nika form. Speaking of which, I also ate the human fruit. I wonder if Kenko can't develop a form as interesting as Luffy's. Rox D. Zebek. I have to say, Straw Hat's Nika form is really perverted. The fighting style can be said to be free and unrestrained. Closing square bracket. Kaido. Damn, are you really serious about this ridiculous fighting method? I feel that Lousy has been greatly insulted. Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, these attacks of Straw Hat Boy may not cause much damage to you, but they are extremely insulting. Marshall D. Teach. The power of Straw Hat Boy's fruit is really powerful, even stronger than shock fruit. If I can take his fruit power away, then wouldn't I be invincible? Ha 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 ha. Portgas D. Ace. Teach. I absolutely won't allow you to attack Luffy. Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the power that Joy Boy possessed 800 years ago, the legendary sun god Nika, it's really interesting. Shanks. After awakening the Nika form, Luffy should have truly possessed the power to defeat Kaido. Monkey D. Garp. Is this guy in the video still my grandson? He has changed so much. I almost couldn't recognize him. Monkey D. Dragon. Could it be that the liberating warrior, Joey Boy, 800 years ago was actually a funny guy like my son? It's hard to accept it. Chapter 78. Mr. Guy's last lesson. Can you withstand 20 years of anger with this punch? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After knocking Kaido down with one move, Luffy happily played on the trampoline on the ground again. He jumped while laughing and muttered to himself. Quote. What name should I give it? Opposite. Kaido slowly got up from the ground. He gasped. He touched his previously deformed face. Ans. Kaido looked at Luffy and asked seriously. Who are you? Hearing Kaido's question, Luffy seemed a little puzzled as to why the other party asked this question. He immediately replied, Who am I? I am Monkey D. Luffy, I want to surpass you. The man who becomes the Pirate King. Hearing this, Kaido also laughed. He laughed with great relief. Seeing you are still so arrogant, I feel relieved. Straw Hat Boy, when your body and mind are strong enough to match the Devil Fruit ability, it will awaken. Your Devil Fruit ability, it's really outrageous. The screen freezes. The army of bullet comments floats by. Teacher Guy actually specifically asked who Luffy is now. Is he worried that Luffy has been possessed by the Nika fruit? After hearing Luffy's answer and learning that he has not been possessed by the Nika fruit, Teacher Guy immediately showed a relieved smile. Not only that, Teacher Guy also began to explain to Luffy the concept and method of awakening the Devil Fruit ability. He really wants to teach Luffy something all the time. Teacher Guy is really too gentle. Guy teacher who protects the best teacher in the world. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The video continues to play. Teacher Guy looks at Luffy continued. I have lost enough. I have lost too many things that I have accumulated with great effort. Subordinates. Castle. You too, right? Luffy responded angrily. Some things must be taken back at all costs. As he said, the two began a fierce confrontation again. Whether it was Kaido's mace or Luffy's fist, all of them were like a storm and kept bombarding each other. After a fierce fight, both sides retreated several meters. They opened up the distance with each other. Kaido panted. The event venue and the castle below are all surrounded by war. There should be thousands of your people trapped. They will all be burned to death. Luffy did not have any worry on his face. He smiled and responded, leave the things below to my partners. I just need to concentrate on picking you up. As he said, Luffy rushed towards Kaido again. Bad wind. Kaido opened his mouth and spit out several sharp wind blades. He aimed at Luffy and attacked him swiftly. And the next moment, Luffy once again showed his cool moves in the Nika form. He put his hands on his hips and gently lifted them up. His legs were stretched out immediately. It was like he was standing on a pair of stilts. And the sharp wind blades spit out by Kaido just went straight through his hips. There was no damage done to it at all. Then, Luffy jumped up. His figure jumped above the dark clouds in the sky again. When he fell down, his body turned into a giant again. And in his hand, he was holding a spear made of lightning. Luffy looked down from above. Holding the thunder spear, he attacked Kaido again with great ferocity. The picture was frozen here. The army of bullet comments passed by again. FK. Luffy can actually hold lightning in his hand. This is too foul, isn't it? As the ability of the Nika fruit so perverted. It can do whatever it wants. Enel woke up on the moon and found that he had become a clown, dog head. I have to say that the ability of the Nika fruit feels a bit like my power of thinking. Pervert, exceeding the standard, foul, must be cut. Just now, the scene where Luffy stretched his legs so long to avoid Kaido's bad wind. Why do I always feel very familiar? Of course it's familiar, isn't this Tom chopping trees? Ha ha ha, so that's it. I was wondering why it was so familiar, ha ha ha. Cat and mouse really don't lie to me. Opening square bracket comma ... closing square bracket. The video continues to play. Kaido looked up at the lightning holding the lightning. Luffy laughed. You caught the lightning with your bare hands. GG, you're really messing around. The next moment, Luffy threw the lightning in his hand towards Kaido. Rubber rubber, lightning, accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder. The thick thunder spear shot fiercely at Kaido. Kaido dodged. Then he jumped up to Luffy's side. He swung the mace in his hand heavily. You can do whatever you want. RTU. While speaking, Kaido blasted Luffy away with a stick. Then he quickly dodged to the top of the opponent's head. You can't dominate the world just by relying on the power of the devil fruit. You can't dominate the world. Kaido hit Luffy with a stick again. He knocked the opponent down from a high altitude to the ground on the roof of Onigashima. This world has its own rules. Just like Roger, it's not demon fruit power. Only Haki can be above everything. The screen freezes here. The translucent barrage quickly floats across the screen. Look, at this time, Teacher Guy still doesn't forget to continue teaching Luffy. Is Teacher Guy afraid that Luffy will rely too much on the power of the Nika fruit in the future, so he is warning him that only Haki can be above everything? Relying too much on the power of the devil fruit. Kizaru said that this seems familiar, dog head. After teaching Luffy the awakening of the devil fruit power, now he returns to teaching Haki. Teacher Guy is really too serious and responsible. This should be the last lesson that Teacher Guy teaches Luffy. I really don't want to let Teacher Guy go. Yes, at this point, Teacher Guy's teaching can actually be regarded as a complete success, and it's not far from Teacher Guy's death. Closing square bracket. Even though he was about to be offline, Teacher Guy still insisted on teaching and conscientiously and responsibly finished the last lesson. He is simply a role model among teachers. That old man surnamed Lei. Yes, I'm talking to you. Why don't you come and learn from Teacher Guy? Dog head. Inside the viewing screen, The video continues to play. Kaido kept talking. The mace in his hand did not stop for a moment. He hit Luffy hard again. Great power thunder 8 trigrams. This time, Luffy was hit so hard that he vomited blood and saw stars. But he did not fall down. Instead, he stretched out a hand and tightly grasped Kaido's body. Then he used the force to jump again above the dark clouds in the sky. His figure was completely obscured by the dark clouds. Only one arm was left. He still held Kaido tightly. "Huh, let go." Kaido shouted angrily and smashed Luffy's arm with a mace. Luffy screamed in pain, but he still had no intention of letting him go. Kaido was furious. He immediately transformed into a blue dragon. He fired countless wind blades at Luffy's position above the dark clouds. "You will only expose your position. Even if you become like that, your weakness should still be slashing, right?" Tornado. Dense wind blades rushed into the sky. They locked onto Luffy's position along the extended arm. Luffy quickly dodged, but there were too many wind blades. Even though he tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by many wind blades. The sharp slash cut his flesh. Luffy suddenly had many wounds on his body. Blood was dripping from the sky. But even so, Luffy still did not let go of the hand that was holding Kaido. Because he needed to use this to restrict the opponent's movements. To ensure that his next attack would hit the opponent 100%. From the sky, Luffy's figure slowly fell down. And with him fell his other fist. A fist as big as the Onigashima below. What's more exaggerated is, this exaggeratedly huge fist. At this moment, it was wrapped with the pitch-black armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. It was extremely terrifying just by looking at it. The picture froze here. Dense bullet screams floated by again. Shit. Luffy's fist is too big, isn't it? This fist alone is almost as big as Onigashima, isn't it? This is too outrageous. If this fist hits Onigashima below, it might be enough to shatter Onigashima to pieces. Such a big fist, and it fell from the clouds in the sky. Golden Lion called him an expert. Golden Lion. Finally someone can experience the pain I felt back then. Doghead. Luffy. Have you ever heard of a punch that falls from the sky? Doghead. Luffy. Kaido, this punch has 20 years of anger, can you block it? Doghead. Kaido. Don't come over. Doghead. If this punch really falls, I'm afraid Onigashima below will be affected, right? It's okay, there are still is Mr. Guy blocking it. Doghead. Kaido. Onigashima, I will protect it. Doghead. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Rocks D. Zebek. Damn. Straw Hat's fist. Isn't it 2FG big? Shiki. Yes, that's right. That's the feeling. When I fought Straw Hat, he also used a similar move in the end, but that time it was not fists, but feet. Please give flowers. 0. Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion, it seems that you are more miserable, at least there is no athlete's foot on your fist. Edward Newgate. Gulala, with such a big fist, Straw Hat can actually wrap it with armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, it's amazing. Shanks. Haha, it seems that Luffy does not only rely on the power of the Nika fruit, his own Haki has also reached a very powerful level. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, this punch of the Straw Hat boy looks really powerful, can you really take it? Kaido. Humph. Lousy is the strongest creature. Is there any attack that Lousy can't take? Marshall D. Teach. A fist as big as an island. What an amazing method. This makes me want to get the Straw Hat boy's fruit ability even more, thief ha ha ha. Monkey D. Garp. Good guy. How come Luffy's punch looks more powerful than my Iron Fist? Will my name of Iron Fist change hands in the future? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Luffy swung his fist as big as an island. He kept approaching Kaido below. His face showed a look of determination and resoluteness. Kaido, it's time to end it. Kaido in the form of a blue dragon raised his head. Looking at the huge black shadows falling overhead, his expression was extremely serious. Okay, I got it. I'll take your punch. Kaido's blue dragon body suddenly became extremely hot. 0. In just a blink of an eye. His whole body seemed to be covered by hot magma. Fire Dragon Torch. At this moment, Kaido's whole body turned into magma. It was like a giant lava dragon. The terrifying high temperature emanating from his body. It also made Luffy's hand, which had been tightly grasping Kaido's body, unable to help but loosen and retract. Kaido stared at Luffy and said coldly, "Your right hand has no chance to fall down. Because before it can fall, it will be completely melted by me." Luffy responded seriously and shouted, "I won't be melted. The old man has taught me how to attack without touching. See if I can knock you into the ground," said. Luffy no longer hesitated. The huge fist that looked like an island fell down with a bang. The haki wrapped around it also burst out continuously. 1818. Suru Shinso. Facing Luffy's full-strength attack, Kaido, who turned into a giant lava dragon, did not dodge or evade. He rushed directly upwards towards the opponent. Rising Dragon Flame 8 Trigrams. The next moment, Luffy's giant fist collided with Kaido's fire dragon body in the air. In an instant, it seemed as if the whole sky was blown up. Bang! Boom! The powerful haki and the hot magma continued to spread around with such a collision. A gorgeous and terrifying spark exploded in the air. Luffy's fist did not directly touch Kaido's magma body. Instead, it continued to collide and wrestle with it in the air. But the scorching breath emanating from Kaido's body still made Luffy feel unprecedentedly hot. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. Kaido was resisting Luffy's fist, and Hitoshi said, "You have done well. It's not easy to hold on until now. RTU. You can't change this world. Straw Hat Boy, do you think you can create? What kind of world?" Facing Kaido's questioning, Luffy gritted his teeth and roared, "I want to create a world where friends can have enough food." With Luffy's roar, his fist burst out with an incredible force again. The remaining haki in his body also burst out without reservation at this moment. And with Luffy's sudden explosion, Kaido, who was able to resist this punch, was directly hit and rolled his eyes. His huge fire dragon body was instantly hit and smashed down rapidly. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Kaido's body was heavily smashed into the bottom underground at the edge of Wano Kuni Island. And it continued to fall towards the depths of the Earth's core with an unstoppable force. Finally, it successfully penetrated the entire underground. It fell into the magma layer of the Earth's core below Wano Kuni. His body also changed from the original blue dragon form back to the most basic human form in this process. It was washed away by the flow of the Earth's core magma. Finally, it disappeared in the eruption of the submarine volcano. So far, this battle that is enough to be recorded in history ended with Kaido's defeat. The picture freezes here. Then, dense barrages began to emerge crazily from the screen. Chapter 79 New Video. How strong is Buggy? The screen was frozen at the scene of Kaido's defeat. A dense army of translucent bullets swarmed out from the screen. No, Teacher Guy, it's over. The battle of the century is finally over. After doing 4 or 5 sit-ups in a row, Luffy finally won the battle with great difficulty. After completing all the teachings, Teacher Guy finally went offline, crying. It can be said that Teacher Guy definitely contributed to Luffy's victory in this battle. Teacher Guy really left after his work was done, hiding his merits and fame. No, it should be left after his work was done, hiding in the magma, dog head. Puff, hiding in the magma. Are you a devil, buddy upstairs? Fortunately Teacher Guy didn't die alone. After all, Big Mom also fell into the lava, and the two of them can continue to be a pair of desperate Mandarin ducks, dog head lamp. Chow, is this how the idiom, dead Mandarin ducks, is used? This is really a hell joke. Didn't you notice that Teacher Guy's last move was actually teaching Luffy? Yes, Teacher Guy turned himself into a lava dragon at the end, which was to help Luffy practice how to deal with Akainu in advance. Dog head, FK, it's true after hearing what you said. As expected, no matter what Teacher Guy does, it is very meaningful. Even at the last moment of his life, he is still teaching Luffy the last lesson, which is really responsible. Teacher Guy is simply using his life to carry out his education industry. There is no doubt that Teacher Guy is definitely the best teacher in this sea. Let us deeply remember the best teacher in the world, Teacher Guy, with the most sad heart. Teacher Guy, rest in peace. Monkey D. Lu, Ba Yi Ling, Fei. Great. I finally beat Kaido. Hee hee hee. Kaido. Lousy actually lost to Straw Hat Boy like this. Edward Newgate. Gulala. Kaido, this time you can't continue to say that those barrages are spreading rumors, right? Charlotte Linlin. Kaido and I were actually beaten into the magma underground. This is really too ridiculous. Shiki. Ha ha ha. Kaido, Linlin, you two should accept your failure honestly. Rox D. Zebek. I have to say that the growth rate of Straw Hat Boy's strength is really too terrifying. From being no match for Kaido at the beginning, to now being able to defeat Kaido head-on, he has completed the strength improvement that ordinary people can't complete in their lifetime in just one night. John. Indeed, the speed at which Straw Hat Boy's strength is improved is unprecedented and unparalleled. It's like he's cheating. Silver Axe. What do you mean by like cheating? This is clearly cheating. How can ordinary people get the same treatment as him? There is the legendary Nika fruit, and all kinds of backgrounds and teachers. Akoku. I, Akoku, have never envied anyone in my life. Straw Hat Boy is the first one. Monkey D. Luffy. What? Envy me? What is there to envy? Schoolachiman Apu. Basil Hawkins. Barouge. X Drake. Straw Hat Boy, do you want to see if you are talking human language? Capone Bej. This video just takes so long to review your background, which is longer than the backgrounds of your crew members before. You actually said that you don't have anything to envy. Trafalgar Law. Straw Hat Boss, you really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Eustace Kid. Humph. Sometimes I really want to beat Straw Hat Boy to death. Kira. Forget it kid, you can't beat him. Even if you can beat him, you can't beat the background behind him. Eustace Kid. Galdi Roger. Straw Hat Kid said at the end that he wants to create a world where all his friends can have enough food. What an amazing wish, ha 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 ha, too. Shanks. What do you think? Captain Roger. I said Luffy is very similar to you, ha ha. Sabo. Creating a world where all friends can have enough food is indeed amazing. But this is not Luffy's ultimate dream. His ultimate dream is quite extraordinary. Portgas D. Ace. Yes, when we first heard Luffy talk about his ultimate dream, Sabo and I were both surprised. Monkey D. Luffy. Ace, Sabo, you two are so shameless. At that time, you two laughed at me for a long time because of this. Portgas D. Ace. Haha, don't worry, Luffy, I won't laugh at you anymore. Sabo. That's right, Ace and I both believe that you can definitely do it, and your ultimate dream will definitely come true. Monkey D. Luffy. Really, actually, I think so too, hee hee hee. Monkey D. Garp. What are you three brothers talking about here? What is Luffy's ultimate dream? Why don't even a grandfather like me know it? Gecko Moria. Damn, Lousy hates you Riddlers the most. Jack. Did Kaido really lose? Charlotte Perospero. And Mom too, did she really fall into the lava and die? Charlotte Cracker. No. I absolutely don't believe Mom would die like this. Quinn. That's right, Kaido definitely can't die like this. He's the strongest creature. Charlotte Katakuri. I don't think Mom is dead. Don't forget that Mom's body is known as the iron balloon, and lava can't do anything to her. Closing square bracket. Jin. The same goes for Kaido. His physical strength is not inferior to Big Mom's, and Kaido can transform into a giant lava dragon. How could he be killed by lava? Sengoku. That's right, although Kaido and Big Mom, the two four emperors, were defeated, it is still unknown whether they will make a comeback in the future. Suru. How could a strong man who has been sitting on the throne of the pirate emperor in the New World for so many years be killed so easily? Borsalino. Well, if Kaido and Big Mom make a comeback at that time, this sea will probably become even more turbulent. Kuzan. Allah. The future is really full of various changes and unknowns. Sakazuki. No matter what the future will be like, I only want one future, that is to wipe out all the pirates. In the movie chat group, Kaido's defeat triggered a heated discussion among everyone. After watching the battle just now, everyone's heart was a little difficult to calm down. And while everyone was discussing this, in the viewing screen, the picture fell into darkness. And no new pictures appeared for a long time. This means that not only the video session belonging to Kaido has ended. At the same time, the video content of the first theme has been played. Soon, the cold system prompt sounded. The background of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates is revealed, and it ends here. The viewing system is selecting and preparing the next video content. This process may take some time. Please wait patiently. The voice fell. The viewing screen fell into silence again. While waiting for the next video to play, everyone in the viewing chat group also talked about this again. Sir Crocodile, is it finally over? It took so long to reveal the background of a Straw Hat Pirates member, it's really annoying. Gecko Moria. I don't know what the theme of the next video will be. It can't be about the Straw Hat crew again, right? Don Quixote da Flamingo. A new video theme. I'm really looking forward to it, foo. Rox D. Zebek. I think the next video is likely to be about Lousy, maybe it will show his magnificent life as the overlord of the sea. John. Ha. Old Captain, you are just being boastful here, right? Silver Axe. Yes, Old Captain, you have been dead for who knows how many years, and you still expect this video to show content about you. Akoku. I think the next video is more reliable even if it is a review of Roger's life than a review of your life, after all, he is the Pirate King. Gal D. Roger. Ha. Really? To be honest, I actually think so myself, but I just didn't dare to say it. Silver Rayleigh. Roger, you are embarrassed too. I don't believe it, too. Copper Jabba. To be honest, I think the sailing journey of our pirate group back then is actually quite suitable to be made into a video. Kazuki Odin. Yes, that was a really magnificent journey. Yamato. Roger's pirate group's voyage. I also learned a little about it from the logbook of the Emperor when I was a child. If the following video can play it, it would be great. Monkey D. Garp. Humph. What's so interesting about Roger's life? It's better to watch my marine journey. After watching it, you will definitely give up the idea of becoming a pirate and join our marine. Monkey D. Dragon. If my past experiences can also be played in the following video, perhaps more people can be inspired to join our revolutionary team, so that more people and countries can awaken. Buggy. The video just now made the Straw Hat Boys and their gang steal the show. I wish I could enjoy such treatment. Mochi. Captain Buggy, are you serious? Kabaji. To be honest, Captain Buggy, it seems that there is nothing about you that is worthy of this viewing system. Alvida. Buggy, don't let your imagination run wild. Do you think you can compare with the Straw Hat Boys and their rich second-generation connections with your ugly face? Buggy. Look at what you said. How much do you look down on me? You still have to have dreams. What if they come true? Shanks. Ha. Buggy, after all these years, your daydreaming habit hasn't changed at all. Buggy. Shanks, you BD, how dare you mock me? Do you believe that I will beat you up like before? Shanks. Ha. Wrong, as long as you are happy. Buggy. Equals O. Everyone kept discussing in the movie chat group, guessing what the theme of the next video might be. That's it. About a minute passed. The cold system prompt sound from before finally sounded again. The second video has been successfully prepared and is being projected. Projection completed. The video will start playing soon, please stay tuned. As this cold mechanical voice fell, in the originally dark viewing screen, a faint light began to light up gradually. Afterwards, a line of text appeared on the screen. The theme of the second video was revealed. How strong is Buggy's true strength? As soon as this line of text came out, everyone in the viewing chat group was stunned. Mochi, Cabbage, Alvida, Shanks. Oh my goodness. The content of this second video is actually about Buggy. Buggy. Damn, it's actually me. Ha. Nothing to be surprised about, all of this is actually within my expectations. Gal D. Roger. Oh, the content of the new video is about Buggy. Interesting. Monkey D. Luffy. What? How strong is Buggy's real strength? Could it be that when Buggy fought with us before, what he showed was not his real strength? Rorano Azoro. With Buggy's appearance, it's really hard to believe that he can be that strong. Nami. Is the theme of this video serious? I even have some doubts whether this is a spoof video. Buggy. Damn, I was really underestimated by you. Just wait and see how the next video will slap you in the face. Edward Newgate. Buggy. Is he the red-nosed trainee kid on Roger's ship? I have some impression of him. E.H. Marshall D. Teach. Buggy. Is he the guy who stared at me for 3 days and 3 nights without closing his eyes? Come to think of it, I haven't heard any news about him in this sea in these years. On the contrary, the red-haired Shanks, who was a trainee with him, has become a 4 emperors, ha ha ha. Sengoku. Clown Buggy. I remember that he was just a small 2.9 pirate entrenched in East Blue, and the bounty seemed to be only 15 million Baileys. Monkey D. Garp. A small pirate with a bounty of only 15 million Baileys is actually worthy of this viewing system to make a special video for him. Could it be that he is actually hiding his strength? Suru. Since this Buggy is a trainee of the Roger Pirates at the same time as Red Hair Shanks, then logically speaking, even if his strength is not as good as Red Hair, it should not be too different. It is definitely impossible to be worth only 15 million Baileys. Borsellino. This reminds me of a phrase called playing the pig to eat the tiger. Kuzan. Allah, could it be that this Buggy is the kind of pirate who likes to play the pig to eat the tiger? Sakazuki. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. Why do I feel that he is not playing the pig, but is actually a pig? Buggy. You red dog, how dare you call me a pig? I will never forgive you. After a conversation. 014512413 Philo 181,350,290. The text on the viewing screen slowly dissipated. Then, a figure appeared in the picture. Long blue hair, a circus clown-like makeup. The red round nose is particularly eye-catching. It is also very iconic. Except for the head, hands and feet. The rest of the body of this person in the picture is all covered by a huge red cloak. The huge red cloak makes him look very tall. It also looks quite majestic. Obviously, this is Buggy's dress 2 years later, and the identity of the person in the picture is naturally ready to be revealed. It is the president of the Cross Guild, one of the new 4 emperors in the future, the first person to offer a reverse bounty on Marine, the great pirate with a bounty of 3.189 billion Baileys. Senryo Do. Buggy. 4SV. Chapter 80 The Unfathomable Buggy. Is he even stronger than Shanks? Mochi. Is this really Captain Buggy in the video? Why does he look different from now? Cabbage. Yes, the Captain Buggy in the video, with that majestic hockey look, is completely different from now. Buggy. Hey, Mochi, Cabbage, are you two itching for trouble? Shanks. Haha, the Buggy in the video does look a bit strong, maybe his future look. Monkey D. Luffy. E.H. Is this really Buggy? How did he get so big? Buggy. What, Straw Hat Boy, are you only allowed to become a giant? Can't you become a giant? Rorano Zoro. If I'm not mistaken, his huge red cloak should be empty, right? Nami. Buggy is chop fruit users only need to expose their hands and feet outside their capes and inflate their capes to create the illusion of a huge body like in the video. Usopp. I see. I think Nami's analysis makes sense. Vinsmoke Sanji. I told you that the clown Buggy I met in Logue Town was not like this. I think he was just pretending in this way. Buggy. Hey, you guys are really rude. Do you believe I will sue you for defamation? Inside the movie screen, as Buggy's image 2 years later appeared on the screen, a low voiceover also sounded slowly. Buggy. Paramesha chop fruit user. A small pirate who entrenched in the weakest sea area East Blue and bullied others. When he first appeared, his bounty was only 15 million Baileys. He was once defeated by Monkey D. Luffy. Quote, after entering the Grand Line, he encountered obstacles everywhere. Quote, he was even arrested and imprisoned in the deep sea prison, and fell into the lower ranks. Such a tragic experience always makes people feel that he seems to be just an ordinary and weak little pirate. Some people even think that Buggy is just like his title, a funny clown. Exito. He was a trainee of Roger Pirates like 4 Emperors Red Hair Shanks. Is his strength really so weak? The upper limit of Paramesha chop fruit is just as simple as splitting the body. What is Buggy's real strength? Is he really a bad boy? Or is he pretending to be a bad boy? Next, this video will lead the audience to explore this in depth. The low voiceover kept ringing. And when all the introductions were finished, the second episode of the video officially started playing. Time went back to when Buggy was a child. At this time, Buggy was still a trainee on the Roger Pirates ship. The intern with him is a red-haired boy of the same age. Without a doubt, it is one of the future 4 emperors, red-haired. Shanks. Buggy and Shanks are the only 2 interns on the Roger Pirates ship. In addition, they are of similar age. Therefore, they often stay together. It can even be said that they are inseparable. However, the relationship between the 2 is a bit subtle. It's a bit like a happy enemy. Although they often play and live together. However, due to their respective personalities, Buggy and Shanks often have contradictions and conflicts over some big and small things. One of the clips was played in the video. In the picture, Buggy and Shanks are arguing on the deck at the moment. Of course the North Pole is colder. No, it should be the South Pole. Nonsense. It's obviously the North Pole is colder. No, Antarctica is colder. Which is colder, Antarctica or the North Pole? Buggy and Shanks disagreed and each insisted on his own opinion. Each person thought that his own opinion was correct. No one was willing to give in. So there was this quarrel. After a while of quarreling, Buggy and Shanks were both furious. The 2 who refused to give in directly started fighting and twisted into a ball. The fight was so fierce. And the people in Roger's pirate group seemed to have been accustomed to this kind of thing. No one wanted to stop the fight. They just watched the fight happily from the side. They even cheered for the 2 from time to time. After a fight, the bruised and swollen Buggy and Shanks stopped. Still no one was willing to give in. The picture froze. A large army of barges passed by. Ha ha ha. Buggy and Shanks were so childish when they were young. They actually fought over such a boring question. 2 future 4 emperors. They actually argued endlessly and even fought over such a thing when they were young. Wouldn't it be hilarious if this was told to others? Shock. The video of the duel between the 4 emperors in their early years was leaked. The reason for their fight was actually, ha ha ha, the guys from the UC Shock department are out to work again. The video of the duel between the 4 emperors in their early years was leaked. No problem. There is nothing wrong with what you said, doghead. Buggy really has been close to Shanks since he was a child, doghead. Hoo-ha-ha. God, close together. You mean close together in the physical sense, right? Doghead. Look at the childhood Buggy. He and Shanks are fighting back and forth, evenly matched. Shanks is so talented, even if he is just a child, his fighting ability should not be underestimated, and Buggy can actually fight him back and forth, which means that his strength must be strong. Yes, from this point of view, I suspect that Buggy's fighting talent may be comparable to Shanks. And think about it, Buggy and Shanks are the only 2 trainees in Roger's pirate group. If Buggy doesn't have some outstanding qualities, how can he become a trainee in Roger's pirate group? So, Buggy is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. It is very likely that he has been hiding his incompetence and deliberately concealing his strength. Hiss. Buggy God tier is worthy of being one of the new 4 emperors in the future, and he is really so terrifying. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Buggy and Shanks did often fight on the ship like in the video when they were young. Silver Rayleigh. Yes, if I watch these clips again through the video, I can't help but feel nostalgic and emotional. Time flies so fast. Copper Jabba. I have to say, Buggy and Shanks were really noisy when they were young, and they often quarreled and made me feel annoyed. Closing square bracket. Shanks. Haha, Mr. Jabba, we were ignorant when we were young, you should take more responsibility. Buggy. Humph. Shanks is too annoying, always against me, who else should I beat? Mochi. Captain Rogers, trainee from One Piece, has been friends with 4 emperors Shanks since childhood. I didn't expect Captain Buggy to be so powerful. Kabaji. If that's the case, then Captain Buggy's strength should not be as simple as it is now. Alvida. Could it be that Buggy is really hiding his abilities? Monkey D. Luffy. Buggy and Shanks have such a good relationship. I didn't expect it. Sengoku. Wait, the comments just now said Buggy the Clown is actually one of the new 4 emperors in the future. Suru. Yeah, I noticed it too. Several comments mentioned this, saying that Buggy is one of the new 4 emperors in the future. It seems that this news should be true. Monkey D. Garp. In the future, Kaido and Big Mom are defeated, and Luffy becomes one of the new 4 emperors. There is indeed one vacant 4 emperor position. Closing square bracket. Kuzan. In other words, Buggy the Clown should become one of the new 4 emperors at about the same time as the Straw Hat Boy. Borsalino. The new 4 emperors of the future, how scary. Sakazuki. Being able to become one of the new 4 emperors of the future means that Buggy the Clown is indeed much more powerful than what he has shown so far. He is definitely not just a pirate with a bounty of 15 million Baileys. Edward Newgate. Gulala, one of the new 4 emperors of the future. It seems that this red-nosed kid is really not simple. Kaido. I feel very upset when I think that my future 4 emperors position will be taken away by such a guy. Charlotte Linlin. I feel the same way. I have been sitting on the 4 emperors throne for so many years, and you said you would change people. Buggy. I will become the new 4 emperors in the future. Emperors. This is really a matter of course. Ha ha ha. Mochi. Hiss. Captain Buggy will become one of the new 4 emperors in the future. Then I will be the vice captain of the 4 emperors pirates. Kabaji. Then I will be the chief of staff of the 4 emperors pirates in the future. I can't help but feel excited just thinking about it. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Buggy, as an intern, followed the Roger pirates. It can be said that he traveled all over the Grand Line. Whether it was Sky Island, which was 10,000 meters above the sky, or the Fishmen Island, which was 10,000 meters deep under the sea, or various islands full of dangers, there were traces of Buggy's presence. Not only that, he also participated in many large and small battles with the Roger pirates. The enemies he faced were stronger than one another. There was the marine fleet led by Garp that came to chase them. There was the flying pirates led by Golden Lion Shiki. There was also the Whitebeard pirates led by Whitebeard Edward Newgate. And so on. It can be said that just based on these childhood experiences, Buggy was enough to beat 99% of the pirates on this sea today. The video also specially selected a clip to play. This was on an island on the Grand Line. The Roger pirates are now on full alert at the edge of the island. They seem to be waiting for someone to come. Buggy squatted on a huge rock on the shore. He looked at the sea in the distance with a telescope in his hand. A huge ship with a pirate flag soon appeared in his sight. Buggy immediately shouted excitedly to Roger not far away, "Captain, it's Whitebeard and the others." Hearing this, Roger also smiled excitedly. Soon, Whitebeard and others landed. The Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates naturally started a battle on this island. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The battle between Roger and Whitebeard even split the entire sky. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Although Buggy and Shanks were only interns, but they were not afraid of the Whitebeard pirates. They bravely participated in this battle. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates stopped fighting. Both sides shook hands and made peace. They began to exchange their spoils like good friends. In the picture, Buggy and Shanks stood side by side. Buggy looked at the Whitebeard pirates on the opposite side. Suddenly, he whispered to Shanks next to him, "Hey, Shanks, do you see the guy in the hat standing opposite us?" Hearing this, Shanks looked in the direction Buggy pointed. Indeed, he saw a boy wearing a brown hat and long black curly hair. The boy looked a little older than Shanks and Buggy. His expression and eyes revealed a gloomy look. He looked like he was worried. He gave people a feeling of deep scheming. This boy, it was Blackbeard when he was a child, Marshall D. Teach. Shanks didn't understand why Buggy suddenly asked him to look at Blackbeard. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" 540 Buggy explained in a low voice. "That guy hasn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Even during the truce, he was awake all the time. I heard that he has never slept since he was born." Hearing this, Shanks was a little surprised and said, "There are actually people like this. That's great. If he doesn't need to sleep, then wouldn't his happiness in life be doubled?" Buggy seemed to be speechless and said, "Idiot, it's not that simple. That guy, it's a monster. He makes me feel very uncomfortable." Buggy said this in a very serious tone. There was no laughter when he was joking at ordinary times. Seeing this, Shanks' face also showed a thoughtful look. "Monster. Then it seems that it is indeed worth paying attention to. Speaking, Shanks suddenly seemed to think of something. He looked at Buggy on the side and asked puzzledly. Quote. Buggy, how do you know that he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights? Faced with Shanks's question, Buggy showed a smug expression on his face. He smiled and replied, hee, of course it's because I watched him for 3 days and 3 nights. The scene freezes here. A dense army of bullet comments floated by again. FK. I never expected Buggy's answer. The sudden flirtation sprained Lousy's waist. Ha ha ha. How do you know he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights? Because I stared at him for 3 days and 3 nights. This conversation really made me laugh to death. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard can stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights because he has a special physique and doesn't need sleep. What about Buggy God Tier? Buggy God Tier can also stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights like Blackbeard, staring at him all the time. I don't need to say more about this strength, right? Dog head. Buggy God Tier even discovered Blackbeard's abnormality earlier than Shanks, and concluded that the other party is a monster. This is really awesome. Prophet. Knife. Does this mean that Buggy's observation and perception abilities are even better than Shanks? I knew Buggy God Tier is definitely not an ordinary person, which can be confirmed from this incident. Moreover, when Buggy God Tier was so young, he was able to face the Whitebeard pirates without fear. This spirit and courage are not comparable to ordinary people. Buggy has such amazing courage since he was a child, but when he grows up, he will be terrified when he sees a marine. Do you think this is possible? So Buggy God Tier must have been acting later. That's right. I have successfully seen through Buggy God Tier's disguise. He has actually been hiding his abilities all along. The true strength of Buggy God Tier is absolutely terrifying and unfathomable. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket . Chapter 81. Buggy is the most hidden boss behind the scenes. Edward Newgate. I didn't expect that red-nosed kid had already noticed something wrong with Teach so early. Shanks. It was after Buggy reminded me that I started paying attention to Blackbeard. Marco. Even those of us who have been with Teach all day and night didn't notice that Teach was not right, but Buggy actually noticed this when they just met for the first time. Vista. This shows that Buggy the Clown's perception is really sharp. All of us are not as good as him. Joe's. If we could have discovered Teach's abnormality earlier like him, maybe Thatch wouldn't have been killed by Teach. Marshall D. Teach. Thief. Ha ha ha. He stared at me for 3 days and 3 nights without sleeping. This Buggy the Clown is really unfathomable. Sengoku. From this point of view, it is very likely that Buggy the Clown will hide his abilities later. He is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. Crane. His observation and perception abilities are even better than Shanks the Red Hair. How could such a man have a bounty of only 15 million Baileys? Monkey D. Garp. Since Buggy the Clown has such unfathomable strength, why does he keep hiding his abilities? And hide in East Blue for so long? Kuzan. Could it be that Buggy the Clown has some plan for East Blue? Borsellino. Such an unfathomable man is really scary. Sakazuki. Such a dangerous guy should be completely killed in the cradle before his plan is implemented. Monkey D. Luffy. Is Buggy really as strong as you say? Why do I always feel weird? Roronoa Zoro. To be honest, I feel weird too. I always feel that the Buggy we know is completely different from the Buggy they are talking about. Nami. Could it be that Buggy's acting is too good, so we are actually all confused by the illusion he created? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Buggy sails with the Roger Pirates. He saw the scenery of countless islands of all sizes on the Grand Line. But just when the Roger Pirates were about to arrive at the legendary final island, Raftel, Buggy suddenly developed a high fever for no reason. And no matter how he was treated, his symptoms never improved. In desperation, Roger and others had to leave Buggy on an island near Raftel to recuperate. And Shanks, in order to take care of the seriously ill Buggy. He also took the initiative to express his willingness to stay on the island with him. Although in this way, the two missed the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the true face of Raftel. But Shanks said it didn't matter. One day he would form his own pirate group, go on adventures with his friends. Go to Raftel on his own. So, Buggy and Shanks got off the ship. They were left on an island near Raftel, and Roger and others continued their journey. They went to the legendary final island Raftel. The picture freezes. The comments were floating by. Shanks and Buggy are really good friends. Shanks was willing to give up the opportunity to go to Raftel to take care of Buggy. Yeah, that was an opportunity that countless pirates dreamed of, but Shanks just gave it up. It must be said that although Buggy and Shanks often quarreled with each other, they actually had a very good relationship. Closing square bracket. But then again, why did Buggy get sick right before he arrived at Raftel instead of earlier? Yeah, this is too much of a coincidence. I feel like there must be something fishy going on. What do you think? Could it be that there is some special connection between Buggy and Raftel, that he gets a fever whenever he gets close to it? It's possible. Didn't Roger say they came at the wrong time after arriving at Raftel? Maybe Buggy had already realized this, so he suddenly got sick and didn't go to Raftel. Hiss. It's terrifying to think about it. It's terrifying to think about it. Hearing what you said, I always feel like Buggy is the big boss behind the scenes who is hiding the most. Buggy God tier. YYDS. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The video continues to play. When Roger and the others return from Raftel safely, Buggy's illness is finally completely cured. At this time, Roger also completed the entire voyage of the Grand Line, conquered this sea, and was called the Pirate King by the world. Tidge. After the Roger pirates returned to the island where Buggy was recuperating, Roger announced a major news to everyone. He was going to disband the Roger pirates here. When this news came out, everyone was extremely shocked, but they all respected Roger's choice. So, the Roger pirates disbanded on this island. Everyone left one after another. Buggy also left everyone like this. Started his own voyage. About a year passed like this. Buggy was sailing on a certain sea area of the Grand Line. He learned from the newspaper that Roger was about to be executed in East Blue Logue Town. Buggy was extremely shocked when he learned of this news. He immediately rushed from the Grand Line to East Blue without hesitation. On the day of Roger's execution, Buggy was in the square below the execution platform, mixed in the crowded crowd, watching his beloved Captain Roger being mercilessly executed by Marine after leaving behind the last words that set off the great pirate era. In the heavy rain, Buggy lowered his head. He cried so hard that he couldn't speak. Many people came to Logue Town to see Roger off. Buggy met Shanks, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, on this island. As soon as they met, Shanks enthusiastically invited Buggy to board the ship. He hoped that the other party could be his partner. At first, Buggy was really tempted. But then, Buggy asked if the other party was going to Raftel next. However, Shanks shook his head. He gave a negative answer. Buggy was extremely angry when he got this answer. He angrily questioned Shanks. Shanks, didn't you say you would take your own ship to Raftel? Hull. Shanks responded. I did say that, but I have changed my mind now, and I don't plan to go to Raftel for the time being. Quote, I will continue to be a pirate. Buggy, just come with me. Shanks' explanation did not calm Buggy's anger. Instead, it made him even angrier. Buggy looked at Shanks in front of him and said angrily, I don't want to be your subordinate. You idiot, coward, you must have forgotten. I haven't forgiven you for losing my treasure map. Next time we meet, we'll be enemies. After saying this, Buggy didn't talk to Shanks anymore. He turned around and left without hesitation with a full heart of anger. The picture freezes here. The army of bullet comments quickly passed by. FK. Buggy and Shanks, the good friends, broke up. Why did Buggy suddenly become so angry after hearing Shanks said that he didn't plan to go to Raftel for the time being? You don't understand this, right? Buggy and Shanks have been trainees in the Roger Pirates since they were young. Buggy has long regarded Shanks as his only competitor for One Piece. Closing square bracket. But now Shanks suddenly said that he didn't plan to fight for One Piece for the time being, and Buggy was naturally disappointed. That's why he was so angry. Closing square bracket. Buggy even used the excuse that Shanks lost his treasure map to say that he wanted to become an enemy with Shanks. Closing square bracket. But if Buggy really cared about the treasure map, he would have broken up with Shanks after the incident. Why wait until now? Buggy's current reaction is completely because Shanks gave up the idea of competing for One Piece and felt that he had no ambition, so he was angry. Closing square bracket. I see. After listening to your analysis, I feel that the bond between Buggy and Shanks seems to be deeper. Who says it's not? Although they are no longer on the same ship, and even on the surface they have become enemies, the bond between them is quite strong and deep. After all, think about it, Buggy can be said to be the only terrifying existence who dares not to give face to Shanks, the user of the face fruit, and can still be safe and sound afterwards. Dog head. It means that the bond between Buggy and Shanks is strong enough to offset the backlash of Shanks' face fruit ability, dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Shanks. What is the face fruit devil fruit? Why do these comments say that I am the user of the face fruit? Buggy. These comments actually say that I have a strong and deep bond with that BD Shanks. Are you kidding? Mochi. That 4 emperors, red hair, Shanks actually invited Captain Buggy to board the ship before. And Captain Buggy actually refused. Kabag. Captain Buggy is not an ordinary person, as he refused Red Hair's invitation without hesitation and showed that attitude towards him. Sengoku. Did Red Hair Shanks invite Buggy the Clown to be his partner? You know, Red Hair Pirates is an elite team, and the strength of every member on the ship cannot be underestimated. Suru. This means, Buggy the Clown's strength is at least recognized by Red Hair Shanks, and he is definitely not weak, at least not at the level of only 15 million bounty. Monkey D. Garp. Good guy. Doesn't this further prove that Buggy the Clown has been hiding his true strength? Buggy. Hiding his true strength. That's right. That's what I think. On the viewing screen, video continues to play 1. After breaking up with Shanks in Logue Town, Buggy did not return to Grand Line. Instead, he chose to stay in East Blue, and formed a pirate group of his own here, as the weakest of the 4 seas in the southeast, northwest and northeast. East Blue has no strong people at all, just relying on the basic ability of Paramesha Chop Fruit. It is enough for Buggy to occupy a place here. No one dares to provoke. So, Buggy hid in East Blue for a full 22 years. Until see Circle Calendar 1520. A boy wearing a straw hat broke into Buggy's sight. His 22 years of unchanging life began to change. Because Nami stole the Grand Line map collected by Buggy. As a result, Buggy and Luffy began to have intersections. The Buggy pirates also started a battle with the Straw Hat pirates. And this battle ended with the tragic defeat of the Buggy pirates. Buggy himself was blown away by Luffy with a rubber bazooka, flying directly from the island where Orange Town is located to another island far away. The picture freezes here. The army of bullet comments floats by again. Brothers, do you think it is unreasonable that Buggy lost to Luffy here? Yeah, Luffy had just gone to sea at that time, and his strength was not that strong, but Buggy actually lost to him. You know, Buggy followed Roger and others to fight in various battlefields when he was a child. Even if his strength was not good, he should not be defeated by the fledgling Luffy, right? Closing square bracket. I think the more reasonable explanation is, Buggy recognized that the straw hat on Luffy's head was given by Shanks, so he deliberately let Luffy win the battle. Don't say. I think this is really possible. And do you think Luffy's rubber bazooka is really that powerful? It can actually blast Buggy so far away, directly from one island to another. How can this be done by a rubber bazooka? Based on the information I know now, I'm afraid only the meatball fruit can do this. So it is very likely that Buggy was not killed by Luffy didn't blow him away, he flew away by himself. Moreover, even if Luffy's rubber rocket is really that powerful and can send people flying so far, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can withstand when it hits a person. Indeed, if this kind of power hits an ordinary person, it would probably be enough to instantly blow that person into a pulp, but Buggy was safe and sound, which is enough to show that Buggy is not a simple person. So Buggy must be deliberately hiding his strength, there is no doubt about it. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The video continues to play. After being blown away by Luffy. After going through untold hardships, Buggy finally found his torn body. He also finally reunited with his lost crew members. In order to avenge Luffy, Buggy led his crew members and the newly allied Alvida to Logue Town. In Logue Town, Buggy almost killed Luffy on the execution platform where Roger was executed. However, a bolt of lightning struck Buggy's head at the critical moment. Luffy successfully escaped, but Buggy did not give up the idea of revenge on Luffy. He led his crew into the Grand Line without hesitation. He was ready to continue chasing the Straw Hat crew. However, after entering the Grand Line, because the route chosen was different from the route chosen by Luffy and others. As a result, Buggy has not been able to find the trace of the Straw Hat pirates. In desperation, Buggy had to change his target. He began to look for the legendary Captain John's treasure. During a banquet at sea, the aroma of food on the deck also attracted Ace to board the ship. Buggy and Ace chatted very well. They soon became friends. There was a feeling that they had met too late. Not long after parting with Ace, Buggy was in the process of treasure hunting. He was arrested for accidentally entering Marine's secret base. He was even imprisoned in the deep-sea prison Impel Down. However, during the inspection in Impel Down, Buggy somehow concealed his identity as Demon Fruit Power. He successfully deceived the jailer of Impel Down. In addition, his bounty of only 15 million berries. Therefore, the jailers only imprisoned Buggy in the first underground floor where the defense was the most lax. They didn't even put seastone handcuffs on him to restrain Demon Fruit Power. The picture freezes here. Then, the dense army of bullet comments emerges again. Chapter 82 Buggy. I only need to make a slight move to reach the limit of this Impel Down. The picture was frozen on the scene where Buggy was imprisoned in Impel Down. Dense bullet comments emerged from the screen. Ha ha ha, Buggy really made me laugh to death. He dug for treasure and found Marine's secret base, but ended up getting himself arrested. What a talent. I can only say that Buggy is worthy of being called God tier. Marine hid the secret base with great effort, but Buggy God tier just found it so easily. What do you think? Is there a possibility that Buggy God tier was actually arrested on purpose? Buggy God tier just met Ace, and was arrested by Marine and taken to Impel Down not long after. It's too coincidental. I think it is very likely that Buggy has already discovered that Ace's true identity is Roger's son, and then learned that Ace was imprisoned in Impel Down, so he planned to use this method to go to Impel Down to rescue Ace. Indeed, Buggy and Ace met for the first time, but they actually got along so well. I think Buggy recognized Ace. Ace's true identity is very likely. After learning that Ace is Roger's son, Buggy will definitely not sit idly by when he learns that Ace has been arrested. After all, he admires the former Captain Roger very much. Closing square bracket. That's why Buggy staged this scene by deliberately sneaking into Marine's secret base and letting Marine arrest him, so that he could sneak into Impel Down. Think about it carefully. Marine's secret base must be extremely hidden. It's impossible for ordinary people to find it. But Buggy God tier just seemed to dig a mine and broke into it. It's hard to believe that this is just a coincidence. And Buggy God tier actually successfully concealed his identity as Demon Fruit Power during the prison search of Impel Down. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Not only is it not something that ordinary people can do, Impel Down has been established for so many years, and there has never been such a mistake before. However, Buggy God tier made a mistake as soon as he arrived. This is definitely not something that can be explained by a simple coincidence. I think Buggy God tier must have used some special and unknown means to successfully hide his identity as Demon Fruit Power under the search of the prison guards of Impel Down. Power's identity. Jade feet. Where are the jade feet? Heart eyes drooling. Opening square bracket ? The guy above, everything will only hurt you. I have to say, Buggy God tier is still awesome. Even Luffy, who has the protagonist halo and heaven-defying background, has to rely on the help of the Empress to sneak into Impel Down, but Buggy God tier just broke in alone and easily. Without the restraint of Seastone 060 handcuffs, and being imprisoned in the basement with the loosest defense, Buggy God tier can be said to be in an unmanned place. I suspect that even if Luffy didn't break into Impel Down later, Buggy God tier alone could have turned Impel Down upside down, dog head. It's worthy of being Buggy God tier. Buggy God tier is awesome. Opening square bracket dash 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 closing square bracket. Monkey D. Luffy. What? Buggy was captured and taken to impel down on purpose, in order to save Ace. Gall D. Roger. Ha ha ha. Little Buggy, you are really thoughtful. You are worthy of being my intern. Mochi. It turns out that Captain Buggy was not captured by accident, but was voluntarily sent to Marine to be captured. Kabaji. We were originally thinking about whether to rescue Captain Buggy, but since Captain Buggy was captured on his own initiative, we don't have to worry about anything. Alvida. All this was actually planned by Buggy. Is it true? It always feels a little unbelievable. Sengoku. What? The clown Buggy was captured and taken to impel down, and he is not wearing seastone handcuffs. Magellan. I remember. Not long ago, there was indeed a new prisoner named Buggy in impel down. Because his bounty was only 15 million berries, I just asked the jailer to lock him up in the basement. How did he conceal the identity of demon fruit power from under your noses? Magellan. I don't know. I had a severe stomachache at the time, so I ran back to the 4th floor underground to use the toilet, so I handed the matter over to my subordinates. Kong. Such a dangerous person actually entered impel down like this, and he didn't even wear the seastone handcuffs on his right hand. The consequences of this could be quite serious. Hannibal. Magellan, I didn't expect you to have such a serious dereliction of duty. It seems that your position as the warden will soon be mine. Magellan. This is indeed my dereliction of duty. After the time freeze state of the viewing system ends, I will personally put seastone handcuffs on Buggy the clown and detain him on the 6th floor underground. Buggy. Seeing Magellan's remarks in the viewing chat group. Buggy, who was detained on the 1st floor underground of impel down at the moment, was stunned. Originally, he was still feeling lucky that his identity as demon fruit power had not been discovered. He was planning to find a suitable opportunity to sneak out of prison later. BDDB. As a result, this video and those comments directly exposed his identity as demon fruit power. It also successfully attracted the attention of the prison warden Magellan. He even said that he would personally handcuff him with seastone handcuffs later. He was escorted from the underground floor to the most heavily guarded underground floor 6. In this way, wouldn't his escape plan be completely aborted? Thinking of this, Buggy felt like crying but had no tears for a while. In the viewing screen, the video continued to play. Not long after being imprisoned in the underground floor of impel down, Buggy began his own escape plan. With the power of chop chop fruit, ordinary handcuffs and cells can't stop him at all. Buggy easily broke free from all the restraints. He walked out of the cell on the 1st underground floor. However, before he could carry out the next step of the jailbreak plan, he happened to meet Luffy, who sneaked in to rescue Ace. Luffy caused quite a stir in the 1st underground floor. Many jailers chased him. In desperation, Buggy could only flee with Luffy. During the escape, Buggy also learned from Luffy the purpose of the other party sneaking in here. Not only that, Luffy also hoped that Buggy could help him lead the way. For such a request, Buggy was naturally ready to refuse without thinking. But his eyes were soon attracted by an armband on Luffy's arm. He recognized it at a glance. The armband worn by Luffy on his arm. It was the treasure map of the legendary Captain John's treasure. After seeing this armband, Buggy immediately changed his original idea. He told Luffy that he could help him lead the way. But the condition was that Luffy gave him the armband on his arm. After hearing this, Luffy took off the armband on his arm without saying a word and handed it to Buggy. So that's it. Buggy began to travel with Luffy. All the way from Crimson Hell on the 1st underground floor to Blazing Hell on the 4th underground floor. On the way, Luffy and Buggy also released Mr. 3 and Mr. 2 Bentham. The jailbreak team expanded again. Blazing Hell. This is the floor guarded by Magellan, the warden of impel down. After arriving here, Buggy and Mr. 3 did not continue to move forward. Choose to leave Luffy and Mr. 2 behind and run away first. As a result, he ran into Hannibal, the deputy warden of impel down, who was guarding the stairs to the upper floor. After just a moment, Buggy and Mr. 3 were both defeated by Hannibal. They were captured by Hannibal and his men. Hannibal. Isn't it said that this clown Buggy is really strong? How come I knocked him down in just 2 moves? It seems that I am still stronger. Magellan. Idiot. It is obvious that Buggy is hiding his weakness. With his cunning, he is willing to be captured by you so easily. It means that he must have other plans, and you are being used by him without knowing it. Hannibal. Huh, is that so? But he has been captured by me. Even if he has any plans, he can't implement them at all. Ghost Spider. If Buggy is really as unfathomable as we guessed, then even if he has been captured by Hannibal at this moment, his plan will definitely be implemented smoothly. Doberman. Why did he come back to get killed after he had already escaped? What on earth is Buggy the Clown planning? Huo Shaoshan. I can't see through it. Buggy the Clown's thoughts are simply not something we can see through. Flying Squirrel. It seems that we can only wait for the next video to answer this question for us. Buggy. Watching the conversations and suspicions of the people in the video. Buggy was speechless. He himself didn't know what his plan was. Even with Buggy's understanding of himself, he felt that the person in the video might not have any so-called plan at all. He simply wanted to abandon the Straw Hat Boy and escape. But he couldn't beat Hannibal, the deputy warden. However, at this moment, in the mouths of those Marines, it was inexplicably turned into another purpose. This really made Buggy a little at a loss for words. Forget it, let these guys think whatever they want. Faced with such a situation, Buggy finally chose to just give up. Let these guys guess blindly in the movie chat group. He would never come out to explain even a half sentence. On the viewing screen, the video continued to play. Not long after Buggy and Mr. 3 were captured by Hannibal, Bentham also came here. He used his clone fruit ability, transformed himself into the appearance of Nami. He successfully put it in Hannibal by seduction. Then Bentham transformed himself into Hannibal. He rescued Buggy and Mr. 3. However, after rescuing Buggy and Mr. 3, Bentham did not choose to escape. He learned from the jailer that Luffy had been defeated by Magellan. And he learned that Luffy was imprisoned in freezing hell on the 5th underground floor. So he immediately pretended to escort Buggy and Mr. 3 to the 5th underground floor. Headed to freezing hell to rescue Luffy. Magellan. I finally know why Buggy the Clown deliberately let Hannibal defeat him and capture him. Hannibal. Huh, why? Magellan. Because he was waiting for this moment. Only by pretending to be captured by you first, the Sai will have the opportunity to transform into your appearance and go to freezing hell to rescue Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace under the pretext of escorting them. Hannibal. Good guy. Is this true? So I became a part of their play. Magellan. Humph, with your brain, I guess you can't figure out the deep meaning of this even if you think about it for a long time. Otherwise, you can only be the deputy warden, and I am the warden. Closing square bracket. Hannibal. Damn it, Magellan, sooner or later, I will replace you as the warden, just wait and see. Sengoku. Well, I think Magellan's analysis is actually quite reasonable. The reason why Buggy was defeated and captured by Hannibal so easily is probably because he wanted to use this as an excuse to go to the lower floors. This is a good plan. Kong. It seems that the clown Buggy is not only unfathomable in strength, but also very cunning. Mochi. Hiss. So Captain Buggy is so awesome. Ka-ba-ji. Captain Buggy, you really kept it a secret from us before. Ba-ji. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After cooperating with Bentham in acting, after helping the other party successfully reach the freezing hell on the 5th underground floor, Buggy and Mr. 3 chose to part ways with Bentham. The two went through a lot of hardships. They returned from the 5th underground floor to the Raptor Hell on the 2nd underground floor. After returning to the Raptor Hell, Buggy made an extremely surprising move. That is to release all the prisoners imprisoned in the 2nd underground floor. These prisoners were grateful to Buggy for saving their lives. They all expressed their willingness to be loyal to him. That's it. Buggy successfully subdued a large number of vicious brothers. Ito. Just when Buggy led these brothers to return to the 1st underground floor from the 2nd underground floor. But they found that the only passage had been blocked by Magellan with venom in advance. The venom is extremely toxic. Ordinary people will die immediately if they touch it. Faced with these venom blocking the way, everyone fell into despair for a while. And it was at this time. Buggy stood up again. He walked to the corner of the wall alone. He began to urinate as if nothing had happened. For Buggy's behavior, his brothers were very puzzled. But in the end, they all chose to follow suit. That's it. A group of people all went to the corner to relieve themselves. That scene was really embarrassing. But when everyone had emptied their hands, they followed Buggy back to the entrance of the passage. But they found that the venom walls that had blocked the entrance of the passage tightly. Now more than half of them had melted away, and the gaps revealed were enough for everyone to pass through. Seeing this incredible scene, everyone was shocked. They didn't know what happened. But they reacted quickly. This must be Buggy's work. It must be Buggy who dealt with all the venom that blocked the way. For a while, Buggy's brothers also admired him more and more. The group continued to move towards the underground floor in a mighty manner. The picture was frozen here. The army of bullet comments passed by again. Shit, look, Buggy God Tier started to operate. Dog head. Buggy God Tier seemed to go to the corner to relieve himself, but in fact he used this to attract everyone's attention, and then he dealt with Magellan's venom without anyone noticing. Dog head. Buggy God Tier is still too low-key, unwilling to show his strength in front of so many people, so he chose to act secretly in this way. Dog head. Facts have proved that Magellan's poison is not worth mentioning in front of Buggy God Tier. Dog head. Buggy God Tier. I only need to make a slight move, and it is already the limit of this impel down coup 2. Chapter 83 Buggy, the world's greatest swordsman. He's just a little brother to me. Magellan. What? My venom was actually dealt with by Buggy the Clown. How did he do it? Sengoku. The camera of the video just now was on Buggy, but we still didn't see when he made a move and how he dealt with Magellan's venom. Suru. Sure enough, Buggy the Clown's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Monkey D. Garp. That guy actually released all the prisoners on the second underground floor and took them all as his subordinates. Kuzan. Although they are only prisoners on the second underground floor, the number of such people combined is still a force that cannot be underestimated. Borsalino. Could it be that Buggy the Clown's trip to Impel Down is not just to save Ace the Fire Fist, but also to subdue these prisoners? Marshall D. Teach. Subdue the prisoners of Impel Down. This coincides with my thoughts. It seems that this clown Buggy is really not simple. Ha ha ha. Gecko Moria. Come to think of it, didn't Buggy the Clown go to rescue Ace of Fire Fist in the beginning? Why didn't he continue to move forward after reaching the 5th underground floor, but instead began to return to the upper floors? Sir Crocodile. Stupid, didn't the Straw Hat Boy's video mention it before? When the Straw Hat Boy rushed to the 6th underground floor, Ace of Fire Fist had already been taken away by Marine. Don Quixote Doflamingo. So Buggy the Clown should have realized that Ace of Fire Fist was no longer on the 6th underground floor, so he began to return to the upper floors to catch up with the taken Ace of Fire Fist. Douglas Bullet. He went to the 5th underground floor before, probably just to help the Say rescue the Straw Hat Boy, and after sending him to the 5th underground floor, he immediately began to return to chase Ace of Fire Fist. Barrick Redfield. But how did he know that Ace the Fire Fist had been taken away from the 6th underground floor by Marine? Could it be that his observation hockey is enough to sense the situation in eternal hell from several floors away? Rox D. Zebek. After hearing what you said, even I feel that this clown Buggy seems to be really weird. How strong is his real strength? In the viewing screen, the video continues to play 1. After successfully leaving the Raptor Hell on the 2nd underground floor. After arriving at the Crimson Hell on the 1st underground floor, Buggy followed the same method and released all the prisoners on the 1st underground floor. Similarly, these prisoners on the 1st underground floor are also grateful to Buggy. Decided to follow Captain Buggy to the death. Soon, the group came to the 1st floor of Impel Down in a mighty manner. One step closer to escaping this deep-sea prison. It was at this time. Luffy, Jinbei, Clodal, Ivankov and others also caught up from behind. The two groups successfully met. With everyone working together, they successfully robbed a warship of Marine. They successfully left the deep-sea prison. They began to rush towards Naval Headquarters Marineford. The camera turned. The picture soon came to Marineford. When Buggy and others arrived here, the war between the Whitebeard pirates and the Naval Headquarters had been in full swing for a long time. looking at the battlefield with deafening fighting and corpses everywhere. Buggy originally planned to hide far away. As a result, the group of younger brothers who worshipped him fanatically pushed him to the center of the battlefield. So, Buggy passively appeared in the center of the battlefield. He broke into Whitebeard's sight. Whitebeard recognized Buggy at a glance. He knew that he was the red-nosed intern kid who was the captain of Roger's pirate group back then. And he took the initiative to say hello to Buggy. He even invited Buggy to cooperate. This scene fell into the eyes of Buggy's gang. It immediately became a proof that even 4 emperors Whitebeard valued Buggy very much and wanted to cooperate with him. This made Buggy's gang of brothers worship him more and more fanatically. The picture froze. The army of Barrage floated past. Ha ha ha. Buggy's little brothers are really crazy about Buggy. It seems that any action of Buggy can be a reason for them to worship him. To put it nicely, this is called a little fanboy. To put it bluntly, then this is definitely a group of brainless fans, ha ha ha. But to be honest, being able to make so many vicious prisoners blindly worship him, isn't this also a skill of Buggy God tier? Yes, although the bounties of these prisoners are not particularly high, they are all ruthless characters with a bounty of tens of millions of Baileys, which is several times higher than the bounty of the bandit King Sig. And these vicious criminals, when they met Buggy, all instantly turned into brainless little fans. This shows that Buggy God tier's personality charm is still quite terrifying. It may be a coincidence that 1 or 2 criminals turned into Buggy's little fans, but all the criminals turned into Buggy's little fans, which shows that Buggy God tier must be really something. It is said that Luffy has the terrifying ability to turn everyone in this sea into his helpers, but is our Buggy God tier not the same? Dog head. I even think that Buggy God tier's ability is even more terrifying, because he can turn everyone into his brainless little fanboy. Dog head. Buggy God tier, so terrifying. Dog head. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play, ending the contact with Whitebeard. Buggy still wants to get away from the center of this battlefield as soon as possible. He is seen in the picture. At this moment, his upper body is floating above the battlefield. It seems to be flying towards somewhere aimlessly. However, the next moment, a pair of outstretched arms suddenly emerged from below, directly grabbed Buggy's upper body in midair. Then, the outstretched arms quickly pulled Buggy down. Rubber rubber. Jet scapegoat. A familiar voice sounded in Buggy's ears. The guy who pulled Buggy's upper body down from midair. It was Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy. And in front of Luffy at this moment, a middle-aged man holding a black knife. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk. Hawkeye swung the black knife, Knight, in his hand and slashed at Luffy. Luffy quickly squatted down. At the same time, he raised Buggy's upper body above his head. Let the other party bear Hawkeye's knife for him. A cold light flashed. The black knife, Knight, in Hawkeye's hand immediately slashed across Buggy's body. Cut the other party in half. However, Buggy, who was cut in half, was like nothing happened. There was no sign of injury at all. He even had the strength to yell at Luffy there. Hawkeye saw this. He seemed to be slightly stunned. Then he swung the big knife in his hand at Buggy again. Shua shua shua. In an instant, countless cold knife lights flashed. Hawkeye swung out countless knives in an instant. Each knife landed on Buggy's body accurately. The next moment, Buggy's body was immediately cut into countless pieces. But it only took a blink of an eye. His shattered body was restored. It was as good as new. Hawkeye's fierce attack landed on Buggy. But it did not cause any substantial damage to him at all. The picture was frozen here. Dense bullet comments floated across the screen again. FK. Buggy God tier is awesome. He resisted hundreds of swords from the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye, and he was still safe and sound. Could this be the true strength of Buggy God tier? The true strength of Buggy God tier is finally beginning to show at this moment. I said, do you have to be so excited? Isn't Buggy's chop chop fruit afraid of any slashes? Why are you so excited? Oh, you don't understand this. Chop chop fruit users are indeed not afraid of ordinary slashes, but what if it is a slash wrapped with armament hockey? Hiss. You mean, Hawkeye's slashes just now were actually all wrapped with armament hockey? Yeah, have you forgotten what Hawkeye once said when he was teaching Zoro? The so-called black sword is actually a sword wrapped with armament haki. Haki covers the blade after it is bred, so the black blade, knight, of Haki must be wrapped with armament haki all the time. Armament haki can even attack the body of Logia demon fruit power, let alone Paramesha demon fruit power. So, if Buggy just relied on chop fruit ability, he would definitely not be immune to Hawkeye's slash. I reasonably suspect that Buggy was not chopped into countless pieces by Hawkeye's slash just now, but he had predicted all of Hawkeye's attack paths in advance through observation haki, and then tore his body into pieces in advance, so as to perfectly avoid all of Hawkeye's slashes. The principle behind this is actually the same as Katakuri's previous transformation to avoid Luffy's attack in advance. That is to say, Buggy has actually mastered the observation haki that predicts the future. That's right, and Hawkeye slashed out as many as millions of them at that moment, but they were still all blocked. Buggy dodged it perfectly, which means that Buggy's observation haki, who can predict the future, may even be better than Katakuri. After all, Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman, with terrifying strength comparable to the 4 emperors, and is not comparable to Luffy when he fought Katakuri. I think even if Katakuri was here, it would be impossible for him to perfectly dodge all of Hawkeye's slashes just now, but Buggy did it. The value of this should be self-evident, right? Buggy. So what if you are the world's #1 swordsman? You are still a little brother in front of me, dog head. Buggy. Save your energy, Hawkeye. Not only can you not hurt me, but you will have to be my little brother in the future. Dog head. Sure enough. This incident undoubtedly once again proves that Buggy's strength is absolutely unfathomable. Buggy God tier is awesome. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Dracul Mahawk. Buggy the clown actually dodged all my slashes perfectly. Charlotte Katakuri. This guy's observation haki, is it even better than mine? Rorano Zoro. Are you kidding? Buggy was able to survive Hawkeye's fierce attack. Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Buggy, you are really a hidden talent. Mochi. Hiss. Even the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye can't do anything to Captain Buggy. Kabaji. That's the world's #1 swordsman. How terrifying is Captain Buggy's true strength? Borsalino. Clown Buggy, it's really scary. Kuzan. Alala. Those comments just now said that Hawkeye will have to be Buggy's younger brother in the future. Is this news true or false? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The camera turns. The picture suddenly comes to Sengoku on the execution platform. Sengoku sees that the situation on the battlefield is becoming more and more serious. It seemed that there was already a trend that was out of control. In order to prevent accidents, he immediately ordered to cut off all live Den Mushi signals. Prepare to execute Fire Fist Ace in advance. No matter what, he must ensure that the execution of Fire Fist Ace is completed smoothly. Even if it means moving up the originally scheduled execution time. Of course, in order to maintain the image and face of the naval headquarters. This not-so-glorious move must not be broadcast live. Therefore, it is necessary to cut off the signal of the live Den Mushi. Exido. Sengoku's order was issued a long time ago. The signal of the live Den Mushi still could not be completely cut off. Sengoku asked his subordinates anxiously. What's going on? Has the signal of the live Den Mushi not been completely cut off? Although this is a public execution facing the whole world. But at this special time, it is still necessary to take some special measures. We can't wait any longer. We must execute Fire Fist Ace in advance. If the Whitebeard pirates really rescue Fire Fist Ace, that would be a real shame for our naval headquarters. At this point, Sengoku's expression could not help but become serious and anxious again. He continued, as long as we successfully execute Ace the Fire Fist, then the victory of this war belongs to us Marines. There is absolutely no room for hesitation at this time. We must cut off all live broadcast signals and execute Ace the Fire Fist immediately. Of course, this kind of dishonorable thing. 014512413 Fulu 18136048. It doesn't need to be known to the whole world. Wait until the execution is over before resuming the live broadcast signal. Facing Sengoku's anxious urging, a Marine soldier below was sweating on his forehead. He looked at Sengoku with embarrassment. He responded hesitantly. Marshal Sengoku, we have cut off the other live broadcast telephone bug signals. Duh. There is only one live broadcast telephone left. Quote, it has fallen into the hands of Buggy the Clown and the Impel Down fugitives. They are using that phone. Continue to broadcast live to the world. Hearing this, Sengoku's face suddenly turned pale. What? How could this happen? How could the live broadcast Den Den Mushi fall into the hands of the clown Buggy and others? Sengoku, who was already extremely anxious, was almost fainted by Buggy after hearing the news. The picture was frozen on Sengoku's pale old face. Then, dense bullet comments floated across the screen again. Ha ha ha, it's started. Buggy is going to start the top live broadcast. The first person to broadcast Summit War live. Except for our Buggy God tier, who else can do it? Sengoku's careful plan was unexpectedly disrupted by Buggy God tier. Sengoku must be so angry that he must die. Ha ha ha, close hollow corner bracket. I guess Buggy had already guessed that Sengoku was going to cut off the live broadcast signal and made a plan in advance. Ace was going to execute the person, so he asked his men to grab a live broadcast phone in advance. Go. 2. Hiss. Is Buggy God tier so far-sighted? He is simply the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. Go to. I would like to call Buggy God tier the contemporary Wolong. Go to. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket ... Chapter 84 Akainu. I woke up from my dying illness, and the undercover agent turned out to be me. Sengoku. My plan to execute Fire Fist Ace in advance was disrupted by Buggy the Clown. Suru. Did that guy guess Sengoku's idea in advance, so he took the live broadcast Den Den Mushi first? Monkey D. Garp. Good fellow. Sengoku is called the resourceful general. There are not many people in this sea who can see through his schemes. Kuzan. So Buggy the Clown not only has unfathomable strength, but also has intelligence comparable to or even beyond Marshal Sengoku. Borsellino. If that's the case, Buggy the Clown is too scary. Sakazuki. What's so scary? He's just a pirate, just kill him. Gal D. Roger. Sengoku, this old man, actually wants to execute Laozi's son in advance. He is really the same old silver coin as always. Edward Newgate. In the video, we really have to thank that red-nosed kid this time, otherwise Sengoku's plot might have succeeded. Monkey D. Luffy. So it seems that Buggy really helped us a lot. I didn't expect him to be quite nice. Buggy. Hee. Just be happy. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The screen switches from the execution platform back to Buggy. At this moment, Buggy is facing away from the camera. On his shoulders is a cloak of justice that he has taken from some marine. However, the word, justice, on the cloak has been marked with a big cross. Buggy is wearing this cloak. Only a silent back is left to the audience. At the same time, several prisoners next to him suddenly speak up. They begin to introduce Buggy with a series of titles. For example, the trainee on the ship of Roger, the Pirate King. The sworn brother of, Red Hair, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. The man who took on the slash of 497, the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye and remained unscathed. And so on and so forth. After introducing such a long list of titles, Buggy slowly turned around, faced the camera. A confident and calm smile appeared on his face. Then he pointed at himself with his thumb. He spoke with an affirmative tone. That's right, what they just said, it's me. Because the live broadcast Den Den Mushi in the hands of Buggy and others. It is the last Den Den Mushi left whose live broadcast signal has not been cut off at this moment. So the scene shown by Buggy. It was also seen by all the viewers around the world who were watching this live broadcast. Buggy relied on this method. He broke into the sight of all the people who were watching the Summit War live broadcast. This also made the whole world know about this pirate named Buggy. Before this, they had never even heard of Buggy's name. But after this, they would never forget this man who was broadcasting live in Summit War. The picture freezes. The army of bullet comments floats by. Buggy God tier is awesome. He is definitely the first person to broadcast live. Buggy God tier's operation not only ruined Sengoku's plan to execute Ace early, but also ruined his own reputation. Before this, Buggy was just a small pirate with a bounty of only 15 million Baileys and no reputation at all. Closing square bracket. But after this wave of operations, I think most people on this sea will remember the name Buggy, and know that he was once a trainee of Roger Pirates, a sworn brother of red-hair Shanks, and a man who can head-on withstand the attack of the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye. With just one simple move, he reached a height that ordinary pirates can never reach in their lifetime. This is the value of Buggy's God tier. Buggy's God tier is so awesome. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Sengoku. This Buggy actually used our naval headquarters live broadcast to make himself famous. He simply doesn't take us Marines seriously. Suru. But there is one thing that is very strange. Didn't Buggy always hide his strength before? Why did he suddenly stop keeping a low profile now? Instead, he made such a big fanfare to make a name for himself. Monkey D. Garp. Is it possible that he has disguised himself enough and does not intend to keep a low profile like before? Kuzan. But what is his purpose in doing this? Why did he hide his strength for so many years, and why did he choose to stop keeping a low profile at this time? Buggy. Yes, why is this? I want to know it myself. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Seeing that the signal of the last live Den Den Mushi could not be cut off, Sengoku could only order Admiral Aokiji to take action personally. Aokiji quickly came to Buggy and others. He directly froze Buggy and others in the last live Den Den Mushi. The live signal was also interrupted. However, not long after, magma meteorites suddenly fell from the sky. The hot magma meteorites melted the ice surface into holes one after another. The holes were filled with boiling seawater that had been burned by the magma. Those Buggy brothers who had escaped the disaster and were not frozen into ice sculptures. The ice sculptures holding Buggy and other companions hurriedly dodged the magma meteorites falling from the sky. However, it was not known whether it was an accident or something else. The prisoner holding Buggy's ice sculpture suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. And Buggy's ice sculpture just slid out. Then it fell into one of the ice caves with boiling seawater. The ice blocks that were originally frozen on the surface of Buggy's body melted instantly. Seeing this, Buggy's brothers suddenly realized. They thought that Buggy was reminding them in this way that they could use boiling seawater to thaw others. So everyone followed this method. They threw all the frozen companions into the boiling seawater. Even the live broadcast Den Den Mushi that were frozen together before were successfully thawed by this method. However, perhaps the live broadcast Den Den Mushi was stimulated by freezing. As a result, even after it was successfully thawed, still unwilling to continue working, just kept shrinking in the snail shell and refused to come out. Faced with such a situation, Buggy's brothers immediately became a little furious, constantly persuading and threatening the live broadcast Den Den Mushi. They even wanted to force the live broadcast Den Den Mushi out by roasting it with fire and flooding it with water. And at this moment, Buggy suddenly spoke. He looked at his brothers and said in a deep voice, "Stop it, you idiots. This little guy didn't volunteer to be used by the Marine. It must have suffered a lot in this war. Don't you think it's pitiful? Why do you keep forcing it to continue working like this? Quote. Let's let it go." Buggy's words sounded very sincere. And it was under his words. The live broadcast Den Den Mushi, which had been hiding in its shell and was unwilling to come out, suddenly came out of its snail shell. There were still a lot of snot and tears on its face. Obviously, it was deeply moved by Buggy's previous words. It began to voluntarily help Buggy with the live broadcast. The signal that had been cut off was restored again. The picture freezes here. The army of barges floated by again. Hiss. Buggy is so god tier that he even touched the live broadcast Den Den Mushi. Is this the personality charm of Buggy god tier? Not only can he conquer a bunch of prisoner fans, but now even the live broadcast Den Den Mushi can be easily conquered by him with just a few words. Although Buggy god tier was frozen by Aokiji before, he was successfully thawed by the seawater burned by a Kainu meteor volcano. This luck is really amazing. Ha ha ha. Akainu must have never thought that he would actually make things worse. This is one of the few times that Aokiji really took action in Summit War and didn't let him go, but he was still messed up by Akainu. Ha 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 ha. Akainu. Damn, am I also a traitor? Dog head. Akainu. I sat up in shock from my dying illness, and I was the undercover. Dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Sakazuki. These comments actually said I was a traitor. I was obviously the only one who really contributed to Summit War, right? Kuzan. Allah. Sakazuki, how do you explain the situation in the video? I froze Buggy and the others seriously, and I cut off the live broadcast signal, but you messed up everything. Hi, Borsellino. Yes, Sakazuki, your operation is really suspected of being an undercover agent. Aokiji and Kizaru were scolded and ridiculed by Akainu for letting Luffy win. So now they finally found an opportunity. Naturally, they were unwilling to let it go. They all started to fight back against Akainu in the same way. Sakazuki. Haha, whatever you say. Anyway, I am not afraid of the shadow of the body. The situation in the video must be because I attacked other pirates and accidentally affected this area. Sengoku. Well, I believe that with Sakazuki's personality, he definitely didn't do it on purpose. It is very likely that it was accidentally affected. Suru. But Buggy's behavior in the video is a bit intriguing. When Kuzan tried to freeze him, he didn't resist at all. Why, Kaji? Could it be that he had already known through the observation haki that he could foresee the future, that even if he was frozen, he would be thawed by Akainu Admiral's attack after a while, so he was too lazy to take action, conserved his strength, and let Aokiji Admiral freeze him? Huo Shaoshin. Could it be that he even expected to be affected by Akainu Admiral's attack? Isn't this a bit too scary? Momosugi. If this is true, then his observation haki is a bit too strong. Can it actually see so far into the future? Buggy. On the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Time has come to the end of the Summit War. In the picture, Buggy is now half floating in the air. It seemed to be wandering aimlessly. But suddenly, a sandstorm appeared without warning from not far away. Two figures were lifted high by the sandstorm. They flew straight towards Buggy's position. Caught off guard, Buggy hugged the two figures tightly in his arms. And those two figures, they were the seriously injured Luffy and Jinbei. At this time, Luffy was greatly shocked by Ace's death. He had fainted a long time ago. And in order to protect Luffy, Jinbei also suffered a heavy blow from Akainu. His abdomen was directly penetrated by the hot magma. The injury looked very scary. Below, Buggy's little fans saw this scene. They all shouted, "Look, it's Captain Buggy." Captain Buggy rescued Jinbei and Straw Hat Boy. Even at this time, Captain Buggy still rescued Jinbei and Straw Hat Boy, who were also his jailbreak partners, without hesitation. Captain Buggy, you are so great. Listening to the cheers of the little fans below, Buggy seemed to be a little dazed. Akainu also took advantage of this moment. He suddenly blasted a huge lava fist from bottom to top. He wanted to get rid of Buggy, Jinbei and Luffy. But Buggy, who was holding Jinbei and Luffy, quickly dodged to the side. He successfully avoided Akainu's attack. Jinbei spoke with difficulty in Buggy's arms. Red Nose, thank you. Thanks to you, we were saved. But Luffy is seriously injured and must be treated immediately. After saying this, before Buggy could respond, Jinbei, who was also seriously injured, fainted directly. The picture froze. The army of bullet comments passed by again. Look, Buggy God Tier is operating again. He is holding Jinbei and Luffy in the air, and it is effortless. And in this case, he can easily dodge Akainu's attack. This undoubtedly proves that Buggy God Tier's strength is actually quite unfathomable. To be able to easily dodge Akainu's attack while holding two people in the air, this must be at least the level of 4 emperors, right? Buggy God Tier has been hiding his strength all the time, so terrifying. I really want to know what kind of scene will be if Buggy God Tier stops hiding and exerts his full strength. In my opinion, the ability of Chop Chop Fruit is quite pervert. As long as Buggy God Tier is well developed, the effect will definitely be quite terrifying. Look forward to the day when Buggy God Tier will use all his strength. Expectation +1. Opening square bracket -- closing square bracket. Video continues to play. 0.8. After Jinbei fainted, Buggy was worrying about who should treat Jinbei and Luffy. It was at this time Law led the Heart Pirates to surface from the bottom of the sea in a submarine. "Leave them to me, I'm a doctor." Law stood on the deck of the submarine, looked at Buggy and said so. Buggy didn't intend to do it at first. But Kizaru gave Buggy a wave of assists in time. So that's it. The seriously injured and unconscious Jinbei and Luffy were thrown to Law by Buggy for treatment. And he continued to wander over the battlefield. Not long after, Shanks led the Red Hair Pirates to appear on the battlefield of Marineford. Seeing Buggy, Shanks immediately greeted him enthusiastically, and asked Buggy to help give Luffy's straw hat left on the battlefield to him. Faced with Shanks' request, Buggy didn't buy it at all. He replied angrily, "Why should I help you do this? I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Buggy said. He also pulled Shanks' collar. He looked very arrogant. He didn't show any awe or fear because Shanks was a Emperor. Shanks was not annoyed at all in the face of Buggy's attitude. He just smiled gently. Then he took out a treasure map from his pocket. He said that as long as Buggy helped him hand the straw hat to Luffy, the treasure map would belong to him. Hearing this, Buggy slowly let go of Shanks' collar. He reluctantly took the straw hat from Shanks' hand. He threw it to Trafalgar Law. He asked him to wait until Luffy woke up before handing it over to him. The picture freezes here. Then, another wave of dense barges emerged from the screen. Chapter 85 Technology Beyond Vegapunk. Buggy is still too comprehensive. Look at our Buggy God tier. Even when facing 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks, his momentum is not inferior at all. Dog head. Yeah, Buggy yelled at Shanks like this, but in the end Shanks could only beg Buggy politely, "Dog head." Even in order to let Buggy help to send a straw hat to Luffy, Shanks had to brush a treasure map for Buggy, dog head. Ha 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 ha. Brushing treasure maps, do you think this is a live broadcast to give gifts and rewards? What, is there something wrong? Just tell me if Buggy God tier is broadcasting at the moment. It seems to be true. Then tell me if Shanks gave Buggy a treasure map. It seems to be true. Closing square bracket. So what's the difference between this and our current live streaming gift giving? Dog head. Hiss. It seems there's really no difference. It turns out that our current live streaming gift giving model was actually created by Buggy God tier. Dog head. Not only that, Buggy God tier is definitely the only one who didn't give face to Shanks, the face giver, but still didn't suffer a backlash. Think about it. The Bandit King Sig didn't give face to Shanks, so he was swallowed by the Lord of the Near Sea. Whitebeard didn't give face to Shanks, so he died in the Summit War. Kid didn't give face to Shanks twice, the first time he had an arm broken, and the second time he was hit by a divine dodge, and the whole army was wiped out. However, Buggy didn't give face to Shanks in front of so many people at Marineford, but he was still safe and sound after the group. Closing square bracket. Not only was he safe and sound, but even after that, Buggy's experience can be described as a meteoric rise. Yes, first he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, then one of the new 4 emperors, and also founded the Cross Guild. This is definitely a meteoric rise. Not giving face to the face fruit ability user, not only did he not suffer a backlash, but it became more and more successful. Buggy God tier is just like a cheat. So, I still say that Buggy God tier is awesome. Buggy God tier is awesome. In the viewing screen, the video continues to play. With the appearance of Shanks and Red Hair Pirates 13, Summit War soon came to an end. Buggy also left naval headquarters with his group of little fans. Came to an island in the Grand Line to meet his crew and Alvida. After the 2 major events of Impel Down Jailbreak and Summit War, the size of the Buggy Pirates has expanded from a few dozen people to hundreds or even thousands of people. And these new members are all desperate criminals who were once imprisoned in Impel Down. Each of them is powerful. Even Mr. 3, the former agent of Baroque Works, has become a member of the Buggy Pirates. These fugitives have gathered together and have formed a force that cannot be underestimated. Even the world government cannot sit idly by. So soon, the world government invited Buggy to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Buggy also accepted the invitation. He changed from a little-known pirate to one of the famous 7 warlords of the sea. After becoming the 7 warlords of the sea, Buggy did not play the game of invading other countries like Crocodile and Doflamingo, the Shichibukai. Instead, He founded a pirate dispatch company called Buggy Express. To put it simply, employers pay money to hire pirates from Buggy Express to help them complete some tasks. Using the name of 7 warlords of the sea, there are also many famous pirates who come to join the Buggy Pirates. Become Buggy Express mercenaries. Even the captain of the new giant pirates, Helding. He was once a member of Buggy Express mercenaries. Buggy made a lot of money from the Buggy Express industry. He also built a street in Kale Bali Island in New World, and named it Buggy Street. The head office of Buggy Express was also established here. The picture freezes here. The army of barges floated by again. Everyone, look, this is the history of Buggy God Tier's rise. Watching Buggy God Tier grow from a small pirate group to the current Buggy Express, I don't know why I have a sense of pleasure in cultivation. Buggy God Tier, the 7 warlords of the sea, is really fresh and unique. Closing square bracket. The other 7 warlords of the sea are either thinking about expansion and aggression, or guarding their own territory and keeping to themselves, or just being alone and without any worries. Closing square bracket. Only Buggy God Tier is thinking about making his own industry bigger and stronger. No stealing or robbing, all business is legitimate. Is this the pattern of Buggy God Tier? Buggy God Tier even built a street named after itself on the island of New World. This is not an ordinary show. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Buggy. Oh, Buggy Express. Is this my future industry? It looks good. I should be able to make a lot of money, right? Ha ha ha. Mr. 3. In the future, even I will become the subordinate of this clown Buggy. But it seems that it is not bad to follow him. After all, he is an unfathomable strong man. Mochi. I didn't expect that Captain Buggy would be able to own his own industry in New World in the future, and it has reached such a huge scale. Kabaji. Then we, the old members of Buggy Pirates, must have benefited from it. Alvida. Well, it seems that cooperating with Buggy is indeed a correct decision. Sengoku. Buggy the Clown is a really strange pirate. After becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he didn't think about invading or starting a war, but started running his own business. Suru. A pirate dispatch company. It's really an industry I've never heard of before. Monkey D. Garp. So this clown Buggy actually has a good business mind. Kuzan. Oh my god. How can a pirate be so well-rounded? Nami. The money Buggy will earn in the future is enough to build a street on the island of New World. I'm so envious. I wish all this money was mine. Monkey D. Luffy. I didn't realize that Buggy is so powerful. Roronoa Zoro. I think it's a pity for Buggy to be a pirate. He should just be a businessman. Shanks. Ha 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 ha. Opened a pirate dispatch company in New World. Buggy. You are worthy of it. You are really good. Galdi Roger. Buggy has had all kinds of crooked ideas since he was young, and he particularly likes money. The things in the video are indeed his style. Ha ha ha. Silver Rayleigh. It seems that Buggy will be very successful in New World in the future. The 2 little guys back then have become great figures. Rox D. Zebek. However, the video has been played until now, and we still haven't seen this guy named Buggy really take action once. Closing square bracket. John. Indeed, although this Buggy has not been as low-key as before since the Summit War, he has never taken action and has never shown his true strength. Closing square bracket. Silver Axe. This makes me more curious about the true strength of this clown Buggy. 014512413 Feilu 181,370,280. Akoku. When can we see this clown Buggy really take action once? Waiting online, very anxious. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Time has come to the Pirate Expo. Buggy Express received a commission from the organizer of the Pirate Expo. They hope that Buggy Express can be responsible for the security work during the Pirate Expo. This is a big order with a high commission. Buggy naturally accepted it with pleasure. He even went out in person. Came to the island where the Pirate Expo is located. In the event of competing for the treasure of the Pirate King held by the Pirate Expo. I don't know if it was luck or some other reason. When Luffy and other powerful pirates were fighting, Buggy was the first to easily get the treasure chest that was said to contain the treasure of One Piece. Buggy excitedly opened the treasure chest to check. Then he found that in the treasure chest, it turned out to be the permanent pointer of the final island, Raftel. But before Buggy could react, a violent explosion suddenly broke out on the island. The treasure chest in Buggy's hand was also blown away by the impact of the explosion. Then, Devil's Heir, Douglas Bullet appeared. He began to crush Luffy and other Supernova pirates. Bullet was once a member of Roger's pirate group. Buggy naturally recognized him at first sight. He didn't want to participate in this battle with Bullet. However, on the way out, he met the Queen Hancock, who came to find Luffy. Buggy led Hancock to find Luffy's location. Then he launched a counterattack against Bullet together with Luo, Sabo and Smoker. In this process, Buggy still didn't think about joining the battle. He was planning to run away. But he had just run a short distance. Bullet's huge fused body, one of the arms was broken by Sabo and others. It fell from the sky. It fell straight to where Buggy was. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the huge arm like a mountain, Buggy raised his foot in panic. A mini cannonball was fired from his shoe. This is Buggy's improved special Buggy Bullet. The Buggy Bullet 2 years ago could destroy a town with one shot. But because of its huge size, it was not convenient to carry. So Buggy improved it into this very mini special Buggy Bullet. In the picture, I saw the Buggy Bullet, which was as big as a marble, shooting towards the falling huge arm. It didn't make any sound when it landed on it. It seemed to be just a dud without any killing power. The huge arm, like a mountain, continued to smash down towards Buggy with an unstoppable force. And at this moment, bang, boom, a terrifying impact that broke out from nowhere instantly shattered the huge arm into pieces. It turned into a pile of small rubble falling from the air. Buggy was saved from danger because of this. He did not suffer any injuries. Douglas Bullet, my fused arm in the video was blown to pieces by his one shot. Vegapunk. Hiss. Such a small bomb in the video actually has such a terrifying power. How did he do it? Borsalino. Vegapunk, even you are surprised by the power of this bomb. You should have developed a lot of weapons that are more powerful than this, right? Vegapunk. There are indeed weapons that are more powerful than this, but those weapons are all very large, and the special Buggy Bullet in the video is only the size of a marble. Such a size, it is impossible to explode with such a terrifying power. Gecko Moria. Wow, even the genius scientist Vegapunk couldn't do it, but this clown Buggy did it. Charlotte Linlin. Doesn't this mean that the scientific research level of this clown Buggy is even higher than Vegapunk? Kaido. Really, isn't Vegapunk's scientific research ability said to be unmatched even in the past 500 years? Marshall D. Teach. Observation Hockey is higher than Charlotte Katakuri, and his wisdom is higher than Sengoku. Now even his scientific research level is higher than Vegapunk. Is this clown Buggy really so comprehensive? 230. Baroric Redfield. If so, then the clown Buggy is not just a top strong man, but a top all-rounder. Buggy. Looking at the speculations and speeches of the people in the movie chat group, Buggy just felt that things were getting more and more outrageous. In the mouths of these people, he has become an all-rounder. Even his scientific level is beyond that of Vegapunk, the world's #1 scientist. This made him even more speechless. He even began to sweat. But in this situation, he obviously couldn't explain anything. He could only watch these people constantly filling in their own brains. But don't say it. This feeling of being praised by others. It's actually quite good. Rox D. Zebek. But after all, even now we still haven't seen Buggy the Clown really take action. John. Yes, I thought he would be able to take action immediately when facing Bullet's arm just now, but I didn't expect that he would use scientific weapons. Silver Axe. Although the power of the Buggy Bullet is indeed very strong, it is only an external object after all, and cannot be regarded as Buggy the Clown's own strength. Akoku. I wonder if this video is just to whet our appetite. Why hasn't Buggy's real moves been shown to us yet? Shiki. Is it possible that Buggy has never encountered anything that requires him to take action personally, and has never had the opportunity to show his true strength? Closing square bracket. Sengoku. It seems that in order to know Buggy's true strength, we need an opportunity that forces him to use all his strength. Crane. But, Will such an opportunity really appear? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Soon after the Pirate Expo ended, the World Summit held every 4 years was held in the Holy Land Mariajoy. The kings of the 50-member countries of the world government all gathered in the Holy Land Mariajoy. 014512413 Philo 181,370,280. During the World Summit, King Cobra of Alabasta and King Riku of Dressrosa jointly proposed, hope that the world government can abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system. After some discussion, this proposal was officially passed. As soon as the World Summit ended, the order to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system was quickly issued. Shichibukai was once again put on the bounty list. Not only that, the world government also sent a large number of marine fleets. They began to conquer the abolished 7 warlords of the sea. And Buggy's Kalai Bali Island also soon ushered in a siege by dozens of marine warships. Buggy and his men were all trapped on the island. Dozens of marine warships surrounded the island. A big war seems inevitable. Chapter 86. Sea Position Debut. Hawkeye and Crocodile have become Buggy's younger brothers. The picture freezes on the scene where Marine is besieging Kalai Bali. Then, the army of bullet comments quickly passed over the screen again. It's coming. Another highlight moment of Buggy is coming. Dog head. Countdown to Buggy's ascent to the top of 4 emperors. Let's celebrate the birth of Emperor Key in advance. Dog head. Although the 7 warlords of the sea system has been abolished, Buggy is about to reach another peak. For other Shichibukai, this may be a bad thing, but for Buggy God tier, it is definitely a good thing. Buggy. Thanks to Cobra and King Riku for the assist. Dog head. Opening square bracket comma ... closing square bracket. Gecko Moria. What? At the World Summit 2 years later, the world government actually passed the proposal to abolish the Lord Shichibukai system. Don Quixote da Flamingo. It seems that our good days are only a few years away, for Fufufu. Sengoku. The proposer is the king of Alabasta and Dressrosa. These 2 countries, are not they? Is it a country that was poisoned by Crocodile and Doflamingo? Suru. No wonder they proposed to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system. After all, they can be said to be victims of the 7 warlords of the sea system. Monkey D. Garp. To be honest, I have long felt that the 7 warlords of the sea system is unreasonable. Kuzan. Allah, the 7 warlords of the sea system is indeed unreasonable, but there is no way. We do need the power of the 7 warlords of the sea to help us check and balance other pirates, especially the 4 emperors' pirates. Borsellino. But since the world government will agree to the proposal to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system in the future, it means that they already have a new power that can replace the 7 warlords of the sea to check and balance other pirates. Vegapunk. A powerful new force that can replace the 7 warlords of the sea. It seems that after 2 years, my Seraph's research and development experiment has been successful. Sakazuki. Abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system. Very good. I have long wanted to eliminate these termites. Pirates are pirates, even if they are named 7 warlords of the sea, they are still just a scourge. Rox D. Zebek. Tisk 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 tisk. So many marine warships have surrounded Kalai Bali Island, it seems that there will be a good show to watch next. John. Things have developed to this point, the clown Buggy will definitely take action next, right? Silver Axe. Yes, although his subordinates are not good people, after all, they are all prisoners who escaped from Impel Down, but facing the siege of so many marine warships, it is still a bit difficult for them to fight out of the siege alone. Closing square bracket. Akoku. But that's not necessarily true. After all, doesn't Buggy have a powerful weapon called Special Buggy Bullet? If he uses that weapon, it's not impossible to get rid of those marines without Buggy himself taking action. Closing square bracket. Shiki. Oh, Lousy just wants to see how powerful Buggy is when he uses all his strength. Why is it so difficult? Kaido. This video really whets our appetite. Charlotte Linlin. If there is no content of Buggy taking action in the end of this video, then aren't we all fooled? Buggy. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just when dozens of marine warships surrounded Kale Bali. In the company building of Buggy Express. A pirate ran in from outside in a panic. He shouted to Buggy on the second floor. It's bad, Captain Buggy. The world government passed a proposal to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system at the World Summit. IWE, all the 7 warlords of the sea, including you, have resumed their bounties. The warships sent by Marine have surrounded our island. The subordinate reported the situation breathlessly. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused panic among the others around. The brothers of Buggy immediately looked up at Buggy on the second floor. They asked worriedly, Captain Buggy, what should we do now? Escape. Many people were in a panic. Although they were all vicious criminals who escaped from Impel Down, none of them was a good person. But it was precisely because they had been caught in that terrifying deep-sea prison. They didn't want to repeat the same mistake again. Facing the encirclement of Marine, the first thing that Buggy's brothers thought of was not to fight back, but to escape. Suddenly, everyone at the scene was in chaos. And in this chaos, Buggy on the second floor suddenly spoke up. He looked down at his little brothers from above. He said with a serious face, "Don't panic. You are my little brothers. Why are you so panicked? It's just that the 7 warlords of the sea system has been abolished." Quote, "I have never coveted the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Since things have developed to this point, why don't we take this opportunity to make a big fuss? Young men, show your courage. Fight the Marines to the end. Let those Marines see how tough you are." Buggy's words were so passionate, and the people who heard this were immediately greatly encouraged. Each of them was like being injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant. The panic and fear on their faces quickly disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by a face full of excitement and eagerness to try. Obviously, the fear in their hearts has dissipated. Each of them was inspired by Buggy's words to fight and kill. Soon, everyone raised their arms and shouted, "Captain Buggy is right. Listen to Captain Buggy. There is nothing to be afraid of. Fight those Marines to the end. We have with Captain Buggy here, we can't possibly lose. Let those Marines see our guts. Brothers, let's rush out and kill those Marines." For a moment, the shouts of killing shook the sky in the building of Buggy Express. One by one, Buggy's brothers picked up their weapons. They were about to rush out and fight the Marines outside to the death. The picture freezes here. The dense barrage of comments floated by again. Hiss. Just a few words boosted everyone's morale. Buggy God Tier is really awesome. If Buggy God Tier was born in our world, he would be a pyramid scheme leader at least. Dog head worker. Ha 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 ha. MLM leader is okay. Talents like Buggy God Tier are suitable to go to northern Myanmar. Dog head. If Buggy God Tier really went to northern Myanmar, he would definitely be the most awesome existence. Dog head. Faced with the encirclement and suppression of Marines, Buggy God Tier was not afraid at all, and even encouraged his subordinates. This spirit is really extraordinary. And Buggy God Tier actually said that he didn't care about the position of 7 warlords of the sea. This shows that Buggy God Tier has a long-term goal. Ku Tu Gong. Of course, how could Buggy God Tier be satisfied with the position of 7 warlords of the sea? After all, Buggy God Tier is about to reach the top of 4 emperors. Again, Buggy God Tier is awesome. In the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Under Buggy's mobilization and encouragement, his gang of brothers cheered up. They picked up their weapons and prepared to rush out to fight to the death with the Marines who came to encircle and suppress them. However, when they really rushed out, they were surprised to find the Marine warships that originally surrounded Kale Bali Island. At this moment, they were all sunk for unknown reasons. The pirates of the Buggy Pirates didn't even have time to do anything. A crisis of encirclement and suppression from Marine was inexplicably resolved easily. Sengoku. What's going on? Why were all the Marine warships sunk so quickly? Suru. What happened just now? Monkey D. Garp. Could it be that Buggy the Clown secretly attacked? Kuzan. No wonder he was so calm and encouraging his men just now. It turns out that he had already secretly attacked and eliminated all the warships that came to encircle them. Borsellino. But when did he attack? Wasn't Buggy the Clown in the Buggy Express building from just now until now? Sakazuki. It seems that these warships alone can't do anything to Buggy the Clown. If you want to send troops to encircle him in the future, I might as well publish it myself. Rox D. Zebek. No, how could those marine warships that were encircling and attacking be sunk so easily? Then don't we see the video of Buggy the clown attacking himself? John. Yes, I don't know who sank these marine warships. Silver Axe. If it was really the clown, if Buggy sank the ships, when did he do it and how did he do it? Akoku. If it wasn't Buggy who sank the marine warships, who would suddenly come out to help Buggy and his crew at this time? Amidst the confusion and curiosity of the crowd, inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The camera zooms in. It came to the wreckage of one of the sunken marine warships. At that location, there were two figures standing at this moment. The leader was wearing a mink coat. He had a cigar in his mouth. On his left hand was a golden hook. His eyes showed disdain and contempt for the defeated marines around him. The leader was one of the original 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. And behind Crocodile, there was another person standing. This person was burly. He had a monk's hair. The two arms are as sharp and hard as 2 long swords. They are Crocodile's subordinates. Mr. 1, the former agent of Baroque Works, Daz Bonus. Obviously, these two people are the initiators of sinking the marine warships that were besieging Kalai Bali. Sir Crocodile. Why am I there? Sengoku. It turns out that it was not Buggy the clown who sank those marine warships, but Crocodile. Suru. Although Crocodile is also one of the original 7 warlords of the sea, he is not on the list of the future siege. Why did he suddenly appear in Kalai Bali and help Buggy the clown to get rid of our warships? Monkey D. Garp. Could it be that Crocodile is also having an affair with Buggy the clown? Borisolino. Is that really the case? But why do I feel that Crocodile in the video seems to be up to no good? In the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Crocodile and Mr. 1 sank all the marine warships that came to encircle Kale Bali Island. However, his action was not to help Buggy. On the contrary, he actually came to cause trouble for Buggy. In order to establish the company Buggy Express, Buggy had borrowed a lot of money from Crocodile as startup capital. Crocodile originally did not intend to lend money to Buggy, but Buggy kept pestering him and was very clingy. In desperation, Crocodile could only lend a large sum of money to Buggy because of their friendship in escaping prison together. However, after the money was lent, Buggy did not return it. During this period, Crocodile also contacted Buggy several times to ask him to pay back the money. But Buggy always procrastinated. Until now, the money has not been repaid. After waiting for so long, Crocodile finally lost all his patience. He decided to go to Buggy in person to collect the debt. As a result, he had just arrived at Kalai Bali. He encountered the scene of marine besieging Buggy. Crocodile, who was extremely upset, immediately took out his anger on these marines. Then he came to the company building of Buggy Express. He found Buggy in the picture, in the office of Buggy Express. Buggy was seen apologizing to Crocodile in a very humble manner. Up pointing arrow. To be honest, although our Buggy Express seems to be operating well. But in fact, with so many people, the food expenses alone are already a considerable expense. Plus, several main forces of the giants have just left recently. So I really can't pay you back now. Listening to Buggy's words, Crocodile was holding a cigar in his mouth. He said with an unhappy face, I don't care what your reasons are. If you can't pay the money again, I don't mind sending you to the human auction. Crocodile's tone, full of strong threats. Buggy seemed to be horrified when he heard this. He said in a panic, look at what you said. We are friends who escaped from prison together. Crocodile snorted. I lent you the money just because of this friendship. But if you don't pay me back, just end it yourself. I'm planning to start a new company recently and I'm short of money. Crocodile's attitude was very firm. It seemed that he was going to chop Buggy off if he didn't pay back the money. But after hearing what Crocodile said, he keenly caught the key point of the other party's words. He immediately persuaded Crocodile, then let's do this. Count me in as part of your new company. No matter how bad I am still one of the original 7 warlords of the sea. If we work together, won't it be more famous? Although I don't have money, I have people. I am willing to repay the money I owe you with my labor. We have all kinds of talents here. Advertising design, printing, transportation. I guarantee you can use them when you start a new company. Buggy has clear ideas and is very persuasive. After listening to his words, Crocodile hesitated for a while. Finally, he nodded and agreed to the other party's plan. Afterwards, Crocodile contacted Hawkeye again. The 3 original 7 warlords of the sea joined forces, founded an organization called Cross Guild. The camera switched. The dust in the picture. The promotional poster of the Cross Guild slowly emerged. I saw Buggy firmly occupying the C position in the middle of the poster. Hawkeye has a ferocious face and looks majestic. Crocodile and Hawkeye are standing on Buggy's left and right. They look like Buggy's 2 guards. Sir Crocodile. Dracula Mahawk. Buggy. Huh, how come I'm the center of attention? Chapter 87. Everyone is shocked. Reverse bounty for the first Marine. Buggy's huge ambition. Sir Crocodile. What's wrong with this poster? Why do Hawkeye and I look like the guy's lackeys? Dracula Mahawk. In the video just now, Buggy the Clown's attitude towards Crocodile was very humble, and he didn't seem to be a top-notch warrior at all. Gecko Moria. Yeah, seeing how he was so servile to Crocodile, why do I feel like he is just a complete noob? Don Quixote da Flamingo. Foo, maybe this is actually his disguise. If he is really just a noob, how dare he put himself in the center of the poster and put Crocodile and Hawkeye on both sides of him? Edward Newgate. Gulala, could this red-nosed kid deliberately say that he can't pay back the money, and then take this opportunity to get involved in Crocodile's company, and even legitimately make himself the center of the company's poster? Kaido. The founder of this cross guild is obviously Crocodile and Hawkeye, but from this poster, anyone would think that Buggy the Clown is the leader of the cross guild at first glance, right? Charlotte Linlin. Buggy the Clown easily replaced the position of the leader of the Cross Guild, and inexplicably made Crocodile and Hawkeye his subordinates. This is really a great move. Marshall D. Teach. Buggy the Clown is really scheming. I almost thought he was really afraid of Crocodile just now, but I didn't expect that he would come up with such an idea. Sir Crocodile. So this guy is actually plotting against me. Sengoku. So this is what the Cross Guild mentioned in the previous comments is about. The organization founded by the 3 former 7 warlords of the sea. It's very threatening. Suru. Especially with Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, and the clown Buggy, the top powerhouse who has been hiding his strength, is actually comparable to the 4 Emperor's pirates. Monkey D. Garp. Didn't the comments say that Buggy the Clown will become one of the new 4 Emperors in the future? Maybe he will become one in this way. Shanks. If that's the case, then Buggy's role as a 4 Emperor is a bit too easy, isn't it? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. As soon as the poster of the Cross Guild came out, this organization jointly created by the 3 former 7 warlords of the sea has successfully entered the public's field of vision. Not only that, because Buggy firmly occupies the C position in the poster. Therefore, everyone who saw this poster naturally thought that Buggy was the president of the Cross Guild. Crocodile and Hawkeye are just each other's subordinates. Even the world government and Marine think so. It happened that the Wano Kuni War had just ended at this time in 543. Big Mom and Kaido, 2 old 4 emperors, were defeated one after another. As a result, there were 2 more vacancies in the 4 emperors. One of the new 4 emperors was replaced by Luffy, who defeated Kaido. As for the remaining position, it naturally fell on Buggy's head. After all, judging from the scale and strength of the Cross Guild now, it is already enough to match a 4 Emperors pirate group. Buggy, who was assumed to be the president of the Cross Guild. Naturally, he became one of the new 4 Emperors. His bounty also ushered in a surge. It soared directly to 3.189 billion Baileys. The picture freezes. A dense army of bullet comments floated by. Here it comes. Buggy God Tier finally succeeded in becoming the top 4 emperors. Welcome 4 emperors Buggy to take office. Salute the birth of the king. I can only say that it is worthy of Buggy God Tier, becoming the king of the new 4 emperors so easily. Luffy, who became the new 4 emperors at the same time as Buggy God Tier, fought hard in Wano Kuni, did many sit-ups, and used so many cheats to finally become a 4 emperor. However, Buggy almost did nothing, and inexplicably became a 4 emperor like Luffy, and even the bounty is higher than Luffy. Looking at this, I can't help but wonder which one of Luffy and Buggy is the real protagonist, ha 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 ha. Buggy God Tier is indeed a man with conqueror's luck. From Shichibukai to 4 emperors, he won all the way without any effort. HMPH. I hate you guys who say that Buggy God Tier is just lucky. You don't know how hard our Buggy God Tier works. Dog head. You only saw Buggy God Tier's luck and winning without any effort, but didn't see Buggy God Tier's layout and planning. Dog head. You don't really think that Buggy God Tier was afraid of Crocodile, so he agreed to help him establish the Cross Guild. Dog head. In fact, these are all Buggy God Tier's plans. Didn't you see that Buggy God Tier just used a little trick to make himself the president of the Cross Guild? Dog head. This wave of Buggy God Tier is absolutely super god operation. Becoming 4 emperors and so on is actually in his plan. Dog head. Crocodile, Hawkeye, Marine and even world government, in fact, are just pawns of Buggy God Tier. Dog head 2. Hiss. So that's how it is. Then Buggy God Tier is really that scary. Dog head. So scary. So scary. Dog head. Opening square bracket dash 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 closing square bracket. Monkey D. Garp. Good guy. I really got it right. Clown Buggy became one of the new 4 emperors in the future because of this incident. Shanks. Ha 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 ha. Buggy, you are really amazing. It's so easy to become a 4 emperor. Gall D. Roger. In this way, half of the new 4 emperors in the future will be interns on my ship. I am worthy of it. Ha ha ha. Edward Newgate. Gulala. Roger, after so many years, you are still as thick-skinned as ever, and like to flatter yourself. John. But there is nothing wrong with what Roger said. After all, there were only 2 interns on his ship back then, and these 2 interns all became 4 emperors in the future. Emperors became the top pirate emperors on this sea. Silver Axe. From this point of view, whether it is the Roger pirates or the trainees on their ship, the gold content is actually very high. Akoku. It's really a bit sad to say that, which of the other 4 emperors didn't fight to the death with their own strength. As a result, the Clown Buggy became the 4 emperors so easily without really making a move. Shiki. Although the Clown Buggy still hasn't really made a move, but from the fact that he became the 4 emperors so easily, this guy is definitely not simple. Rox D. Zebek. Damn, when will this Clown Buggy really make a move? Will he still not make a move once in the future and become the Pirate King so easily? Monkey D. Luffy. Impossible. I will be the one who will become the Pirate King in the future. It can't be Buggy. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After learning that Buggy was assumed by the public to be the president of the Cross Guild and became the new 4 emperors, Crocodile and Hawkeye were both extremely angry. They immediately went to Buggy's office to question him. In response to this, Buggy's answer was, during the design and printing of the Cross Guild poster, Buggy's fans admired him too much. Therefore, Buggy was placed in the center of the poster. Even Buggy himself was not aware of this. He did not know about it until the poster was spread. But it was too late to stop it. So Buggy could only be pushed to this position helplessly. After listening to Buggy's explanation, Crocodile's anger did not subside at all. He was the one who founded the Cross Guild. Even Hawkeye was recruited by him. Buggy joined just to pay off his debts. In the end, in the eyes of the public, it turned out that Buggy was the founder and president of the Cross Guild. He and Hawkeye became Buggy's cadres. He worked hard to plan. But it turned out to be the biggest help for Buggy to become 4 emperors. When he thought of this, Crocodile was furious. He immediately said that he would kill Buggy to vent his anger. But at this moment, Hawkeye on the side suddenly stopped him. Don't be impatient. Think of it in a different way. In fact, it may not be a bad thing to praise this guy a little bit. At least I don't want to be a 4 emperors. I just want to live a stable life. It's better to push this guy to the front and attract other people's attention for us. After hearing what Hawkeye said, Crocodile thought for a moment. He felt that what the other party said actually made sense. So he made the best of a bad situation. Let Buggy become the president of the Cross Guild in public. And he and Hawkeye were given the title of cadres of the Cross Guild. The picture froze. Barrage floated by. Ha ha ha. Hawkeye actually said that he just wanted to live a peaceful life. Who would have thought that the world's #1 swordsman would just want to live a peaceful life? This is really too inconsistent. But I think Buggy God Tier may have grasped Hawkeye's mentality, so he came up with the previous move of turning the tables and taking over the magpie's nest. Dog head. Indeed. In fact, all of this was expected by Buggy God Tier. Dog head. Buggy. It's easy to take the position of 4 emperors, dog head. The video continues to play. After becoming the president of the Cross Guild and the new 4 emperors, Buggy was not idle. Instead, he quickly did something earth-shattering. That is, using the name of the Cross Guild, a pirate organization, started to reversely reward Marine. Buggy even issued a complete Marine reward system for this. The lowest bounty is for Marine personnel below Warrant Officer, with a bounty of 100,000 Baileys. Next is Marine Officer, with a bounty of 1 million Baileys. Above that is Captain and Commodore, with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Above Commodore is Rear Admiral, with a bounty of 300 million Baileys. Then there is Marine Vice Admiral, with a bounty of 500 million Baileys. As for the higher Marine Admiral, the bounty is as high as 3 billion Baileys. Although Garp is only a Vice Admiral, due to his status as a Marine hero, he is also given a bounty of 3 billion Baileys, which is the same as that of Marine Admiral. In addition, there is the highest position in the Naval Headquarters, Marine Marshal, and the Cross Guild has offered a sky-high bounty of 5 billion Baileys. As soon as the news of the Cross Guild's counter-bounty on Marine was released, it immediately caused a huge shock on this sea. Those pirates who wanted to run as far away as possible when they saw Marine began to regard Marine as their prey one after another. BJ. A wave of pirates hunting Marine in reverse has been set off on this sea. Not just pirates. Under the temptation of high bounties, even some civilians began to backstab Marine. They only wanted to take Marine's head to the Cross Guild to collect the bounty. Under such influence, the situation of Marines became somewhat precarious for a while. The picture freezes. The army of bullet comments passed by again. FK. Buggy God Tier's operation is really unique. As a pirate, he actually started to offer a bounty on Marine. Turning against Tiangong. Definitely turning against Tiangong. Without a doubt, Buggy God Tier is definitely the first person to offer a bounty on Marine, unprecedented and unparalleled. When Buggy God Tier used this move, the original identities of hunter and prey between Marine and pirates suddenly changed. Under the temptation of the high bounty, even civilians couldn't help but want to attack Marine. More importantly, Marine, as a righteous party, would not hurt civilians like pirates, so this gave those civilians more courage to stab Marine in the back. Closing square bracket. I have to say, Buggy God Tier's move is really great. But to be honest, I feel sorry for those Marines. They have been protecting the safety of civilians with their lives, but now they have to suffer from the backstab of civilians. How heartbroken and desperate those Marines must be when they are backstabbed by the civilians they protect. Yeah, Buggy God Tier's move is really vicious. Anyone who can come up with such an operation can't be a good person no matter how you look at it, right? Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Rocks D. Zebek. Damn, pirates put bounties on Marines. They can actually do this. Why didn't I think of it before? John. Good man. This clown Buggy is really talented. Silver Axe. This wave is definitely a reversal of the sky. Marines who have put bounties on pirates all their lives must never have dreamed that they would be put bounties on one day. Akoku. In this way, Marines have trouble protecting themselves. How can they spare the energy to catch pirates? Shiki. Hiss. This clown Buggy has really done something earth-shattering. Gall D. Roger. Could this be the real purpose of Buggy's long-term dormancy? Shanks. Buggy will do something really remarkable in the future. Edward Newgate. Maybe the future structure of the world will change dramatically because of the red-nosed kid's move. Kaido. Reverse bounty for Marine. It's really hard to imagine how ambitious a guy who can do such a thing is. Charlotte Linlin. I always feel that this guy seems to be planning something even more remarkable. Sengoku. I never thought that there would be a day when our Marines would be bountied. This move by the clown Buggy will undoubtedly have a very bad impact on our naval headquarters and even the entire world. Crane. Such a guy can definitely be listed as the most dangerous terrorist. Monkey D. Garp. Did that guy set my bounty as Vice Admiral to the same amount as Admiral? He's pretty nice then. Ha 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 ha. Kuzan. Allah. Garp, this doesn't seem like something to be happy about, right? Borsalino. Does that mean my future head is worth 1 billion Baileys? That's really a lot of money. Sakazuki. Senryu, Buggy, this guy is doing unimaginable harm to the world. We must destroy him as soon as possible. Chapter 88. This era is called Red Nose. The final battle for One Piece. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The notice of the Cross Guild offering a bounty to Marine was just released not long ago. It caused 1,000 layers of huge waves on this sea. Many Marine soldiers were killed by pirates or civilians because of this. Even the Marine Vice Admiral T-Bone of the Naval Headquarters was killed by a poor civilian old man. At this time, the old man who killed T-Bone Vice Admiral has crossed the ocean to the headquarters of Buggy Express to claim the bounty. It's hard for you to cross the ocean to come here. Well done. The emperors of the underground world are very happy. The evil superstar has appeared. Buggy looked at the pitiful and harmless old man below, and did not hesitate to praise him. The old man who killed the T-Bone Vice Admiral was trembling all over, holding his hat tightly with both hands, and said in a trembling voice, "Oh Fit, the money has been sent to my family. Thank you so much." Buggy smiled and responded, "This is what I should do. You eliminated the evil leader of a Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. It is said that the Marines were panicked on the day of the incident. If you are caught by them, you will definitely be beheaded." The old man did not show much fear on his face when he heard this. But the scene of his family members suffering from hunger and cold appeared in his mind. He sobbed and whispered, "Even if I never see my family again in this life, that's better than starving to death with my whole family." Seeing the old man like this, Buggy vowed, "Don't worry, from now on, you are a pirate. I'll protect you, it's okay." On the side, Buggy's brothers immediately surrounded the old man. They put their arms on the old man's shoulders. They smiled enthusiastically and said, "Old man, you are lucky. Our 4 emperors clown King Buggy. That's a big shot that ordinary pirates can't even see." Everyone said this. They began to shout Buggy's name. Everyone was very fanatical and admired Buggy. Sengoku. What? In the future, even T-Bone will be killed because of the Cross Guild's Marines counter bounty was offered by the civilian. Suru. T-Bone is very popular among the civilians, but he was actually backstabbed by a civilian. Monkey D. Garp. Money is attractive, especially for those poor people who can't even afford to eat. The 500 million Bailey bounty of Marine Vice Admiral is really too tempting. Kuzan. T-Bone. It's so ironic that such a righteous and kind Marine Vice Admiral will be killed by the civilians he tried so hard to protect in the future. Borsalino. I have to say that this trick of Buggy the Clown really has a great impact on our Marine. Closing square bracket. Sakazuki. Such a person would betray and even backstab us for a little benefit. Marine civilians are not worthy of our protection. T-Bone. Will I die because of this in the future? But it seems that the old man's family will no longer have to suffer from cold and hunger because of my death. Then I can say that I died for a good cause. Flying squirrel. T-Bone. You are still thinking about those civilians at this time, you are really. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just when everyone was shouting Buggy's name, a subordinate suddenly ran in from outside excitedly. He is the shipbuilder of Buggy's pirate group. Captain Buggy, the ship of our Cross Guild is completed. Hearing this, Buggy immediately led everyone out of the company building, came to the port of Kale Bali to check the newly built ship. Only to see it on the sea surface of the port. A huge 3-masted sailing ship is anchored at this moment. And the bow of this ship, it is designed based on Buggy's image. There is a huge cartoon Buggy head at the bow. There is also a skull below. The skull is biting 2 crossed swords. It is exactly the same as the image of Buggy on the poster of the Cross Guild. Buggy was stunned when he saw this scene. He had a look of despair on his face. At the same time, Crocodile and Hawkeye appeared behind him at some point. The two looked at the huge ship anchored at the port. The expressions on their faces did not seem very good. Why do we have to take this kind of ship? Crocodile looked at Buggy and said in a double voice, "Come to the conference room." The camera turned. The scene soon came to the conference room of the Buggy Express Company building. Buggy was beaten black and blue. A head was hung on the wall next to the conference room. Hawkeye and Crocodile were sitting on chairs in the conference room. There was a newspaper in Crocodile's hand. He looked at the newspaper and said in a deep voice, "The Cross Guild has a good response. Marine should have gradually realized our threat, right? The utopia we want to build is a military country that is not controlled by any force. What is necessary for this is overwhelming power. To purchase these, you need a huge..." Crocodile was talking to Hawkeye about his plans and intentions. And at this moment, Buggy, who was hanging on the wall, suddenly interrupted his thinking. "Enough. Are you worthy of being called a pirate? Just thinking about pursuing those half-baked things. Don't always beat around the bush and do something nonsense." Hearing Buggy's words, Crocodile and Hawkeye were a little stunned. They didn't expect Buggy to become tough for no reason at this moment. They all looked at each other. And Buggy continued, "You've heard about it, right? It's said that Red Hair has already started to act. He and I have both been on the Pirate King's ship before. But for some reason, neither of us went to Raftel. Quote, have you ever thought about what kind of person you want to be? Quote. Because Shanks, a promising guy, is by my side, I once gave up my dream." Speaking of this, Buggy couldn't help but recall the scene when he broke up with Shanks in Logue Town. He once thought that Shanks would inherit Captain Roger's mantle and become the next Pirate King. But he got the answer from Shanks that he didn't want to go to Raftel. This made him feel extremely chilled, so he parted ways with Shanks. But now, he got the news that Shanks was going to participate in the competition for One Piece. This made Buggy's heart, which had been silent for many years, start beating again. He looked at Hawkeye and Crocodile in front of him. The previous cowardice and fear were completely gone on his face. He shouted in an extremely passionate tone, "That Shanks, he actually started to act. At this point, what is this? Even if it was luck and accident, I am now as famous as him. In that case, then I want to be the Pirate King too. Power, wealth, all of that will be ours. Let's go and seize the treasure at the top of the world." Listening to Buggy's bold words, Hawkeye and Crocodile thought that he was too inflated because he sat on the position of 4 emperors and began to lose sight of himself. However, Buggy continued to speak passionately. "Just get the One Piece before them, right? Treasure hunting is simply a battle. You see, the energy contained in this word. All pirates go out to sea to pursue it." Speaking, Buggy suddenly turned on the radio Den Mushi next to him. He began to speak to everyone in the Cross Guild. "Hey, guys, what dreams are you all going out to sea for? Since you could die at any time, isn't your life screaming? Cowards who are content with the status quo. Reach for what you want most. I'm behind you. Let's go and take it. One Piece." Buggy's voice spread throughout Kale Bali Island through the radio. It reached the ears of all members of the Cross Guild. And under his impassioned speech, all the pirates were ignited with fighting spirit. They were all in tears, cheering. They responded to Buggy's words with the hottest enthusiasm. Crocodile and Hawkeye, who saw this scene, showed a rather unhappy look on their faces. But Buggy's words had already been spoken. All the people in the Cross Guild also responded. In this situation, even if they wanted to stop it, it was too late. The scene freezes here. Dense comments floated by. FK. Buggy God tier is finally tough. More than tough, he is officially seizing power in front of Crocodile and Hawkeye. After Buggy said this, his position as the leader of the Cross Guild is completely secure. Crocodile and Hawkeye are now Buggy's subordinates, ha 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 ha. I have to say, the bond between Buggy and Shanks is really deep. As soon as he heard that Shanks was going to officially start participating in the competition for One Piece, Buggy immediately joined in without stopping. This is the first time I have seen Buggy God tier so firmly state his goal. What Buggy God tier just said is also quite contagious and inspiring. Oh 1. Yes, just for Buggy God tier's courage in saying this just now shows that he has undoubtedly secured the position of the 4 emperors. To be honest, at this moment, Crocodile and Hawkeye seem a little short-sighted in front of Buggy. Crocodile is only thinking about building his own utopia, while Hawkeye is only thinking about a stable retirement, and they don't have the ambition of a real pirate at all. Only Buggy God Tier has set his sights on competing for One Piece and competing for the title of Pirate King. Just imagine, whether it is the position of the 7 warlords of the sea or the position of the 4 emperors, Buggy God Tier has easily and effortlessly sat on it, and now Buggy God Tier has clearly stated that he wants to become the Pirate King. After Buggy God Tier said this, even if he really becomes the Pirate King in the end, I will not be surprised at all. This era is called Red Nose. Whitebeard. Why does this line sound familiar? Dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Gall D. Roger. Oh, did Buggy also say he wanted to become the Pirate King? Ha ha ha, interesting. Shanks. Buggy is really something. As soon as he heard that I started to participate in the battle for One Piece, he immediately took action. Sir Crocodile. Damn it. He actually directly undermined me, the real founder of the Cross Guild. Dracul Mahawk. He actually had the guts to do this in front of us, which means he must have the confidence to challenge us. His previous cowardice was probably just a false appearance. Sengoku. Until now, has Oda Buggy really revealed his true face? Zero. Monkey D. Luffy. So, Buggy's goal is to become the Pirate King. But I won't let him do it. The person who will eventually become the Pirate King can only be me. Rox D. Zebek. After pretending for so long, is this guy finally not pretending anymore? John. Since Buggy the Clown has announced in the video that he will participate in the competition for One Piece next, then his opponents will be the other 4 emperors. Silver Axe. When he clashes with the other 4 emperors, he can't hide his strength anymore, right? Akoku. After all, none of the 4 emperors are good people. Buggy will definitely take action at that time, right? Shiki. In other words, is there only one step left before we can witness Buggy's true strength? Kaido. This has really made me wait so long. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I can't wait to know what Buggy's strength will be if he really goes all out. Closing square bracket. Under everyone's expectations. On the viewing screen, the video continues to play. A low voice suddenly sounded. The following content. It is the creator's speculation and prediction about the future. The authenticity of the video content cannot be guaranteed. The audience needs to judge for themselves. The voice fell. The content in the video officially continued. After Buggy made this impassioned speech, the Cross Guild officially joined the battle for One Piece. Their opponents were the remaining 4 Emperors pirate groups. Red Hair Pirates, Straw Hat Pirates, DXZ, Blackbeard Pirates, 4 Emperors pirate groups, representing 4 different camps. In the battle for One Piece, the first to have a head-on collision were not the Cross Guild led by Buggy, nor the Straw Hat Pirates led by Luffy. They were the Red Hair Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. The feud between Shanks and Teach actually has a long history. Many years ago, Shanks had a big battle with Blackbeard. At that time, Blackbeard was just an ordinary crew member on the Whitebeard Pirates. He was not even a captain. He looked ordinary and unknown. Shito. The extremely powerful Shanks didn't get much advantage from Blackbeard at that time. He was even left with 3 shocking scratches on his left eye. These 3 scratches still hurt to this day. It was from that time. Shanks knew that Blackbeard was definitely not a simple guy. So in the final battle for One Piece, Shanks first went straight to the Blackbeard Pirates. As Luffy's guide, his original intention was to clear the obstacle of Blackbeard for the other party. The 2 sides launched a fierce red and black battle on an island in New World. And the island they fought on. It was exactly the island where the Roger Pirates were about to arrive at Raftel. Buggy had to get off the ship to recuperate because of a fever. Chapter 89 The Battle Between Red and Black. Shanks is dead. Angry Buggy. Marshall D. Teach. Red Hair, is he actually going to attack me first in the future? It seems that he is afraid that I want to take the Nika fruit from the Straw Hat Boy, so he plans to clear me as an obstacle for the Straw Hat Boy in advance. Ha ha ha. Edward Newgate. Will Red Hair fight against that BD Teach in the future? Red Hair, you have to help me teach that BD Teach a lesson. Shanks. Haha, I'll try my best. Sengoku. I didn't expect that in the final battle for One Piece in the future, the first to fight would be the Red Hair Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. Crane. Judging from the strength of both sides, the Red Hair Pirates should have the upper hand, right? After all, the previous barrage called the Red Hair Pirates the strongest Four Emperors Pirates. Closing square bracket. Monkey D. Garp. As for Blackbeard's gang, in the Summit War clip that was played earlier, Sengoku slapped them all and made them spit blood. They shouldn't be that strong. Kuzan. Alala. So, in this battle between the Red Hair Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates too will win, right? Borsalino. Is that really the case? I always have a bad feeling. Sakazuki. If you ask me, the best outcome is that both the Red Hair Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates will suffer losses and be wiped out. Anyway, they are all scum in this sea, and it would be best if they all died. Monkey D. Luffy. Blackbeard was the guy who captured Ace and handed him over to the Marine. If I have the chance, I really want to avenge Ace myself. Buggy. Since Shanks and if the Blackbeard Pirates fight first, doesn't that mean I will fight the Straw Hat Boys again? Sir Crocodile. That's good. I lost to the Straw Hat Boys once in Alabasta. I can take this opportunity to seek revenge on them in the future. 297-1. Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye will also be in Buggy's Cross Guild in the future, right? If we fight the Cross Guild, I can just challenge Hawkeye, defeat him, and replace him as the world's #1 swordsman. Nami. In that case, the Cross Guild seems to have a deep connection with us. If we really fight, it actually seems like a fateful duel. Gall D. Roger. The final battle of One Piece. Interesting. I'm also curious about which side will win in this final battle. Rox D. Zebek. What a pity. Such a lively battle. If I wish Lousy was still alive. I must come in and fight him. Kaido. Is Lousy really not involved in the final battle of One Piece? How could Lousy really be offline like this? Charlotte Linlin. I also want to participate in this final battle. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. When the Roger Pirates were about to arrive at Raftel, Buggy had to get off the ship to recuperate because of a sudden fever and serious illness. Shanks also took the initiative to get off the ship and stay on this island to take care of the sick Buggy. This island is the closest island in the entire sea to the final island, Raftel. Arrived here, it means that the final island, Raftel, is only one step away. And at this moment, on this island closest to Raftel, the Red Hair Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates launched a shocking battle. Shanks is quite powerful, possessed the top conqueror's haki. He even mastered the powerful method of Kenwensha. His swordsmanship is comparable to Hawkeye. The strength of his crew members is also very outstanding. Vice Captain Ben Beckman even has the strength comparable to Four Emperors. But the strength of the Blackbeard Pirates should not be underestimated either. Blackbeard himself needs no introduction. Before he got the dark fruit, he was able to leave 3 terrible scars on Shanks' face with his own strength. If he mastered the 2 extremely powerful Devil Fruit abilities of Dark Fruit and Shock Fruit alone, even against Shanks, he would not lose a bit. Not only that, Blackbeard relied on the special nature of his Dark Fruit. He has been hunting Demon Fruit power crazily over the years. His crew leaders, each of them has very powerful Devil Fruit abilities. Many of them are tough guys that Blackbeard brought out from Eternal Hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Their strength is already extraordinary. Now with the powerful Devil Fruit ability, they have become even more difficult to deal with. Although the Red Hair Pirates have a strong man besides Shanks, Ben Beckman is also a Four Emperors. But the Blackbeard Pirates are no less powerful. In addition to Blackbeard himself, Blackbeard Pirates also have a cadre with the strength of a General Emperor. He is one of the 3 former Marine Admirals and the current captain of the 10th ship of the Blackbeard Pirates, Kuzan. Sengoku. Closing square bracket. Crane. Closing square bracket. Monkey D. Garp. Closing square bracket. Kuzan. Closing square bracket. Borsalino. Kuzan isn't the captain of the 10th ship of the Blackbeard Pirates in the video you. How did you become a pirate in the future? Closing square bracket. Sakazuki. Kuzan, you were an actor before and helped the Straw Hat Boys, but now you have become a traitor and switched to the Blackbeard Pirates. You were simply a shame to our naval headquarters. Closing square bracket. Marshal D. Teach. Marine Admiral Aokiji, you will become a member of our pirate group in the future. This is really great news. Ha ha ha. Kuzan. Allah, is this true? I will become a pirate in the future. It feels a little unreal. Sengoku. I think the content of this video may not be true, right? After all, the voiceover just now specifically explained that the authenticity of this video is not guaranteed and we need to identify it ourselves. Suru. Indeed, with Kuzan's personality, how could he become a pirate? Monkey D. Garp. Kuzan is my disciple after all. If he really betrays Marine and joins the Blackbeard pirates in the future, I will definitely be the first to settle accounts with him. Edward Newgate. Regardless of the authenticity of the news that Aokiji joined the Blackbeard pirates, just from the content in the video, Red Hair and his crew don't seem to have much of an advantage over Teach's pirates. Gall D. Roger. Isn't it said that Shanks's pirate group is the strongest for Emperor's pirates? How come the lineup of the Blackbeard pirates is not inferior to Shanks and his crew? Kaido. It would be interesting if the Red Hair pirates fell into the hands of the Blackbeard pirates. Charlotte Linlin. Well, I think it's possible that Red Hair pirates will capsize in the gutter. Rox D. Zebek. But then again, what does the battle between the Red Hair pirates and the Blackbeard pirates have to do with Buggy the Clown? Why was the content of the video posted here for no apparent reason? John. Yeah, I was wondering just now, isn't this video about the true strength of Buggy the Clown? Why was the battle between the Red Hair pirates and the Blackbeard pirates suddenly posted? Silver Axe. Haha, you don't understand this, do you? Have you forgotten the bond between Buggy the Clown and Shanks the Red Hair? Now that the Red Hair pirates and the Blackbeard pirates have clashed, and it seems that they can't gain any advantage, maybe Nakagi will bring the Kai Guild to support the Red Hair pirates later. Akoku. Indeed, given the bond between Buggy and the Red Hair, it's not surprising that he would come to support the Red Hair pirates. Maybe then we'll be able to see Buggy really take action. Shiki. Ha, I've waited for so long, and it's finally coming soon. Is this the moment when Buggy really made a move? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The battle between the Red Hair pirates and the Blackbeard pirates was extremely fierce. The battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights without a winner. And at this time, Blackbeard's unique advantage came into play. That is, he doesn't need sleep at all, even as strong as Shanks. After 10 days and 10 nights of fighting, he was already exhausted. He urgently needed sleep to help himself recover. However, Blackbeard didn't need this at all. His special physique like a monster. Even after 10 days and 10 nights of fighting, although he was also a little tired, but he still didn't need sleep. His energy and physical strength are much stronger than Shanks. Relying on this innate unique advantage, after the 10th day of the battle, Blackbeard finally gained the upper hand in the battle with Shanks. Then, it was another difficult tug of war. Shanks finally fell down due to exhaustion. Blackbeard succeeded in having the last laugh. He defeated Shanks, and took his life. Buggy. Gall D. Roger. Monkey D. Luffy. Buggy. What the hell? What's going on? Shanks, you actually lost to that Blackbeard. Gall D. Roger. Is this true? In the future, even Shanks died. Monkey D. Luffy. Damn it. Blackbeard not only killed Ace, but now even Shanks is going to be killed by him. I will never forgive this guy. Marshal D. Teach. Ha, am I the one who has the last laugh? Straw Hat Boy. Don't brag too early, I've been thinking about your Nika fruit, are you trying to give me a head? Shanks. In the future battle with Blackbeard, did I lose? Edward Newgate. I didn't expect that even Red Hair would be defeated by him. In the hands of that BD Teach. This BD is indeed a huge threat, I should have discovered this earlier. Kaido. Blackbeard's special physique that doesn't need sleep, I didn't expect it to work at this time. Charlotte Linlin. Red-haired Shanks was defeated by Blackbeard because of this, it's really a disaster. Gecko Moria. Who would have thought that not needing sleep would one day become the key to Blackbeard's victory over red-haired Shanks? Don Quixote Doflamingo. No, someone has already thought of this. Don't forget, when Buggy the Clown first met Blackbeard, he asserted that Blackbeard was a monster because of the fact that Blackbeard didn't need sleep. Marco. Yes, Buggy realized this decades ago, however, it's only now that we really realize the terrifying nature of Teach. Rox D. Zebek. Red-haired Shanks just died at the hands of Blackbeard. It was agreed that the clown Buggy will come to support him. John. Silver Axe, it seems that your guess just now was wrong. Silver Axe. Haha, unexpected, but actually I think it's almost the same. The same is true for Shanks' death. Given the bond between Buggy and Red Hair, once he knows that Red Hair died at the hands of Blackbeard, he will definitely be furious and will definitely seek revenge on Blackbeard as soon as possible. Akoku. That's right, under the stimulation of the death of his friend, the furious Buggy will definitely not hide his true strength anymore. I guess the next plot development is that Buggy will seek revenge on Blackbeard for Red Hair, and then use this to show his true strength that has been hidden for a long time. Shiki. Although there are some deviations in the guess just now, it should not affect the clown Buggy's real strength that will be shown next. Closing square bracket. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. With the death of Shanks, the Red Hair pirates were also quickly defeated. This is a big battle between the two Four Emperors pirate groups. In the end, the Blackbeard pirates narrowly won. Tidge. The battle between the Red Hair pirates and the Blackbeard pirates has just ended. On this island, which is only one step away from the final island Raftel, a new batch of guests has arrived again. It is the Cross Guild led by Buggy. At the front of the deck of the Cross Guild's huge ship, Buggy looked out at the island that he had not seen for decades. He could not help but recall the scene when Shanks gave up going to Raftel in order to take care of himself. Thinking of this, a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. Quote. We will meet again soon. Buggy looked at the island that was getting closer and closer. He murmured in a voice that only he could hear. However, as the ship continued to approach, the scene on the island in front also appeared in Buggy's sight little by little. Looking at the devastated scene on the island, Buggy soon realized something was wrong. 1. This island had just experienced a shocking war. Which two forces had clashed here? Buggy frowned and muttered to himself. A sense of foreboding emerged in his heart. He immediately asked his men to speed up and approach the island in front. Soon, the ship of the Cross Guild docked at the shore. Buggy rushed down the ship without saying a word. He flew around the island anxiously and panicked. He seemed to be looking for something. Just a moment later, Buggy was in the center of the island. He met the Blackbeard pirates. At the same time, he also saw the head of Shanks, which was held in the palm of Blackbeard's hand as a trophy. Quote. 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 Seeing this scene in front of him, Buggy stayed where he was instantly. His eyes were wide open. He stared at Shanks' head in Blackbeard's hand. He felt his brain explode at this moment. His mind was blank. There was a sharp buzzing sound. Then, dense bloodshot quickly filled Buggy's eye sockets. Feeling the life breath of Shanks that had completely dissipated, the scenes of getting along with each other quickly appeared in front of his eyes. An indescribable anger burned in Buggy's heart. He looked at Blackbeard with anger and hatred in his eyes. The next moment, an extremely terrifying momentum suddenly erupted from Buggy's body like a volcanic eruption. That momentum seemed to be able to destroy the whole world. Chapter 90. Buggy takes action. The awakened Chop Chop Fruit ability. The screen freezes on Buggy's angry face. This is a ferocious look that Buggy has never shown before. His eyes seem to be able to eat Blackbeard alive in front of him. Buggy at this moment is completely different from before. Like a demon crawling out of hell. Then, dense bullet comments began to float across the screen. Angry. Buggy God tier is really angry this time. I really didn't expect Shanks to die at the hands of Blackbeard. Although this is just the prediction of the UP host, to be honest, I think it is quite reasonable. Yes, although it is a bit hard to accept, I think Shanks is indeed likely to be offline in the end. As Luffy's guide, it seems reasonable for him to sacrifice himself to help Luffy clear the last obstacle. And a battle like this that lasts for 10 days and 10 nights does have a great advantage for Blackbeard, who has a special physique. Closing square bracket. Before Blackbeard got the dark fruit, he was able to leave 3 deep scars on Shanks' eyes. Now, with the dual blessing of the dark fruit and the shock fruit, his strength will only be stronger. Although Shanks' strength has definitely improved over the years, he lost his left arm to save Luffy when he was in East Blue. You know, Shanks is left-handed and has always used a left-handed sword. This must have had a lot of negative impact on his strength. Hawkeye used to go to Shanks to learn swordsmanship whenever he had nothing to do, but he never did so again after seeing Shanks lost his left arm. This also shows the impact of losing his left arm on Shanks. With one gain and the other loss, it is actually reasonable for Shanks to lose to Blackbeard. Closing square bracket. With Shanks' death, Blackbeard has offended the remaining 2 Four Emperors pirate groups. Yes, Shanks is Luffy's guide and Buggy's good friend. Now that Shanks means it, Luffy and Buggy will definitely eat Blackbeard alive. Now Buggy just happened to see Shanks being killed by Blackbeard. Blackbeard will probably have a hard time. As the angry Buggy God tier finally going to show his true strength. I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time. I really want to know how strong Buggy God tier is. He must be very strong. After all, Buggy God tier's Chop Chop Fruit ability is similar to Gildart's Super Advanced Destructive Magic, Crash, in Fairy Tail. If Buggy God tier uses Chop Chop if Fruit's ability is developed to the point of awakening, it might be possible to tear the whole world apart. Looking forward to Buggy's God tier move. Buggy. It's my turn to perform. Dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Rocks D. Zebek. Good, good, good. Looking at the comments in these comments, it is very likely that Buggy the Clown will finally take real action next. John. After all, his best friend was killed in front of him, it would be a bit unreasonable for him to continue to hide his strength. Silver Axe. After waiting for so long, is Buggy the Clown finally going to make a real move? Akoku. I hope the strength Buggy the Clown will show later will be worthy of our long wait. Buggy. My real strength. To be honest, even I can't help but look forward to it. Shanks. Who is Gildart's mentioned in the comments? Is he as handsome as me? Gall D. Roger. What is the super advanced broken magic mentioned in the comments? Edward Newgate. Gulala. These comments really like to say things we can't understand. Marshall D. Teach. I just dealt with the red-haired guys in the future, and immediately ran into them again. Buggy and the cross guild he led. This is really unlucky. Fan Oka. We just experienced a big battle, how can we have the extra energy to face the cross guild in its prime? Lafitte. The cross guild not only has the original 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, but also the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk, and more importantly, there's also the clown Buggy, who has never really taken action and has unfathomable strength. Poison Q. I always feel that our next fate may not be good. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Shanks. Buggy roared. Then he looked at Blackbeard with bloodshot eyes. UBD. You killed Shanks. At this moment, Buggy's tone sounded extremely cold and chilly. Facing Buggy's questioning, feeling the terrifying breath emanating from the other party, Blackbeard suddenly felt something was wrong. Cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. But it was already this time. He obviously couldn't quibble or give in. He just showed a ferocious smile on his face and said, yeah, it really took me a lot of effort to take down the red-haired guy's head. Ha ha ha, Blackbeard said, while looking back at Van Oka behind him without leaving a trace. Van Oka is the user of the Paramesha teleportation fruit. When touching a target, he can teleport with the target he touched. Obviously, his side had just experienced an unprecedented war. Facing the Cross Guild in its prime, Blackbeard had no intention of confronting the other side head-on. He signaled Van Oka with his eyes. He wanted the other side to find an opportunity to teleport with him and escape from here first. As for the remaining crew members, Blackbeard couldn't care less. It was more important to save his own life first. Others could only hope for their own good fortune. And just when Blackbeard was thinking this in his heart, on the opposite side, after getting Blackbeard's answer, Buggy's anger at this moment seemed to have reached its peak. He could no longer suppress his anger. He suddenly rushed towards Blackbeard in front of him. If that's the case, quote, Then you will be buried with Shanks. Buggy roared. One hand stretched forward. It seemed that he wanted to touch Blackbeard's body. I will tear your body into pieces. As he said, the ability of Chop Chop Fruit was also activated. But just when his hand was about to touch Blackbeard's body, a hand was placed on Blackbeard's shoulder faster than Buggy. It was Fan Oka. Haha. Lousy will go first. You guys can have fun. Blackbeard smiled triumphantly at Buggy. The next moment, under the effect of Fan Oka's teleportation fruit ability, his figure disappeared instantly. Want to run? Dream on. Seeing the figures of Blackbeard and Fan Oka disappear from his sight, Buggy did not show any surprise or panic. His expression was cold and he snorted. The hand that was extended did not retract. Instead, it just pressed on the void in front of him. The next moment, the void in front of Buggy was as if it had a solid body. It suddenly shattered in an instant. Unlike Whitebeard's previous use of shock fruit to shatter the space, the void in front of Buggy did not shatter like a mirror covered with cracks. 0145124113 Filu 1813900030. Instead, within the blink of an eye, it had been split into thousands of large and small air cubes. The space began to tremble violently. It seemed that it could collapse completely at any time. And under such a trembling and shattering space, Blackbeard and Van Oka, who had just disappeared on the spot, suddenly, their figures reappeared. They fell heavily on the ground not far away. Blood spurted out of their mouths. Obviously, the space shattering just now caused them a lot of damage. Van Oka, what's going on? Blackbeard struggled to get up from the ground. Looking at Fan Oka beside him, he asked anxiously. Fan Oka's face was a little pale, and his expression looked very frightened. He glanced at Buggy not far away, and said slowly in a trembling voice. He used his devil fruit ability. He blocked the entire space. In this space blocked by him, I have no way to teleport anymore. Fan Oka's words. A trace of panic appeared on Blackbeard's face. Block the space. Use your devil fruit ability to affect the surrounding environment. This is the characteristic of the awakening of the devil fruit ability. Although for a 4 Emperors level strongman, developing the devil fruit ability to the awakening level is not something worth making a fuss about. But Blackbeard never thought that. After Buggy's Chop Chop fruit ability awakened, it can actually block the surrounding space directly. Even in this space, even Van Oka's teleportation fruit can no longer work. Until this moment, Blackbeard really realized Buggy's Chop Chop how powerful is the fruit ability. Before this, he had never even cared about Buggy's Chop Chop fruit. He thought it was just a useless Paramesha devil fruit. In the devil fruit hunting operation that lasted for more than 2 years. He never regarded Buggy and the other party's Chop Chop fruit as his hunting target. He simply disdained it, but now the facts really told him. Buggy's Chop Chop fruit ability is extremely powerful. It is even powerful to the level of Bug. Damn it, it seems that you can't escape if you want to. Blackbeard looked at Buggy with horror. At the same time, not far behind Buggy, Hawkeye and Crocodile also led the army of the Cross Guild to arrive in time. Looking at the opponent's lineup, he looked at his own crew who were already exhausted. Blackbeard knew that if he relied on his own people alone, there was no other outcome except death. Quote. I can only agree to the conditions of those old guys. He muttered to himself. Blackbeard seemed to have made up his mind. He took out a black, miniature Den Den Mushi from his pocket. He resolutely pressed the button on the Den Den Mushi. Soon, the call was connected. Hello. An old voice came from the other end of the phone. Blackbeard took a deep breath and said, Your conditions. I can agree, but now I have some troubles, and I need you to help me solve them. Blackbeard said this. There was silence on the other end of the Den Den Mushi for a moment. Then the low voice sounded again soon. Got it. We'll come to your location right now. The voice fell. The call was hung up. Then, a thick black smoke suddenly began to emerge from the body of the black Den Den Mushi in Blackbeard's hand. The smell of this black smoke was very strange. It floated in the air and soon spread. Then, on the ground around Blackbeard, 5 huge black pentagram arrays slowly emerged. Rolling black smoke continued to pour out from these pentagram arrays. Under the black smoke, It seemed that there were 5 very scary huge monsters roaring and screaming in it. When the black smoke dissipated, 5 huge monsters with hideous faces appeared in everyone's sight. It turned out to be the most prominent person in charge of the world government, 5 elders. Financial god, Azamburn V. Nasujuro Saint. Agricultural god, Shepherd 10 Pit Saint. Legal god, Topman Vochuli Saint. Environmental god, Marcus Moche Saint. Does. The newly appointed, Scientific Defense god 587 inches Figolando Green Saint. The picture freezes. A large army of bullet comments passed by. FK. Blackbeard can actually get people. What kind of PY deal did Blackbeard make with the world government that he could even get 5 elders? I knew Blackbeard was not that simple and he must have kept a lot of cards for himself. If he didn't have any cards, he would have been killed by Buggy God Tier in a matter of minutes. I have to say that Buggy God Tier is really awesome. He broke the space into pieces with one move and then sealed it up. Even Van Oka's teleportation fruit ability was useless. Buggy God Tier's move just now was so cool. This move really has a bit of Killworth flavor. I knew that Chop Chop Fruit's ability was definitely strong. After hiding his strength for so long, Buggy God Tier finally stopped pretending and started showing off. It's a pity. The price of this show was Shanks' life. Closing square bracket. I understand. This is called a friend offering sacrifices to the heavens, with boundless power. Dog head. I don't know if Buggy God Tier and the Cross Guild can withstand the 5 elders. In addition to Buggy God Tier, the Cross Guild also has Old Sand and Hawkeye. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with 3 at the same time, but what about the remaining 2? Yes, and there are Blackbeard and his group. Although the Blackbeard pirates have been seriously depleted, their strength is still considerable. Without the restraint of the top combat power, it is still easy for them to deal with the minions of the Cross Guild. Closing square bracket. Yeah, if you look at it this way. With the arrival of the 5 elders, it seems that Buggy and his team have fallen behind and are in a disadvantageous position. Don't panic, this is the first time our Buggy God Tier really makes a move. How can we be defeated? Even if the opponent is the 5 elders. That's right, and Buggy God Tier now has the Shanks' Heaven sacrificing buff. Just the 5 elders, maybe Buggy God Tier alone can kill them all. We just wait and watch Buggy God Tier's operation. Dog head. Opening square bracket -- closing square bracket. With Buggy's first real move in the video and 5 elders descended together. The comments on the screen became very lively. At the same time, after seeing the content in the video, everyone in the movie chat group was also excited. Some people were directly broken by this. Jagoluja Satan Saint. Jagoluja Satan Saint. Wait. Why is there no trace of me among the 5 elders descending in this video? Jagoluja Satan Saint. The other 5 elders are. Why is it that only I was replaced by Fergalando? Chapter 91 Strong Crush. Molecular level splitting. Buggy's invincibility. Watching the video of the 5 elders descending together, Satan was filled with shock and confusion. The other 4 people who were 5 elders with him all appeared in the video. But he was missing, and the position that originally belonged to him was replaced by Saint Fergalandu Gringu. Isn't Gringu the leader of the Knights of God? Why did he descend to that island with others instead of me? Where was I? Satan kept thinking in his heart. In fact, he actually had a vague guess in his heart about why this happened. His future self. It is very likely that he will no longer be a 5 elder. And his original position as a 5 elder was replaced by Saint Fergalandu Gringu. Only in this way can it be explained why the other party descended on that island with the other 4 people instead of him. Why was my 5 elders status revoked? Did I do something wrong to upset Lord Yim? Satan thought in a panic. The 5 elders are the highest authority in the world government. The only person who can decide the position is the real king of the world behind the scenes, Yim. Under normal circumstances, the position of the 5 elders can never be easily changed. It has been decades since Satan took the position of 5 elders. In these decades, the candidates of the 5 elders have never changed. It has always been the 5 of them. But in the near future, his position was actually replaced by the ancient Saint Fagolando Green. How could Satan not be shocked? How could he not be panicked? Quote. What happened? Just when Satan was so panicked. In the movie chat group, everyone also started a heated discussion about the content of the video just now. Rox D. Zebek. Wow, he just broke the space into pieces and sealed it off. This clown Buggy is really good. John. So the ability of Chop Chop Fruit can not only work on people, but also work on the void. Silver Axe. Is this the ability of Chop Chop Fruit after awakening? It's really awesome. Akoku. This wave of attacks is enough to prove that the clown Buggy has been deliberately hiding his strength until he saw his good friend Red Hair being killed by Blackbeard. Shiki. The power of that attack just now is really something. It's worth my long wait. Ha 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 ha. Gall D. Roger. Is this the real strength of Buggy? He is indeed worthy of being an intern on my ship. Ha ha ha. Shanks. I know him. Buggy has been around for so long, but this is the first time I've seen him use his full strength. It would have been even better if he hadn't died after me, haha. Edward Newgate. The way the red-nosed imp shatters space is somewhat similar to my space shock, but it's more ingenious than my space shock, gurgle. Monkey D. Luffy. What, is Buggy's true strength so strong? If he had used these methods when I met him in East Blue, wouldn't I have been unable to defeat him at all? Schoolachiman Apu. You can rest assured about this, red-haired Shanks is your guide, and Buggy the Clown is a good friend of red-haired Shanks, so he will never really attack you anyway. Basil Hawkins. Yes, isn't this also the benefit of your background as the background king, Straw Hat Boy? Rouge. Blah. So now, the value of the background king of Straw Hat Boy is not rising. Sengoku. In the future, what kind of cooperation did Blackbeard reach with the world government? Why did the 5 elders come to help that guy? Monkey D. Garp. Humph. I've said that those 5 old guys are not good people. They must be planning something shameful with Blackbeard. Suru. The 5 elders and the Blackbeard pirates joined forces to fight against the Cross Guild. I don't know if the word guild can handle it. Borsalino. Didn't the 5 elders come together in the previous video about Egg Point Island? That time they were against the Straw Hat Boy, and this time they are against the Clown Buggy. Kuzan. By the way, in this final battle for One Piece, it seems that only the Straw Hat Pirates have not appeared yet, right? Do you think the Straw Hat Pirates will arrive soon and fight the Blackbeard Pirates and the 5 elders together with the Cross Guild? Sakazuki. That's perfect. Maybe we can take this opportunity to wipe out all the 4 Emperor's pirates. In that case, this sea will be completely peaceful. Monkey D. Dragon. Will this sea be completely peaceful after the 4 Emperor's pirates are eliminated? Akainu. I don't agree with your point of view. The root cause of the chaos in this sea is not the pirates, but the rule of the world government. Sabo. That's right, eliminating the pirates will not restore peace to this sea. To achieve this, the only way is to overthrow the world government, overthrow the rule of celestial dragons and 5 elders. Sakazuki. We are talking about 2 completely different things. No matter who rules this world, pirates must be eliminated. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. As the 5 elders all descended, an extremely strange atmosphere suddenly filled the island. The Blackbeard pirates and the weaker minions under the Cross Guild just looked directly at the monster appearance of the 5 elders. They were all shot dead without any warning. And the remaining pirates with slightly stronger strength. They all felt as if their bodies were imprisoned by some strange power. They couldn't move at all. Only strong people like Crocodile and Hawkeye. They were not affected by the strange atmosphere. But looking at the 5 monster figures descending in front of them, Crocodile and Hawkeye's faces also showed a trace of fear. Facing the combination of the Blackbeard pirates and the 5 elders. To be honest, they were not sure they could handle it. Exito. Buggy did not have such concerns. At this moment, his face was still full of rage. Nothing changed because of the coming of the 5 elders. He still stared at Blackbeard with his eyes fixed, as if he wanted to eat him alive. On the other side, with the support of the 5 elders, Blackbeard, who was originally terrified, suddenly felt that he could do it again. He looked at Buggy with a provocative look and smiled. I remember you. Quote, you were an intern with red hair in Roger's Pirates. Quote, you were watching me for 3 days and 3 nights. You were so angry when you saw red hair die in my hands. It seems that you have a good relationship with red hair, right? Do you want to kill me to avenge red hair? Chure, you probably don't have this chance. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Then he turned his head and looked at the 5 elders who had descended on him. You want me to help you take the Nika fruit from the Straw Hat Boy, right? No problem. As long as you help me get rid of these guys in front of me, I will agree to your terms. Said. Blackbeard pointed to the people of the Cross Guild opposite the 5 elders. The 5 monsters transformed by the 5 elders all glanced at Blackbeard coldly. Then nodded and said, I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, you know what will happen if you anger us. Said. The 5 elders started to move at the same time. They moved closer to Buggy and the people of the Cross Guild in front of them. Monkey D. Garp. So, the reason why the 5 elders agreed to help Blackbeard was to let Blackbeard help them seize the devil fruit ability of my grandson. Sengoku. I see. I think I understand what's going on. Gall D. Roger. Tisk 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 tisk. As expected, the 5 stars are still as afraid of the Nika fruit as always. Shanks. After Luffy successfully awakened the power of the Nika fruit, the 5 elders must have been sitting on pins and needles, and they wanted to destroy Luffy all the time to make the power of the Nika fruit disappear again. Edward Newgate. However, even if the Straw Hat Boy is killed, the power of the Nika fruit will only disappear temporarily. The Nika fruit will reappear in a corner of the world, and will reappear one day in the future. Kaido. So, the 5 elders thought of using the Blackbeard dark fruit to directly seize the demon fruit power. Charlotte Linlin. As long as the power of the Straw Hat Boy's Nika fruit is seized through the dark fruit, and then given to someone that the 5 elders can absolutely trust, the power of the Nika fruit will be directly in the hands of the 5 elders and the world government. Rox D. Zebek. Haha, the 5 elders really have a good plan. John. No wonder they are willing to come to this island all the way to help Blackbeard deal with the school opening guild. Closing square bracket. Silver Axe. Isn't it ironic that the government of the world would actually cooperate with pirates? Akoku. Haha, the 5 elders are just a bunch of old silver coins who will do anything to achieve their goals. Do you still expect them to care about these things? Shiki. I don't know if Buggy and his Cross Guild can withstand the attack of the 5 elders. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Seeing the 5 elders start to move, slowly approaching towards them, Crocodile and Hawkeye are both facing a great enemy. They straightened their bodies and were ready to fight at any time. However, Buggy remained unmoved. It was as if he didn't see the 5 elders in front of him. His angry eyes were still fixed on Blackbeard. How dare you kill Shanks? I will kill you and let you accompany him. No matter who comes today. You must die here. Buggy's tone was full of anger and hatred. Blackbeard smiled disdainfully after hearing his words and said, Haha, such big talk. Let's wait until you survive these 5 monsters first. Shido. Blackbeard had just said this. The voice had not even fallen completely. His disdainful smile instantly solidified on his face. Under his gaze, Buggy suddenly punched the void in front of him. Then, the void in front of him was shattered again as before, and the 5 huge monster bodies of the 5 elders were shattered along with it. It only took a moment. 5 elders, the 5 huge monsters that the elders transformed into. They were like broken building blocks. They were torn into countless small pieces. The movement of the 5 elders to approach the people of the Cross Guild stopped instantly. Countless pieces fell to the ground with a bang. Then they turned into black smoke and slowly dissipated. After a while, the black smoke completely dissipated. And on this small island, where is the 5 elders? At the same time, the Holy Land Mariajoy, in the meeting room in Pangu City, the figures of the 5 elders all appeared here out of thin air. At this moment, they have all changed from their previous monster appearance back to human form. Every 5 elders' face was full of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? That clown Buggy. It actually destroyed our projection that landed on that island with just one move. The 5 elders exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, they did not expect things to develop like this. The clown Buggy. There has never been a record of him taking a shot before. I didn't expect his strength. It's already so strong. The 5 elders looked at each other. Each of them could see the deep fear in each other's eyes. The camera switched back to the island where Buggy and others were. Everything happened too suddenly. Not only Blackbeard, except Buggy, everyone present, all fell into deep shock. Quote. How is this possible? Blackbeard looked at the scene in front of him. His eyes were wide open. His pupils trembled violently. His eyeballs almost flew out of his eye sockets. Cold sweat as big as beans kept dripping from his forehead. At this moment, he was like a sieve. The expression on his face was only endless fear. Opposite, after dealing with the 5 elders, Buggy still had no other reaction. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. He walked slowly, step by step towards the front. Blackbeard approached. The anger and coldness on his face became more and more intense. A sharp killing intent also emanated from his body. It was chilling. As Buggy continued to approach, the terrified look on Blackbeard's face became more and more intense. He wanted to escape, but he found that his body could not move at all. Wait, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Seeing Buggy getting closer and closer to him, Blackbeard spoke hurriedly. He seemed to be trying hard to explain something. However, Buggy interrupted him coldly. Shanks is dead. I don't want to explain right or wrong. I only know that you killed Shanks. FFLX. Use your life as compensation. As he spoke, Buggy had already come to Blackbeard. He stretched out one hand. He directly grabbed Blackbeard's face. The next moment, the ability of Chop Chop Fruit was activated. Under this powerful power, Blackbeard's body began to split continuously. First, it split into 2. Then, 2 split into 4. Then, 4 split into. After repeating this process hundreds of times, Blackbeard's body seemed to have been split into countless pieces. This is an unimaginable astronomical number. Such a split is even as fine as a molecule. And under such decomposition, Blackbeard's entire body seemed to have turned into a pile of ashes. Dissipated with the wind, completely disappeared. No blood, no screams. Blackbeard completely disappeared from this world. All evidence of his existence was wiped out. The picture freezes here. Then, dense barrages of comments once again emerged from the screen. Chapter 92. 5 elders, 3 admirals, and Seraphim all come out to attack Buggy. FK. Is Buggy God tier so awesome? First, it beat back all the clones of the 5 elders with one move, and then easily destroyed Blackbeard. Is this the true strength of Buggy God tier? It is simply unfathomable. Originally, when I saw the clones of the 5 elders descending, I thought that Buggy God tier and the Cross Guild would face a fierce battle this time, but who could have thought the battle would end so hastily? The 5 elders all went into battle, but they were completely defenseless in front of Buggy God tier. Although these 5 elders were not the real ones, but clones that descended using special methods, it is indeed awesome enough that Buggy God tier was able to force them all back with just one move. And the move that Buggy God tier just used to deal with Blackbeard can be called a BUG level ability. Blackbeard's body continued to split, splitting hundreds of times, that is, 2 to the power of hundreds of times, which is already a very terrifying astronomical number. After this wave, Blackbeard was directly split into pieces without leaving any residue. So this is the real horror of Chop Chop Fruit. It will directly split you into pieces as small as dust, and you can't use your strength even if you are strong. It is worthy of being the same splitting ability as Gildart's. It is really awesome. With this Chop Chop Fruit ability, Buggy God tier is directly invincible. The 5 elders were forced back instantly, and Blackbeard was killed instantly. Then, unless IM took action himself, there would be nothing that could threaten Buggy God tier. Now that the Red Hair Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates have been eliminated from the final battle for One Piece, Buggy seems to have only Luffy as his opponent. Closing square bracket. Next is the competition between the protagonist's aura and Conqueror's luck. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. Marshall D. Teach. I was killed by that clown Buggy. A Zamburn v Nasujuro Saint. Our 5 descended clones were so easily defeated by the clown Buggy. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint. Isn't the strength of this clown Buggy a little too strong? Topman Vochuli Saint. The ability of Chop Chop Fruit can be developed to this extent by him. Marcus Moche Saint. This strength. I'm afraid it has completely surpassed the 4 emperors and admiral, right? Faye 777 Garando Green Ancient Saint. although it is just a descended clone, not our original body, but we 5 elders can be defeated by it with one blow. Shimoda Buggy is even more difficult than we thought. Jago Lucia Satan. Hey, Gringo, I am still the god of science defense. What do you mean by 5 elders? You really don't take me seriously, do you? Rox D. Zebek. Good guy, he sent all the clones of the 5 elders back to the Holy Land Mariajoy with one move. This Buggy is really something. John. His chop chop fruit ability can actually split a person into countless parts, to the point where it is even more smiling than the dust. Silver Axe. This ability is indeed a bit heaven-defying, it's so strong. Akoku. Is this the true power hidden by the clown Buggy? It's really strong, it's worth our long wait. Shiki. Why do I feel that the ability of this chop chop fruit is even stronger than the Nika fruit of the Straw Hat Boy? Edward Newgate. Yes, judging from the performance alone, the chop chop fruit ability displayed by the red-nosed kid is indeed more shocking than the Nika fruit ability of the Straw Hat Boy. Kaido. Not only can it split the enemy into dust, it can also directly split the space. How can the ability of this Paramesha Devil fruit be stronger than the mythical beast? Charlotte Linlin. Well, once this chop chop fruit ability is released, the title of the strongest Paramesha of Whitebeard Shock fruit is completely lost. Wong. Shanks. Hiss. Buggy. I didn't expect you to be so strong, even I didn't expect it. Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is the value of my Roger Pirates trainee. Sir Crocodile. After watching the Joker Buggy's move, I suddenly felt. It's not impossible for him to be the president of the Cross Guild. Work. Dracula Mahawk. If Buggy really possesses the strength shown in the video, then there are indeed not many people in this ocean who are more suitable than him to be the president of the Cross Guild. Monkey D. Luffy. Sigui. It's hard to believe. Buggy is really that strong. Roronoa Zoro. Are we going to compete with him in the Cross Guild for One Piece next? Vinsmoke Sanji. I have to say, Buggy and the Cross Guild are indeed a very difficult opponent. Usopp BDEA. If Buggy is really as strong as in the video, can we really deal with him in the Cross Guild? Nami. Of course, no matter how strong the enemy is, I always believe, the one who will eventually win One Piece and become the Pirate King can only be Luffy. Tony Chopper. That's right. Although that Buggy is indeed very strong, Luffy will never lose to him. Mochi. Haha, you Straw Hat crew are really good at bragging. If it weren't for our Captain Buggy's friendship with Red Hair, you would have died in East Blue. In the hands of Captain Buggy. Cabbage. If Captain Buggy hadn't concealed his strength and didn't really make a move, Straw Hat Boy wouldn't even be able to leave East Blue, let alone take one PIEC. Alvida. Buggy is so powerful, why did he pretend to be a rookie for so long in East Blue? It's really confusing. Buggy. Is that really me in the video? Am I really that strong? Just when everyone was shocked and amazed by Buggy's strong crushing of the 5 elders and Blackbeard in the video. In the viewing screen, the video continued to play. After killing Blackbeard in seconds, Buggy's anger finally subsided a little. As for the remaining members of the Blackbeard Pirates, he did not do it himself, but handed it over to Hawkeye, Crocodile and others to deal with. If it were in the past, Hawkeye and Crocodile would naturally not listen to Buggy's orders. But after seeing the strength and means that Buggy had shown before, they really understood. It turned out that Buggy had been acting with them all along. The opponent's true strength, in fact, it was far superior to the two of them. The pirate world always respects the strong. Buggy's previous performance, no doubt, he has successfully won the recognition of Hawkeye and Crocodile. Under the leadership of Hawkeye and Crocodile, the Cross Guild quickly dealt with all the remnants of the Blackbeard pirates. Those who should be killed were killed. Those who should be imprisoned were imprisoned. After doing all this, Buggy did not rush to lead the Cross Guild to Raftel. Instead, he buried Shanks' body on this island. Buggy sat in front of Shanks' grave for 7 days and 7 nights. At first, Shanks voluntarily gave up the opportunity to follow the Roger Pirates to Raftel in order to take care of Buggy, who was seriously ill and had a fever. He took care of Buggy for 7 days and 7 nights on this island. Now, decades later, Buggy has temporarily given up the idea of going to Raftel. He chose to guard Shanks' grave for 7 days on this island. Hawkeye and Crocodile did not stop Buggy's actions. Hawkeye was a good friend of Shanks. They used to often compete in swordsmanship with each other. Now Shanks is dead, he also feels grief and regret. So, the Cross Guild stayed on this island closest to Raftel for 7 days. The picture freezes on Buggy's back sitting in front of Shanks' grave. Then, the army of Barrages passed again. Alas, the bond between Buggy and Shanks is really touching. 25 years ago, Shanks gave up the opportunity to go to Raftel in order to take care of Buggy. 25 years later, Buggy also slowed down his plan to go to Raftel in order to defend the city for Shanks. Closing square bracket. This is just like the reincarnation of fate. Perhaps it was destined 25 years ago. To be honest, I still find it hard to believe that Shanks, the user of the face fruit, is dead just like that. Yeah, Shanks was so high profile in the early stage, but he died just like that. It's really unbelievable. Oh, actually, there is nothing to be unbelievable. Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom, which of these old 4 emperors is not high profile? When they first appeared, could you have thought that they would suddenly die in that way? Shanks is an old 4 emperor from the same batch as Whitebeard, Kaido and Big Mom. In fact, logically speaking, he should have been offline a long time ago. It is not easy for him to survive until now. Shanks. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Doghead 2. Whitebeard. Damn, why is someone stealing my lines again? Doghead. I had expected Shanks to die, but I had originally guessed that Shanks' death was used to stimulate Luffy's growth again, but I didn't expect it to stimulate Buggy's god tier. Closing square bracket. Yeah, if it weren't for Shanks, Buggy's god tier might have shown his true strength much later. Closing square bracket. It's a pity that Shanks didn't get to see Buggy again while he was alive. The reunion at the Summit War 2 years ago turned out to be their last meeting. Alas, this is what is called the impermanence of the world. It's a trick. It's a trick. My friend upstairs, your input method exposed you. I guess you must be from the land of abundance. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. During the 7 days that Buggy sat in front of Shanks' tomb. Red line. Holy Land Mariajoy. In the meeting room of Pangu City. The 5 elders sat on the sofa. Everyone looked very serious. Saint Azamburn v. Nasujuro spoke first. I originally thought, the Straw Hat Boy who awakened the Nika fruit is the biggest threat to our world government. But now it seems, Buggy the Clown is also a threat to us. On the side, Saint Shepherd 10 Pit, with blonde hair, nodded in agreement. Yes, judging from the previous battle, Buggy the Clown's strength has indeed far exceeded our expectations. Saint Topman Vochuli, who has a fluffy mustache and a black Madara on his head, said seriously. Not only that, the Cross Guild led by Buggy the Clown is also a huge threat to us. The 2 cadres, Crocodile and Mahawk, are already quite a headache. Environmental warrior, Saint Marcus Moche continued. More importantly, the Cross Guild has been offering a reverse bounty to Marine. This has greatly impacted the status of the naval headquarters and has also posed an unimaginable threat to the rule of our world government. Fergalando Green, who replaced Satan as the new 5 elders, crossed his arms and said in a cold voice, in this case, we must find a way to get rid of Buggy the Clown and the Cross Guild. Quote. The threat posed by Buggy the Clown to us is already on the same level as the Straw Hat Kid. As soon as these words came out, the other 5 elders all nodded in agreement. Obviously, the previous battle, they had to start paying attention to Buggy. Buggy's previous concealment deceived all of them. The 5 elders all thought that he was just a clown character who became a 4 emperors by luck. But it was not until they saw Buggy's true strength. They realized it belatedly. The clowns turned out to be themselves. Azamburn v. Nasujuro, holding the first-generation Kidetsu, spoke again. According to the intelligence, Buggy and the Cross Guild are still staying on that small island. It seems that they are mourning for red hair and are not in a hurry to go to Raftelman. Agricultural god of war, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint thought. That island is the closest island to Raftel. Quote, it is also the only way to Raftel. According to the information sent back by CPO, the Straw Hat crew seems to be heading towards that island as well. I believe it won't be long. The Straw Hat Pirates will run into the Cross Guild on that island. The god of law, Topman Vulturely Saint put his hands on his chin and pondered. Whether it is Buggy the Clown or the Straw Hat Boy, they have a close relationship with red hair. And if I remember correctly, 2 years ago, Buggy the Clown had a big fight with the Straw Hat Boy at Impel Down. Given their relationship, it should be difficult for them to fight on that island. Quote, they might even join forces. Maka's Moche frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, once these two join forces, then they will be a bigger threat to us. So we must stop this from happening no matter what. Fegolando Green held the long sword at his waist and said in a cold tone. Since the Straw Hat Boy and Buggy the Clown will appear on that island by then we might as well concentrate all our forces to encircle that island. Try to eliminate both the Straw Hat Boy and Buggy the Clown there. As the former Supreme Commander of the Knights of God, Fegolando Green likes to solve problems with killing. Once and for all, his proposal was also recognized by the other 5 elders. Soon, everyone finalized the next plan. Launch the highest level buster call to that island. Kizaru, Fujitora and Green Bull 3 Admiral, go together. Take all the Seraphs with you. Also, just in case, let's all 5 of us go together in our true form. This time, we must kill Straw Hat Boy and Buggy the Clown no matter what. Chapter 93. Crowds gather from all directions. The ultimate battle, the focus of the world. The screen freezes. The army of bullet comments floats by again. FK. Did the 5 elders get mad because of Buggy's God Tears attack just now? They are actually going to launch the highest level buster call, with the 3 Marine Admirals and the Seraphs all coming out, and even the 5 of them are going to come out in person. Such a terrifying battle, even the Summit War back then couldn't compare to it. But to be honest, if Luffy and Buggy really joined forces at that time, if it's not this kind of battle, there's no chance of competing with Luffy and Buggy at all. Yes, the Cross Guild has Buggy, Hawkeye and Crocodile, and the Straw Hat Pirates have Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and Jinbei who all have top combat experience. Closing square bracket. With this lineup, if the 5 elders only want to rely on Buster Call and the 3 Marine Admirals to defeat the Cross Guild and the Straw Hat Pirates, it is nothing but a pipe dream. I even think that even if they add Seraph and the 5 elders, the possibility of them winning this war is very small. Closing square bracket. One is a background king with the aura of the protagonist, and the other is a god tier who has been patient for decades and has conqueror's luck. If the two sides really join forces, the world government and naval headquarters are just younger brothers. Unless IM personally takes action, I can't think of any chance of 5 elders winning. Doghead. Ha ha ha. It's okay if IM personally takes action. Looking at this situation, the final ultimate battle should be about to start. Although this is just the personal speculation of the UP host, I still can't help but look forward to it. What's going on? Oda. Come on, here's the pen, you draw it. Doghead. Oda is just a lousy comic artist, what does he know about pirates? Doghead. Opening square bracket dash closing square bracket. Buggy. Damn, the highest level buster call, the 3 Marine Admirals all come out. And there's that Seraph, even 5 elders have to personally go out. How can I be so worthy of such treatment in the future? Shanks. Haha, Buggy, don't panic, they are not only going after you this time, Luffy is also their target. As long as you two join forces, it may not be impossible to fight against such a battle. Buggy. I join forces with Straw Hat Boy. What a joke, I entered the Grand Line to hunt him down. Monkey D. Luffy. Buggy broke your straw hat Shanks. To be honest, I don't really want to join forces with him. Shanks. Haha, didn't you see the previous video? You had already joined forces during Impel Down. Gall D. Roger. From enemies at the beginning to allies against world government and naval headquarters in the end, isn't this more in line with the romance of pirates? Ha ha ha. Edward Newgate. Gulala. I also think that in the later part of this video, you two will join forces to fight 5 elders. Sometimes fate is such a magical thing. Rox D. Zebek. You two are pirates, what's so strange about joining forces? In order to deal with me, Gon and Garp, 2 completely opposite camps, were able to join hands to deal with me. John. This wave of 5 elders can almost be said to have played all their trump cards. It seems that they are determined to eliminate Straw Hat Boy and Buggy the Clown together. Silver Axe. One is Straw Hat Boy, who has awakened the true power of the Nika fruit, and the other is Buggy the Clown with unfathomable strength and terrifying splitting ability. These two are indeed huge threats to the world government. Closing square bracket. Akoku. I feel that the final battle that is about to take place is likely to completely change the situation in this sea. Shiki. You say, if all the 5 elders died in this final battle, how interesting would it be? Ha ha ha. Kaido. Yes, I'd rather see them get beaten than let those old guys get what they want. Charlotte Linlin. Actually, I think, even in the previous attack, Buggy the Clown still looked like he was at ease. We still don't know what the upper limit of his full power is. Closing square bracket. Sengoku. Perhaps only in the upcoming ultimate battle can we truly see the limit of Buggy the Clown's strength. Borsellino. Will my future self actually participate in this ultimate battle? How scary. Sakazuki. But why am I not one of the 3 future Marine Admirals? Kuzan betrayed and joined the Blackbeard Pirates, but where did I go? Kuzan. Allah, maybe Sakazuki, you have already died gloriously. Sakazuki. Even if I really died gloriously, it would be better than a traitor like you. When everyone was discussing fiercely in the movie chat group. On the viewing screen, the video continued to play one. After the 5 elders agreed on this plan, the order was immediately issued. The naval headquarters and the world government began to prepare intensively. Marine elites from all over the world were recalled. The 3 admirals Kizaru, Fujitora, and Green Bull all came to the Holy Land Mariajoy to wait for orders. In addition, there are 7 new pacifists made based on the original 7 warlords of the sea, Seraphs. They have also been dispatched to the Holy Land Mariajoy, ready for action at any time. Under the urging of the 5 elders, the preparations were carried out and completed at the fastest speed. 3 days later, all the preparations were completed. A full 100 warships set off from Mariajoy, carrying 3 admirals, 7 seraphim and the 5 elders hiding in the dark. They sailed towards the island where Buggy was at the moment, and the world government and naval headquarters had such a huge lineup. It was impossible to hide it. It soon attracted the attention of other forces in this sea. 9 Snake Island, Amazon Lily. Hancock immediately gathered all the warriors of the 9 Snake Pirates as soon as he learned the news. The world government and the Marine have made such a big scene, even if Luffy and the Cross Guild join forces, they may not be able to deal with it. Luffy may be in danger. How can I sit back and do nothing at this time? Luffy is the man I love so much. I must rush to support Luffy. Hancock stood at the bow of the Perfume Serpent, looking at the sea in the distance, his hands clenched on his chest, and his flawless face was full of worry. Without any hesitation, the Pirate Queen immediately led the 9 Snakes pirates to set off. Also sailed quickly towards the island where Buggy and others were. The Fishmen Island, the Kingdom of Dragon Palace. Princess Shirahoshi looked at Neptune in front of her and said firmly, "Father, you have also seen the latest news. Luffy and the others may be in danger. I have made an agreement with Luffy before. At this time, I must rush to help them. With my current strength, I will definitely be able to help Luffy and the others." Hearing these words from Shirahoshi, looking at the firm look on the face of the timid and crying daughter. After hesitating for a moment, King Neptune finally bought it heavily. Agreed to Shirahoshi's request. So, Shirahoshi immediately activated the power of ancient weapon Poseidon, summoned a group of huge sea kings living in the deep sea. Started from the bottom of the sea. Rush at full speed towards the island where Buggy and others are. Similar to the scene on 9 Snake Island and the Fishmen Island. It is also happening simultaneously in many other places in this sea. Dressrosa, Cyrus and Rebecca, father and daughter, leading the dwarf warriors of the Tantata tribe. They also set sail without stopping. Wano-kuni, Momonosuke and Yamato. They also led the warriors of Wano-kuni to go out to sea without hesitation. And the ship they were on was a huge warship. It was one of the 3 ancient weapons that had been hidden under Wano-kuni before, Pluto. Not only that, in addition to Momonosuke, Yamato and the warriors, there was another person on the warship. It was Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, who controlled the core power of Pluton. Elbaf, the Giant Country. Prince Loki of the Giant Country, as well as Dory, Brigi and others. Leading a large number of giant warriors. They also set sail as soon as they received the news. In addition, the handsome pirate group led by Cavendish. The Bardo Club led by Bartolomeo. The Eight Treasures Navy led by Lau Kai. And the new giant soldier pirate group led by Helding. And so on and so forth. All the forces under the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. They all rushed over from all over the Grand Line at the first opportunity. On the Revolutionary Army side, led by Sabo and Ivankov, they also gathered half of the Revolutionary Army. They rushed to support Luffy as quickly as possible. And Dragon led the other half of the Revolutionary Army. They were ready to take advantage of the great opportunity when the world government and naval headquarters came out in full force. They went to attack the unguarded holy land of Mariajoy. For a moment, it can be said that the focus of the whole world was almost on the island closest to Raftel. The picture was frozen here. Dense bullet screens floated across the screen again. Hiss. Big scene. Absolutely big scene. At this time, Luffy, the background king, played his role. Luffy hadn't even arrived at the last island yet, and all his backgrounds had already rushed over impatiently. Closing square bracket. Is this the appeal of the background king? It's really terrifying. No, this can't be called appeal. After all, Luffy hasn't called yet. I guess he doesn't even know what happened at this moment, ha ha ha. With so many forces gathered, the scene will be quite spectacular when they fight. More than spectacular, it gives me a feeling that the finale is coming soon. Looking at it this way, I feel that the 5 elders are not enough to fight. Yeah, 3 admirals, 7 seraphim and 5 elders, this is not enough for the opponent. What's more, there is an undercover Kizaru among the 3 admirals, ha ha ha. Wait, isn't this the inventory of Buggy God tier? How did it develop to this point, or inexplicably became Luffy's background show? No way, who let King Luffy have the aura of the protagonist? But then again, to a certain extent, isn't it Buggy God tier? Is this a manifestation of Conqueror's luck? 5 elders gathered so many people to get rid of Buggy God tier. If they only rely on Buggy God tier and the Cross Guild, I think it will be difficult to resist. But 5 elders also wanted to involve Luffy, the background king, in this. Isn't this a setback? Perhaps after this ultimate battle, Buggy God tier will be able to win without any effort. Yes, maybe Buggy God tier will become the pirate king inexplicably, Doghead. However, compared to this development direction, I am more looking forward to Buggy God tier continuing to show Kamui, just like he defeated 5 elders and Blackbeard in seconds before. Yes, Buggy God tier is the most unfathomable man in this sea, and the battle just now did not show his full strength at all. 0. The next ultimate battle may be the stage for him to truly show his full strength. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Rocks D. Zebek. Wow, so many forces are all gathering towards that last island. This is even more magnificent than the Battle of God Valley that I fought in the past. John. I have to say, the background of Straw Hat Boy is really terrifying. When those guys heard that Straw Hat Boy might be in danger, they all rushed over without caring about anything. Silver Axe. Have you noticed? If all these people gather together, the 3 ancient weapons will be equivalent to gathering together. Akoku. Yes, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates has the power of Uranus, the mermaid princess of the Fishmen Island has the power of Poseidon, and the princess of Alabasta directly drove Pluton over. This scene is probably trying to destroy the world directly. Shiki. Originally, I thought the lineup of the world government and naval headquarters was already exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect that the lineup of Buggy the Clown and the Straw Hat Boys was even more exaggerated. Kaido. If the forces just shown in the video are gathered together. Will the 5 elders fight with their heads? Charlotte Linlin. I really never thought that the world government and naval headquarters would become the weaker side one day. Edward Newgate. Gulala, it looks like there will be a very exciting show to watch next. Gall D. Roger. No matter what the final result of this ultimate battle is, this sea will definitely be hit by an unprecedented huge impact. Shanks. I hope Buggy and Luffy will have good luck next. Monkey D. Garp. Maybe, we can witness a brand new history through this video. Jago Lucia Satansheng. Humph. Our world government has maintained its rule for 800 years, but it can be shaken so easily. No matter how many enemies there are, the only one who will win in the end is our world government. Under the close attention and expectation of everyone. On the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The 7th day after Shanks' death. Buggy still sits in front of the other party's grave like a statue. During these 7 days, Buggy has not moved at all. He did not eat a bite of food or drink a sip of water. He did not say a word. He just sat in front of Shanks' grave. His eyes were fixed on Shanks' tombstone. His eyes were full of bloodshot. His face was a deep expression he had never had before. The people of the Cross Guild were very tactful and did not disturb Buggy. They silently guarded the periphery of the island. Just as the sun of the 7th day just rose from the sea level. On the sea not far from the island, a pirate ship slowly approached from a distance. On the fluttering pirate flag, there was a skull logo wearing a straw hat. It was the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and his companions. Finally, they successfully arrived at this island, which was only one step away from Raftel. It was also the island where an unprecedented ultimate battle was about to break out. 2. Chapter 94. Alliance is reached. The army is coming. The final battle officially begins. On the deck of the Sunny, Luffy stood at the bow. He looked at the island that was getting closer and closer. His face was full of expectation. That's the island closest to Raftel, right? When we set sail again from that island, our destination will be the final island, Raftel. Behind Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and other companions were also excited. Because of some special reasons. They arrived later than Blackbeard, Shanks and Buggy. And they have lost contact with the outside world in the past few days. So at this moment, they still don't know what happened on this island. They don't know what kind of battle will be waiting for them next. At this moment, everyone's heart. There is only expectation and joy for arriving at the final island, Raftel. Fit. As the Sunny continued to approach the island in front, everyone soon noticed something wrong. Usopp, a sniper, was the first to react. He picked up a telescope and put it in front of him. He looked towards the island ahead. Then he said with a serious expression, "Luffy, there are already people on that island. I saw Hawkeye and Crocodile. They are from the Cross Guild. They actually arrived here before us." 78. There seemed to be traces of a battle on the island. After hearing Usopp's words, everyone's expressions became serious. Zoro couldn't help but put his hands on the hilt of the knife at his waist. There was a flash of excitement and eagerness in his eyes. Is Hawkeye here too? That's great. On the side, Sanji frowned slightly. Are there traces of a battle on the island? Then it seems that those who arrived on the island before us. It's not just the 523 that has only the Cross Guild. Jinbei crossed his arms and looked thoughtful. Who will be the other party that will fight against the Cross Guild? Is it the Red Hair Pirates? Or the Blackbeard Pirates? Nami stroked her hair and said, I remember that Buggy and Shanks seemed to have been trainees of the Roger Pirates, right? Given the relationship between the two of them, such a war should not break out. I feel that the other party should be more likely to be the Blackbeard Pirates. Chopper held a large marshmallow in his hand and ate it while saying, Lytime, did the Blackbeard Pirates and the Cross Guild arrive here before us? If it weren't for the previous incident, we wouldn't have been delayed for so many days. Robin slowly closed the book in his hand and chuckled. Maybe the Red Hair Pirates arrived earlier than us. It is even possible that they have already set off for Raftel one step ahead. Frankie took a sip of Coke and said frankly, Don't worry, even if we are the last to arrive here. Quote, with the Sunny, we will definitely be able to catch up. Brook put down the violin in his hand and said with a smile. No matter what, the one who will become the Pirate King in the end. It will definitely be our Captain Luffy. Yo ho ho. Everyone was chatting with each other. There was not much tension in their expressions. Looked quite calm. And Luffy was sitting on the lion bow of the Sunny. Looked into the distance. Reached out and pressed the straw hat on his head. Quote. It's finally almost time for us to meet as agreed. This straw hat, I will be able to return it to you in person soon. With such expectations, The Sunny soon docked at the shore of the island. Luffy and others got off the ship one after another. Hawkeye and Crocodile had already led the people of the Cross Guild to wait on the shore. They had no intention of attacking the Straw Hat Pirates. They just silently watched the other party land. Zoro's eyes were always on Hawkeye. Sanji, Nami and others looked at Crocodile with hostility. After all, the other party was the culprit who caused the chaos in Alabasta. As Vivi's partners, they naturally still maintain a hostile attitude towards Crocodile today. Luffy took the initiative to greet Crocodile and said with a smile, "Oh, Crocodile, long time no see. You helped me several times when I was in Marineford, thank you so much." Although Crocodile and himself are enemies, but Luffy has always been clear about love and hate. 2 years ago at the Summit War, Crocodile helped him several times. First, he stopped Hawkeye for him. Then, when Ace was about to be executed, he took action to deal with the 2 executioners. After Luffy fell unconscious, Crocodile used a sandstorm to save Luffy from Akainu, rolled him up into the sky, and sent him to Buggy's arms. Luffy later heard about this incident from Jinbei and remembered it in his heart. Facing Luffy's thanks, Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth and had no expression on his face. He did not express anything. Hawkeye looked at Luffy and said in a deep voice, "Shanks is your guide, right? He was buried on the hillside in the center of the island. If you want to see him again, go there to see him." As soon as these words came out, the smile on Luffy's face froze instantly. He widened his eyes. His pupils trembled violently. His face was full of disbelief. The Straw Hat crew behind them were also stunned. They looked very surprised. "What did you say? What does Shanks being buried mean?" Luffy rushed to Hawkeye and asked anxiously. Hawkeye lowered his eyes slightly and replied solemnly, "A few days ago, the Red Hair Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates had a big fight on this island. When we arrived, Shanks had already died at the hands of Blackbeard." After hearing Hawkeye's explanation, Luffy stood there for a long time as if his brain had crashed. Nami behind him couldn't help but cover her mouth and murmured in a low voice, "Elax." After a while, Luffy finally came back to his senses. Then he ran quickly towards the hillside in the center of the island without looking back. Zoro and others did not follow. After all, they were not familiar with Shanks. Their shock and surprise came more from their concern for Luffy's mood. At this time, they couldn't follow and disturb each other. Seeing Luffy leave, Hawkeye set his sights on Zoro again. "I know you want to challenge me and replace me as the world's #1 swordsman. But now is not the time for us to fight. The world government and naval headquarters have dispatched a large number of people, and they are on their way here now. And their purpose, they want to catch both of us in one fell swoop." At this time, Crocodile on the side finally spoke. "According to the intelligence, Kizaru, Fujitora and Green Bull, the 3 admirals, are all dispatched this time. In addition, there are 7 seraphs." At this point, Crocodile suddenly paused. A very unhappy expression appeared on his face. "I get angry when I mention this seraphim, and it seems that this thing is a war weapon cloned from our genes. It is said that it even looks similar to us, which makes people feel uncomfortable just thinking about it." Jinbei nodded and responded, "Yes, we have fought against those seraphim before when we were on Egg Point Island. These seraphim even have the blood characteristics of the Lunaria clan. They are indeed a group of very difficult opponents." Sanji silently lit a cigarette for himself and took a deep breath. After blowing out a few smoke rings from his mouth, Taguchi said, "If that's the case, it seems that now is not the time for our 2 groups to fight. World government and naval headquarters are our common enemies." Zoro loosened his hands that were tightly holding the hilt of the knife, looked at Hawkeye, and said in a deep voice, "Then let's put the duel between us aside for now. If we don't join forces, any one of us alone, I'm afraid it won't be enough to deal with the next war." Quote, after a conversation, both parties quickly reached an agreement. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Cross Guild formed an alliance. Prepare to welcome the upcoming world government and naval headquarters army. The picture freezes here. The translucent barrage floated again. Hiss. Joined forces. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Cross Guild really joined forces. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This saying is really true. Buggy and Luffy have joined forces, the 5 elders are in for a treat. Who would have thought that since Impel Down escaped from prison, Luffy and Buggy would actually work together again? Last time Luffy and Buggy joined forces God tier, and Impel Down was turned upside down by them. Now that the two have joined forces again, I'm afraid that even if the world government and naval headquarters come out in full force, they may not be able to withstand it. It's really a bit sad to say that Buggy and Luffy have been together since the beginning in East Blue. They were at loggerheads with each other, but now that they are almost at the final island, Raftel, they have become allies. Sometimes I have to sigh at the wonder of fate. Shanks. Do you like it? I'll give you my life. Doghead. Buggy and Luffy, they are just like destined enemies. Ha ha ha. No, buddy upstairs, are you a devil? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The camera switches to the hillside in the center of the island. Luffy ran all the way and soon arrived here. He saw Buggy on the top of the mountain at a glance. And the grave in front of Buggy. There was a western sword in front of the tombstone. That was Shanks's sword. It was called Griffin. Seeing the scene in front of him, Luffy slowed down his pace. Silently walked to the tombstone. Standing next to Buggy, he didn't talk to Buggy. Buggy didn't seem to sense Luffy's arrival. Still staring at the front Shanks's tombstone, in a trance. On the top of the mountain, a breeze blew. It seemed that someone was sobbing quietly. The straw hat on Luffy's head was slightly lifted by the breeze. Luffy stood in front of Shanks's tombstone. He did not cry. He did not make a fuss. He just watched everything silently. He had experienced the death of a close person. It seemed that he had learned to hide all the sad emotions deep in his heart. After a while, Luffy slowly raised his hand and took off the straw hat on his head. Then he took a step forward. He gently covered the straw hat on Shanks's tombstone. Shanks, as agreed, I will return this straw hat to you now. Quote. I'm late. After whispering these few words, Luffy also sat down on the ground. Like Buggy, he sat in front of Shanks's grave, staring at the tombstone in front of him, silent. From the beginning to the end, Luffy and Buggy never exchanged even a single word. Time passed in a flash. From morning to noon, the scorching sun hung high above everyone's heads. And at this moment, above the sea in the distance, small black dots slowly emerged. As time went on, those dots also continued to grow in the eyes of the crowd. They turned into warships flying the flags of naval headquarters and world government. Looking around, there were as many as hundreds of ships. Obviously, the army led by 5 elders arrived. The enemy has appeared in sight. Get ready to fight. A pirate in charge of reconnaissance of the Cross Guild shouted to everyone on the island. Suddenly, everyone was in high spirits. Be ready. Ready to fight at any time. Only Luffy and Buggy, still sitting in front of Shanks's tomb like statues. No movement. On the other side, on the sea in the distance, in the cabin of the leading warship, 5 elders sat on the sofa. The room was surrounded by a circle of heavily armored guards. Admirals Kizaru, Fujitora and Green Bull stood in front of 5 elders. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, looking lazy. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Cross Guild have confirmed their alliance. They are all on the island ahead now. It seems that they are waiting for our arrival. It seems that they are not afraid of our troops at all. Fujitora closed his eyes and rubbed his hand slowly on the cane sword in his hand. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Cross Guild have joined forces, and their strength should not be underestimated. The next war will not be an easy battle for us. Green Bull curled his lips and continued. Before coming, Marshal Sakazuki specifically told me. 2.2. We must annihilate all the people in the Straw Hat Pirates and the Cross Guild, and leave no one alive. Although it's a bit difficult, I will definitely try my best. Opposite, the 5 elders sitting on the sofa nodded slightly. He spoke in a deep voice. The gunners should be in place, right? Tell them, wait until the island is within our firing range. Immediately fire a round of bombardment on them. Don't hold back. After the bombardment, the 3 of you will lead the landing. The Seraph will also spare no effort to cooperate with you. 121. Your primary target is the heads of Straw Hat Boy and Buggy the Clown. You can ignore the others for now. But you must take the lives of Straw Hat Boy and Buggy the Clown. The 5 elders spoke in turn. They gave orders to Kizaru and the other 2 in a cold tone. The 3 listened in silence. After waiting for all the orders of the 5 elders to be issued, they then slowly retreated and walked out of the cabin. 100 warships continued to sail quickly towards the island ahead. Soon, the island ahead was within the firing range of the bombardment. Fire! At the command, the cannons on the 100 warships all aimed at the island ahead. Fire together. Boom! Bang! Instantly, the uniform sound of firing continued. One after another, the black shells were fired instantly. A perfect arc was swept through the air. It quickly approached the island ahead. Looking around, there were tens of thousands of shells in the air. It was like a violent storm coming quickly. It seemed to swallow up the entire island. Chapter 95. Feel the pain. All hands on deck. Pluton fires. Not good. It's artillery fire. How can we hide from so many shells? Seeing thousands of shells flying towards this side at a rapid speed, many pirates of the Cross Guild panicked. They were not that strong. They had no ability to resist such a level of artillery fire. There was no place to hide. However, Hawkeye, Crocodile and the Straw Hat Pirates were all very calm. Even the cowardly trio, Nami, Usopp and Chopper did not have much fear on their faces at this moment. They had experienced too many big scenes along the way. It was just an ordinary artillery fire. It was not a threat to them at all. Everyone got ready. They were ready to fight back. But at this moment, slave arrow. A cold female voice sounded from the sea not far away. A pirate ship towed by 2 huge snakes was coming quickly from that direction. At the same time, one after another, pink heart arrows shot out from the deck of the pirate ship. There were hundreds of them densely packed. Those pink heart arrows hit the shells in the air accurately. And those shells that were hit, all were completely petrified in an instant. Then they lost their momentum and fell straight into the sea below. It's the 9 Snakes pirates led by the pirate queen Boa Hancock. A pirate from the Cross Guild suddenly shouted loudly when he saw this scene. Hearing this, Sanji and Brook, 2 old perverts, stretched their necks and looked in that direction. Soon they were on the deck of the Perfume Snake. They saw a graceful figure. It was the pirate queen, Boa Hancock. Hancock stood on the deck of the Perfume Serpent. His beautiful eyes looked at the people on the island. He tried to find Luffy among them. However, he still couldn't find him. Where is Luffy? He should be fine, right? I hope I'm not too late. Hancock's beautiful face was filled with deep worry, and he whispered to himself. Hancock, why is that woman here? Crocodile also looked in the direction of Perfume Serpent number 13. A hint of confusion and puzzlement appeared on his face. Jinbei smiled without much surprise. It seems that our reinforcements have arrived. With Hancock's attack, the shells flying towards the island where everyone was suddenly reduced a lot. But the remaining number was still very scary. Everyone was preparing to continue to respond. However, the next moment, huge figures suddenly jumped out from under the sea not far ahead. They were huge sea kings. These sea kings either spit out thick water guns from their mouths, or they turn their bodies and raise huge waves. The sea water rushed towards the shells in the air, wave after wave, under the impact of such sea water. Suddenly, many shells were offset from rushing forward. They fell powerlessly into the sea below. Huge waves were blown up. Then, a mermaid with long pink wavy hair emerged from the seabed, surrounded by a group of huge sea kings. She turned her head and looked at the Straw Hat crew on the shore. She waved her hands vigorously at them. She shouted, "Everyone, I'm here to help you." Seeing this scene, the Straw Hat crew also showed a touch of surprise on their faces. It's Shirahoshi-chan. Sanji's eyes were full of hearts, and he was so excited that he twisted around like a maggot. Nami also waved at Shirahoshi in response with great joy. Shirahoshi, even you are here. And us. At this time, another shout suddenly came from the shells. I saw the shells that were still flying forward in the air. At this moment, there seemed to be tiny figures like fleas moving quickly. And the shells that were touched by those figures. Soon, it completely lost its forward momentum. It also fell down powerlessly. Usopp seemed to have thought of something. He immediately picked up the telescope and looked at the tiny figure. Then a surprised smile quickly appeared on his face. It's Leo and others from the Tontata tribe. The warriors of the dwarf tribe are here too. Usopp's voice had just fallen. Another shout came from another direction. I'm here to help you too. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Soon, a huge black warship was seen on the sea in that direction. Two figures stood on the bow of the warship. They were Yamato and Vivi. And above the huge warship, at this moment, a pink dragon was hovering. The previous shout, it was from the mouth of this pink dragon. The pink dragon suddenly opened its mouth towards the shells in front. A hot breath of fire spewed out of its mouth. In an instant, many shells were destroyed. Rumbling explosions continued from the flames. It's Momoko, and Vivi and Yamato. The Wano-kuni warriors are here too. Chopper jumped around excitedly with a smile of surprise on his face. But this is not over yet. Then, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet's forces, such as the Handsome Pirates, the Bardo Club, and the Eight Treasures Navy, took turns to wait for people. Everyone showed their magical powers like the Eight Immortals crossing the sea. Soon, all the tens of thousands of shells that were originally densely packed in the air were solved. On the island, the pirates of the Cross Guild had already been stunned at this moment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The voice trembled and said, "What's going on? Why are there so many people all of a sudden?" Quote. They all seem to be here to support the Straw Hat crew. Wow, there are so many forces under the Straw Hat crew. The picture freezes here. Dense bullet comments floated across the screen. Spectacular. It's really spectacular. So many forces arrived one after another, taking turns to help the Straw Hat crew resolve this wave of artillery fire. The scene is really spectacular. Alpaca. Lousy is going to burn. This is the benefit of having a background. The Straw Hat Pirates don't even need to take action themselves, and they can easily resolve a wave of crises. What is the foundation of a sect? This is the foundation of a sect. This scene undoubtedly proves the saying again. Navigation is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly affairs. 5 elders must be confused when they see this scene. Ha ha ha. 5 elders. Didn't we agree to deal with only the Cross Guild and the Straw Hat Pirates? Why did so many people suddenly appear? Dog head. 5 elders. Are you the world government or am I the world government? How come you are better at shaking people than me? Dog head. Straw Hat Pirates. Oh, stupid 5 elders, feel the pain. Dog head. Straw Hat Pirates. How many floors can you carry a bag of rice? Dog head. Pain. Damn, you even steal my lines. Don't you have your own lines? Dog head. By the way, the enemy is almost at the doorstep. Why haven't Luffy and Buggy shown up yet? Yeah, they are still sitting in front of Shanks' grave, right? These two big brothers are really not in a hurry at all. Haha, what do you know? After all, the protagonist always appears last. I don't know when Buggy God Tier will attack again. I haven't had enough of the previous wave of attacks yet. Yeah, I feel that Buggy God Tier's strength must be more than what he showed before. I even suspect, Buggy God Tier has been sitting in front of Shanks' grave for so many days. Is he actually undergoing the kind of enlightenment similar to that in fantasy novels? When Buggy God Tier's enlightenment is over, won't his realm skyrocket and he can destroy the world with a wave of his hand? Dog head 2. Hiss. Don't tell me, this is really possible. Are we about to see the whole world being torn apart by Buggy God Tier? Looking forward. Opening square bracket -- closing square bracket. Rocks D. Zebek. Tisk tisk tisk. I have to say, the scene in the video is really spectacular. John. That's right, this scene always gives me a feeling that after this war, the whole world may be destroyed. Silver Axe. If ordinary forces face the previous wave of bombardment of tens of thousands of shells, they will be washed away by artillery fire in an instant, and the whole island will be reduced to October ruins. Akoku. However, Straw Hat Crew and the Cross Guild don't even need to take action personally, and they can easily resolve this wave of attacks perfectly. Shiki. If I can also gather so many forces under my command, it would be great. Then I can rule the world in minutes. Gal D. Roger. Haha, Shiki, just because you have the idea of ruling the world, you can't gather so many forces like in the video. Edward Newgate. Gulala. If you want to have the support and loyalty of so many forces, you can never do it by relying on force alone. Kaido. Now that the ultimate battle has officially begun, I am really looking forward to the development of the next battle. Charlotte Linlin. Well, compared to this, I am more looking forward to Buggy the Clown's next move, just like those comments just now. Douglas Bullet. I don't know how long Buggy the Clown will sit there, let's see his true strength soon. Baroric Redfield. Those comments just now even said that Buggy the Clown can destroy the entire world alone and make the entire world fall apart. I don't know if it's true or false. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Tens of thousands of artillery fire were easily resolved. Even the 5 elders and the 3 admirals were a little surprised. So many people. It's really lively. Kizaru stood on the deck of the leading warship. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at the scene in front of him, and said slowly. Fujitora closed his eyes and stroked the cane sword in his hand, and said in a deep voice. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, is indeed the most special pirate I have ever met. He is just a teenager, but he has such a terrifying appeal. Green Bull looked at the various forces coming from a distance, his face was very solemn. So many forces came to help Straw Hat Crew and the Cross Guild. The current situation is far beyond our expectations. The next game, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fight. Kizaru shrugged helplessly, and said faintly. It's hard to fight, but we have to fight. Quote, those 5 are in the cabin behind us, watching the battle all the time. Just as the 3 admirals were talking. On the sea not far away, another huge pirate ship was coming quickly from a distance. And on the deck of the pirate ship, the figures standing there were all very tall. They were the reinforcements from the giant country Elbaf. 3 figures stood at the front of the deck. They were the prince of the giant country Loki. And Dory and Brigi. Loki looked at the scene in front. He said in a deep voice. We seem to be a step late. We didn't catch up with the excitement just now. On the side, Dory and Brigi laughed. Ga ba ba ba. It doesn't matter, since we didn't fire the cannonballs just now. Then give me a big gift as compensation, said. Dory and Brigi took a few steps forward in tacit understanding. Arrived at the bow, the 2 stood side by side, one on the left and one on the right. They almost raised their weapons synchronously. They bent their knees slightly and exerted force. The muscles on their arms bulged high. A terrifying power slowly gathered between their weapons. It should be on the warship in the front, right? Let's meet the highest combat power of the naval headquarters first. Dory and Brigi laughed and said. The target was aimed at the front ship among the 100 warships. It was the warship where the 3 admirals and the 5 elders were. Hakoku, accompanied by Dory and Brigi's roar in unison. The next moment, the weapons in the hands of the 2 men swung violently. An extremely terrifying shock wave instantly blasted out from the weapons of the 2 men. It attacked the warship where the 3 admirals and the 5 elders were. Wherever this shock wave passed, the sea surface below seemed to be directly split apart. The momentum was extremely terrifying. On the deck of the leading warship opposite, Kizaru saw this scene and said faintly, Hey, this is really an incredible blow. If it is hit by this blow, our warship will be instantly blown to pieces. While speaking, Kizaru took out his hands that were originally inserted in his pockets. He raised his hands slowly, arms forward evenly, palms flush with the chest, palms spread outward, and Fujitora and Green Bull next to him also made the same movements as him. After the 3 of them formed such a formation, with their palms facing outwards. Dory and Brigi jointly launched Hakoku, which had already arrived in front of the warship at a very fast speed. However, the terrifying shock wave was like hitting an invisible transparent wall. No matter what, it could no longer move forward. Bang! Boom! The violent impact exploded and spread in front of the warship. The surrounding sea surface was all stirred up by huge waves. However, the warship where Kizaru and others were located was not affected at all and was safe and sound. The armament hockey defense barrier cast by the 3 admirals was enough to perfectly block this attack. Didn't it work? It seems that the top combat power of the naval headquarters is really capable. Ga ba ba. Seeing that the domination of the sea that they cast did not cause any substantial damage to the opponent, Dory and Brigi were not annoyed, but slowly retracted their weapons. At the same time, on the other side, Vivi was at the bow of the huge battleship, Pluton. Her face also showed an eager expression. The Marine Admiral's methods are really powerful. I wonder if I let Pluton fire a shot. Can I break their defense? Chapter 96 Buggy's Plan. East Blue's 13 Tigers show up. Thinking this in her heart, Vivi immediately took action. She suddenly stretched out her hands. She placed both white palms on a spherical control panel in front of her. She slowly closed her eyes. Her mind was completely immersed in it. The next moment, the huge cannon barrel at the bow of Pluton began to slowly turn its direction. The dark muzzle was aimed at the direction of the warships of World Government and Naval Headquarters. Then, violent energy began to accumulate at the muzzle of Pluton. A terrifying breath that seemed to be able to destroy the world also emanated from the muzzle. It is rumored that Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, can destroy an island with one shot. I don't know if it's true or not, Vivi thought to herself as she controlled Pluton to accumulate energy. In fact, Vivi has never been a warlike person. When Alabasta was in turmoil, she didn't even want anyone to die. But now, her father Cobra died at the hands of the world government. This has greatly changed Vivi's mentality, especially towards the world government and the 5 elders. She is full of hostility. The purpose of her firing this shot is not to kill as many soldiers of the world government and naval headquarters as possible. She wants to weaken the enemy's top combat power as much as possible before the battle starts. Vivi knows very well, even with the power of the ancient weapon Pluton, if you want to fight against naval headquarters and world with the top combat power of the government, it is unrealistic to cause any huge damage to the enemy. But as long as the enemy's top combat power can be weakened, that is enough. She herself does not have any strong combat power. She cannot provide any useful help to Luffy and others. She can only do what she can in this way. Her mind raced. Pluto's cannon quickly accumulated enough energy. The next moment, an extremely thick laser suddenly shot out from the muzzle of Pluton. It attacked the fleet in front fiercely with a might that seemed to be able to destroy the world. The thick laser seemed to contain a very terrifying heat. Wherever the laser passed, the sea water below it was instantly burned hot. Thick steam came out. On the opposite side, on the deck of the leading warship, feeling the terrifying laser cannon that was coming quickly. Kizaru, the faces of Fujitora, Green Bull and the other 2 changed drastically. Hey, this attack is no joke. Kizaru's face rarely showed a serious look. Fujitora clenched the cane knife in his hand and said in a deep voice. If we are hit by this attack, our people will definitely suffer extremely tragic casualties. Green Bull's face showed a trace of panic. Only the 3 of us. I'm afraid there is no way to block this attack. Fujitora suddenly pulled the cane knife in his hand out of the scabbard and drew a purple circle above his head. You have to block it even if you can't. As the voice fell, a strong gravitational force burst out from the circle above Fujitora's head. Then, dozens of huge black shadows fell. The camera moved upward. Then there were dozens of huge meteorites. At this moment, it is breaking through the clouds. It is falling down at a very fast speed. On the meteorites, there are still raging flames. It's really a headache. This mission is really not easy at all. Kizaru murmured twice. Then his figure turned into a flash of light and suddenly rose into the air. Yashikani no Magatama. The dense laser rain was fired by Kizaru, rushing quickly towards the approaching terrifying laser cannon in front. In front of Pluton's laser cannon, Kizaru's Yasukani no Magatama actually looked a little small. It looked like a drizzle. Damn, I can only bite the bullet. Green Bull cursed in a low voice. Then he had no choice but to take action. I saw countless thick branches extending from his 10 fingers. While rushing forward quickly, they were still intertwined in the air to form a huge tree shield. At the same time, on the warships nearby, 7 Seraphim and dozens of pacifists also moved synchronously. They all launched attacks on the approaching laser cannon in front. The next moment, countless attacks collided fiercely with Pluton's laser cannon on the open sea. Bang! Boom! A deafening and violent explosion sounded. An extremely strong shock wave spread out from the center of the collision and explosion to the surroundings. All the ships on the surrounding sea were pushed back at least hundreds of meters. Even the Straw Hat Pirates and the Cross Guild who were on the island at the moment. They could all feel the impact of a gale comparable to more than 10 levels. Many people were blown so hard that they couldn't even stand steadily and staggered. The sea surface below the center of the explosion, a pit nearly 1,000 meters deep, appeared briefly. The earth was shaking. The sky was shaking. Seawater was pouring back. Such a horrifying scene lasted for dozens of seconds. 0145124113 Filu 181410040. It just began to slowly weaken. Until it completely subsided. Everyone was stunned. The power of Pluto's shot. It was obviously far beyond their imagination. Of course, such a terrifying attack naturally cannot be without any cost. On the bow of the huge battleship, after Vivi controlled Pluton to fire this shot, her face instantly turned pale. Her body shook slightly a few times, as if she was a little unstable. Luckily, Yamato came forward from the back in time to hold her steady. Vivi's breath also became much weaker. For a short time, she could no longer control Pluton to attack at the same level as before. And on the opposite fleet, Admirals Kizaru, Fujitora and Green Bull were also panting slightly. A lot of cold sweat was dripping from their foreheads. Apparently, the previous wave of attacks had consumed a lot of their physical strength. But fortunately, they also successfully blocked Pluton's attack. There were no serious casualties. The picture froze. The army of bullet comments passed by. Hiss. Vivi is so fierce. He said he would fire, and he fired without hesitation. The power of Pluton is really terrifying. If it weren't for the 3 admirals, 7 seraphim and dozens of pacifists who joined together to resist, this shot would have been difficult to block. As expected of an ancient weapon that claims to be able to destroy an island with one shot, it's really terrifying. Although Vivi's operation did not cause any substantial damage, Kizaru and the others' physical strength was consumed a lot, which indirectly weakened the enemy's combat support. This war is really quite exciting. It has made such a big noise at the beginning. Of course, such an unprecedented and ultimate battle, it is impossible not to make a big noise. I am now waiting to see when Buggy God Tier can make another move. In my heart, this is the biggest attraction of this war. Yes, compared to Luffy's funny and abstract fighting style in Nika form, it feels still Buggy God Tier's chop fruit is cooler. If Buggy God Tier can really tear the whole world apart with one move, it would be awesome. I think we might really see such a scene later. After all, this video is Buggy's personal inventory video, and all the current content is guessed by the host. Since it is all guessed, why not guess bolder, Doghead Worker? That's right, I think the host can be bolder. In this video, Buggy God Tier should be invincible. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Shiki. Good guy. The power of this Pluto is really amazing. It actually takes so many strong people to work together to resist it before it can barely stop it. Burndy Wold. If I can get this huge battleship, combined with my Momo Fruit ability, wouldn't the destructive power be even more terrifying? Rox D. Zebek. If Lousy would have been so lucky to have such an ancient weapon, he would have definitely ruled the world long ago. John. But then again, these comments remind me, isn't this video Buggy's personal review video? Why are all the people who are in the limelight now the Straw Hat Boys? Silver Axe. Yeah, just now in a trance, I even thought this video was still continuing the content of the previous video, still reviewing the background of the Straw Hat Boys. Akoku. Where's Buggy? He hasn't had a role for a long time. Why doesn't he get up quickly? Gall D. Roger. Ha 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 ha, you guys are really impatient, I have a feeling. It will be Buggy's turn to show off his skills soon. In the viewing screen, the video continues to play, as the two sides fired a wave of artillery fire at each other. Soon, the real battle officially began. Kizaru, Fujitora and Green Bull, the 3 admirals, took the lead. Before the warships approached the island ahead, they had already landed in advance. Following them, there were 7 seraphim. Seeing these war machines that looked and acted very similar to themselves, Crocodile, Hawkeye, Hancock and other former 7 warlords of the sea all had strange expressions. Only Jinbei had seen these seraphim once before on Danjian Island, so he had to get used to it. The four of them faced off against the seraphim made with themselves as samples. A great battle between the original and the counterfeit unfolded. However, since the seraphim not only possessed some of the original's abilities, but also possessed the powerful racial talents of the Lunaria people, even the originals such as Hawkeye and Crocodile could not defeat these counterfeits that looked very similar to themselves in a short time. 7 seraphim. 4 of them were restrained by the original. The remaining 3 were copies of Bear, Moria and Doflamingo. They were stopped by Yamato, Dory and Brigi respectively. As for the 3 admirals Kizaru, Fujitora and Green Bull, they also met their opponents. Kizaru was stopped by Sanji. Fujitora faced Zoro. Green Bull fought with Loki, the prince of the giant kingdom. For a while, the top combat forces of both sides were restrained accordingly. It was impossible to tell the winner for a while. The armies of both sides also started fighting immediately afterwards. The battle was very fierce. It was hard to tell. Judging from the current situation, both sides were evenly matched. It seemed that no one could do anything to anyone in a short time. In the cabin of the warship headed by the world government, the 5 elders also noticed the situation on the battlefield at the first time. They looked serious and said in a deep voice, quote, "The support force of the Straw Hat Pirates is indeed far beyond our imagination. I didn't expect that we brought so many people, but still couldn't do anything to the other side." Quote, quote. This is even when the 2 captains, Straw Hat Boy and Buggy the Clown, didn't take action. Fortunately, the 5 of us followed, otherwise we might not be able to do anything to the Straw Hat Pirates and the Cross Guild. Then they looked forward. Their eyes seemed to fall on the island through the obstruction of the cabin. The Straw Hat Boy and Buggy the Clown are now in the center of the island. There are only 2 of them there, and they can't spare time to help them in a short time. In that case, then let's go to the center of the island together. The 5 of us will work together to fight quickly and try to kill Straw Hat Boy and Buggy Oda as soon as possible. After some discussion, the 5 elders quickly reached a consensus. A wisp of black fog began to flow out of their bodies. And then a strange breath instantly filled the cabin. The next moment, the center of the island, on the hillside where Luffy and Buggy were, 5 dark pentagram magic circles suddenly appeared on the ground around the 2. Black fog surged in the magic circle. A strange aura instantly spread around. 5 huge and ferocious monsters slowly emerged in the pentagram magic circle. The 5 monsters surrounded Luffy and Buggy in the middle. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared at the 2. Straw Hat Boy, Buggy the Clown, today is the day you 2 die. The voices of the 5 elders were full of hostility, and they were all ferocious. It seemed that they were sentencing Luffy and Buggy to death. Until this moment, Luffy, who had been sitting in front of Shanks's tomb, slowly stood up. He glanced at the 5 elders around him. He was ready to launch the 5th gear to fight. But at this moment, a low voice came from the side. "Straw Hat Boy, take your friends away from this island and go to Raftel. These guys, leave it to me." Luffy was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look. Buggy, who had been sitting for 7 days, finally stood up slowly. He looked serious and earnest. Luffy looked at him and asked, "Aren't you going to Raftel?" Buggy shook his head slightly. "Going to Raftel has never been my dream, but Shanks's. But now that guy is dead, I have completely lost the idea of becoming the Pirate King. For me, Tendulu is no different from other islands in this sea." Quote. Luffy nodded, not quite understanding, and asked again, "But if we leave, your Cross Guild alone can't handle so many enemies, right? These guys are very strong." After hearing Luffy's words, Buggy suddenly smiled. He looked at Luffy. His expression was calm. He spoke confidently and calmly. "Straw Hat Boy, you don't think you are the only one who can get so many people to help you. I have been dormant in East Blue for 22 years. If you think I have really done nothing in these 22 years, you are totally wrong." The moment Buggy finished speaking, on the sea not far from the island, I don't know when there were 13 pirate ships again. They are heading here quickly. And at the bows of these 13 pirate ships, there are tall and mighty figures standing there. Chapter 97 Buggy strikes again. The real power of annihilation. Absolute invincibility. BB. Luffy looked curiously at the 13 newly appeared pirate ships on the sea not far away. The 13 powerful figures standing on the bow of the pirate ship. It made him feel very familiar. But also very strange. At this moment, even the 5 elders couldn't help but turn their heads in that direction. Because they felt an extremely powerful aura from the 13 figures. There is no doubt. These 13 figures that suddenly appeared. Each one is at least as powerful as the Seraph. And once these 13 people join the battlefield, the balance of the battlefield that was originally evenly matched will definitely be broken in an instant. Those guys, are they all under the command of Buggy the Clown? But on this sea, when did so many powerful people appear that we never knew before? The 5 elders were shocked at this moment. An ominous premonition enveloped them all. And the next moment, I saw on the sea not far away, the figures standing at the bows of the 13 pirate ships suddenly flashed. And when they appeared again, they had landed on the island, and soon came to Buggy, Luffy and others. "Hey, Luffy, long time no see." One of the middle-aged women with a bloated figure and orange curly hair greeted Luffy very enthusiastically. Luffy looked at the other party, with a look of surprise on his face. Quote ... question mark exclamation mark quote. "Why are you here?" The middle-aged woman held a cigarette in her mouth and smiled. "This matter is quite complicated to explain. Let's wait until this war is over, and then I will explain it to you slowly." Luffy nodded in confusion. Then he looked at another man next to Dayton. When he saw this man, the expression on Luffy's face was as if he had seen a ghost. Quote ... quote. "Haven't you been eaten by the Lord of the Near Sea a long time ago? Why are you still resurrected?" The man who was stared at by Luffy did not respond to his question. Just stood there in silence. It turned out to be the bandit King Sig, who should have been killed by the Lord of the Near Sea a long time ago. In addition to Dayton and Sig, Luffy was not unfamiliar with the other 11 figures. They were Alvida Pirates Captain, Iron Rod, Alvida, former Marine 136,753 Branch Captain, Axeman, Monka, Black Cat Pirates Captain, 100 Stratagems, Klo, Shimotsuki Village Gym Master Shimotsuki Koshiro, owner of Barati, the restaurant on the sea, Red Foot, Zeph, Captain of the Krieg Pirates, Admiral, Krieg, the Krieg Pirates Combat Captain, Demon, Akin, Bounty Hunters Johnny and Joseph, Lobe Town Weapon Shop owner Ippomatsu, Luz, a huge sea beast, Lord of the Near Sea. Looking at the familiar figures in front of him, Luffy felt that his brain seemed to be a little confused. His brain stopped thinking and entered a shutdown state. Buggy looked at him like this. He couldn't help but smile again and said, "Let me introduce you again. The Bandit King, the Fist Saint, the Axe Emperor, and the Stick Girl. The Claw Footman, the Swordsmith, the Sword God, the Sword Saint, the Poseidon, the Warrior, the Ghost Man, and the Knife Forger. They are the 13 cadres I have trained in the 22 years I have been dormant in East Blue. You can also call them the 13 Guardians of East Blue." The picture freezes here. Then, a dense army of bullet comments began to emerge. FK. Explosion. This reversal is too explosive. 13 Tabao of East Blue. This up-host is really talented, he actually did such a big job. One man rules the road, the Bandit King, the Fist Saint, the Axe Emperor, the Stick Girl, the Claws, the Footman, the Forger, the Sword God, the Sword Saint, the Poseidon, the Warrior, the Ghost, the Knife Man. Don't tell me, these titles really sound like that. As the saying goes, wild history may not be true, but it must be wild enough. This time I completely understand the meaning of this sentence. But to be honest, if you think about it carefully, these guesses made by the up-host are not impossible. With Buggy God Tier's strength and wisdom, how could he really have been in East Blue for 22 years? Yes, since Buggy God Tier has been in East Blue for so long, East Blue must have his layout and backup. And this East Blue 13 Guardians, it is very likely that they are really Buggy God Tier's layout and backup plan. I even think that the reason why East Blue is the weakest of the 4 seas is not just because Garp would take care of a group of pirates every time he went back to see Luffy. More reasons may be that those real strong men in East Blue have all been taken in by God Tier. Hiss. That makes sense. Quite reasonable. Whether East Blue is in chaos or not, Buggy God Tier has the final say. Perhaps the bandit King Sig and the Lord of the Near Sea were also instructed by Buggy, so they specially cooperated with Shanks to play a drama to make Luffy determined to become the Pirate King. Even after Luffy went to sea, his experiences and encounters in East Blue may actually be all arranged by Buggy God Tier. As Buggy God Tier helping Shanks to guide Luffy step by step on the path they want. Hiss. Looking at it this way, Buggy God Tier does have a bit of the feeling of the big boss behind the scenes who is in control of everything. I said Buggy God Tier is definitely not that simple. With the appearance of East Blue 13 Taibao, Buggy God Tier is finally going to officially start showing off. I didn't expect that East Blue 13 Taibao actually has powerful top combat power. So, Buggy's forces are even more powerful than Luffy's reinforcements combined. Hiss. Worthy of being Buggy God Tier. Buggy God Tier is awesome. Since the forces under his command are so awesome, how terrifying must Buggy God Tier's own strength be? I am increasingly convinced that Buggy God Tier really has the combat power to tear the whole world apart. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The appearance of East Blue 13 Taibao. The army of bullet comments is boiling again. And the same boiling. And the audience in the movie chat group. Dayton, Sieg, Alvida, Crow. Hey, how come this video is getting more and more outrageous? Krieg. Yeah, the previous part was fine, why did Lousy get dragged into it all of a sudden, and even said that Lousy was one of the 13 Guardians of East Blue. Agent. It's hard to say whether the previous content is true or false, but East Blue's promotion to the 13 Guardians. We, the parties involved, are not aware of it. Shimotsuki Koshiro. Hee. After all, before this video started, the narration had added that the content of this video was the video creator's guess, and the authenticity was not guaranteed. Johnny. But East the title of Blue 13 Protectors does sound pretty cool. Joseph. And the strength of us in this video is enough to rival those top masters, which is really a great way for me to satisfy my desire. Ippenmatsu. Haha, if only I could be as powerful as in the video. I really hope that what is in the video is true. Isn't this a kind of romance for men? Sengoku. So, the 13 protectors in the video are actually fake. I almost took it seriously just now, and thought that there are so many top masters hidden in East Blue that we don't know about. Rox D. Zebek. If what is in the video is true, then Buggy the Clown is really too scary. He has been dormant in East Blue for 22 years and has trained more than 2 top masters as his subordinates. Gal D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Regardless of whether this is true or not, the content in this video still looks very cool. Edward Newgate. Gulala. Yes, this reversal in the video is indeed quite exciting. I was completely stunned just now. Shanks. Haha. Regardless of the authenticity of the content of this video, it is really exciting. Kaido. In this case, why not let this video develop in a more exciting direction, such as those comments always mention that the whole world will be torn apart. Charlotte Linlin. Well, to be honest, I really want to see the scene where Buggy the Clown destroys the 5 elders BDCD and world government alone. It's really exciting. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Listening to Buggy's introduction, Luffy nodded, not quite understanding. For Luffy's simple and pure brain, it was simply impossible to accept and digest so much information at once. So he simply gave up thinking, no longer delving into the twists and turns. Buggy turned his head and looked at the East Blue 13 Taibao, and said in a deep voice, "You take people to take over the battlefield over there." With Buggy's order, everyone nodded in unison. Then the figures flashed and disappeared on the spot. They soon came to the main battlefield where the 2 sides fought. Shimotsuki Koshiro came to Zoro with a knife and blocked the attack of Admiral Fujitora for him. Teacher. Zoro looked at Koshiro with a look of surprise on his face. While fighting with Fujitora, Koshiro smiled and said to Zoro, "Leave this guy to me. You guys have more important things to do. Hurry up and leave here." On the other side, Zeph also came to Sanji's side. He started fighting Kizaru on his behalf. Grandpa Zeph. Seeing the person coming, Sanji was so surprised that the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Zeph turned around and smiled at him. "Long time no see, Sanji. Let's talk about the old times later," now you should leave here first. Similar scenes were staged one after another on this battlefield. For a while, the opponents that the Straw Hat Pirates were originally facing were taken over by the East Blue 13. Even the opponents of Hancock, Yamato and Loki were all taken over. The Straw Hat crew who were still fighting hard suddenly became idle. They were separated from this battlefield. Everyone was a little confused. They didn't quite understand what was going on in front of them. At the same time, on the hillside in the center of the island, Buggy turned his eyes back to Luffy, who was still in a daze. "What are you daydreaming about? Get rid of your people from this island. If you run away, don't blame me for killing all of you." After hearing these words from Buggy, Luffy came back to his senses belatedly. He turned his head and looked at the 5 elders around him. And then he looked at Buggy deeply. He asked seriously, "Are you really okay alone?" Buggy seemed to be a little impatient and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here." Hearing this, Luffy was not annoyed. He really did what the other party said and turned around to leave. "Although I don't quite understand what's going on. Thank you anyway." After thanking Buggy, Luffy immediately took steps to meet up with his companions. And at this moment, HMPH, Straw Hat Boy, don't think you can run away like this. We've already said that no matter you are not owed a Buggy, you must die here today. 5 elders shouted coldly. 5 huge and ferocious monsters also moved at the same time. They all attacked Luffy's position. It was obvious that they didn't intend to let him go. Sensing the actions of 5 elders, Luffy paused, prepared to start the 5th gear to fight back. But Buggy's impatient voice sounded again. "Get out of here. Don't waste time." As the voice fell, an invisible wave also burst out from Buggy's body and spread out instantly. Buggy stood there without any big movements. But the space around 5 elders suddenly shattered without any warning at this moment. And the 5 monster-like bodies of 5 elders were shattered together with it. In just a moment, 5 elders the elders were once again like broken building blocks. They were split into countless pieces of different sizes. They fell to the ground helplessly. They looked like piles of useless rubble. "Sigui, Buggy, you are so powerful. I feel like I can't beat you even if I drive in 5th gear." Seeing this scene in front of him, Luffy sighed sincerely. Then he didn't stop. He turned around and ran at full speed to meet his companions. Soon, the Straw Hat Pirates and those forces who came to support Luffy all left the island. Only Buggy, the Cross Guild and the East Blue 13 Tabao were left to continue to fight against the army of naval headquarters and world government. After Luffy and others completely disappeared from his sight, Buggy returned his sight to the 5 piles of fragments in front of him. At this moment, the 5 piles of fragments were wriggling desperately. It seemed that they wanted to put themselves back to their original appearance. Buggy just stared at them blankly. He said with a very disdainful tone, "You old guys really don't learn from your mistakes. I've already defeated the clones that came before. You dare to use your real body to appear in front of me now? Do you think that if it were me, I can't do anything to you? How ridiculous." Accompanied by a cold snort, another invisible wave burst out from Buggy's body, acting on the 5 piles of fragments split from the 5 elders. In an instant, these fragments were just like Blackbeard before. In a very short time, they were split into existences smaller than dust. With a breeze blowing, the 5 elders were completely wiped out of their existence in this world. They couldn't die anymore. After doing all this, Buggy's expression did not change. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. He slowly raised his head and looked up into the sky. Suddenly he spoke in a deep voice. "I know you must be paying attention to this battle right now." "I'm right. I am. Booga, it will be your turn next." Chapter 98 Buggy destroys the world. Yim dies. Red line is torn into pieces. The screen freezes. The army of bullet comments floats past again. Hiss. Buggy God tier is really awesome. Even if the 5 elders came in person, they still couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Buggy God tier in one move. Too strong. Buggy God tier is really too strong. Wow, this plot is so exciting. Buggy God tier is undoubtedly a perfect male protagonist in a cool novel. And it's an invincible type of cool novel. I reasonably suspect that the UP is actually an online writer, and video editing is just his side job. Dog head lamp. Up. I strongly suggest that you write a fan fiction with Buggy God tier as the protagonist. I guarantee to subscribe to it. That's right. Up. Write quickly. The book is smashed without a store. Understand. Dog head. By the way, after solving the 5 elders, Buggy God tier will go to kill right? Look at this content in the video. Buggy God tier seems to have known about the existence of for a long time, and is not afraid of it. Is this the confidence brought by having invincible strength? Love it. Go. Buggy God tier. Go and beat too. Beat. What if is a woman? Then we have to beat him even more. Dog head. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Azamburn v Nasushoro Saint. We were killed so easily by Buggy the Clown. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint. Even if the real body descends, we are still no match for Buggy the Clown. Topman Vochuli Saint. Although the content of this video is very likely fake, it is still very uncomfortable to see us being killed so easily. Marcus Mosh Saint. And judging from the content of this video, the clown Buggy actually knew about the existence of Lord Fegalando Gringu. What kind of monster is this guy? Can we, the 5 elders, really do nothing to him? Jago Lucia Satan. Hey, Gringu, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Can you not put yourself in the shoes of the 5 elders so naturally? Z. Rox D. Zebek. Oh, is it time to fight with John. The king of the world who is said to have lived for more than 800 years. Silver Axe. To be able to live so long, he must have been immortalized by the person who has the ability to use the op fruit, right? Akoku. An old guy who has lived for more than 800 years, how strong can this be? Shiki. From the video, Buggy the Clown doesn't seem to be afraid of at all. I guess he thinks he can still beat him, right? Gal D. Roger. Ha 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 ha. Is Buggy going to fight with It's really exciting. Shanks. Although the authenticity of this video cannot be guaranteed, it's really interesting to see Buggy fight haha. Edward Newgate. If that red-nosed kid can crush like he crushed 5 elders, it would be even more interesting, gurgle. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After the 5 elders were killed instantly by Buggy, the ultimate battle on this island also came to an end soon. Although Marine and World Government dispatched a large number of top combat forces. But the Cross Guild also has Hawkeye, Crocodile and East Blue 13 Tabao. The top combat forces are no less than the enemy. In addition, there is an invincible existence like Buggy. As a result, Marine and World Government can only be crushed. After the war, Buggy dismissed his subordinates. Then he came to the Holy Land Mariajoy on the Red Line alone. The Holy Land of Mariajoy had just experienced a great war. Long led a large force of the Revolutionary Army to attack this place. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the emptiness of this place and take it forcefully. But he obviously underestimated the foundation of the world government's 800 years of rule. Although the 3 Marine admirals, the Seraphs and the 5 elders were not here. But there were still Marine Marshal Akainu, major CP organizations and all the members of the Knights of God guarding here. What's more, in the flower room of Pangu City, there is also a world king who has lived for 800 years. Long and the Revolutionary Army finally suffered a miserable defeat. When Buggy arrived at this holy land, he only saw ruins and traces left after the war. He was alone. His goal was very clear and he approached the flower room of Pangu City. During this period, CPO and the Knights of God tried their best to stop him. But they were all killed instantly by Buggy without exception. Soon, Buggy had already arrived at the flower room of Pangu City. He met the legendary king of the world, Yimu, on the Void Throne. There was not much conversation. The two sides started a war. Yimu possessed a very strange ability. Without touching the opponent, he can cause terrible damage to the enemy with just a glance. Satan had used this method before on Egg Point Island. Satan was even able to blow up the head of Marine Vice Admiral Doberman with just a glance. And there is no doubt that Satan's ability was given to him by As the real owner of this strange ability, this method is even more terrifying in Im's hands. Buggy relies on his powerful hockey to resist and reduce the damage caused by Im's method to a large extent. However, even so, this battle is still impossible to fight as easily and casually as before. Buggy activates the awakened ability of Chop Chop Fruit. He wants to split and kill the opponent directly like he did with 5 elders. Exito. Even if I am is split into countless pieces and becomes a tiny existence that cannot be detected by the naked eye, it will not take long for him to reorganize and recover again. Return to the original appearance. It seems that he is not affected at all. Unlike all the opponents Buggy has encountered before, does not seem to be afraid of Buggy's ability to split into pieces. No matter how much he is split, he can recover quickly. Zack C. As the king of the world, has already become an immortal existence. It is impossible to be wiped out. Such characteristics of give Buggy a headache. No matter how he activates his ability, it seems to be in vain. It is just a waste of his own physical strength. In such a battle, Buggy cannot cause any substantial damage to Instead, IM's weird and unpredictable attack methods are leaving injuries on Buggy little by little. Although each injury is not very serious, it can be accumulated over a long period of time. Buggy's condition is inevitably greatly affected. His physical strength and hockey and other aspects are gradually declining. If this continues, it will be difficult to escape defeat in the end. Why can't I kill this guy? Why doesn't my Chop Chop Fruit ability work on him? Looking at who was split into powder by him and then restored intact again, Buggy's face was very solemn. Such questions kept coming to mind. No, my Chop Chop Fruit ability can split him into powder every time. That means, my ability is not ineffective against him. But even if he is hit by a fatal attack, he can still be revived with full blood again and again. Quote. Is this guy really immortal? Buggy kept thinking in his heart. But he soon noticed something wrong. As was revived again and again. The flowers that were originally planted with many flowers and plants and full of vitality. At this moment, it has become dead. Those flowers and plants that were originally thriving. They have all withered and died by now. Quote. Buggy seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He released observation hockey and spread it. It instantly covered the entire Holy Land Mariajoy. Then he soon discovered, it was not just the flowers. The flowers, plants and trees in the entire Holy Land Mariajoy seemed to have died inexplicably during their previous battle. Could it be that his vitality is directly related to the Holy Land Mariajoy, or the entire Red Line? As long as the Holy Land Mariajoy or the Red Line is still there, he can continuously draw vitality from it and revive. Buggy guessed in his heart. In that case, then I'll destroy the entire Red Line for you and see. Buggy's eyes flashed. He quickly made up his mind. The next moment, the strange fluctuations of the awakening ability of Chop Chop Fruit burst out from his body again. But this time it did not act on on the opposite side. Instead, it acted directly on the red line under his feet. Boom! The earth began to shake violently. The ground continued to crack. The entire red line shook along with it. Seeing this, who was originally very calm, suddenly changed his face. What did you do, UBD? Stop it. IM's tone was full of anger and panic. He immediately launched another round of fierce attacks on Buggy. Buggy dodged while dodging and continued to push Chop Chop to the maximum extent. Fruit's ability. Seeing IM's reaction, he smiled and said, "Are you anxious? It seems that my guess is correct. It just so happens that I have long disliked this red line. Why not destroy it completely today?" As Buggy's voice fell, the red line under his feet began to split and collapse. For a moment, the sky shook. The Holy Land Mariajoy collapsed in an instant. It fell into the endless deep sea below. Please give me flowers. The sea was surging everywhere. Countless submarine volcanoes were erupting. Islands around the world began to experience earthquakes, volcanic eruptions and other natural disasters to varying degrees. Above the sky, dark and heavy clouds were gathering. They completely blocked the sunlight. The whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness at this moment. This scene, it was like the end of the world. A-hole, look at what you've done. In the center of the battlefield, stared at Buggy with bloodshot eyes. Endless anger was burning in his heart. Opposite him, Buggy was gasping for breath at this moment. After such a long battle. In addition, He went all out to completely split the red line. Buggy's physical strength was obviously running out. But he had a smile on his face. Shanks once told me, it would be great if this red line that separates the four seas could disappear. In that case, the seas will be completely connected and there will be no more barriers. The world government and celestial dragons will no longer be able to claim to be the descendants of God. 0.0. Now, I have helped him realize his wish, right? That guy can no longer be seen. Muttered in a low voice. Buggy set his sights on I am again. Izo. It's time to end it completely. It's time for an old guy who has lived for 800 years to die. He said. He no longer had any reservations. He burst out all the remaining physical strength, hockey, etc. The fluctuation of the chop fruit's ability once again enveloped I am. The next moment, Im's body began to be torn apart uncontrollably. In just a blink of an eye, it was once again split into a pile of fine dust. The only difference from before was that, this time I am did not recover and reorganize as quickly as before. Instead, with a gust of wind blowing, the dust he split into completely dissipated in the air. The traces of his existence in this world were completely wiped out. It's finally over. After doing all this, Buggy let out a long breath. His physical strength was also completely exhausted. An irresistible feeling of dizziness came over him. Buggy only felt a blackness in front of his eyes. The whole person fell down uncontrollably. And then, along with the continuously collapsing red line, he sank into the endless deep sea. The video stopped abruptly here. The picture on the viewing screen fell into darkness. And then, dense bullet comments floated across the dark screen. FK. Buggy God tier really killed I am. Awesome. The big boss who has lived for more than 800 years was actually co-ed by Buggy God tier. Even the entire red line was torn apart by Buggy God tier. So awesome. The red line collapsed, and from now on the sea will be completely connected and no longer blocked. Buggy God tier really changed the entire world with his own strength. More importantly, this seems to be Shanks's wish a long time ago, and now Buggy God tier has helped him realize it. Buggy God tier really. I'm crying. Work. The scene where the red line was torn apart by Buggy God tier just now really had a taste of destroying the world. Yeah, I would like to call Buggy God tier as a man with the power to destroy the world. Although these contents are all speculations of the up, I have to say that I still felt very painful watching it. This can be regarded as letting us see a completely different Buggy God tier. A veritable clown emperor. And to be honest, Buggy God tier may not be really like in the video, a top-level strong man who was extremely hidden. Yes, just by luck, he succeeded from the original small pirate to the 7 warlords of the sea and now the 4 emperors. Buggy God tier definitely has something real in him. This video is completely over here. I hope that in the subsequent content of the main work, Buggy God tier can also give us hundreds of millions of small shocks. Expectation +1. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Dense barrages continue to emerge. And at this moment in the movie chat group, after watching the content of this video, it also became lively again. Chapter 99 new video. Check out the beastly characters on the sailing must kill list. Momonosuke must die. Rox D. Zebek. Wow, this video is really bold. The entire red line was torn into pieces by Buggy the Clown. John. I have to say, the scene in the video does look quite shocking. Silver Axe. Seeing I am die at the hands of Buggy the Clown really makes me feel happy, ha 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 ha. Akoku. If the future really develops in this direction, I think it's pretty good. At least the 5 elders and celestial dragons, those disgusting guys, are all dead. 1. Shiki. Ha ha ha, yeah, I just don't know what the future situation of this ocean will be like if I am and the 5 elders are all dead. Sengoku. Without the rule of the world government and celestial dragons, will this ocean become more turbulent or more peaceful and stable? Monkey D. Garp. If you ask me, the celestial dragons are the biggest pests in this world. If we eliminate them all, the world will only be better in the future, and even worse. Kuzan. Alala. Vice Admiral Garp. The celestial dragons are not dead yet. Isn't it a bit bad for you to say such things in front of the whole world? Monkey D. Garp. Haha, what's wrong with that? Do you think I'm afraid of those trash celestial dragons? Borsalino. You are worthy of being Vice Admiral Garp. You are really a role model for us. Sakazuki. Compared with celestial dragons, I still think pirates are the biggest source of harm to this world. No matter what, we must wipe out all the pirates. Gall D. Roger. Haha, Akainu, pirates are endless. As long as the current situation of this world is not completely changed, there will always be people who choose to go out to sea as pirates. You kill a group, and soon a new group will emerge. Edward Newgate. Gulala, celestial dragons and pirates, who deserves to die more? Who can say for sure about this question? 633. Just as everyone was discussing. Inside the movie screen, the picture was still dark. This means that all the videos about Buggy have been played. The viewing system is selecting the next video to be played. For this, the people who have experienced it once were not surprised. Instead, they waited patiently. Not long after that, a cold mechanical voice sounded again. The third video has been successfully prepared and is being projected. Projection completed. The video will start playing soon, please stay tuned. As the cold mechanical voice fell, the originally dark projection screen. Soon, a little light appeared again. Then, a line of text slowly appeared on the screen. Inventory of the beasts on the list of must-kill sailors. As soon as this title came out, it immediately sparked a heated discussion in the viewing chat group. Sengoku. A list of the beastly characters on the list of must-kill characters in sailing. This is a very offensive title. Monkey D. Garp. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this a coincidence? We were just talking about which one deserves to die more, celestial dragons or pirates. Rox D. Zebek. Hee, now you don't have to argue, just wait and see what this video says. Shanks. But judging from the title, this video should still be about a specific person, not a certain type of person. Suru. The beast on the must-kill list. Those who can be on this list should be the most heinous, right? Edward Newgate. I think that BD Teach must have a place on this list. Marco. Dad is right. For a devil fruit, he can even brutally kill his own partner. Teach is worse than a beast. Sakazuki. If you ask me, the one who deserves to die the most is Roger, the beast. It was his words before his execution that opened up the current era of pirates, making more and more pirates in this sea. Gall D. Roger. Akainu, you are too aggressive. Be careful or I will sue you for personal attack. Kaido. If I remember correctly, Odin seems to have been scolded by those barrages before. Maybe he can also occupy a place on this list. Kazuki Odin. No, Kaido, compared to you, a BD who seized another country by conspiracy and force, I should not be guilty of such a crime, right? Kazuki Hiyori. That's right. Kaido, you have no right to say father. Kazuki Momonosuke. Compared with our father, Kaido, you are the one who deserves to die more. Kaido. You Kazuki family are all cowards who can only talk big. In the heated discussion of the crowd, soon, a low voiceover sounded. Top 3 beasts on the list of must-kill sailors, Kazuki Momonosuke. A low voiceover fell. On the screen of the movie, a figure slowly emerged. It was a short boy. He looked no more than 8 or 9 years old. The hair on the top of his head was shaved, leaving only a bun at the back of his head. He was wearing a pink kimono. He was wearing a pair of wooden clogs. Although he looked like a child, but his whole body revealed a kind of wretched temperament. He looked like he deserved a beating. There was no doubt. The little boy in the picture. It was Kazuki Odin's son, Kazuki Momonosuke. The image of Momonosuke just emerged on the screen. Immediately, there were a bunch of dense comments floating across the screen. Sure enough, I knew that this list would include Momonosuke, the beast. When I saw the title of this video, the first thing that came to my mind was Momonosuke, the little brat. +1. My first reaction to the title was Momonosuke, the rising sun. Damn, seeing Momonosuke's face makes Lousy angry. At this moment, I just want to say one thing. You don't have to be the pirate king, but Momonosuke must die. That's right, Momonosuke must die. I think the most wrong thing that Teacher Guy did during the Onigashima War was that he didn't strangle Momonosuke to death directly. If Teacher Guy had killed Momonosuke at that time, I would definitely support Teacher Guy as the new Pirate King without saying a word. Indeed, as long as Teacher Guy kills Momonosuke, the throne of the Pirate King must belong to Teacher Guy, and no one else can do it. Teacher Guy is confused. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Kazuki Momonosuke, Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Hiyori, Kaido. I didn't expect that the first person on this list of must-kill sailors is someone from your Kazuki family. You just kept saying that I deserve to die more than you, but this video and these comments clearly don't think so, worker. Kazuki Momonosuke. Why am I on this list of must-kill sailors? I'm obviously just an 8-year-old child, what did I do wrong? Kazuki Hiyori. Why are these comments calling brother Momonosuke a beast? And they also said that he cannot be the Pirate King, but Momonosuke must die. Kazuki Oden. I've discovered that no matter these videos or these comments, they seem to be very malicious towards our family. How did we offend them? Closing square bracket. Kinemon. Momonosuke is only an 8-year-old child, why are these comments insulting him so much? Galdi Roger. Yes, I remember Momonosuke was quite cute when he was a child. His family stayed on my ship for a while. Edward Newgate. These comments have been very malicious towards the Oden family from the beginning. I'm also very curious about why. Shanks. Yes, aren't Mr. Oden and his family nice? Why did they become like this? Charlotte Linlin. Well, what's there to be curious about? Since so many comments think that the Oden family deserves to die, it means that they are really beasts. Rox D. Zebek. Ha. Lousy likes to watch this kind of offensive videos, it's so interesting. John. My suggestion is, increase the intensity. Silver Axe. I think these comments are still too civilized, I agree to continue to increase the intensity. Akoku. Ha. That's right, the dirtier the comments, the more I like to watch. Shiki. Ha. Let me see. What kind of outrageous thing did this kid named Momonosuke do to be scolded like this by these comments? Under the curiosity and doubts of the crowd. Inside the viewing screen, the video officially starts playing. In the Wano-kuni War 20 years ago, Kazuki Oden was defeated and died. Before she died, Mrs. Toki entrusted her son Kazuki Momonosuke to Kinemon, Kanjuro and Raizo. And used the power of the time fruit to send them all to the future 20 years later. That is see Circle Calendar 1522. Kinemon and others who were teleported to 20 years later. Prepared to take a boat to Zou together. However, they were stranded in Dressrosa due to a shipwreck. In Dressrosa, they were chased by enemies led by Don Quixote Doflamingo. In the process of escaping, Raizo and Kanjuro were also separated. Only Kinemon was left alone with Momonosuke, who was only 8 years old, to continue hiding. During this period, Momonosuke mistakenly boarded a ship carrying other abducted children. By accident, they came to Punk Hazard, the Ice and Fire Island, and was imprisoned in the Research Institute of Punk Hazard. Kinemon also searched all the way here to rescue Momonosuke. And on this island, they happened to meet the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and others defeated Geisa, and rescued Momonosuke and all the imprisoned children, in order to rescue Kanjuro who had been captured by Doflamingo. Kinemon and Momonosuke boarded the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. He asked the other party to take him and the other two to Dressrosa. He also hoped that Luffy and others could help him rescue Kanjuro. Luffy, who had already planned to beat Doflamingo away, readily agreed to this request. So everyone boarded the Sunny together. They started to go from Punk Hazard to Dressrosa. On the way to Dressrosa, Momonosuke fully demonstrated his vulgar temperament. He did whatever he wanted by relying on his status as a child. The viewing system also specially selected several clips to play. In the picture, it was late at night. The Sunny was sailing steadily on the sea. At this time, on the deck of the Sunny, Kinemon looked at Nami and asked, "Is Momonosuke asleep?" Nami opposite him replied, She is taking a bath with Robin." As soon as this was said, Kinemon, Sanji and Brook, 3 old perverts, were immediately furious. What? The 3 of them immediately ran towards the bathhouse angrily. At the same time, in the misty bathhouse, Momonosuke was soaking in the pool. He was enjoying Robin's bathing service very comfortably. More importantly, Because the other party was a child. Robin didn't seem to treat the other party as a man. The beautiful spring scenery was exposed to Momonosuke without any cover. Momonosuke looked very comfortable. It seemed that he was enjoying the current treatment and everything in front of him. When Kinemon, Sanji and Brook rushed to the door of the bathhouse angrily. Robin just came out holding Momonosuke, who had finished bathing. At this moment, Robin was only wrapped in a bathrobe, and Momonosuke was held in Robin's arms. His head rested on the tall and soft mass. His two palms were just placed on Robin's chest. He closed his eyes. His face showed a look of intoxication and enjoyment. Seeing this scene, Sanji, Brook and Kinemon roared in unison. "Where are you putting your hands? Sigh kid." Facing the three people scolding, Momonosuke immediately showed a pitiful and scared expression. Sanji and the other two continued to approach Momonosuke angrily, saying viciously, "You are so despicable, relying on the status of a child. Do whatever you want here." The angry words of the three people. It seems that there is also an emotion called envy and jealousy. Under the scolding of the three people, Momonosuke suddenly burst into tears. He looked quite innocent and pitiful, and his actions also successfully attracted Nami's protection. Nami punched Sanji, Brook and Kinemon in the head. She knocked all three of them to the ground. Nami looked at the three people who fell to the ground and shouted angrily, "Assholes! You all come here to bully a child." Sanji and the other two were severely punished by Nami, and they didn't dare to do anything to Momonosuke. Momonosuke saw this scene. He actually dived into Nami's arms. Then he buried his whole face in Nami's chest. How scary. Princess sister. Momonosuke pretended to cry and rubbed his face on Nami's chest. Nami, who was being molested by Momonosuke, was not angry, but said very happily, "Hey, you call me princess sister? Oh, don't be so blunt. This child is so cute. Momo will sleep in our girl's room tonight." As she said that, Nami hugged Momonosuke tighter. Momonosuke also took this opportunity to rub his face against Nami's chest a few more times. And in a place where Nami couldn't see, Momonosuke turned his head and looked at Sanji and others. His face was full of obscene and smug smiles. Where was the innocent and pitiful look from before? There was not even a tear in the corner of his eyes. Seeing this scene, Sanji, Brook and Kinemon were furious. But because of the other party's identity as a child. But there was no way to deal with him at all. Vinsmoke Sanji, Brook, Kinemon, Vinsmoke Sanji. Chow, now I finally understand why those comments say Momonosuke should die. Brook, that's right, this kid really deserves to die. Kinemon, Momonosuke-sama, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person.